The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Dad, Sue hurriedly said, my dear family, you are so direct that we don't even know what to say here. Don't worry, our family will definitely treat Bing Xue well. I know that my family's Qinchin has really done a bad job in the past 3 years. Okay, but since the two children are willing to be together now, then we must agree with 1,000, and if my family Qinchin dares to make Bing Xue unhappy in the future, then my mother and I will definitely be the first to disagree. Brother Sue, it's all right for me to call you that. In fact, both children are married now, so we don't need to see outsiders like this. My family's Bing Xue has confessed to us about what happened before. I can't blame the son-in-law. Anyway, the two children will have fun with each other in the future, and the family will get along well, so her mother and I will be relieved. Yan Jinwei felt that the two families had been calling their in-laws a little too much, so they called him Brother Sue. Yan Bingxue heard it, but reminded him, Dad, Su Chen's parents should be older than you. Slightly smaller. She is 3 years older than Su Chen. The time when the Su family and the Yan family had children was not too long, so Yan Jinwei was indeed a few years older than Su's father. Yan Jinwei was stunned for a moment, then patted his head and said, Look at my head, but I forgot about this matter, look at my father-in-law. Dad, Su smiled happily and said, Brother Yan, I should call you that, haha. Haha, then I'll take it. Brother Su, our Bing Xue is 3 years older than Su Chen. I forgot about that. When Suma heard this, she quickly said, My family is a little smaller, but we all told him that now I am a father, and I must be mature and stable, and take on the responsibility of the family. Lao Su and I have been letting Chen take good care of Bing Xue. When the parents on both sides heard it, they immediately understood that no one cared about the age difference between Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue looked at her parents, and her parents-in-law moved, and clenched her hands under the table. Su Chen noticed this detail, quietly reached out and grabbed his wife's hand, and said, Mom and Dad, uncles and aunties, don't worry, I will definitely be a good husband and a good father. The atmosphere of the two families is very good. Before the dishes are served, they all talk about these common words. When the dishes are served, the two families eat happily. Until halfway through dinner, Su's father and Su's mother took the initiative to mention the children's wedding. Brother Yan, sister-in-law, in fact, in this matter between the two children, it is true that the etiquette of my family is not thoughtful enough. Logically speaking, we should go to propose marriage first, get the consent of the two, and then discuss the two children. The marriage thing, but we are in a special situation now. Tuanchuan and Lele are both so old, so the two children got the marriage certificate first, but Brother Yan and sister-in-law just don't worry, the children's wedding is absolutely in our Su family. No ambiguity. After some words, the man's attitude has been taken out, and Yan Jinwei and Tang Shuyun are also very satisfied. Brother Su, if you say that, I will understand what you mean. Now the children have their own opinions. I believe that you are just like us. You just learned about these things not long ago. The children got their own marriage certificates. We are parents, just do this wedding well. Dad, Su nodded, glanced at his son complainingly, and said to Yan Jinwei over there, Thank you, brother, for your understanding. Su Chen saw this posture, and it was not a good thing for my father and my father-in-law to chat too much. The two fathers were in the same mood, and it was only at this time that they sat together to discuss the wedding, but it became the cauldron of him and Yan Bingxue. However, things went so smoothly, Su Chen was happy in his heart. Take the blame as long as I can successfully marry my wife. And come home. He sat beside him obediently, like a young man who has done something wrong. And has no right to speak, listening to the parents on both sides discussing some things about the wedding. Dad Su said, Brother Yan, our two families have talked about this now. Then I also expressed my opinion to my brother, my child and I both like ice and snow very much, and this daughter-in-law, we have decided. Therefore, regarding the wedding, feel free to mention any requests from your family, and we will definitely do our best to satisfy them. Yan Zhenwei said with a smile, Brother, you and your younger brother and sister have this heart, so we can rest assured. In fact, we just hope that the children can have a good life, and other things are just formalism. I can't say that, bro, if we marry such a good girl as Bingxue, we have to work hard, no matter what. Although my family has just graduated, the work has already been resolved. We the old couple is the only child, so we are absolutely unambiguous about the wedding, and your family decides on the dowry, and we will definitely be satisfied here. Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun glanced at each other and said what they had negotiated at home. Brother Su, my wife and I are both happy that you and your younger brother and sister can like our families, Bingxue. We have already discussed the dowry gift before, so we will follow the current customs of Zhonghai. The wedding of the two children, when the time comes, the two families will work together to make a grand event for the children, which can be considered to make up for the vacancy in the past 3 years. Tang Shiyun said by the side, My dear family, regarding this dowry, we will prepare 1 million cash in cash at the current level of Zhonghai's current financial resources. It will be packed in a box and given to the two children at the wedding. It's also a good picture on the top. 1 million betrothal gifts are not very high for Zhonghai now, not to mention that Yan Bingxue is still the daughter of the Yan family, let alone 1 million, even if their family offered 10 million or 100 million, it would still be more. It was someone who wanted to marry Yan Bingxue. So when they heard the dowry, Dad Su and Mom Su were both moved. At this time, Su Chen, who had never spoken, suddenly took the initiative to say, Uncle and Aunt, about the dowry, Bingxue and I have actually discussed it before. We have prepared the dowry here, and I have prepared 10 million for Bingxue. Both Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun were surprised. Originally, they just wanted to make fun of it, and it was enough to prepare a dowry of 1 million, but the son-in-law actually prepared a dowry of 10 million. This son-in-law's heart is enough. Su's father and Su's mother actually didn't know how many gifts Su Chen had prepared, and they had just heard Su Chen say it. Hearing that Su Chen had prepared a dowry of 10 million yuan, the two were also happy for Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Ma Su said with a smile, My dear, since the children have said so, let's decide. The two children are so good together, so let's not waste time on the dowry. I think we'd better think about it. What kind of wedding should we hold? In recent years, Western-style weddings have become the mainstream, but in the past few years, there has been a rise in Longhua to carry forward traditions, and traditional Chinese-style weddings have gradually become popular. Bingxue, what kind of wedding do you like? The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Yan Bingxue's eyes were still on Su Chen. According to the discussion between the two of them in the car that day, the betrothal gift should be 2 million. but her husband said it was 10 million. Although the money is not much, it was a surprise to her, which made Yan Bingxue extremely sweet in her heart. Hearing what her mother-in-law said, Yan Bingxue came back to her senses, raised her head and said with a blushing face, "Mom, I haven't thought about the wedding so much yet. I can do whatever my husband likes." For Yan Bingxue, as long as she is married to Su Chen, whether it is a Chinese-style wedding or a Western-style wedding, she likes it very much. When Mother Su heard this, she did not immediately ask her son's attitude, but discussed it with Tang Shuyun, the mother-in-law opposite. "Mother, do you think it's better to have a Chinese-style wedding or a Western-style wedding for the children's wedding? If it's a recent wedding, the weather is not bad, and it's no problem to wear a wedding dress." Bingxue looks so beautiful and her skin is white. If you wear a wedding dress, it must be very beautiful. Suma already had a picture in her mind, and a look of anticipation appeared on her face. Tang Shuyun was also thinking about that scene, and she almost burst into tears in an instant. But after thinking about it, she said, "The wedding dress is really beautiful. But I think Chinese weddings are also good. Isn't the tradition of our dragon kingdom the Chinese dragon and phoenix gowns and phoenix crowns?" In recent years, many people have held Chinese weddings. I've been to a few events, and the results are not worse than Western-style weddings. That's right, Chinese weddings are a tradition in China. Speaking of which, I haven't attended a traditional Chinese wedding yet. I think Bingxue must be very beautiful whether she is wearing a wedding dress or a traditional phoenix crown. So what kind of wedding is best? Old Su, my father-in-law, do you have any ideas? Mother Su asked. This stumped the two old men. What they thought in their hearts was to make the wedding a little more grand. One wanted to marry their daughter in a beautiful way, and the other wanted to have a lively one for their son and daughter-in-law. You have to let them think about what kind of wedding. How can a big man think about this? Dad, Su shook his head and said embarrassingly, how could I know? It depends on the wishes of the two children. Yan Jinwei was also very helpless, waved his hand and said, I have no idea about this. I just prepare for the children. Xiao Su, Bingxue, after all, this is the wedding of the two of you. What format will it be for you to decide? We parents can help you prepare for your wedding, but we can't help you decide. Seeing that it is difficult for everyone to make decisions, Su Chen thought of the big surprise he was going to prepare for Yan Bingxue, but he had a countermeasure in his heart. Wife, I think Chinese weddings may be more exciting. We can wear wedding dresses when we take wedding photos. Let's have a few more beautiful ones, and take more pictures at that time. When Yan Bingxue heard Su Chen's words, she couldn't help but have a beautiful picture in her heart. A traditional Chinese wedding, a bright red festive scene, coupled with the traditional and delicate phoenix crown, it is very beautiful to think about. Yan Bingxue nodded almost immediately and said, okay then listen to my husband, let's have a Chinese wedding. After finishing speaking, she looked at Su's mother and said, Mom wants to see me wearing a wedding dress. When we take wedding photos, the two parents will also go. Let's take a family photo together. Su's father and Su's mother and Yan Jinwei and Tang Shuyun laughed happily when they heard this. Okay, then we've settled on a lively Chinese wedding. To carry forward the tradition, of course we can't be left behind, in-laws. We must hold a grand Chinese wedding this time and leave a precious and beautiful memory for the children and ourselves. The parents on both sides talked with great interest, and Suma and Tang Shuyun were already discussing in a low voice. Suma said, Oh, What about a Chinese-style wedding, then should we elders also wear traditional dresses? I haven't worn them yet, my mother. You like to wear cheongsam, and we'll be fine wearing cheongsam. Tang Shiyun smiled very happily. The cheongsam is also fine, it's quite suitable for a Chinese wedding. I'll ask the master to make it for you too. My mother, let's wear it together. Looking at his excited wife, Yan Jinwei couldn't help joking, Old Tang, why are you so happy? The protagonist of the wedding is our daughter and son-in law. We old guys are just having fun with the children. Tang Shiyun said with a smile, then of course I know, my mother, and I wear cheongsam, but my daughter has to wear a phoenix crown. My daughter is the protagonist, and our cheongsam won't overwhelm the guest. Suma heard it and said, Bingxue wearing a phoenix crown and shawl must be beautiful. I just don't know what my family Chinchin would look like wearing traditional wedding clothes, ha ha ha. Everyone seems to be thinking about this picture, and Yan Bingxue is no exception, but when she thinks about it, she can't help but think about it. For example, after the wedding, she and her husband entered the bridal chamber. Shame traditional wedding dresses are too reverie. Tang Shiyun thought for a while and said, Xiao Su is handsome. If she wears our dragon country's traditional wedding dress, it must be a beautiful appearance. Mom is right, my husband is good-looking and looks good in everything. Yan Bingxue said with a blushing face. The happiness in her eyes was almost overflowing. Su Chen looked at her, the corners of his mouth raised. Tuanchuan and Leilei's mouths were full of oil. They didn't understand what the adults just said, what kind of dowry and traditional wedding dresses, but when it came to the wedding, they both wanted to say a few words. Tuanchuan asked excitedly, is Baba Mama getting married? Suma sat next to Tuanchuan and Leilei, and said with a smile, yes, Xiao. Tuanchuan, Mom and Dad are getting married soon, our family is going to have a very lively wedding, and there will be a lot of people at that time. People. It will be a different wedding, just like in the TV series. Tuanchuan is still young, and she doesn't know what the wedding in the TV series is like, but from the atmosphere of the adults talking, she can also feel happiness and joy. Yeah, Baba Mama is going to get married, it's really nice then I and Goku can attend Baba Mama's wedding. Tuanchuan likes to go to weddings, the bride is super beautiful, and it's so lively inside, and there are so many delicious foods. Haha, we all like to eat delicious food, don't we? Su-ma said with a doting smile. Tuan nodded, tilting his head cutely. Tuanchuan likes to eat delicious food, and Tuan also likes to attend Baba and Mama's wedding. Family in the imperial capital. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Leilei seemed to have some doubts next to him, and asked, Grandma, why can we attend the wedding of Baba and Mama? Before, my roommate Xiaoyu asked for leave, and the teacher said she was going to the wedding, and we didn't know she was going. When I attend any wedding, I ask if it's Xiaoyuba and Mama's wedding, but the teacher said no. The teacher said that children can't attend their own Baba Mama's wedding. Why can Tuanchuan and I attend Baba Mama's wedding? The little guy's childish words obviously can't understand why other children can't do things, but they can do it. The adults still didn't know how to explain to the children, and Tuanchuan suddenly said happily, I know. Giggle, I know why we can attend Baba Mama's wedding. Leilei looked at her sister suspiciously, why? Tuanchuan smiled mysteriously, clapped his hand and said, because our babes are more boring. Look, Xiaoyu's Baba can't be a big Ultraman, but our Baba can do it. Xiaoyu's Mama is different from our Mama. Didn't the teacher say, our mama is very good? We are the big boss. So, our baba and mama are super tired, so we can attend their wedding. Lele listened to her sister's words in confusion, and always felt that this logic sounded a little obedient, and it was boring. So can they go to the wedding? Why does he feel that these two things don't seem to have much connection? When adults heard Tuanchuan's explanation, they were amused and laughed. The way of thinking of children is really amazing. The parents on both sides did not intend to explain so much to the children, because the children are only 3 years old, and they may not understand so much when they talk to them. It means that they will understand naturally when they grow up. But Suchin explained to Tuan Lele seriously at this time, Tuanchuan, Lele, other children can't attend Baba Mama's wedding because they came late. But our families Tuanchuan and Lele are parents. My little angel, you came a little earlier than the other children, so you can attend Mom and Dad's wedding. Lele tilted her head and asked Suchin, Baba, why did we come earlier than the other children? Because Dad didn't say so? Tuanchuan and Lele are the little angels of Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad like you very much, and you also like Mom and Dad very much. So I don't want to come back later, but I came to Dad very early. Mommies sighed. When Suchin said this, Tuanchuan and Lele immediately became happy. Baba, Tuanchuan loves you and Mama so much, so we should have come earlier. It's good to come earlier. Not only can we see Baba and Mama earlier, and we can also attend the wedding of Baba and Mama, which is better than others. The kids are happier. Lele also had an expression of sudden realization, and said happily, Sister is right, we are lucky little angels. Suchin smiled at the two children, stretched out his arms, and stroked their little heads. Yan Zhenwei and his wife saw that Suchin was so patient with Tuanchuan and Lele, which was completely beyond their imagination. They felt more at ease, and gave Yan Bingxue and the two children to Suchin. With a father who loves them so much, the lives of the two little guys will definitely be happier in the future. The first dinner of the two families ended smoothly, and the parents discussed some details of the wedding preparations later, and the whole meal was very enjoyable. After the meal, Mom and Dad Su asked Suchin and Yan Bingxue to take Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shuyun home first, but they said that their family lived in this community, and they were just a few steps away. Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shuyun originally invited Mom and Dad Su to sit there together, but Mom and Dad Su felt that it was not appropriate to go directly to their in-laws' house without a gift when they met for the first time. Said to bring something to visit next time. So the two families separated at the entrance of the Hongqiao Hotel in the western suburbs, and Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shuyun took a walk home. Both had smiles on their faces. Tang Shuyun said with a look of relief, Old Yan, I am completely relieved now. When I saw my daughter and son-in-law together before, I was 100 satisfaction in my heart. Now that I see my father-in-law and mother-in-law like our family Bingxue so much, I have nothing to worry about the two children. You must be very happy today. I see you chatting really well with your in-laws and in-laws. I still rarely see you chatting with people so happily. Yan Zhenwei smiled and said, Of course I'm happy. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are good people, and Suchin, my son-in-law, is also very satisfied in my heart when I see their family's attitude towards their daughter. I am naturally happier. Yeah, this time our daughter's wedding will definitely be held very grandly. It's a big event in our hearts for so many years. By the way, Lao Yen is the identity of this in-law father. Tang Shiyun remembered what happened before Su Chen and Yan Bingshui came. In fact, at the dinner table, she was quite puzzled and wanted to ask about it. But at that time, the two children seemed to be unaware of it, and her relatives, the man didn't mention it either. Mentioning this matter, Yan Zhenwei's face suddenly became a little serious. After a long while, he said, "You're right, our father-in-law's identity is definitely not ordinary." "I think so too, but why do I think my son-in-law doesn't seem to know much about this?" Tang Shiyun asked suspiciously. Yan Zhenwei said, "I don't know, I'm just guessing about this matter. I just saw Wen Peng's attitude towards the in-laws, and I think the identity of the in-laws must be unusual, but the in-laws didn't seem to want to talk to Wen Peng too much at the time, and I don't want to talk about my own affairs. I think there is something in the middle that we don't know about." "Then what kind of identity is the father-in-law? Do you have a clue in your heart?" "Our two families are going to be in-laws now, and Bingshui is going to marry the Su family in the future. I think it's better for us to know the bottom line with the in-laws." They didn't ask what kind of family the Su family was. Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shiyun were quite satisfied with what Su Chen said before about the strictness of an ordinary family, and they had no objection. But now that this kind of thing happened, Tang Shiyun couldn't help but be a little worried. If the Su family had any secrets or the family relationship behind it was too complicated, then the daughter's life might be affected in the future. Yan Zhenwei thought about it carefully, and then said, "Actually, I can vaguely guess something from Wen Peng's attitude when he talks to his in-laws. Think about Wen Peng's identity and what the Wen family is like in the imperial capital. However, Wen Peng has just been so respectful to his in-laws, and he seems to be very scrupulous in his words. If you think about it like this, it is not difficult to guess the identity of in-laws, which can make the imperial family of Wenjia have such scruples. Then there is only the big family standing at the top of the imperial capital. Then my family name is Su." Tang Shiyun was completely stunned, and said with a look of shock, "You mean the in-laws belong to the Su family, the third of the 6 major families in the imperial capital? Oh my God, that's the top big family in the imperial capital." "I guess it is, but there must be hidden secrets in it, otherwise, how could the in-laws develop in a low-key manner in Zhonghai, instead of developing wildly in the imperial capital occupied by the Su family?" Yan Zhenwei said with great certainty. Tang Shiyun pressed her chest with one hand and was very shocked. Actually, it's not hard to guess. When my son-in-law told me that their family was an ordinary family, I was quite skeptical. Our son-in-law is so good and so talented at a young age. You have to say that he came from an ordinary family. I still think it is very strange, but if he is associated with the Su family in the imperial capital, and his son-in-law is as young and promising now, there are traces to follow. Tang Shiyun felt that what Yan Zhenwei said was very reasonable. After all, Su Chen was indeed not an ordinary child. He was so talented at such a young age. It is really difficult to say that he came from an ordinary family. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Lao Yan, if the son-in-law's family is really so powerful, will it not be good for our daughter to marry in the future? The father-in-law and the mother-in-law are quite good, but the Su family in the imperial capital. Don't worry about so many things. The relationship between the two children is good, and I don't seem to want to mention the matter between myself and the Su family in the imperial capital. Let's not think about it too much. Get ready for our wedding. Tang Shuyun nodded, and soon smiled again. Speaking of which, our son-in-law is really good to his daughter. For a woman, the wedding is a very important moment, and the son-in-law wants to hold an Orthodox Chinese wedding for her daughter, which will be recalled later. How happy you are to get up. Her face was full of longing, and there was a bit of envy in her words. Yan Zhenwei couldn't help laughing and said, "What's the matter, are you blaming the wedding I prepared for you for being too casual?" Tang Shuyun rolled her eyes at him. "You stinky old man is really rude. We have been married for so many years, and our wedding was a sensation in Zhong. Hi." Thinking of her wedding in the Republic of China, a girly smile appeared on Tang Shuyun's face. When Yan Zhenwei saw her thinking of the wedding, she was so happy and very satisfied. As he walked, he said, "I also think that the son-in-law is really good to his daughter, and he is also very good to the two children. He is careful and considerate, and he is also very good at educating the children. To be honest, even if it were me, I would not. You must be so patient with your two children." Tang Shuyun nodded. "Yes, after tonight's meal, I am completely relieved. Our daughter and son-in-law's family will definitely live a very happy life in the future. Lao Yan, when the wedding supervision of our daughter and son-in-law is over, let's go out and have a good time." The Su family brought Su's father and Su's mother back to the house. As soon as Su's father entered the house, he stopped his son. "Chen Chen, come to the room with me, I have something to talk to you about." Reading to receive red envelopes, follow the public account, book friends. Base camp, read books to draw up to 888 cash red envelopes. Su Chen glanced at his father and guessed something in his heart, so he followed his father into the bedroom downstairs. After Dad Su entered the house, he didn't speak for a long time. Finally, I asked Su Chen for a cigarette to light. Dad Su also smokes, but Dad Su doesn't like him smoking very much, so Dad Su doesn't want to smoke over the years. He only smokes one or two when he is bored occasionally. Seeing his father smoking there, Su Chen knew that this might be a little annoying for his father. In fact, after Dad came to Zhonghai this time, Su Chen vaguely noticed a clue. Especially when I went shopping with my dad today and watched my dad put on this suit. In Su Chen's impression, since he was born, their family has been in a small county town. At that time, both parents were teachers and they lived in the teacher's apartment building, so they were not rich. But Su Chen felt that his father was different from the teachers in the school. When he was a child, his father had a better temperament than them. Living in a dilapidated teacher's dormitory always felt a little inconsistent. Su Chen didn't know why this was before, but recently his life has undergone such a big change, and Su Chen gradually realized that it is difficult for a person's innate temperament to change with the environment. He believed that his father's life experience was definitely not as simple as what he knew. Dad Su finished smoking a cigarette, looked at his son and said, "Chen Chen. Dad has something very important to tell you. This matter may be very shocking to you. Dad, do you want to say that you are actually a rich boy from a homeless family?" Su Chen said this sentence jokingly, but Su Dad over there looked at him in shock. Seeing that expression, Su Chen confirmed his inner thoughts. "Chen Chen, how could you? Do you already know something?" Dad Su asked with wide eyes. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. "Dad, I actually guessed it too. I just said that just because you were a little nervous, so I wanted to ease the atmosphere, but I didn't expect it to be a guess." "Guess?" Son, how can you guess such a thing? Dad, Sue smiled helplessly. Actually, it's not a random guess, it's all based on facts. According to what? My father told me, you are an orphan who grew up with relatives from all walks of life. Later, you went to school and became a people's teacher, but I don't think Dad's temperament is like it was cultivated from a life of displacement. As a child, when I saw Dad standing in front of the mirror in a suit today, I thought Dad should be used to this kind of life before. When Dad Sue listened to his son's analysis, the tension in his heart suddenly eased. Son, you have indeed grown up. Dad originally wanted to hide these things. But now that you have grown up and are so promising, Dad knows that these things can't be hidden from you for long, so today Dad wants to talk to you about it. You confess. Tell me, Dad. I can bear it well now. Even if you tell me now that I'm actually a descendant of President Longua, I guarantee that I won't make any waves in my heart, Suchin said jokingly. Dad, Sue glared at his son and said with a smile, you kid, you just said you've grown up, and you're running the train with your mouth full again. Of course I can't be the president's child. I can't tell you about my age. However, my father's family is indeed a powerful family, the Sue family in the imperial capital. I wonder if you know anything about it. The Sue family? Could it be that, the big investment group of the Sue family, that has appeared in many news? That's right. Dad, Sue nodded. Although Suchin guessed that his father's mind was unusual, his pupils trembled slightly when he heard his father talking about his family. Dad. Others say they hope that one day Dad can tell him that he is actually a second-generation rich man, but I don't think so, but I didn't expect that one day this would actually happen to me. I'm the second generation of rich. The Sue family, that's one of the 3 supergiant families in the imperial capital. Dad, what kind of thing can make a noble boy like you, who was born with a golden spoon in his hand, go to the people and become a family ordinary people's teacher? Dad, Sue seemed to be recalling what happened in the past, and he felt unreasonably annoyed. He originally wanted to ask his son for another cigarette, but Suchin didn't agree. Dad, you just finished smoking a cigarette. Stop smoking. You'll be covered in the smell of cigarettes later. Mom will tell you about you after you go out. When Dad, Sue heard him talk about Mom Sue, he gave up immediately. This book is organized and produced by the public account. Follow VX, book. Friends Base Camp, read books to receive cash red envelopes. Hey, in fact, the reason why I came out of the house was because of your mother. Son, Dad said at the dinner table today that you young people are making their own decisions, but in fact, Dad thinks that you are very much like me back then, and you are very assertive. Your father, I have been considered an excellent person since I was a child. Of course, I don't think you are as promising as you are now. At that time I was also raised as an heir at home. But then I met your mother when I was 18 years old. It was really a very unforgettable memory. Son, do you believe in love at first sight? The first time I saw your mother, I felt that I must be with you in my life. This woman is together. Dad, Sue laughed suddenly, probably because he felt a little embarrassed, and a blush appeared on the old face. Dad, I really didn't expect to hear such words from your mouth. Then what happened later? Suchin asked, curiously. Dad, Sue smiled embarrassedly and said, you can actually guess the story later. It's a very vulgar plot. It was an accident that I met your mother back then. Your mother was a little girl from an ordinary family. Orphan, the difference between our two families is too big, but we are in love. I was young and arrogant at that time, so I took your mother back directly. The result can be imagined. The family does not agree and insists on ordering a marriage for me and asking me to do a commercial marriage. How could I do such a thing? So, I discussed it with your mother at the time, and your mother was willing to come with me, so I left everything in the house and eloped with your mother. After Su finished speaking, seeing the surprise on his son's face, he probably felt more and more embarrassed, so he pretended to be domineering. How is it? Son, didn't you expect Dad to be so brave before? When Su-chin heard what his father said, he didn't respond for a long time, which made Su's father a little nervous. At this time, Su-chin suddenly stood up and said, Dad, you wait here and I will go out and get something, come in right away. Su-chin quickly ran out. Su looked at his back nonsensically, and after a while, Su-chin came in with a wine bottle and a wine glass. Dad, knowing that you are hello, I deliberately bought a bottle of liquor and kept it at home. Mom doesn't know, let's drink some secretly. Su loves to drink, but his cholesterol has been a little high during the physical examination in recent years. The doctor told him to drink less, but Su forbade him to drink. Occasionally, he can drink 1 or 2 sips, and it has to be during the holidays. Seeing his son come in with Baijiu now, Su has just told a secret that has been hidden in his heart for many years, although he is full of joy. So the father and son took the wine to the balcony. Su-chin took out a bag of peanuts from his arms and placed it on the table, and the two drank the peanuts and chatted. Dad, I finally know who I am now. I always thought that I had such a bold personality, but you and my mother are normal people. How do you think I developed this kind of personality? I understand now, I just like Daddy you. Dad, didn't you just ask me, were you very brave back then? My son has to say. From the bottom of my heart, you were really like that back then. Su-chin gave Su-dad a thumbs up. At that time, the Su family was already rich enough to rival the country. Dad, as the heir, was able to give up everything for his mother, traveled far away, and lived an ordinary life. I must be moved by this love, no wonder so many years. Mom and Dad's relationship is so good. Su said with emotion, sometimes in a big family, you may not be comfortable living in an ordinary family. Ordinary families are actually warmer. Big families are full of intrigue, business marriages, etc. That's not the marriage life your father and I want. I think now that you are living an ordinary life with your mother, you are very comfortable and happy, especially after you were born. Your mother and I will feel more complete. Although we don't have a lot of money in our life, we have a lot of love, which is warmer and warmer. Su-chin smiled and said, it's true, no matter how much money you have, if you don't have love and warmth, you might as well live the days of ordinary people's wives and children. Having said this, Su-chin said again, however, Dad, you and my mother are really good enough. You have kept such a big thing from me for more than 20 years, and the Su family is someone who has to be on TV news anytime, anywhere. I have also been on the news network. You like watching TV so much. When you were young, didn't you see everything about the Su family? You have never shown anything in front of me, Dad. I really admire you. Dad, Su smiled, what do you admire? You stupid child. I have been hiding from the Su family for so many years. Hide from them, why? Su-chin asked suspiciously. I was raised as an heir for so long, but I ran away from home for love. You thought the people in the family would be happy. If they found me, they would definitely bring me back into marriage and business marriage, so I changed my name and lived in a small county town with your mother. Incognito. We have been keeping a low profile for so many years. We have neither been involved in business, nor have we made a name for ourselves. We just don't want to be discovered by the Su family. Su Chen heard what his father said, raised his glass, and touched his father. Dad, my son must toast you. You are really great. If it weren't for your feats back then, I'm afraid my son would not have the chance to be born. You stinky boy, pure nonsense. Dad, Su smiled and took a sip of wine. How can I call this nonsense? If it wasn't for my father's bravery back then my father and mother would definitely not be able to get together, and I would not exist. Dad, you've been hiding this for so many years. Why did you suddenly tell me today? Is it because you saw your father-in-law and mother-in-law today? It's not all. The situation in Bingshua's house is indeed quite special. It is someone in the business field. There will definitely be opportunities to deal with the Su family, but the most important thing is that I met an acquaintance in the imperial capital in that hotel today. The other party recognized me at a glance. Dad, Su remembered that incident, frowned slightly, sighed, and said, although it's been so many years, I don't know if the Su family will let it go. Your mother and I are not at this age now. I'm worried, but I'm worried about your situation, child. You are so promising now, and things are going well at work. I'm worried that if the people of the Su family know of our existence, it will be detrimental to you. Collect free good books, follow VX, Book Friends Base Camp, recommend your favorite novels, and receive cash red envelopes. Dad, Su looked at his son worriedly. Su Chen smiled and said, so Dad was worried about this. Dad, I thought you were worried about facing your former family. If you are worried about my affairs, then you can relax. Your son, I have grown up now, and he is definitely not a soft persimmon to be needed by others. What if it is the Su family in the imperial capital? When your son makes the real combat armor, then your son will stand on the top of the world. Human, even if the Su family in the imperial capital comes, I'm not afraid. Su Chen's remarks are not an exaggeration at all. For the current dragon kingdom and the whole world, the advent of combat armor will be a shock to the whole world, and he who made combat armor can indeed stand on the top of the world. However, before Su Chen knew that these things had not been realized, his father would never have imagined such a scene. So he continued, and I think it's been so many years since this incident, it is impossible for the Su family in the imperial capital to be idle and do nothing, so let's take revenge now. Besides, the departure of my father back then was a big deal for the Su family in the imperial capital. There's nothing to lose. Haven't they been doing well all these years? Dad, since you've already said these things, then just relax and forget about the past. The situation in our family will get better and better in the future. Dad, Su took a sip of wine and said softly, I hope so. I'm just a little worried. Su Chen gently patted his father's shoulder. It's all right, don't worry about my father. You have been married to my mother for so many years, and have given birth to a son as big as me, even grandchildren. It's over. After so many years, it is estimated that people should almost forget. Speaking of his current situation, Dad Su finally showed a smile on his face. nodded and clinked glasses with his son and said, "Son, you're right, it's been so many years, it's time for me to let go, instead of worrying about these things that I don't know will happen. It's better to think about how to make your wedding with your daughter-in-law a grand and exciting." "Yeah, Dad, Bing Shue, and I'm still pointing at you and Mom to help me with the wedding," Suchin said with a smile. The father and son chatted for a while. It was not until Dad's mood completely improved that Suchin got up and left with a bottle of wine. When she returned to the room, Yan Bingxue had already taken a shower, wearing pajamas, sitting there obediently waiting for her. "Husband, what did you and Dad say?" "During dinner today, I felt that the atmosphere on Dad's and my dad's side was a little subtle." "Did something happen?" Yan Bingxue is still very smart, and she noticed it when she was eating, but the atmosphere at the dinner table was very good, so she didn't mention it. Now when Suchin returned to the room, the couple spoke quietly. Suchin didn't plan to hide it from Yan Bingxue. They are married now, and they are a family. Sooner or later, those things about the father's generation will be made clear. "Wife, Dad just called me into the room and told me something shocking." Suchin explained what Dad Su said to him just now. After hearing everything, Yan Bingxue looked at him in shock. "The Su family, that's the super big family in the imperial capital." "Husband, I didn't expect our father to be the child of the 3 Su families in the imperial capital." "Yeah, I'm also quite surprised. In fact, when I went out to buy clothes with my dad today, I found that my dad looked like a rich boy when he was young. But I really didn't expect my dad's background to be so amazing." Suchin said this sentence with a smile, and then suddenly said seriously, "But thinking about it this way, my dad should have suffered a lot in order to avoid the Su family over the years, and lived a hard life incognito." Seeing her husband's appearance, Yan Bingxue suddenly felt as if she had been stabbed by a needle, and felt a little pain. She stepped forward, hugged Suchin gently, put her head on his chest, and said softly, "Husband, don't worry, I will definitely not let anyone bully you. Now that you have me, I will protect my father-in-law and mother-in-law well. Even if the Su family in the imperial capital comes over, we will never compromise." Suchin was stunned for a moment, looking at Yan Bingxue's sworn expression. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. He knocked on Yan Bingxue's little head and said, "Wife, what heroic plot is in your mind? Even if their family is really looking for it, what can they do to us? Anyway, my father is the Su family in the imperial capital. People who have been away for so many years, they can really hurt Dad and us." Yan Bingxue rubbed her head and said with a pouting mouth, "I don't care, husband, I said to protect you both, shouldn't you be very moved at this time?" Suchan's eyes filled with a gentle smile, nodded and said, "I'm moved, I'm so moved by our wife, that I'm going to cry. Why is my wife so good?" Smooth-tongued Yan Bingxue turned her head shyly and turned to run. Suchin pulled Yan Bingxue gently into his arms. "Wife, you say how difficult it is for my husband to be, let's be honest with you, and you say my performance is not good, tell you something nice, and you say I'm slick, but I'm talking from my heart." Yes, what you said is right." "Okay." Yan Bingxue was held in her arms by Suchin. She was extremely well behaved. Suchin hugged her for a while, and his mood gradually calmed down. "Wife, I don't think we have time to think about our parents' affairs now. The most important thing for us now is to think about our wedding." Yan Bingxue raised her head and said, "Well, my dad will go back and look at the almanac tonight. We should be able to determine the date of the wedding tomorrow morning." After the wedding date is set, we have to quickly arrange the wedding photo. Shoot. Suchin nodded. Okay, about the wedding photos, leave it to my wife to choose. A photographer. Okay, let's take a few more sets of wedding photos of different styles. When the time comes to hold the wedding, we will use these photos. Yan Bingxue said. Suchin nodded. Well, when the wedding date and wedding photos are all settled, we will hurry up to prepare the wedding details. He was thinking about a big thing at the moment. His marriage to Yan Bingxue was a very important thing. He has thought about how to make this wedding attract worldwide attention. So today, he told his father-in-law about the wedding time in private. It is best to allocate more time to prepare, which will not only make the wedding more colorful, but also give himself enough time to prepare the big surprise. When it comes to the wedding, Yan Bingxue's face has a little more sweetness and happiness. Husband is so thoughtful for him, he satisfies all his girlish hearts, and goes to great lengths to prepare a complicated Chinese wedding. This is not a treatment for every girl. After all, Chinese weddings are much more complicated than Western ones. Husband, I suddenly thought of something. What's the matter? Suchin immediately looked down at her and asked. Father-in-law was once trained as the heir of the Su family, which means that the husband almost became the heir of the Su family. Husband's status is not ordinary, Yan Bingxue said with bright apricot eyes. Suchin smiled. What's the matter? It doesn't affect my life now. My dad has left home so long ago, and we have nothing to do with the Su family. It's a big relationship. My husband is the son of the Su family. As a husband, I may not be able to marry your family. What are you thinking, little fool? What does our marriage have to do with the situation at home? According to you, you are the eldest lady of the Yan family. Our family is so ordinary, so I can't marry you yet? Suchin said with a smile. Yan Bingxue shook her head. Of course not. My husband is so capable. That's a good potential stock, and now I can see the potential to soar upward. So my parents like you very much. What about you? Suchin asked with a low smile. Of course I like my husband too, Yan Bingxue said with a blushing face. Then we will come tonight. Yeah, husband. Early the next morning, Dad Su received a video call from Yan Jinwei. It is said that I looked through the old yellow calendar last night and felt that the 18th of next month would be a good day. There are still 1 month and 6 days before now, which is enough for the two families to prepare for the wedding. Su's father and Su's mother looked happy. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue had no objection, and the wedding date was decided. There was enough time, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue couldn't let go of their work, so they still went to work normally at this time, and some simple preparations such as shopping were handed over to the parents on both sides. Yan Bingxue was in a good mood today. Special Assistant Zhang saw it early in the morning. In the conference room, even the advertising department reported something wrong, and she didn't care. During the free time in the morning, Yan Bingxue thought of what Aunt Man said, and sent a message to Gu Yusin. Yan Bingxue, Yusin, my wedding date is set, on the 18th of next month. Gu Yusin, so soon? Is the wedding date set? Swear, it's only been a few days. Are you and your Mr. Su on a rocket? Through the screen, Yan Bingxue could imagine Ms. Gu's shocked expression at the moment. She couldn't help laughing, sat in her boss chair and turned around, and continued to send messages. Yan Bingxue, well, a lot has happened these days. Gu Yusin's news was sent almost at the same time as hers. Gu Yusen, I heard from my parents that day, Uncle Yen seems to have gone to the company to see your Mr. Su, swear, all your heroic deeds have been passed on to my house. Gu Yusen, I heard that Uncle Yen went to the company just in time for you to set up the office for you, Mr. Jiasu, and bought a bunch of luxurious furniture. I don't know if you thought you were going to prepare a new house for you too. Ha ha ha, Uncle Yen was shocked at that time. Speaking of what happened that day, Yan Bingshua's face couldn't help but blush. Yan Bingshua, my dad is too exaggerated. I went to see Su Chen's office and thought it was too simple, so I added some new things and replaced some of the previous ones. Gu Yusen, that's what you call it? Ha ha ha, swear, you have added a comfortable double bed to Su Chen's office lounge, is that all there is to it? Hey, baby, tell me, by this big, what do you think about when you're in bed? Ms. Gu sent a smug emoji. Seeing this, Yan Bingshua's cheeks turned redder, her fair and slender fingers were placed on the phone, and her pink lips pursed into a smile. Yan Bingshua, Ms. Gu, your thoughts are too dangerous, I just want Su Chen to lie down more comfortably when he is resting. Gu Yusen, really? Most of the lounge in the office is to lie down for a while during the lunch break at noon. Isn't it enough to have a comfortable single bed? Why add a double? This is not a clear hint that Mr. Su is fine. Can you invite someone to lie down with you when it's time to lie down? Gu Yusen, hee hee, swear, you are very good, I can't believe it, so my family swear is the king. Yan Bingshua was very embarrassed by what she said, but when she changed the bed that day, she really thought about this idea, so she couldn't refute it. Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, Gu Yusen knew that she was shy. So she immediately changed the subject. Gu Yusen, swear, you said that a lot of things have happened in the past few days? What's the matter? My impression is still that you were knocked down by your Mr. Su. Why is the wedding date set all of a sudden? Yan Bingshua, just the past few days, didn't Uncle Gu and Auntie Gu tell you? When Su Chen went to see his parents at home that day, he stayed at my house for one night, and Uncle Gu and Auntie Gu also went there the next day. We saw him at home. Gu Yusen, what? My parents have also seen Su Chen? TSK. It's inconvenient if I'm not in China. I'm your best friend, but I didn't expect to be the last to see your husband. Obviously I was the first. I know what's going on between you. Yan Bingshua, hee hee, then come back quickly, you can see Su Chen when you come back, and we will pick you up when you come back. Gu Yusen, don't worry. She only said 3 simple words, but Yan Bingshua fully understood that Gu Yusen was still a little afraid of returning to China. Because as soon as I return to China, I will inevitably be urged to marry and have a blind date by Gu's father and Gu's mother. Yan Bingshua, Ms. Gu, this time you have to come back, no matter what. I have always reserved the position of my bridesmaid for you. I will get married next month. Of course you have to come back as a bridesmaid. Yan Bingshua, and when Uncle Gu and Auntie went to our house that day, they kept asking about you. They also hope you can come back soon. Gu Yusen was silent for a long time. She lay silently on the sofa, looking at the ceiling above her head. Outside the window is an endless plain, completely different from the landscape of the Dragon Kingdom. Gu Yusen, swear, don't worry, I will definitely go back. I can't be absent from your wedding. Give me a little more time to prepare me. Yan Bingshua, okay, I won't rush you, but I think Uncle Gu and Auntie miss you a lot, and you don't need to stay abroad all the time. Gu Yusen, they think I'm right, but as soon as I go back they have to force me to get married. Yan Bingxue, then do you really want to never get married for the rest of your life? When they hadn't reunited with Su Chen not long ago, Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen had basically the same attitude towards marriage, thinking that they didn't meet the right person, and there was absolutely no need to step into marriage. But now that Yan Bingxue has met Su Chen, the situation has changed. Immediately. Her wedding is approaching and she has been so happy recently. Of course, she also hopes that her best friend can find her happiness in this life. Gu Yusen, Shuer, are you going to join my parents too? Yan Bingxue, haha, don't worry, I won't urge you to get married, but I think you should go out and have a look, maybe you can find a man who makes you excited. Gu Yusen, when you say this, I'm a little moved. I thought it was meaningless to fall in love, but recently, I've been chatting with you every day and listening to everything about you and your Mr. Su, I suddenly feel that the love in the novel is also not all are fictional, there are also beautiful love stories in real life. Gu Yusen, to be honest, when I see your wedding with Mr. Su, I might have the urge to fall in love too. When Yan Bingxue saw this sentence, she couldn't help laughing, glanced at the distant horizon, and typed a line and sent it. Yusen, I'll be waiting for you in the Dragon Country. Reading to receive red envelopes, follow the public account, book friends. Base camp, read books to draw up to 888 cash red envelopes. I shared with Gu Yusen about the past few days. Yan Bingxue was in a super good mood and went back to work. Life is so beautiful for her now. Just thinking that she will have a wedding with her husband in more than a month, and now her relationship with Su Chen is so great, maybe before the wedding the relationship between them can go further. Yan Bingxue couldn't help but get distracted, thinking of them going to get off work and going to work together every day, a sweet and happy life. When she thought of those beautiful picture cards, she suddenly felt very motivated, and the work in the afternoon was soon finished. At 11:45, Yan Bingxue was thinking about how to send a message to Su Chen with her phone. Invite him for lunch. I don't know what Su Chen was busy with this morning. The two came together in the morning, and they didn't even send a message after they separated. Is work really that busy? Yan Bingxue was a little depressed, but after thinking about it, she would be able to see Su Chen soon after lunch, and she felt better again. Since her husband doesn't take the initiative, then she should take the initiative. Yan Bingxue, husband, are you done? It's time for lunch later. I asked the chef at home to bring it over. Come and have dinner with me later. After the message was sent, Yan Bingxue happily waited with her mobile phone. But she still did not receive a reply after waiting for several minutes. It's almost time to get off work, are you still busy? At this time, Su Chen had entered the research room of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, wearing a work uniform, and his mobile phone was placed on the table. Over there. He was concentrating on making his mecha. There are still a month and a few days left for the wedding. It is not difficult for Su Chen to make the mecha in these more than 30 days, but these days still have to take care of the family, and there are many weddings in the future. Things are busy, so Su Chen wants to get the mecha things done as soon as possible. This is the highlight of his preparation for the wedding. After going to the Chaofan group for a while in the morning, he came directly to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Some key materials and technologies are still relatively advanced here. After all, there are many technologies that are only used by the military. Su Chen was busy for a few hours, and didn't look at the phone over there. Yan Bingxue waited until after get off work, and it was after 12 o'clock. And Suchen still did not reply. She pursed her pink lips slightly, held the phone in her right hand, and lightly tapped the screen with her fingertips. The WeChat messages she sent in. The past seemed to sink into the sea, and there was no response at all. She wanted to go directly next door to see what Suchen was doing, but this was the time for dinner. All the employees should be gathered in the hall to prepare to go downstairs for dinner. If she went directly, it would probably cause a sensation. So Yan Bingxue called Zhang Tasuk, who was about to go downstairs for dinner. Xiao Zhang, go next door to see what Suchen is busy with. If he is already busy, you can call him over for dinner. Assistant Zhang immediately went to the research room next door and came back. After a while, President, the Mecha Research Department said that Mr. Su went to the Dragon Academy. It seems that he passed by more than 10 o'clock in the morning, and he didn't say when he would come back. He will probably have dinner there at noon. Did you go to the Dragon Academy? I didn't say anything to myself. Yan Bingxue didn't get angry, she nodded and said, I see, then you can go eat. First, she ate the lunch delivered by her family in silence, feeling a little nauseous. In fact, before she was with Suchen, she always ate lunch prepared at home. Yan Bingxue was already used to the chef's craftsmanship, but recently she has been eating the meals made by Suchen and Su Ma, and now she is picky. Woke up. I always feel that the taste made by others is not as delicious as that made by my husband. But the most important thing is that it is boring to eat alone. I don't know if my husband has eaten yet. Is he so busy with work? I don't have time to look at my phone. Yan Bingxue felt a little lost in her heart, but this emotion didn't last long, because he knew that all her husband's busyness now is to enable her and her children to live a better life in the future. Self-motivated men are handsome. Yan Bingxue thought of this, took the phone over again, and continued to send a WeChat message. Husband, if you are busy with work, you should also pay attention to rest. Remember to have lunch, I love you. After sending this message, Yan Bingxue took another picture of the lunch she was eating and sent the picture. However, there was still no response to these two messages. Yan Bingxue took a few bites, but felt that it was boring. Suchen stayed in the working cabin until 1 o'clock before coming out, and Yuan Lao personally took him downstairs to lunch. Xiao Su, the process of our research is not in a hurry, and you have completed all the design parts now. I believe the next process will be very fast, so we can take it slow, or pay attention to rest. It is already 1 o'clock, you just came downstairs to eat, making me as a leader embarrassed. Suchen took a few bites of the food and said with a smile, Old Yuan, you don't need to feel embarrassed, I'm in such a hurry, and it's selfish, I'm going to have a wedding in a while, and I want to do my work before that. So, this time should speed up the process. When Yuan Lao heard this, he immediately said excitedly, Xiao, you are going to have a wedding? I saw your wife with 2 3-year-old children at your class reunion that day. I thought you were already married. Woolen cloth. My wife and I have indeed received a marriage certificate, but the wedding has not been done. It has just been set, and the date will be on the 18th of next month. Yuan Lao nodded and said with understanding, Xiao Su, I understand that your family is probably planning to hold your wedding after you graduate from college, which is also more appropriate, but this gives us a chance to go. How about attending Xiao Su's wedding? On the 18th of next month, right? When the Time comes, the people from our research institute will come together, Xiao. Su, don't you mind? Of course I don't mind. Mr. Yuan, it's a great honor for me to bring your colleagues there. When the wedding invitations are ready, I will send them to you in person. Su Chen said with a smile. Yuan Lao nodded happily, and said excitedly, Xiao Su, you just said that you are going to make the Mecca before the wedding, right? If you say that, doesn't it mean that in a month or so, the first combat armor of the Dragon Kingdom will really come out? Thinking of such a thing, Yuan Lao couldn't help but get excited. Su Chen nodded, well, for me, this Mecca is a surprise for my family, so I want to make it well before the wedding. Exchange good books, pay attention to the VX public account, book friends base. Camp. Follow now to receive cash red envelopes. Yuan Lao became more and more excited, great. Xiao Su, I really didn't see the wrong person. I knew that you must be a hero who can shock the world. Xiao Su, if your mecha comes out, then the Dragon Kingdom will become the first country in the world to make a real combat armor. At that time, the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even the whole world, will be shocked by you. Such a picture appeared in Yuan Lao's mind, and his eyes were a little red with excitement. Su Chen had a smile on his face, but he thought of another scene in his heart. His eyes were filled with happiness. He told Yan Bingxue that he would definitely give her an unforgettable wedding. Su Chen quickly finished his lunch and did not stay to talk to Yuan Lao. Instead, he stood up and said, Old Yuan, I'm going to go back to work. Yuan Lao nodded in relief, got up and escorted him personally. When he arrived at the door of the work cabin, Yuan Lao would not go in without changing his clothes. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder, Xiao Su, pay attention to rest. Your body is the most important thing. Su Chen nodded and plunged into the working cabin with one head. Yan Bingxue was a little absent-minded all afternoon, glancing at her phone. From time to time. From noon to now, all the messages sent in the past have been lost in the sea. Even if my husband went to the Dragon Academy of Sciences, he didn't bring his mobile phone with him, right? She pondered on her phone for a long time, and was about to make a phone call to ask when the door of the office was suddenly knocked. Zhang Tasuk walked in and said, Mr. Yan, the person in charge of Bali has arrived, waiting in the reception room, it's time for us to go. Yan Bingxue glanced down at her phone, and when she got up, she was back to her usual seriousness, let's go. The rules of the Chaofan group have always been not to work overtime. As the president, Yan Bingxue sometimes needs to travel for entertainment, and occasionally goes home late, but recently, Yan Bingxue's work has been very active, and her efficiency has improved a lot. Reduced their overtime. So at 5:30 in the afternoon, she got off work on time. Today, Su Chen didn't say to pick up the child. Tuanchuan and Lei were picked up by Su's father and Su's mother. When Yan Bingxue got home, the two children had already returned. Su's mother was preparing dinner, and Su's father was sitting in the living room to play with the children. Yan Bingxue entered the house. Tuanchuan and Lei immediately got up and rushed towards her. Mama, you're back. Yan Bingxue responded absent-mindedly, looked around, but did not see Su Chen's figure. She was slightly lost. Dad, Su also stood up and said with a smile, Bingxue, are you back? Are you tired? Your mother cooked bird's nest for you. You can drink a bowl first and have dinner in a while. Yan Bingxue nodded absently, and asked, while drinking bird's nest, Dad, isn't Su Chen back? Dad, Su was stunned for a moment, and asked suspiciously, Ah? Didn't Chin go to work with you in the morning? I didn't see him coming back with you just now. I thought he was going to work overtime today. Why do you seem to be you? No, did he go somewhere else? Seeing that Dad Su was a little worried, Yan Bingxue said quickly, No, Dad. Su Chen went to the Dragon Academy this morning, and didn't return to the Chaofan group in the afternoon. It is estimated that he was working there. The two of us are not together, so I didn't tell him to leave work together. I thought he would come back by himself. I guess he should still be at the Dragon Academy by now. Dad Su breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, That's probably still working there. It's fine. It's almost time to get off work now, and I'll be back later. Yan Bingxue nodded. Half an hour later, when Suma made dinner, she only saw Yan Bingxue, but not her son. Huh? Didn't Chin Chen come back together? Yan Bingxue was doing homework with the two children. Dad Su heard the words and said, Bingxue said that Chin Chen went to the Dragon Academy today, and it is estimated that he is not finished yet. Ma Su nodded, Oh, then I've already made dinner. Shall we eat it first or wait for Chin Chen to come back? Bingxue must be hungry, right? Yan Bingxue shook her head, It's okay, Mom, I'm not hungry, let's wait for my husband to come back to eat together. After waiting, an hour has passed. Ma Su looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 7:30, and there was still no movement at the door. Why isn't Chin Chen back today? Suma asked suspiciously. Dad Su saw Yan Bingxue looking at the door from time to time, obviously absent-minded, so he said, I should be busy with work. Isn't my son often asking for leave these days? Because I'm busy with marriage, I guess it's delayed a little bit. The work process, and now the wedding date has been set. My son probably wants to finish the work as soon as possible, and then come back to prepare for the wedding. It's okay, why don't I call my son now, and ask him when he will come home? If it's too late, let's not wait for him. Let's have dinner later and wait for him to come back. Let's warm up the dishes. Hot. Mother Su thinks it's okay. Okay, then you can call your son and ask. Bingxue has also been on duty for a day. I guess she is already hungry by now, and the other two children are eating in the kindergarten at noon. You must be hungry by now. When Yan Bingxue heard their words, she stood up and said, Dad, Mom, let me call my husband and ask. Dad Su had already taken out his cell phone, and when he heard this, he quickly put it back. Okay, then blow the ice and snow to Chin Chen. Yan Bingxue walked to the balcony, took out her mobile phone and glanced at WeChat. Su Chen has not replied to the message until now, and she has not received any other calls. The husband went to the Dragon Academy. If something really happened, Yuan should call him. Others in the Dragon Academy didn't know, but Yuan had seen him and knew about her and Su Chen relationship. So if something happens, Yuan Lao will definitely notify her. Before receiving the call, Yan Bingxue felt that Su Chen should have nothing to do. But what did my husband do today? Why didn't you reply to her message? Full of doubts, Yan Bingxue called Su Chen. The phone rang for a long time until Yan Bingxue felt that she was about to hang up automatically, and the other side picked it up. Hey, wife. Su Chen's voice came from the other end of the phone, but his tone was very cheerful. When Yan Bingshue's hanging heart heard Su Chen's voice, she fell back to its original place, and what followed was a faint grievance. The husband's voice sounded like there was no problem, but since it was all right, why didn't he reply to his WeChat? With such a small feeling of loss, Yan Bingshui hurriedly said, "Husband, what are you doing? Why haven't you gone home yet?" When Suchen heard this, he immediately took the phone away and glanced at the time on it. It turned out that it was 7:30 unknowingly. When he started to work, he was so devoted, he never looked at his mobile phone, and didn't pay attention to the passage of time. There were no extra windows in the work cabin, and he couldn't see the sky outside. He didn't expect to have been off work for so long. Suchen suddenly felt a little guilty, and quickly said, "Wife, I'm fine, I'm still working overtime at the Dragon Academy. I've been in the work cabin this afternoon, and I didn't pay attention to the time. I just saw that it was 7:30. Are you in a hurry? I'll go back now, or else, you eat first. Don't wait for me, I'll go back and eat it myself later." Yan Bingshui heard that he had been busy with work, and felt a little better in her heart, and she still felt a little distressed for him, so she said softly, "Then come back now, it will only take half an hour to drive from there. We've all waited so long. It's okay to wait another half an hour." "Do you really have to wait? But I think it's already 8 o'clock when I go back. You must be starving." Tuanchuan and Lele should have come back. The two little guys usually eat at 6 o'clock. I'm probably already hungry so late. Why don't you eat first? Suchen said that he was already packing his things. The mecha he was working on was classified as a secret, and there was a separate locked room in the work cabin, where he could put semi-finished products that he was still researching and had not yet made into the finished products. Everyone each has its own room, and only the individual iris system can be turned on. Suchen got things done, holding the phone in one hand, opening the door in the other, and going back to his office to change clothes. It's all right, the two children must also want to wait for their father to come back for dinner. Just now, my father brought them some snacks, and they gave them a cushion. They should not be hungry now. Husband, you don't have to worry too much, you must drive on the road. Stay safe, we'll be waiting for you at home. Seeing her insistence, Suchen didn't say anything more. After hanging up the phone, he drove home. The speed was very fast along the way. He stopped when he encountered a red light. He put the car in P gear and gently shaking his neck. After a whole day of selfless work, I was indeed a little tired. Even if Su Chen's physical fitness was good, he would still feel tired after such high intensity work. During the tens of seconds of rest, Su Chen moved his stiff body a little, and when the green light came on, he continued to concentrate on speeding home. Again. It was just 8 o'clock when I got home, and when I heard the engine sound of the car outside, Yan Bingshui was the first to stand up. Su Chen is back, she said with bright eyes. Tuanchuan and Lele also stood up immediately. Mama, let's go pick up Baba. I haven't seen my father all day, and after waiting for so long to go home from school, the two little guys miss Su Chen. Su's father and Su's mother are not so excited. Since Su Chen went to college, he has basically returned home once every 6 months, and he has to leave after a winter and summer vacation. It is only after a long separation that they can meet for a short time. Su's father and mother have long been used to it. This is the way of getting along with my son. So now my son goes out to work during the day and goes home to rest at night. This is much better for Su's father and Su's mother than before. It used to be half a year when he went out. Every time Su Chen left, Su's father and Su's mother were reluctant, but now his son I just went out to work. Although I came back from overtime a little late, my heart was not so turbulent. Seeing Yan Bingxue excitedly taking her 2 children to the door, Su's mother smiled and whispered to Su's father, "Old Su, my daughter-in-law and our son have a really good relationship, and my son suddenly added a day's shift, and my daughter-in-law just now I've been absent-minded, I guess it's because of our son." Hashtag send 888 cash hongbeo. Hashtag follow the VX official account, book friends base camp. Watch popular masterpieces, and draw 888 cash red packets. Dad, Su naturally also saw it. When Mom Su was still cooking in the kitchen, he saw Yan Bingxue always looking in the direction of the door, frowning from time to time, obviously waiting for her son to come home. He said with a smile, although the 2 children have given birth to Tuanchuan and Lei, they haven't seen each other for more than 3 years, and now they have just reunited with each other. Normal. Su Ma's eyes lit up and said, "Old Su, since the 2 children are in such a good relationship now, and they are going to have a wedding soon, do you think we should strike while the iron is hot and have a second child, Tuanchuan and Lei? She's over 3 years old now, and her daughter-in-law's body should be almost recovered." Dad, Su rolled her eyes at her, and said angrily, "Wife, you are too lenient. The children are in a good relationship, when they want a second child is their own business, you just got a grandson and granddaughter, don't you think it's not enough?" Su Ma laughed twice, looked at Tuanchuan Lei at the door and said, "I don't think that Tuanchuan and Lei have already gone to school. After a long time together, my son and daughter-in-law will be bored. If there is one more child in it, then Mom and Dad will have to take care of the 2 of them every day. Although the relationship will last longer." Dad, Su shook his head, looked at his wife with a smile, and said, "It's obviously that you want to take care of your baby grandson and granddaughter. You said it's for your son and daughter-in-law. Hey, Lao Su, these 2 things are not in conflict. You see that the 2 children are in such a good relationship now, we have to strike while the iron is hot and let them have a second child as soon as possible, otherwise Tuanchuan and Lei will be older in the future. At that time, the age difference of the children was too great, and they would not be able to play together. Chan Chan and Lulu are twins, and they can play together as companions, so how lonely is the young one?" That said, it's up to the 2 children to decide whether to have a second child or not. We, as old people, should not worry about so much. Now that the relationship between the son and the daughter-in-law is so good, the 2 of them have the final say. If you really want a second child, we don't need to speak. Okay, my son has come back, don't talk about it, right? Don't tell your daughter-in-law about it. If you really want to talk about it, when the children get married, let's talk to your son first of all, if the son agrees to tell his daughter-in-law Bingxue is very well behaved and respects both of us. If we rashly tell our daughter-in-law about the second child, even if the child is unwilling, it is probably not easy to refuse." After listening to Dad, Su's words, Su's mother gradually calmed down, nodded, and said, "Old Su, you are still thoughtful, okay, then let's talk about this later. But I think the relationship between the son and daughter-in-law is so good. Now, maybe it's not our turn to speak, and the second child will already be born," Su Ma said cheerfully. At the door, just as Su Chen was about to open the door of the entrance opened by himself. Yan Bingxue stood at the door with Tuanchuan and Lei, welcoming him home with a smile on his face. Su Chen, who was originally tired, saw this scene, and the whole person was suddenly refreshed. The exhaustion was swept away, and his heart was full of happiness. He strode forward and picked up the two children in each of his hands. Tuanchu and Lei, are you here to pick up Dad? Su Chen said happily. Ian and the little guys nodded excitedly. Tuan put his arms around Su Chen's neck and said coquettishly, Baba came back very late today. Tuan and Lei went home with their grandparents. Baba didn't pick us up, hee. Su Chen laughed at her daughter's cute appearance, and quickly kissed her daughter's cheek and apologized. Dad is wrong. Dad was so busy at work today that he didn't even notice that he was off work. I forgot to pick up Tuanchuan and Lei, and asked you, your mother and grandparents to wait for your father at home. Dad really shouldn't. Dad apologized to Tuanchuan Lei. Can you forgive Dad? Tuanchuan wasn't angry at all, just said that on purpose, so as soon as Su Chen apologized, she immediately forgave him. Okay, for Baba's good attitude of admitting mistakes, I forgive you. Lei also said, Baba works hard for a better life for our family in the future. Lei doesn't blame Baba. The two little ones were so sensible and well-behaved. The excited Su Chen immediately kissed his son and daughter again on the cheeks, and then put the two children down, patted their little pee-pee, and said, Tuan Lulu, fast forward. Go to the house, Dad will come in soon. After the two little boys entered the room, Su Chen stood up and looked at Yan Bingxue tenderly. Yan Bingxue had a faint smile on her face, but there was a little grievance in her eyes. She was the first to find out that her husband had come home. She heard the sound of the car and immediately got up to greet her. As a result, her husband saw the three of them at the door, but only held two babies. Humph, my husband is too partial. Su Chen had a panoramic view of his wife's emotions. As soon as the two little guys left, the parents over there also entered the kitchen to cook the dishes. Su Chen saw that no one was there, so he strode into the house and hugged his wife hard. Wife, I kept you waiting, I'm sorry. He was very positive in admitting his mistake, his voice was gentle, and he was coquettishly ingratiating. Yan Bingxue was caught off guard by the sugar-coated cannonball, and the small emotions in his heart suddenly vanished. Yan Bingxue raised her hand, gently hugged Su Chen back, and buried her head in his arms. The moment she had accumulated all day long, like a flood, she couldn't help but tighten her hands. He hugged Su Chen tightly. Husband, why did you come back so late today? Yan Bingxue asked. Su Chen almost blurted out that he wanted to prepare the Mecca before getting married, but when he thought about it, this was a surprise he prepared for his wife, and he couldn't say it yet, so he temporarily changed his mouth and said, It hasn't been a long time recently. I was busy meeting my parents, so I delayed some work progress, so I was busy for a little longer today. Husband, let's take our time at work. Mecha research has been going on for so many years, and everything can't be done overnight, so you don't have to worry too much. You still have to pay attention to your body, Yan Bingxue said. Little said sadly. Su Chen raised his head, looked at his wife, and said softly, Wife, you are so kind to me. It's obvious that you have been waiting for me for a long time. But when I go home, my wife still cares about me first. I feel so happy. He took a peek at the living room and found that the two babies had already gone to the kitchen, and there was no one in the room, so he lowered his head boldly and kissed Fangza on his wife's attractive pink lips. Yan Bingxue lost the last bit of temper in his heart. She took a step back. with a blushing face and looked behind her in a panic. She found that both parents and children were in the kitchen, and no one noticed the movement of the entrance. Better. Husband, how are you? Hey, I can't help it, Suchin said while changing his shoes. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Today's dinner was too late, everyone was a little hungry, and there was not much chat at the table. Although Yan Bingxue had no small emotions, it could be seen that Suchin had never mentioned WeChat, and he was still a little puzzled. She sent several WeChat messages, but did her husband not see it, or did he see it but didn't say anything? With this doubt in his heart, until he returned to the bedroom after dinner. Suchin was really tired today, and as soon as he entered the room, he urged Yan Bingxue to take a shower. Wife, it's getting late, go take a shower. Yan Bingxue originally wanted to ask about WeChat, but Suchin prepared her pajamas and could only take the clothes into the bathroom. When his wife went to take a bath, Suchin was bored alone, so he took out his mobile phone that he hadn't looked at all day. When he opened it, he found a few unread WeChat messages. When he opened it, it was all sent by Yan Bingxue. Seeing her lunch at noon, the corner of Suchin's mouth raised slightly. When Yan Bingxue came out of the shower, Suchin immediately went up and hugged his wife. Yan Bingxue was startled, blushing, and wanted to push the person away, but when she thought it was Suchin, her hands became resting on his chest again. Husband, what are you doing? I've already taken a shower, but you haven't taken a shower yet. Suchin looked at his wife and said softly, Wife, I'm sorry. An? Yan Bingxue looked up at him suspiciously, not knowing why he apologized. Suchin said immediately, I just checked my phone and found that my wife sent me several WeChat messages today, but I didn't see it during the day, and I didn't reply to my wife right away. I also made my wife not wait for me to eat by myself at noon. I'm so inappropriate. The last little temper in Yan Bingxue's heart has now dissipated. She pursed her pink lips and said, It doesn't matter, husband, I know you are busy with work. I did care a little bit when you didn't say it, but since you have explained it all, of course I won't take it to heart. Okay, husband, you've been tired all day, go take a shower, let's go to bed. Early at night. Suchin nodded and said moved, Well, my wife is really nice, she's gentle and considerate, I love you, wife. Suchin gave her a quick kiss, and then rushed into the bathroom. Yan Bingxue stood at the door with red cheeks, but she couldn't catch anyone. She couldn't help laughing. The next day, the two went to work together as usual, and the little unpleasantness from yesterday seemed to have passed. Today, Suchin told Yan Bingxue in advance, before they separated in the morning. Wife, I may be busy with mecha things recently. Most of the time I should be at the Dragon Academy, so you don't have to wait for me to eat together at noon, just let the chef prepare you alone. Yan Bingxue nodded, but still couldn't help saying, Husband, you have to eat lunch if you are busy at work. If you are not with the Chaofan group, then why don't I ask the chef to send the lunch to the Dragon Academy of Sciences? Suchin squeezed her little hand and said, No need for my wife, I understand my wife's feelings for me, but it's too troublesome, and Mr. Yuan, from the Dragon Academy takes good care of me, and gives it to me every day. I prepared lunch alone, it's not an extraordinary group, after all, it's a workplace, I don't want to make it too special. Yan Bingxue felt that what he said was reasonable, so he compromised. Okay, then you must remember to eat on time yourself. Follow your orders, Suchin said with a salute. Yan Bingxue was amused by him. When the two separated, they were in a good mood. However, this good mood did not last long. After Suchin worked overtime for several days in a row, and often came home at 12 o'clock, Yan Bingshui couldn't help but feel a little bored. Today, Suchin went to work overtime again. Yan Bingshui held the mobile phone in her hand and stayed on the WeChat chat interface with Suchin. The last WeChat message was sent by Suchin when he was about to get off work in the afternoon, saying that he had to work overtime tonight and should go back very late. Yuan Lao prepared dinner for him. Tell the family not to wait for him. Yan Bingshui looked at the time, it was already 10:40, and Suchin still hadn't come back. She threw the phone aside in irritability, got into the quilt and covered her head. Why is my husband so busy all of a sudden? Now she sees Suchin every day for a very short time. Suchin didn't go home until after 11 o'clock in the night. The previous 2 nights. Although she was waiting for Suchin, the two of them couldn't say a word after returning, waiting for Suchin. When she came out of the shower, she almost fell asleep. This is different from what Yan Bingshui expected before. Originally thought that after the two of them decided the wedding date, the next busy theme in the family should be the wedding in a month. She and Suchin still have to go to work. They must be busy with the wedding while working. Go home and discuss the details of the wedding. But now Suchin works overtime every night and comes back very late. The two of them can't say a word at all, let alone discuss the details of the wedding. Everything seems to be the busy parents on both sides. Although Yan Bingshui felt that they really couldn't help with the wedding, they still had to make decisions for their parents in terms of customs. Both parents were from here, so they must have more experience in helping to prepare for the wedding, but Suchin couldn't stay like this until late. Go home. The two of them have only been married for such a short time, and it takes more time every day to cultivate their relationship. Now let alone cultivating relationships, even the normal married life at night has been affected. Ding ding. I don't know which corner of the cell phone that was thrown on the bed. Suddenly heard the voice of WeChat. Yan Bingshui got out of the quilt excitedly, quickly found the phone, opened it and saw that it was a WeChat sent by Suchin. She opened it happily, but after seeing the content inside, her pretty face suddenly turned into a bitter gourd. Suchin, wife, don't wait for me tonight, I may come home later, you have to go to work tomorrow, go to bed early at night, good night, I love you. Yan Bingshui screamed in the sky, why do I love you, it's all fake. If Suchin really loved her, how could he come home so late every night? Now, actually, the two of them can't even meet before going to bed. Where is this newlywed yener? It's not even as good as a husband and wife. The parents downstairs have to go out for a walk and chat after dinner every day, but it is difficult for me to meet Suchin now. In the past few days, Suchin has been running between the Dragon Academy of Sciences and the Chaofan Group. Sometimes he goes directly to the Dragon Academy of Sciences in the morning. Originally, the two of them could go to work together, but Suchin went to the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and they went to work. The route is also different, and even the only chance to get along is gone. Yan Bingshui felt very uncomfortable, and said to herself angrily, stinky Suchin. Bad Suchin. Is work really that important? Is it more important than a wife and children? The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. It is very meaningful to make the Mecca earlier, but now they are going to have their wedding soon, and they have just, so what, shouldn't now be the best time for feelings? Why was he compared to the Mecca? In her husband's mind, is she not as important as making mechas? So annoying. Yan Bingxue burst into flames spontaneously, but the phone next to her rang. Again. Su Chen, wife? Why don't you reply to my message? I work overtime a little. Late, are you a little angry? Su Chen asked tentatively, and Yan Bingxue immediately said, yes, I'm angry. I'm super angry. I never thought that the one who defeated me one day was not another woman, nor our little boy. Tuanchuan and Xiaoliu, but the cold mecha. After saying this, Yan Bingxue angrily picked up the phone and typed a sentence that was completely different from what she had in mind. Yan Bingxue, I'm not angry, husband, I just went to take a bath, and I just came out to see your message. I happen to be a little sleepy. After taking a bath, I plan to rest first. Will you be back late today? Su Chen, well, it should take a while for today's work to be done relatively smoothly. Now this link will be finished soon, and it will be over in about an hour or two. I don't want to postpone it until tomorrow and want to finish it as soon as possible, so I should finish it at night. I'll go back later, wife. Can you rest earlier? Yan Bingxue, okay, then you should finish it early. Although it is very important to go home early to rest and work, it is still more important for your body. Don't make yourself too tired. Su Chen, well, I know, my wife is awesome. Wife, I will finish this period of time soon. After I am done, there will be no important work and I will spend a lot of time with my wife. Baby, I love you. Yan Bingxue, well, I also love you, good night husband. Su Chen, good night, wife. After Su Chen finished sending all the news, he glanced at the last sentence. Yan Bingxue sent, and he continued to devote himself to the work with satisfaction. In the dead of night, the lights in the work cabin where he was the only one in the Long Academy of Sciences was still on. Everyone had been home from get off work for a long time, and many of them had fallen asleep, but Su Chen was still busy. Yan Bingxue seemed to have watched their chats several times, but there was really nothing nutritious about it. Basically, Su Chen was telling her that she was too busy to come back for dinner today, although all the words were inconspicuous. There are all kinds of confessions like I love you, but Yan Bingxue still thinks these words are cold. Only when Su Chen is by her side can she feel that kind of real warmth and companionship. The blunt words in WeChat, no matter how nice they are not as good as Su Chen sitting beside her without saying a word but being gentle. Look at her. The bed beside her was empty, and Yan Bingxue couldn't sleep at all, but Su Chen was busy, she just said good night to him, and she couldn't continue to disturb him. Yan Bingxue held her mobile phone and had to try her luck to send a message to Ms. Gu. Ms. Gu has always been a night owl, and it is estimated that this is the time for her spirit. Yan Bingxue, Yusin, what are you doing? Do you have time to chat with me for a while? Gu Yusin's video call was sent the next second. Yan Bingxue picked it up, the expression on her face hadn't been adjusted yet. So Gu Yusin saw her depressed and aggrieved expression at a glance. Ms. Gu frowned suspiciously over the video. Schwer, what's the situation? Why? Do you look dissatisfied with desire? Yan Bingxue's melancholy full of melancholy was shattered by these words. She blushed and glared at her friend. Yusin, what are you talking about? I don't have any. Gu Yusin raised her brows and said, isn't that right? You don't sleep at night, and you answered my video call immediately. Your Mr. Su doesn't seem to be at home? Tell me about it. What the hell is going on? When you sent me a message a few days ago, didn't you show off your love and love? It's only been a few days since I was tortured by a single dog. Why did I suddenly stay in the empty room all by myself again? Where's your Mr. Su? Yan Bingxue automatically ignored Gu Yusun's exaggerated adjectives and said, unhappily with her pink lips, he is still working overtime. Overtime? What's the situation? Shui aren't you Su Chen's boss? Why do you have to arrange so much work for him? Can't you find it for yourself? Gu Yusun said with a smile. Yan Bingxue said angrily, I didn't ask him to work overtime, it was he who had to work overtime. And he didn't work overtime at the Chaofan Group, but at the Dragon Academy. Yeah, I forgot, your Mr. Su has 2 jobs, so why does he suddenly have to work overtime? Some time ago, I saw that you were too busy to chat with me every night. At that time, your Mr. Su is also at home every day. Gu Yusun felt a little strange, but this was what bothered Yan Bingxue. She and Su Chen had so much time to spend together every day before the wedding date was decided, but now everything was decided when it was supposed to be a sweet life. Su Chen suddenly busy. She pouted, and asked a little aggrieved, Yusun, do you think Su Chen, do you feel annoyed? Does the wedding date make him feel like he doesn't need to work hard? Gu Yusun opened her eyes slightly, no way? I heard from what you said about Mr. Su, and it seems that he is not such a person. When Yan Bingxue thought about it, she immediately shook her head and said, no, my husband is a very good man. Although he is very busy every day now, he hardly has time to spend with me, but except for the first day, he spends every day. Send me a message, if you can't have lunch with me, or if you don't come back for dinner, you will send me a WeChat message to tell me, and just told me that he might be back later and told me to go to bed earlier. Gu Yusun looked at Yan Bingxue and said with a smile, Swear, you didn't come to me to comfort you, you just came to show your love to me. Humph, you already know that your husband loves you, so why don't you? What are you depressed about? I haven't seen him much for several days, of course I'll be a little unhappy. Yan Bingxue did not hide her emotions in front of her best friend. Gu Yusun smiled and shook her head, hey, it turns out that some people are suffering from lovesickness. I said you two can see each other every day. Right? This can make you think about him and can't sleep? TSK, the sour smell of love, I can really smell it across tens of thousands of kilometers. Yan Bingxue smiled with a blushing face and said, Yusun, don't laugh at me. You will know when you meet the person you like, just want to be with him. Every day, every minute, and every second. See him. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Gu Yusun nodded in agreement, I know, it's not difficult to see from your performance. I remember that my Schwer used to be a workaholic, and her feet didn't touch the ground every day. This is love, baby. The two chatted for more than half an hour, and Yan Bingshua's mood improved a lot, and she still had to talk to ease her mood. Seeing that it was almost 12:30, Yan Bingxue felt a little sleepy, so she said good night to Gu Yusun and went to bed herself. She deliberately kept a small night light, for fear that Su Chen would be inconvenient to come back at night. The next morning, the first thing Yan Bingxue did when she woke up was to look beside her. The bed next to it was empty, but someone had obviously slept in it, and the quilt was halfway through. Yan Bingxue was a little disappointed. She reached out and touched the sheets beside her, but she could no longer feel the temperature. Did Su Chen get up early? She quickly washed up and went downstairs, quickly. Only Ma Su was eating breakfast downstairs. Seeing Yan Bingxue, Suma immediately waved at her. Bingxue, are you up? Come and have breakfast. Today's breakfast was specially bought by Qinchin. I bought your favorite crystal shrimp dumplings. Yan Bingxue walked over, eating her favorite shrimp dumplings, and felt boring. She asked, Mom, where's Su Qian? Suma said, he left first after eating, saying he went to work. Ma Su saw the little loss in Yan Bingxue's eyes. She also knew that her son was too busy recently. If she hadn't woken up early today, she probably wouldn't have seen her son. She and Dad Su talked about it when they slept last night. The couple was better, but they were used to not seeing their son for a short time, but the daughter-in-law was probably a little unhappy. So Ma Su gave her a bowl of hot porridge and said, Bingxue, Qinchin seems to be a little busy these days. I guess she wants to get all the work done early and then come back to concentrate on preparing for the wedding of the two of you. Yan Bingxue knew that Su's mother was comforting her, so she smiled and said, well, I understand, Mom, I'm done eating, and I'm going to work too. Ma Su looked at Yan Bingxue's lonely back and sighed slightly. In the next 2 days, Su Qian was still busy, often working overtime until 1:00 at night before going home. Yan Bingxue had not seen him for 2 days and was very upset. Zhang Tezu was keenly aware of this, because she found that the president was in a bad mood recently. Mr. Su ran to the Dragon Academy of Sciences all day, and every time he returned to the Chaofan group, he would leave after a while, and Shenlong would not see the end. The president is always looking at his phone, his face is colder than before. The person in charge of the project department came over today to report the progress of the work. The meeting has lasted for an hour and a half, and Yan Bingxue is very impatient. Zhang Tesuk sat next to him carefully, turning his head to look at Yan Bingxue's face from time to time. She had a cold face, and her expressionless look was a bit daunting. The person in charge of the project department also noticed it, so he was very careful when reporting his work. In normal times, it is treated strictly, but now it can be said to be cautious, facing every number very carefully, for fear that something went wrong and hit the muzzle of the gun. But even so, Yan Bingxue was still angry. She glanced at the time on her watch, frowned and said, aren't you familiar with today's report before you came? Or are these reports all fake? The project manager on the stage trembled with fright, and quickly lowered his head and said, President, I wrote these reports myself. Then you still look unfamiliar. Is it so difficult to read the report form you made? Do you think the company's leaders are very busy and can sit here for a few hours listening to your elementary school students recite? The manager of the project department didn't dare to express his anger. After bowing his head and apologizing to everyone, he immediately accelerated his speed. The next few project managers who reported on the report quickly read it. It is very hard to ensure both the speed and the error-proof when going up and down the stage. The clothes of the reporting personnel were all wet with cold sweat. The original plan was a 3-hour reporting meeting, but it ended in less than 2.5 hours. Even so, Yan Bingxue went out with a bad face. After she was gone for a long time, the project leaders in the office breathed a sigh of relief. The big guys looked at each other, and it took a long time for someone to say weakly, what's going on? The president doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. Another person followed, yeah, I was scared to death just now, but Fortunately, it wasn't me who came to the stage and was criticized, or I would have to kneel on the spot. The one who was criticized was about to cry, I'm about to kneel in fear. Okay. But speaking of it, isn't there something wrong with our president? Recently? When we had a meeting last time, the president seemed to be in a good mood. Incredible, I remember it was Shaolin at the time, and I didn't get criticized for making mistakes, and the president smiled and asked her to pay attention. Why is it like this today? Shaolin, who was named, raised his hand and said in a low voice, do you think that our president is in a relationship like this now? I feel that people in love are like this. They are in good and bad moods. When she said this, it was like a word that woke up a dreamer, and everyone nodded immediately. I think it's very similar. The president must be in love. I don't know who the CEO's boyfriend is. If we know, we can still work hard to keep the CEO in a good mood every day. Now, who can stand it? God bless me, I am willing to use my 3-year singleness for the president and her boyfriend to have a harmonious relationship, and don't let Chiyu suffer again. Zhang Tezu followed behind Yan Bingxue, and from time to time he had to speed up a few steps, otherwise he would not be able to keep up with Yan Bingxue, who was walking like flying on 8-centimeter high heels. She shouted in her heart, Mr. Su, come back quickly. The president is like this, I can't bear it at all. Su Chen, who was busy making mechas in the Dragon Academy, did not hear the voice of Special Assistant Zhang at all. He had already completed the preliminary appearance of the mecha. Looking at the assembled parts, Su Chen was in a good mood. Everything went very smoothly. Although he was very tired this week, he was very happy and excited to see the small results. This has not been shown to anyone yet, not even old Yuan and Yan Bingxue. When Yan Bingxue returned to the office, she threw the folder in her hand on the table at once, and with a snap, Assistant Zhang was so frightened that she didn't dare to move. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Is Suchen back yet? Yan Bingxue asked. Assistant Zhang didn't have to ask at all, because she instructed the assistants in the machine and plus department to watch at any time. As soon as Suchen came back, she would call her immediately, no matter when, even if it was a meeting. But the phone hasn't moved, Suchen definitely hasn't come back. Yes, President, Mr. Su is still at the Dragon Academy. Yan Bingxue waved her hand irritably, I see, you go out. Zhang Tasuk didn't dare to stay for a second, for fear that he would get in the way. He ran out quickly, and closed the door of the office, so that Yan Bingxue could digest his emotions by himself. Yan Bingxue took a few steps irritably, looking at the silent mobile phone on the table, frowning fiercely. Su Chen had just put the appearance of the mecha in his storage room, and happily took his mobile phone and sent a message to Yan Bingxue. My beautiful and generous wife, what are you doing? As soon as Yan Bingxue heard the sound, she immediately picked up the phone. Seeing this sentence, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but lift up, but she pressed it down again and snorted softly. People do not come back, but the mouth is very sweet. She's not such a sweet woman. Yan Bingxue took the phone and replied a sentence. I'm at work, I just finished a meeting, and I'll be busy in a while. Not only are you busy, but I am also busy. When Suchen saw this sentence, he didn't realize his wife's small emotions. He continued to say happily, Wife, are you busy at noon? When Yan Bingxue saw it, she wanted to reply immediately that she was very busy, but after reading this sentence carefully, she quickly deleted all the typed words. Her husband asked her if she was busy, Did she want to invite her to lunch? She hasn't eaten with her husband for several days. If he said he was busy, would her husband not invite her to dinner because he was considerate of her? If you say that you are not busy, and it turns out that your husband is just asking casually, it will be very embarrassing. After going through some intense inner struggle, in the end, missing prevailed. Although Yan Bingxue felt that she was a little cowardly, it would be worth it if she could see her husband. Yan Bingxue, fortunately, I should be able to finish before noon. Su Chen, that's great, I can just take a break at noon today. I'll go back to the company and take you out for lunch. Seeing this sentence, Yan Bingxue jumped up excitedly on the spot. After the jump, she immediately returned to her seriousness, and looked around with red cheeks. She found out that it was in her own office, and Zhang's special assistant closed the door when she went out, and no one would see what she did just now. So she was relieved. Yan Bingxue, I'll ask Xiao Zhang about my noon arrangements, but we should be able to eat together, wait for me. After she sent this message, she didn't ask Assistant Zhang at all. Since she was with Su Chen, she knows her schedule like the back of her hand every day. Because she has to make time to spend time with her husband at any time, she will understand first. If there is a time conflict in your own itinerary, resolve it as soon as possible. So at noon she knew she had time, but thinking about what Su Chen had done these days, she decided to give Su Chen a little nervousness. After waiting for 3 or 4 minutes, Yan Bingxue finally couldn't bear it anymore, and sent a message back to Su Chen. Xiao Zhang said that there is nothing serious at noon, then come here, let's go out to eat. Okay, wife, you are waiting for me at the company, I'll pick you up in a while. I'll book the restaurant. In the past few days, I haven't had a good look at my wife. Let me prepare everything for my wife at noon today. The corner of Yan Bingxue's mouth couldn't help but float up again. She hurriedly muttered, and said in a low voice, "Humph, you still know that you haven't done well these days. Look at your performance at noon today. If you behave well, I will forgive you this time in front of me." Yan Bingxue finished speaking. Looking at the time, it was already 11 o'clock. After get off work at 12 o'clock, my husband drove over for half an hour. She has to get ready. Zhang Tasuk, who had just breathed a sigh of relief outside, suddenly received an internal call, so he immediately returned to the president's office tremblingly. But when she opened the door and came in, she didn't see Yan Bingxue sitting there with a cold face. She looked around in the office and didn't see anyone. With Yan Bingxue present? Zhang Tasuk shouted softly, but he didn't dare to speak loudly. I'm in the lounge, come in. Special Assistant Zhang walked into the lounge in doubt, and saw several sets of clothes on the bed over there, and Yan Bingxue was holding 2 sets in his hand, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror and gesturing on his body. Zhang Tasuk looked confused. What are you doing, President? So good, why did you suddenly come back to change your clothes? She couldn't help but took out her phone and looked at it, and she didn't miss the call. Mr. Yan, are you looking for me? Yan Bingxue said without looking back. Well, I remember last time I asked you to help me order a few new dresses. I didn't see it in the cabinet just now. What about those sets of clothes? Didn't you put them in my office? Yes, President, after those skirts were brought back, they have been kept in your lounge, but because they are new, they have not been hung up. They have been folded and placed in the drawer over there. I need help. Did you take it out? Well, take it out. Zhang Tasuk went to get the clothes. Yan Bingxue opened the skirts and put them on his body and continued to gesture. Assistant Zhang was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "President, when did you fall in love with these brightly colored skirts?" On weekdays, Yan Bingshua's clothes are very generous and decent, usually black, white, and gray couture suits, which are very suitable for her to attend various business events. Like this everyday multicolored skirt, Zhang Tezu has never seen Yan Bingxue wear it since he met Yan Bingxue. In fact, Yan Bingxue has indeed not worn this type of skirt for several years. But when he took Su Chen home that day, the two of them looked at the past albums together, and Su Chen saw that Yan Bingxue wore this kind of dress before. Small skirt, said that she was very beautiful at that time. Yan Bingxue took that sentence to heart at the time, and she also felt that it was a bit too serious and old-fashioned to wear such a well-formed professional suit every day, and there were indeed some more everyday fashions in the wardrobe. So after she came back, she asked Zhang Tezho to order a few of these little skirts. However, Su Chen was too busy recently, and she was not happy, so she forgot about it. "I just thought about going out to dinner with Su Chen at noon, and when I wanted to dress up and choose clothes, I remembered these little skirts." Yan Bingxue listened to Assistant Zhang's words, held an aqua blue skirt over her body, turned around and asked, "Does it look bad for me to wear such an everyday skirt?" Zhang Tesuk was stunned for a moment, his eyes almost froze. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. She nodded instinctively, "Good looking. Mr. Yan, you were born so beautiful, you look good in whatever clothes you wear. You are a cool beauty in business suits. When you wear these everyday skirts, you look like a fairy who has stepped into the mundane world. It's really beautiful." "Then what do you think of this skirt?" Yan Bingxue asked happily. Zhang Tezu slowly relaxed in her heart, and she was keenly aware that the president was in a good mood now. "Good looking. President, this blue skirt will look good on you." "The blue looks white. Your skin is already fair, so wearing blue must be prettier, and the long skirt shows the temperament. This one is great." Yan Bingxue looked at the mirror with satisfaction and said, "Okay, then I'll wear this set. You move a little faster and iron your skirt, I'll change it later." Zhang Tesuk quickly took the skirt to iron, feeling a little confused. "President, what's the matter? Could it be that Mr. Su is coming back?" "It sure is. The only thing that can make the CEO's mood change from cloudy to sunny so quickly is only the awesome Mr. Su." While Yan Bingxue was waiting for her skirt, Gu Yusen's phone came in. "Schwer, how are you? Are you in a better mood today?" After chatting that night, she was still a little worried about Yan Bingxue's state of mind. Yan Bingxue lowered her voice and said with a faint excitement, "It's okay. Although Su Chen has been very busy these 2 days, he just sent me a message saying that he has nothing to do at noon and wants to have lunch with me. He said that in order to compensate me, he would take me out to eat." Gu Yusen smiled on the other end of the phone. Yo, someone's tail is about to go up. "Haha, baby, you are really being pinched by your Mr. Su right now. He said that he would invite you at noon. Go out to eat and you'll be happy right away." Yan Bingxue said arrogantly, "I don't have it, I just have a lot of adults. Just give him a chance to make amends, humph." Gu Yusen saw it without saying it, and said with a smile, okay, Schwer. Says whatever you want. By the way, you said that your Mr. Su has been very busy these days. I think otherwise, you will take advantage of the noon opportunity and be good. Let's talk to him, lest you get in a bad mood when he gets busy." Yan Bingxue felt that these words made sense, so she thought about it seriously, and said, yes, but what should I say? If I directly say that he can't do this, will it appear that I am a little stingy? Everyone is an adult, and they have their own work to do. Sometimes I have to go home very late when I am busy. I can't ask Suchen to do things that I can't do myself. Swear, if you want me to say that you are too sensible, which girl is not very squeamish when they are in love? You understand that Suchen is busy with work, then he has to understand that you want to be with him. Girl. Sometimes it's okay to be a little temperamental. Isn't the heroine in the novel also a little master? Yan Bingxue was amused by her, and after thinking about it, she shook her head. Forget it, I really can't learn that kind of petty style. In fact, it's not that I'm inconsiderate when Suchen is busy with work, I'm just a little unhappy. You say, can the mecha thing really be more important than the relationship between the two of us? Work can also be done slowly. After Suchen and I were together, we reconciled work and family. He's like this, and I feel like I don't have a higher status in his heart than mecha. Yan Bingxue pouted her pink lips and said unhappily. Seeing her aggrieved appearance, Gu Yusin simply said, Swear, don't think so much, you must know that you are the big boss of Chaofan Group. Although Su Chen has 2 jobs, he is also an employee of Chaofan Group. In this way, you give him a holiday, he doesn't need to care about the work on the Chaofan Group, he only cares about the Dragon Academy. Doesn't he have time to go home to accompany you? With joy in Yan Bingxue's eyes, she said happily, yes, I can give him a holiday. He's been so busy at work lately. It's really time to take a vacation and have a good rest. That's what you'll say when you eat later. Yusin, you are so smart, thank you for your good idea, hee. Gu Yusin couldn't help shaking her head when she saw that she was so stupid. Fortunately, I don't have a boyfriend, it's really terrible to fall in love. And I can't control my mood at all. Mr. Yan, the skirt has been ironed, do you want to put it on now? Zhang. Special assistant shouted in the lounge. When Yan Bingxue heard this, she immediately said anxiously, Yusin, I won't tell you, Suchen will come to pick me up for lunch later, I have to change my clothes quickly, and dress up beautifully. He went to lunch, and seeing how good-looking I am, he must want to go home. Yan Bingxue hung up the phone, put on a pretty little dress, and put on light makeup. When she was ready, Su Chen's call came in. Wife, I seem to be a little early. I'll wait for you in the parking lot downstairs. You can come directly after get off work later. Yan Bingxue looked at the time, it was already 11:50, anyway, her work was over, so she went downstairs directly. Su Chen did not sit in the car, but waited for her outside. Hearing the sound of the elevator over there, Su Chen immediately looked over. When he saw Yan Bingxue in a small blue dress walking out of it, Su Chen suddenly felt his eyes lit up. His pace was faster than his head, and as soon as he realized it, his footsteps were already in front of Yan Bingxue. Wife, you are so beautiful today. Su Chen praised sincerely. Yan Bingxue blushed embarrassedly, she raised her hand and pinned her bangs behind her ears, revealing her small red ears. Husband, let's go. Su Chen nodded, led her to the car, opened the passenger's door very gentlemanly, and saw that Yan Bingxue was seated. He bent down and helped her fasten her seat belt. The distance between the two was very close. Yan Bingxue's body subconsciously sat upright, and a pair of apricot eyes hardly dared to look at Su Chen. But after so many days of not seeing him well, I couldn't hold back in my heart, my eyes were swaying, and finally stopped on Su Chen's face. Their eyes were facing each other, their noses were about to come together. Yan Bingshua's face suddenly burned, and she reached out to push Su Chen. "Husband, what are you doing? Hurry up and drive, and the company's employees will also time to get off work." Su Chen didn't move, looking at his wife's blushing face, his heart beat a little faster, bowed his head slightly, kissed her pink lips, and then withdrew, contentedly. Him. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. He went around the front of the car and got in the car, while Yan Bingshue was sitting in the car, reaching out and stroking his mouth, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up. Su Chen settled on a star-rated restaurant near the company and chose a small box. Looking down from the window next to him, he could see a panoramic view of the nearby CBD. After ordering the dishes, Su Chen began to be dishonest again. He simply got up and sat beside Yan Bingshue, hugged her and said, "Wife, I feel like I haven't eaten with you like this for a long time." Speaking of this, Yan Bingshue felt a little depressed, couldn't help but pouted and said with flushed cheeks, "You still no husband, you've been too busy lately." "I can't see it." Su Chen looked at his wife with guilt, and said softly, "I'm sorry wife, I really know I'm wrong. I promise you, when I'm done with this period of time, I will definitely accompany you and the children." "Still busy with this time? Shouldn't this life continue?" Yan Bingshua's heart immediately rang an alarm bell. She didn't want to continue like this. So she hurriedly said, "Husband, it's not the most important thing to be with me and the children, the most important thing is your body. You haven't had much time to rest recently, even last weekend. Working overtime in the company, people are not machines, how can they work 24 hours a day?" "Well, I've thought about it, you've been too busy recently, and things must be going well at work. Although you took a few days off before, but now you've made up for it, and it's more than enough. The progress of our plan before, so I think the mecha research can be put aside for a while, otherwise I will give you a few days off, you can take a good rest." Yan Bingshue looked at Su Chen with burning eyes. After Su Chen heard this, he immediately shook his head. The process of the mecha cannot be delayed. Although he is indeed a little tired recently, but after all, he is young and his body can't handle it, and he just spends a lot of time, and he doesn't do any hard work, so it's not a big problem. He has to get the mecha ready before the wedding, so he can't rest now. If he can, he hopes to complete the work as soon as possible, and then free up some time to prepare for the wedding with his wife. After all, this is the wedding of the two of them. You can't leave everything to the parents of both parties. There are still many things that they need to do by themselves. Moreover, he and his wife have also made an appointment for wedding photos. It's been a few days, so he doesn't have much time left now. And he absolutely cannot rest at this juncture. "Wife, it's okay, I don't need to rest now, I'm in good health, wait a bit. Later, after I make the mecha, we'll go on vacation after the wedding, and take advantage of the honeymoon to rest and relax." "Just a moment. We still have to wait for the wedding, wouldn't it take close to a month?" If she didn't see Su Chen much this month, Yan Bingshue felt that she would definitely not be able to bear it. "Husband, is the mecha thing really that important? Can't we wait until after the wedding to make the mecha? After all, the Dragon Kingdom has been researching mecha for so many years, and the world is still in the research stage, even if it's a few days late, it's not a big problem." Su Chen smiled and patted her head, and said firmly, "Wife, I insist on making the Mecca before the wedding, not to compete with others, but to accomplish my own goals." Okay, wife, I know that my wife is distressed about my body, but my husband really thinks it doesn't matter. It's fine now, so my vacation should be reserved for our honeymoon, even if my wife doesn't grant me a holiday, and I asked for it too, Suchin said with a smile. Yan Bingxue wanted to say something, but Suchin didn't give her a chance. Before the food was served, Suchin blocked her mouth with his own mouth, and when the food was served, Suchin kept adding food to her without giving her a chance to say anything at all. After the meal, Suchin didn't stay too long, saying that he had to go back to the Dragon Academy, so he wanted to send Yan Bingxue back. When Yan Bingxue returned to the office, Assistant Zhang had just finished eating and was humming a song while preparing to take a short rest at his workstation. During the week that Suchin was away, she lived with anxiety every day. Others were afraid that Yan Bingxue would lose her temper, but they didn't see Yan Bingxue much time, only she stayed in Yan Bingxue's body all the time. On the side, that is really called a companion, like a half-tiger, for fear that one will be shot if he is not careful. Seeing the president happily going out to dinner with Suchin today, Tasuk Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that the conflict between the president and Mr. Su should be resolved now, and the president must be in a good mood when he comes back. It can also be automatically cancelled. But what Zhang Tasuk didn't expect was that when Yan Bingxue came back, his mood looked worse than before, and he was simply furious. So all afternoon, Special Assistant Zhang didn't even dare to talk about anything important, so he just sat in his office and didn't dare to go to Yan Bingxue to make trouble. The atmosphere of the whole secretary office was very low. Everyone felt that the president was in a bad mood. On weekdays, they could drink afternoon tea in the afternoon and chat in the tea room together, but today everyone dared not move and sat by themselves. At the workstation, he was desperately busy with his work. This atmosphere continued until the end of get-off work. It was past 5:30, but Yan Bingxue still hadn't come out of the office. Usually at this time, everyone has already packed up and left, because the Chaofan group basically does not work overtime, and everyone leaves as soon as they get off work. Any work is completed within the working hours. Although they have finished the work at hand, the president has not left yet. And no one dares to move. Various departments downstairs are bombing Special Assistant Zhang's ding-ding. Although Chaofan Group does not work overtime, but every time there are 10 minutes before the end of get-off work, Zhang's special assistant will send a message to the heads of each department. Roughly the content is to let them determine the progress of today's work, and then they can be on time. Get off work. But Zhang Tasuk didn't post anything today, so none of the people downstairs left. On weekdays, Assistant Zhang's hair nails were ordered by Yan Bingxue first. But today, Yan Bingxue was locked in the office all afternoon, and he didn't say anything after the end of get-off work. Assistant Zhang didn't dare to make his own decisions. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. The secretaries behind him whispered, Zhang's special assistant, what's the situation today? When can we get off work? All of our work has been done. Zhang Tasuk rubbed his temples with a headache. Seeing the news that Ding was bombarded with, he mustered up his courage and stood up. 5 minutes later, Assistant Zhang came out of the office with a pale face. And everyone looked at her expectantly. Assistant Zhang closed his eyes and said, what's the next shift? When did our Company's work becomes so idle, is it because the company's current staff is too saturated? Can your daily work be completed so quickly? There are many loopholes in the report, but he is very active after get off work. If there is nothing to do, then quickly send those reports to me to check carefully. It was the first time that the big guy saw Assistant Zhang speak like this. And he was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak for a while. After Assistant Zhang finished speaking, he sighed and said with a frown, "The words just now are the original words of the president. Everyone, prepare for it, and review your work for the past week, especially the content that will be reported soon. Be sure to check carefully, don't make any mistakes." After speaking, she went back to her workstation and sent a group message to the people in charge downstairs, conveying the news that the president asked everyone to work overtime. The entire Transcendent group seemed to be boiling all of a sudden. The big guy dared not speak in front of Yan Bingxue, but it was different in his own office. "What's the situation? Why are you suddenly staying and working overtime? Isn't our work already done? It's been 3 years since I came to Chaofan Group. This is the first time I have to stay and work overtime after work, and there is no reason and no warning. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? I heard the person in charge of the project department tell me today that our president seemed to be in a bad mood during the meeting. I think the overtime work should also be decided by the president. My God. Who the hell has messed with our president? Ah. Help. My work is really done, and I don't have any parts to check. Is it possible that I'm going to sit here? Who of you has a good relationship with the president? Can you go to the president's office and ask about it? What the hell is going on? Or let's work hard together to make the president feel better soon. The entire Transcendent group is immersed in a low pressure, and the culprit Su Chen is tapping his fingers on the computer unknowingly at this moment. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei happily came out with their small school bags on their backs. When they saw Su's father and Su's mother outside, the two little guys glanced at each other and frowned slightly. But when they saw Su's father and Su's mother, they still smiled happily. On the way back, Tuanchuan couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa and Grandma, why are you here to pick me up and Gaggao again today, Baba Mama?" Su's mother held her granddaughter and said dotingly, "Tuan Tuan, my father has been too busy with work recently, and I shouldn't be able to go home for dinner tonight. My mother just called and said that she will also work overtime today, so Grandpa and Grandma will come over tonight. Pick you up. Grandpa and Grandma will take you to the children's playground for a while. Shall we go home for dinner?" The old couple knew that although they came to pick up Tuanchuan and Lei Lei every day, the little guys actually hoped that Su Chen and Yan Bingxue would come and pick them up to and from school. After all, children are still closer to their parents. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei are really very well-behaved children. Even if they are a little disappointed when they can't see their parents coming out, they are always very happy in front of their old couple and hide all the little lost emotions in their hearts. The more well-behaved and sensible the children are, the more they make Papa, Su and Mama look distressed. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue couldn't come back for dinner tonight. Then the family of 4 of them probably wouldn't be interesting to eat at home. So Ma Su thought about taking the children to the children's playground for a while. There was a little disappointment in Tuan Tuan's eyes, but in the face of what Grandma said, she still raised her head and smiled and said, "Okay, Tuan Tuan likes to go to the children's playground the most, Grandma is so nice." Mom and Dad, Sue took the two children to the big supermarket near the villa. There is a large children's playground on the second floor here, with slides, climbing, a pool full of bubble balls, large foam blocks, and a sand pool, with all the facilities for children to play. Tickets cost 50 yuan each. Mom and Dad, Sue bought 2 tickets and let the 2 children go in to play. She and Dad, Sue sat on the small fences next to them. This is the waiting area for parents. You can sit down and rest, and you can watch the children playing inside at any time. After Tuanchuan and Lei went in, they went to climb the big slide over there. But when Tuan climbed up, they didn't slide down immediately, but stopped in the tunnel hole in the middle. When Lei passed by, she found that her sister was crying. He immediately ran forward, knelt down beside his sister, wiped Tuanchuan's tears, and asked with concern, "Tuanchuan, what's the matter with you?" Tuanchuan raised her head, her voice choked violently, and her face was full of sadness. She cried and asked, "Giggle, are Baba and Mama going to get a divorce?" Lei was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, "Tuanchuan, what are you thinking about? Baba and Mama haven't had their wedding yet. How could they get divorced?" Brother's words seemed to remind her, so Tuanchuan sniffed and said, "Giggle. Can't you get a divorce without a wedding?" Lei scratched his head, and said uncertainly, "It should be, you can only get a divorce if you are married, but Baba and Mama haven't had a wedding yet, and Baba and Mama are fine, why would they divorce?" Tuan, what happened to you?" Tuanchuan raised her fleshy little hands to wipe her tears, and said while choking, "Giggle, I think Baba and Mama seem to be a little off lately. I haven't played with Baba for many days. Today, even Mama won't go home. Do you think they don't want us anymore?" Lei was a little sad about what his sister said, but he was a boy, and his sister had already cried, so he wanted to comfort her. "No, Tuanchuan, don't think about it, Baba and you love us very much, they won't leave us." Parents. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. I don't know if this is to comfort his sister or to comfort himself, but he actually feels it. Recently, the atmosphere of parents and mothers is very subtle, and they can't be seen at home. Tuanchuan continued to have tears in her eyes, and said with a shriveled mouth, "Giggle, today Lin told me that her cousin was like this. At first, her aunt and uncle slowly stopped coming home, and then they divorced, and her sister only being able to follow my grandparents, giggling, you say, are we going to become unwanted children, woo?" Seeing that her sister was crying so much, Lei quickly took out a tissue to wipe her tears, and comforted her softly while wiping. "No, Tuanchuan, we are different from them. Baba and Mama love us very much, and they are the wedding is coming soon, and they won't be separated." Tuanchuan raised his head, "Really?" Lei nodded firmly, "Really. Tuanchuan, Baba and Mama are just too busy. Recently, when Mama used to be very busy at work, didn't they leave us to my aunt? Now there are grandparents. Wait. Baba Mama is done, our family will be the same as before." Tuanchuan quickly wiped away her tears, sniffled and said, "Giggle, when will Baba Mama not be busy?" Lei didn't know either. He sat next to his sister and sighed slightly like a little adult. "I don't know, but Tuanchuan, I think we can help." Tuanchuan opened his eyes curiously, looked at his brother and asked, "Giggle, how can we help? Have you come up with any good ideas?" Lei thought for a while, and a flash of light flashed. "We are Baba Mama's little baby. If we have something to do, Baba Mama will definitely come no matter how busy we are, right? Tuanchuan nodded, but still didn't understand. Giggle, you're right, but what's the matter with us? We're all fine. No, we have something to do. Have you forgotten something important? Recently? Lele said with bright eyes. Tuanchuan also remembered it immediately, stood up excitedly, but suddenly forgot that he was still in the tunnel, and with a thud, his head hit the top of the top. Ouch, the little guy screamed. Lele was startled, and quickly pulled his sister over to look at the top of her head. Fortunately, it was all plastic, so it wouldn't be a big deal if you bumped into it. Lele rubbed the top of her sister's head, and Tuanchuan said with red eyes, Giga is talking about our weekend kindergarten activities, right? Lele nodded. Well, the teacher said, this is a parent-child activity, and we want the family to participate together. Tuan, let's call Baba Mama, so that our family can be together again. Tuanchuan's eyes widened in excitement, and soon he laughed again into a crescent moon. Giga is too smart. Giggle, then we will use this event to make Baba and Mama reconcile quickly. Baba and Mama is so strange recently. There is no chance to meet. They must have quarreled. Well, I think Mama must be angry when Mama is helping us with homework these days. She still loses her temper. I must be unhappy that Baba won't go home. Tuanchuan, do you like Baba? Tuanchuan nodded immediately. I like it. Tuanchuan likes Baba very much. Lele said with a smile. Okay, then we'll help Baba to coax Mama well this time. Okay. Tuanchuan nodded happily with his small fists clenched. The two children discussed it, and they were in a better mood, so they started to play. But after a while, Tuanchuan pulled his brother again. Giggle, but we have never participated in kindergarten activities before. Lele said, yeah, we didn't participate in kindergarten parent-child activities before, because our Baba hadn't come back to us at that time and Mama was so busy at that time, she didn't have time to accompany us participate in family activities. But it's different now. Baba and Mama are all with us, and we are just like other children, so, this time we can also participate in kindergarten parent-child activities. Tuanchuan, when it's time to go home, you are responsible for making Baba Mama participate in our parent-child activity this time, okay? Lele knows that acting cute and cute is her shortcoming, but this is precisely the advantage of Tuanchuan. Although she may not be able to convince Baba and Mama to participate in kindergarten activities, Tuanchuan can definitely do it. Tuanchuan nodded happily, and said very proudly, okay, Tuan will definitely let Baba Mama go to the event with us. The two children played wildly for a while, and Mom and Dad took them out to eat KFC again, and then the family went back happily. That night, Yan Bingxue didn't get home until after 9 o'clock. Tuanchuan and Lele were already asleep. She went to the room to see the children. She wanted to go directly to the room to sleep, but Ma Su called her downstairs. Yan Bingxue went downstairs. Suma cooked chicken soup for her, put it in a pot to be gentle, and when she came back, she quickly came out and brought it to her. Looking at the chicken soup with red dates and wolfberries in the bowl, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but think of the night when Suchen was thrown down. When she woke up the next morning, Suma also prepared a bowl of this kind of chicken soup, saying that she wanted to replenish her body. Ma Su watched her casually drinking the soup, but she didn't leave. She sat opposite Yan Bingxue and said, Bingxue, these days, you have been wronged. Yan Bingxue raised her head and asked with a smile, what's wrong? Mom, I've been fine these days. Suma sighed and said, Bingxue, mother can see it, recently these days, my family Qinchin has been busy going out early and returning late every day. Mom knows that the two of you have not been together for a long time, and it is the time when your relationship is good, but Qinchin is too busy with work now, and rarely has time to accompany you. You feel a little wronged, and mother knows it. Yan Bingxue didn't want her parents to see these things. Although she was angry, it was a tantrum with Su Chen, and it wasn't a big deal. There was no need for the elders in the family to worry about it. She originally wanted to laugh and put this matter aside, but when she heard Suma's words, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved and bowed her head a little uncomfortable. Suma took Yan Bingxue's hand and said softly, Good boy, mother knows that. You feel uncomfortable, don't worry, my father and I have discussed it, and when Qinchin comes back, we will talk to him properly. The work things can take their time. Bingxue, mother didn't speak for Qinchin, but she still wanted to say Qinchin's thoughts towards you, both my dad and I can tell, he really loves you. He's been so busy recently, I guess it's also to make a name for yourself. Before the wedding, thinking that you won't be wronged at the wedding, you should take more care. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Mom, I understand, I'm actually not angry, it's just. Yan Bingxue didn't know what to say. Suma nodded herself, I know, good boy, you feel that you haven't gotten along for many days, and you feel wronged. Mom is someone who has come here. And you all know it. Don't worry, my dad and I will talk about him well. Work and family, don't put the cart before the horse, the most important thing is to make you happy. After listening to Suma's words, Yan Bingxue's grievances that she had accumulated all afternoon seemed to have found a breakthrough, and she felt a little better after venting. She quickly finished the chicken soup, smiled, and said to Suma, Mom, I feel better when I hear you say that. You and Dad, don't worry about this matter. In fact, my husband is busy with work, and I should understand it in my heart. I know that he wants to make the Mecca earlier, so that when we get married, there will be no whoever feels pointing behind his back. In fact, it's all for me too. Mom, don't worry. Although I have a little grievance, I will adjust my mood by myself. You and Dad must not say anything to your husband about this matter. He has done nothing wrong. Bingxue, you are such a good and considerate child originally, his father. And I wanted to have a good chat with Qinchin, but I didn't expect this to be a matter of the relationship between the two of you. We, as elders, intervene too much. It's not necessarily a good thing, but now even Tuanchuan and Lele can feel it, and we parents can't stand by. Yan Bingxue shook her head, no need, Mom, you and Dad don't care about this. I'll find a time to have a good chat with my husband later, and at noon today. My husband actually went to me for dinner. Although he was really busy during this time, he still cared about my emotions, so I'll have a good chat with him when he comes back. When Suma heard this, she said with relief, Okay, Bingxue, this is the matter of the two of you. It would be better if you could talk about it yourself. Well, let's have a good chat with Qinchin first. If you have any problems, you can tell your mother again, don't worry, your parents will definitely be on your side. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. She stood up to clean up the dishes, but Ma Su didn't want her to do anything. Bingxue, put down the bowls and chopsticks, and leave the rest to me. You've been busy all day, and it's getting late. Go upstairs to rest first, and go to bed early. Suma insisted that Yan Bingxue had no choice but to go back to the room by herself. Entering the bedroom, Yan Bingxue went to the bathroom to put in a bathtub of hot water, and then threw herself in. She looked at the lights overhead while taking a bath, and the expression on her face was sullen. Smelly Su Chen, even the parents and the two children can see it. We're in such a bad state recently, don't you really notice it? You bastard, I already told you that I'm going to give you a vacation, is it really that important that you still have to go to work and make mechas? I'm not such a good-looking woman. I originally liked you as a person. The matter is irrelevant, and besides, when Yan Bingxue is married, no one dares to gossip no matter who the groom is. You are good enough now. Those who can enter the Dragon Academy of Sciences are all dragons and phoenixes. You will definitely make great achievements in the future. No one will say anything. Why do you insist on making mechas before getting married? What? Don't you think that the relationship between the two of us has faded during this time? It's annoying. If you do this again, I'm really going to be angry. Su Chen came back early today, but it was after 10 o'clock. The lights downstairs were turned off. Parents should be sleeping. He crept upstairs and went to the two children's rooms to take a look. The son secretly kissed on the little face, and then returned to the bedroom lightly. It's not too late to come back today. Yan Bingxue probably hasn't slept yet. During lunch today, Su Chen actually noticed that Yan Bingxue seemed to be a little unhappy. He really hadn't been with her too much during this time, so he came back a little earlier this evening and planned to coax his wife. But after entering the bedroom, he found that the bed over there was empty. And Yan Bingxue was not seen in the room, but the light was on in the bathroom. Su Chen walked over and knocked on the door, but did not hear any water. There was no response from Yan Bingxue. Wife, are you inside? Su Chen raised his voice and knocked on the door several times. There was still no movement inside, and Su Chen opened the door and went in. Directly, Yan Bingxue took a bath in her bedroom. Naturally, the door was not locked. She lay comfortably in the hot water, complained for a while, and then fell asleep. In the past few days, Su Chen came back very late every night, and Yan Bingxue couldn't sleep well by herself, so she didn't get enough sleep, so she soaked comfortably in the warm water, and her sleepiness came up all of a sudden. When Su Chen entered, the water temperature in the constant temperature bathtub was not bad, and Yan Bingxue slept soundly, with her little head resting on the pillow over there, her cheeks turning red from the heat. After seeing her, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, reached out to check the temperature of the water, but it wasn't cold enough. It wouldn't be good if it was soaked for a long time, the skin would be dehydrated, so he picked up a large bath towel and wrapped Yan Bingxue. The whole people hugged each other. All of a sudden, Yan Bingxue was startled and suddenly woke up from her sleep. But when she opened her eyes and saw Su Chen hugging her, that face so close at hand made her feel like she was still in a dream. So, she smiled lightly and said, "How come there is still a dream within a dream?" Su Chen gave her a doting glance, put her on the bed, and gently touched her forehead. "Fool, this is not a dream, I'm back." Yan Bingxue's apricot eyes widened instantly, and after looking at it carefully, she found that she could even see the details on Su Chen's face clearly. The dream should not be so clear, so she really woke up? Su Chen went home? Did she sleep too long? Yan Bingxue immediately glanced at the clock. It was only after 10 o'clock. "Husband, why did you come back so early today?" Seeing her so surprised, Suchin felt more and more uncomfortable. It seemed that she had come back too late recently, and it was rare to come back earlier, so Yan Bingxue actually felt strange. Suchin gently touched her head. I saw my wife at noon today. I miss my wife. How is it important to see my wife about work? When Yan Bingxue heard this, she immediately pouted. Really? Humph, he obviously didn't do this before. We'll say nice to coax her. The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Suchin said with a very good attitude. Yes, wife, I really know I was wrong. I promise, I will definitely go home early in the future, and I will try to finish any work as early as possible, 10:30, before 10:30, I am sure. Come back, okay? Yan Bingxue tilted her head. You can come back whenever you want. You are going out to work, not doing anything else. I can't tie you home. Suchin was helpless. Seeing that it was getting late, he quickly kissed his wife and said, yes, it's all my husband's fault. My husband will go take a bath now. Let's rest early tonight, okay? Suchin took the pajamas into the bathroom, took a bath after taking a bath, and then went back to the bed to lie down. He just saw Yan Bingxue lying tired and asleep in the bathtub, and he knew that Yan Bingxue had recently definitely haven't slept well during this time. So after lying down, Suchin immediately hugged her, touched her head gently, stroked her back with one hand, and said softly, wife, I can finally hold you to sleep today. We all rest early, good night. In fact, when Suchin went to take a bath, Yan Bingxue's heart was slowly relieved. Suchin came back earlier this evening, and she was still happy. The two of them haven't slept like this for a long time. Yan Bingxue is somewhat looking forward to it, but I didn't expect that after lying down, Suchin actually said goodnight immediately, which is too. What's even more irritating is that he fell asleep within 2 minutes of saying goodnight. Yan Bingxue was held in his arms by him, looking at the face that was close at hand, exuding charm, but was already asleep, inexplicably held back her anger. She was so angry that she wanted to turn around immediately, but when she saw the small bruises under Suchin's eyes, she couldn't bear it anymore. During the recent period of time, Suchin went out early and returned late every day, and did not rest at home for more than 6 hours. This has been more than a week in a row. He must be tired too, right? The reason she worked so hard was to make Yan Bingxue a little angry, but she still couldn't bear to make trouble with Suchin at this time, so she watched for a while, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. This night was the best night Suchin had slept in these days. The next morning, he and Yan Bingxue slept until 8 o'clock, before getting up. When they came downstairs, Tuanchuan and Lei had been waiting for more than an hour. The little guys found that Dad woke up very early recently. We discussed it last night. We must get up early today to block Dad and let him participate in kindergarten activities. What I didn't expect was that when they got up early, Dad stayed in bed. Tuanchuan pouted and looked at his father, who was eating opposite, and said, Baba, you stay in bed. Suchin smiled and said in a good mood, yeah, Dad slept today, but luckily I didn't delay work. Dad is still at home today. I will send you and your brother to kindergarten later, okay? When Tuanchuan heard that he was going to send them to school, he was very happy, and immediately laughed. Okay, Baba hasn't sent us to school for many days. Lei saw that her sister was a little carried away, so she quickly kicked her little sister gently under the table. Tuanchuan came back to his senses, so he quickly looked at Suchin and Yan Bingxue on the opposite side and said, Baba Mama, Tuan Tuan needs your help. With something. Su Chan and Yan Bingxue both looked up at her. What's the matter? This Sunday, the kindergarten will hold a parent-child activity, and the teacher asked us to call Baba and Mama to participate together. Yan Bingxue said while drinking porridge. Parent-child activities? Didn't you? And your brothers say you didn't like these activities before and didn't want to go? Tuanchuan immediately said, no, I don't like it, it's just that the other children used to accompany them to participate, but Tuan Tuan Higao only has Mama, so Tuan Tuan Higao didn't want to participate, but now Tuan Tuan. There are Mama and Baba, Tuanchuan and Goku also want to go. Baba Mama, come with us. Is it good? Hearing this, Suchin suddenly stopped, and looked at his son and daughter on the opposite side with some distress. Seeing the expectant faces of the two little guys, he couldn't say anything to refuse no matter what. Although according to his plan, he will continue to work overtime this weekend to make mechas, but the children's parent-child activities are obviously more important. So, Suchin said directly, okay, Baba won't go to work this weekend, I'll go with Tuanchuan and Lele. Let's ask Mama if she has time. Suchin looked at Yan Bingxue next to him. Of course Yan Bingxue has time, but she just didn't speak because she wasn't sure if Suchin had to work overtime. Now that Suchin said she was going, she naturally wanted to go. This was the first time their family went to kindergarten together, and it was of great significance to the children and their parents. Moreover, I and Suchin haven't been together for so many days. This parent-child activity can finally leave work behind and have a good time with the family. Yan Bingxue doesn't want to miss this opportunity. She almost blurted out that she was okay too. But on second thought, Suchin rejected her offer to give him a holiday. Yesterday, and even last night's promise was to go home before 10:30, she was suddenly a little angry. So he said ambiguous, I don't know if I'm free, I may have to work overtime on weekends. Tuanchuan and Lele were immediately disappointed when they heard it. The two little treasures looked at Su Chan and said coquettishly, Baba, please help us to persuade Mama, I really want to participate in this parent-child activity. Suchin nodded and said, Tuan Tuan, don't worry, Dad came to tell Mom Dad also really wants our family to participate in this event. After Suchin finished speaking, he turned to look at his wife and said, Wife, let's push the work thing, this is the first time our family has gone to participate in the parent-child activity at school. The children and I are looking forward to it. You two, come with us, okay? Yan Bingxue still held it, but when she saw the children, she couldn't bear to refuse directly, so she said, I'm really not sure, there are a lot of things at work recently. As soon as Suchin heard this, he took her hand and asked softly, Wife, are you angry with me? I've been too busy lately to spend much time with you. I really know I'm wrong, and I'll definitely pay attention later. The Yan Bingxue didn't look away. No, I'm not angry, it's because the company is really busy, you're only in charge of making mechas, and the work can be coordinated, but I have a lot of things in my hands, so I'm not sure about the time. Humph, she wants Suchin to understand that she can make time for so many things to accompany him and the children. How can Suchin work so late every day and neglect her? The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Seeing his wife like this, Suchin felt a little guilty in his heart, and quickly said, Wife, I know you are working hard, but how do the babies want to participate together? Because I was away before, the babies have missed this kind of thing many times. The event is over, this time our family is finally reunited, and we have to take the babies to play. Other children are accompanied by their parents. My wife likes the music so much, and she definitely can't bear to disappoint them, right? Wife, I haven't gotten along well with you recently, so this time I'll take this opportunity to relax as a family, okay? Tuanchuan and Lele also helped out there. Mama, just come with us. Tuanchuan really want to participate in this event. Lele said, Mama, we know that you are very busy with work, but the event is only this time. I don't know when the next time will be. Baba also made time to come. Mama also accompany us. Sue's father and Sue's mother over there felt this delicate atmosphere, and quickly came to help. Suma said, Bingxue, children's parent-child activities, this is a classic in the park. Other children have to take their parents to participate. This is the first time Chinchin has participated in this kind of activity. I am definitely not familiar with it, or you have to bring the ice and snow with you. Our family's Tuanchuan Lele is so cute. Bingxue, you are smart and capable. When the time comes when your family goes, maybe you can win a bunch of red flowers for the children. Tuanchuan nodded excitedly, and there will be little red flowers in parent-child activities. As long as you win the game, you will get the little red flowers. You can only get a little red flower when you get the first place in each exam, but playing games, if you win once, you can get a little red flower every time. Tuan saves a lot of small red flowers, but when it comes to parent-child activities, you will lose because Tuan has never participated in it. The little guy looked at Yan Bingxue over there aggrievedly, and Su Chen looked at him with distress, and squeezed his wife's hand lightly and said, Wife, you can go with me and the children, okay? Yan Bingxue listened to his slightly coquettish tone, and her heart was actually very sweet. She didn't intend to really not participate in the children's parent-child activities. Now that Su Chen has such a good attitude, she will give Su Chen a chance to make up for it. Okay, then I'll coordinate when I go back to the company, and I'll attend on the weekend. Yan Bingxue finally nodded, and the whole family was super happy. The group clapped their hands excitedly. Oi, that's great. Baba Mama wants to accompany us to the kindergarten activities. Lele showed a small nipple with excitement written all over her face. Sue's father and Sue's mother over there are also happy, and hope that their son and daughter-in-law can make up for the emotional life that has been neglected during this period of time because of the parent-child activities in the children's park. Ma Su gave Tuanchuan a high five. Lele quietly pulled Tuanchuan's clothes underneath, and when his sister looked over, he secretly gave a thumbs up. Tuanchuan knows that giggles are praising her for doing a great job. The little girl was very happy. When she thought of being the peacemaker among her parents, she felt full of pride. Su Chen had a panoramic view of the little movements of his son and daughter, lowered his head and snickered slightly. Recently, it seems that he has neglected his family's emotions too much. He was thinking about getting the mecha ready quickly and preparing a big surprise for Yan Bingxue's wedding, but he neglected to accompany his family during this time. It seems that in the next time, he still has to coordinate the time. Sure enough, being a good husband and father is not an easy task, and Su Chen is still in the groping stage now. Friday night. Su Chen has adjusted his work hours in the past few days. He arrives home before 9 o'clock every night, but it is still a little late. Tuanchuan Lele has been picked up by Sue's father and Sue's mother. Yan Bingxue doesn't know whether he is busy with work or angry with him. It was almost 8 or 9 o'clock at night when I got home. Tomorrow is the children's parent-child activity. Suchin took a bath early and said to Yan Bingxue, wife, let's go see the children. Tomorrow is our first time to accompany the children to participate in kindergarten activities. This evening, they must be happy. Yan Bingxue nodded lightly and didn't say anything. Suchin pursed his lips. In the past few days, they have been in such a state. He spoke with Yan Bingxue, but he was not as enthusiastic as before. Suchin asked her if she was angry because she was too busy some time ago, but Yan Bingxue said no. The two were lukewarm, and Suchin was actually uncomfortable. In fact, Yan Bingxue just felt that she should teach Suchin a small lesson. Who told him to only think about work before? It's cool to be a mecha for a while. Chase your wife's crematorium. She must let Suchin know the seriousness of this matter. She's not that good at coaxing. The two went to Tuan Tuan's room together, but it turned out to be empty. The little guy was not in his room, and there was no one in the bathroom. Hey, didn't Tuan Tuan go back to the house after dinner? Why haven't I seen anyone? Suchin asked, suspiciously. Yan Bingxue looked around and said, maybe go find Lele. She pointed to a few pieces of clothes on the bed and said, Tuan Tuan took out a lot of clothes from the cloakroom. It is estimated that they are discussing with Gugu what clothes to wear to the event tomorrow. Hearing this, Suchin couldn't help laughing. Our family is only 3 years old, so we know that we love beauty. Daughter is so cute. Wife, you said that Tuan Tuan is like this, is it up to you? Suchin walked over and said with a smile. At times like this, Yan Bingxue would have been embarrassed and scolded him for being slick, but today, Yan Bingxue didn't say anything and went straight out. Suchin looked at his wife's back, shook his head helplessly, and said with a smile, oh, my wife is angry, but how can I coax her? Please ask online. In the next room, Tuan Tuan and Lele were sitting on the floor. The two little guys were sitting cross-legged facing each other. They were obviously in their own small room. The door was closed, but they were still very quiet when they spoke, looked up at the door from time to time, for fear of being overheard. Giggle, did our first step succeed? Tuan Tuan asked with his big black and white eyes. Lele nodded. Well, Tuan Tuan did a great job. It was Tuan Tuan who acted like a spoiled child, and Baba Mama agreed to go to tomorrow's event with us. Tuan Tuan, who was praised by his brother, had a proud smile on his face. The little guy tilted his head and asked cutely, Giggle, do we have a plan for the second step tomorrow? Our plan for tomorrow is to create opportunities for Baba and Mama to make their relationship as good as before. No money to read novels? Send you cash or coin for a limited time of 1 day to receive. Pay attention to the public account, book friends base camp, get it for free. Tuan Tuan touched his little head in confusion, and asked suspiciously. Giggle, Tuan Tuan doesn't understand. What should Tuan Tuan do? Teach the clergy. Lele approached her sister and said in a low voice, it's very simple, that's it. He said a bunch of whispers, and the more he listened, the brighter his eyes became. It's best to wait for her brother to finish speaking, and she said cheerfully, I understand. Don't worry, Tuan Tuan will definitely do what he said tomorrow. Dong dong dong. As soon as Tuan Tuan's voice fell, there was a knock at the door. The two little guys who were conspiring were startled, 2 pairs of cute big eyes looking at Suchin and Yan Bingxue at the door in a panic. Suchin looked at the strange expressions of his son and daughter, and asked with a smile, Tuan Tuan Lele, what are you two doing? Why are you surprised when your parents come in? With a panicked expression on his face, Tuanchuan hid behind his brother at a loss, staring at his brother with big eyes. Lele said quickly, Baba, Mama, why are you all here suddenly? My sister and I are discussing what clothes to wear tomorrow. My sister has chosen a lot of beautiful clothes, and I don't know which one to wear. As he spoke, he stood up calmly and walked to the bed, holding those beautiful little skirts and walking to his parents. Baba, Mama, I think these 3 dresses are very good looking. My sister doesn't know which one to choose. Which one do you think looks good? After being reminded by him, Tuanchuan could be considered to have reacted. He ran over and raised his head cutely and said, Baba, Mama, please help me choose the little skirt to wear tomorrow. I'm going to wear super beautiful. Both Su Chen and Yan Bingxue knew about the 2 children, and it was definitely not about clothes that they were discussing just now, but since the 2 little guys didn't want to talk about it, their parents didn't ask much. Su Chen looked at the 3 skirts in his son's hands seriously, pointed to the pink little princess dress and said, Dad thinks this dress is very beautiful, our family must wear it like a little princess. Tuanchuan said happily, Tuan Tuan chose pink, Tuanchuan likes pink the most. At this time, Yan Bingxue suddenly said, Tuanchuan Lele, you don't have to choose what clothes to wear tomorrow. Mom has already asked Danzhong to help you prepare. Tomorrow, our family will wear parent-child clothes to participate in the event. Tuanchuan and Lele heard that they were going to wear parent-child clothes, and asked happily, Mama, parent-child clothes are the same clothes we wear as Baba, right? Is that what we wore to dinner with Baba Mama last time? Yan Bingxue nodded, well, parent-child clothes are the same clothes that our family wears, but it's not the clothes last time, it's sports casual clothes. Last time, tomorrow is your school event, Mama has prepared more beautiful and cute clothes for you. Your clothes, Tuanchuan, yours is a little skirt. Tuanchuan clapped his hands, Mama is great, Tuanchuan wears a skirt tomorrow. Mama, are you wearing a skirt too? Kindness. Since it is a parent-child outfit, my mother must be wearing a skirt just like you. Yan Bingxue said. A puzzled expression appeared on Tuanchuan's little face. He looked at his brother and then at his father. He looked up at his mother and asked, Mama, so do we all have to wear the same thing? Brother and father also wear skirts. Is it? Tuanchuan seems to have never seen a boy wearing a skirt. Lele blushed and said anxiously, Mama, Lele can't wear skirts, only girls wear skirts. Su Chen burst out laughing, touched his son's head and said solemnly, Lele, who said that only girls can wear skirts? Boys can also wear them, since our whole family has to wear parent-child clothes, we must wear them. It's all the same, Lele has never worn a skirt before, so I can try it tomorrow. Yan Bingxue turned her head to look at Su Chen, seeing that his eyes were full of teasing smiles, she helplessly lowered her head and smiled. Lele couldn't help but fantasize about himself wearing a skirt in his mind. And then he suddenly cried out with a wow. Woo-woo. Don't wear skirts for Lele. No boys in the class ever wear skirts, only girls wear skirts, Lele don't wear skirts. Su Chen originally just wanted to tease his son, but who would have known that the child would cry without being teased. He was also startled, and quickly picked up his son and said anxiously, Lele, don't cry, Dad is just kidding you, we two definitely don't wear skirts, Mom and sister wear skirts, the 2 of us don't wear skirts. To wear pants, just wear clothes of the same color and style. Yan Bingxue looked at his frantic look, and finally couldn't help laughing. Clearly, such a big man, why is he still like a child? He is only 3 years Old, he takes everything you say, you have to beat him up. What is he doing? Suchin looked at his wife helplessly and smiled bitterly. Wife, I really didn't mean it. I didn't want to make the children happy. Who knew Lele took it seriously? Lele heard that they didn't need to wear a skirt, his father was just teasing him. The little guy stopped crying immediately, looked at his parents with tears in his eyes, confirmed it again and asked, Baba, I really don't need to wear a skirt. Both Suchen and Yan Bingxue nodded firmly. Lele wiped away her tears and slid down from Suchen's arms. While stroking the tears on his brother's face, Tuanchuan asked suspiciously, Giggle, why don't you like wearing skirts? The skirts are super pretty. Lele said firmly, I don't think skirts are ugly, but skirts are worn by girls. Only boys who think of girls will wear skirts. I'm a brother, so I can't wear skirts. Tuanchuan doesn't seem to understand why my brother can't wear skirts. However, this matter is not important. The important thing is that tomorrow their family will wear parent-child clothes to participate in the event. Baba, Mama, Tuanchuan loves you so much. Tomorrow, our family will be super happy. When Suchen heard her daughter's words, she quickly climbed up the pole, looked at Yan Bingxue, who was in a good mood at this time, and said, Wife, you are so attentive. I didn't expect us to wear parent-child clothes to participate in the event. For an event like tomorrow, our family will wear parent-child clothes. It must be very eye-catching. Yan Bingxue was very pleased with his flattery, but she still held it on her face. The corners of her mouth, which had just been teased by her son, were now slightly pursed. Tuanchuan, go back to your room to rest early. We will go to kindergarten early in the morning, so we can't sleep late. Suchen was ignored. He glanced at his wife aggrieved, but Yan Bingxue turned to look at him at this moment, and said lightly, let's go back to sleep early too. Okay. Suchen, who got a little sweetness, immediately smiled and followed his wife back to the house. Tuanchuan was going back to her room. Before leaving, she looked back at her brother and stretched out her little fist. Giggle, come on. Lele nodded solemnly and replied, let's do our best together. They will definitely make Mom and Dad reconciled. Suchen followed Yan Bingxue back to the room. They both took a shower and went straight to the bed. Yan Bingxue was sitting on the head of the bed, holding a book and flipping through it. Suchen glanced at his wife and hugged him. Wife, it's getting late, didn't you just say we should rest early? We're going to accompany the children to participate in parent-child activities tomorrow, and we have to help them win. Xiaohong. What about flowers? I have to recharge my batteries tonight. Wife, stop reading, let's go to bed now. Suchen blinked, raised his head, and looked at her meaningfully. Yan Bingxue's ears were slightly red. She turned her head away from looking at him, and tried her best to focus on financial books, but these bedtime readings that she liked to read in the past, now she can't read a single word. She simply closed the book, turned off the light and lay down. In the darkness, Suchen reached out and hugged his wife. Yan Bingxue patted the back of his hand lightly and said, didn't you say you want to sleep? Wife, isn't it only 9 o'clock? It's still a little early, I can't sleep. Why don't we? Who just said that you need to recharge your energy today to win a little red flower for the children tomorrow? Suchen, doesn't your face hurt? In the dark, Suchen stared at his wife with a wry smile. He really couldn't believe that his wife's beautiful mouth is really amazing. It hurts, wife, you can touch me. Suchen pasted it like a dogskin plaster. In the darkness, they couldn't see each other's expressions at all, so Yan Bing Shue was smiling wildly at this time. She turned around quite arrogantly and said indifferently, "Go to sleep, I'm tired, good night." Humph, didn't Suchin treat him like this that day? Suchin pressed against his wife's back and sighed softly in the dark. Hey, what should I do if my wife is angry and won't let me touch her? Wait. Online. The next morning, the atmosphere at the Su family's dining table was great. Tuanchuan and Lei were wearing new clothes, sitting at the dining table with their calves swaying, not to mention how happy they were. Grandpa and Grandma, Baba Mama hasn't gotten up yet? Tuanchuan looked at the stairs on the second floor, craned his neck and looked around. Lei said from the side, "Tuanchuan, don't worry, the activities don't start until 9 o'clock today, and it's even later than usual for school. We will definitely not be late." Su Ma smiled cheerfully on the side. Tuanchuan Lei, your Baba Mama, got up early. They went shopping and said they wanted to bring gifts for the kindergarten children. I thought that today was the first time I went to a parent-child activity in my sons and daughters' kindergarten. Both Su Chen and Yan Bingxue woke up very early in the morning, and the alarm clock rang at 7 o'clock, so they opened their eyes at the same time. Su Chen looked at his wife with a gentle smile and said, "Good morning, wife." Yan Bingxue was stunned. Nodding lightly, "Good morning, wife, it's still early, do you want to sleep a little longer?" Yan Bingxue saw that Su Chen had gotten up, and asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" "Receive red envelopes. The cash or coin red envelopes have been distributed to your account. WeChat follow the public account, book friends base camp, too. Receive it." Su Chen said while putting on his clothes, "Today is the first time we go to school with our children to participate in activities, and those classmates who are happy. I didn't say hello before being a father, just to take advantage of today's parent-child. I want to buy some gifts for the activity first, and then give them to the children in the class with a little thought. And I hope they can get along happily with Tuanchu and Lei in the future." After he finished speaking, he went to the bathroom to wash up, and when Su Chen came out after brushing his teeth and washing his face, he found that Yan Bingxue had also changed his clothes. "Wife, why don't you sleep for a while? Today's event doesn't start until 9 o'clock. Let's go a little earlier and leave at more than 8 o'clock. It's still early." Yan Bingxue glanced at him and said in a light voice, "You are going to buy gifts for the children's classmates. I am the children's mother, and of course, I will accompany you. You wait for me for a while, I will fix it soon." "Already?" Su Chen looked at her back, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. It seems that the wife is still not completely relieved, but even when the wife is angry, she is so cute and considerate. Today, I have to take advantage of the opportunity. I can't waste the thoughts of Tuanchuan and Lei. I have to take advantage of this event to coax my wife quickly. When Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came back, they came back with a full load. Su Chen was carrying 2 large bags in his hands, which were full of small colored boxes. "Baba Mama, what gifts did you buy for our classmates?" Tuanchuan ran over curiously and asked. Su Chen took a box and handed it to her. "Tuanchuan, take it apart and have a look. Mom and Dad don't know what your children like. It took a long time to choose this one." Su Chen and Yan Bingxue discussed the gifts for the kindergarten children. Today. After all, today is just a parent-child activity in the kindergarten. It was the first time they participated in bringing a gift, which represented their own feelings, but the choice of this gift requires a little more consideration. Tuanchuan and Lele go to public kindergartens, and the educational resources are relatively good, but the families of children in public kindergartens are uneven, so this gift cannot be too expensive. There are many girls and boys in the kindergarten. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue couldn't figure it out either, so they could only choose unisex gifts. Tuanchuan opened the box and found a long thing inside, which she couldn't understand. Baba Mama, what is this? Su Chen took the things in his daughter's hand and showed them to Tuanchuan. Lele. He saw this gift from Douyin and thought it was very interesting. The children should like it. He patted the strip lightly on his wrist, and a magical scene happened. The strip was instantly wrapped around the wrist and turned into a wristband with a cartoon pattern on it, which looked very novel. Tuanchuan couldn't help but let out a wow. It's amazing, Baba, I like this. Tuanchuan. Su Chen felt relieved when he heard his daughter say this. Yan Bingxue took a blue box from the bag for her son. Lele, do you like this little gift? Lele couldn't wait to open it, and put the wristband on his wrist as his father just demonstrated, while the others were super lucky, just got the Ultraman Superman pattern, and he circled happily. I like it, this gift is really great, my classmates will love it. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, okay, then you can share this little gift with your classmates later, okay? Tuanchuan and Lele nodded happily. After breakfast, at 8:10, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue changed their clothes. Yan Bingxue put on some light makeup, and took the two children to the kindergarten. At 8:45, the children and parents in the kindergarten were almost there, and everyone sat on the small playground and chatted lively. This is not the first time they have participated in kindergarten activities. They have held such parent-child activities before, so many parents know each other, and they usually meet when picking up their children. So at this time, everyone they are all chatting. Tuan's little tablemate Lily was in the crowd, watching her parents chatting hotly, but she couldn't help looking out the door. Hey, Tuanchuan and Lele are also participating in the event today, why haven't they come yet? When the surrounding parents heard this, they all came over curiously, and asked, do Tuanchuan and Lele also participate in the activity today? Receive red envelopes. The cash or coin red envelopes have been distributed to your account. WeChat follow the public account, book friends base camp, too. Receive it. Haven't they never participated in kindergarten activities before? I heard that it's because the parents are busy, like a father of two children. One parent didn't finish his words, but the meaning had already arrived. Another parent who was fortunate enough to meet Su Chen said, that's what happened in the past. Didn't Tuanchuan and Lele's father appear recently? I met them when I sent their children to school some time ago. Tuanchuan Lele's father is so handsome. Yeah. We met Tuanchuan Lele's father last time. The handwork that time, when Tuan Lele won the first place, was instructed by their father. At that time, the teacher asked us to study with him. When I saw Tuanchuan Lele's father, he was also shocked. He was so good-looking. Really so handsome? My family is all old people picking up children, but unfortunately I didn't see. It's okay, the parents of Tuanchuan Lele will definitely come over today, and we'll see you later. The parents were a little more curious, and they were a little absent-minded when chatting, and looked at the park entrance from time to time. Today's activity is for small classes, and the activities for middle and large classes were held last week. But the teachers from the middle class and the big class also came along with the teachers from the small class, and even the principal came out. The parents were collectively boiling. What's the situation? Today is a small class activity. Why are all the teachers in the school here? It's not a weekend. When did the kindergarten attach so much importance to weekend parent-child activities? I have participated in it several times before, and I have never seen the principal come over in person. Is there anything special today? We must be nothing special, but didn't we just say that it is the first time for Tuanchuan, Lele, and their parents to participate in this event? Do you think that these teachers and principals are also here because of this matter? Ah? Are the parents of Tuanchuan Lele so good? Can all the teachers in the kindergarten be present? A parent asked curiously, a bit sour in his voice. Lily's father had seen Su Chen. Knowing that the Tuanchuan Lele family is good, he couldn't help but say, maybe the teachers are also curious. After all, it's the first time for them to come here, just like our mentality. Don't you also want to see Tuanchuan Lele? Parents? When he said this, the parent just smiled awkwardly. Over there, the teachers were sitting in one place. The young female teacher asked the head teacher of the small class, Mr. Sun, you didn't lie to us, did you? Will the parents of Tuanchuan Lele really come today? Teacher Sun nodded and was surrounded by people like the stars holding the moon in the middle. As the head teacher of a small class, this is the first time for her. It will definitely come, don't worry. Tuanchuan Lele never participated in this kind of activity before. Since I signed up this time, I will definitely bring my parents here. The female teacher who just asked the question rubbed her hands excitedly and said, Mr. Sun, are Tuanchuan and Lele's father really that handsome? Recently, Mr. Sun met Tuanchuan and Lele's father. After going back to the dormitory, he kept saying that he had never seen such a handsome man. He was even more beautiful than the stars on TV. These teachers are very curious, but I don't know what happened recently. Tuanchuan and Lele are both picked up by the elderly at home, and their father came here a few times on the way. I heard that 2 days ago I came here once. But it was only in the morning, and they didn't meet the students who happened to be picking up their class. So although they have nothing to do with them today, in order to meet Tuanchuan Lele's father, they all gave up collectively and stayed in the school during their rest time. The principal is a woman in her early 40s. She usually gets along with the teachers. She is not particularly curious about how handsome Tuanchuan and Lele's father are, but she knows the information about Tuanchuan Lele's family. She just wants to find out, what kind of man will the husband of the president of the extraordinary group be? The engine sound of luxury cars is different from that of ordinary cars. When Rolls-Royce parked at the door, everyone looked over curiously. The principal and teachers immediately stood up and walked to the gate of the park to greet them. The parents kept their eyes on the car, and someone whispered, My God, I heard that there is a super rich guy in the children's class, but I didn't expect it to be Tuanchuan and Lele. This is a Rolls-Royce. This is not just as simple as Rolls-Royce, this is a customized version, and the price is estimated to be more than 100 million. More than 100 million? My mother, Tuanchuan and Lele are the second generation of super rich. Baba, why are you so surprised? This car, Tuanchuan and Lele's family, are too different. The one that Tuanchuan is driving is different. This is the car of Tuanchuan, and hers is blue color. 2 Rolls-Royces. TSK, 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 what kind of a rich family is this? The parents had not recovered from the worth of Tuanchuan Lele, but Su Chen and Yan Bingxue over there had already got out of the car and walked towards the park holding the hands of Tuanchuan and Lele. Immediately, there was a sigh of relief from the crowd. My God! What kind of beauty is this? I used to think that the two children, Tuanchuan and Lele, are very delicate and beautiful, just like the little child stars on TV. This is the first time I have seen their family together, which is too shocking. Bar. I finally know that what you just said is no exaggeration at all. Tuanchuan and Lele's father is too handsome. Even a married woman like me can't help but beat my heart. The husband next to the matriarch who said this glanced at her complainingly and said with a flat mouth, Tuanchuan Lele's mother is also very beautiful. She is 100% beautiful, their family of 4 stands in one piece. It is really eye-catching. The teacher in the middle class couldn't help but sigh, my God, why do I think the road at the entrance of our park has become a red carpet for celebrities? As soon as the words fell, Su Qingyan Bingxue led the 2 children to the front, and the principal respectfully reached out and shook hands with Su Chen. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, you are here. The first thing Tuanchuan and Lele did after they changed their names was to come to the kindergarten to correct their names, so the principal knew Su Chen's surname and appropriately called Yan Bingxue Mrs. Su. Yan Bingxue nodded politely, with a faint smile on her always cold face. The female teachers all looked fascinated. The teachers in the middle and senior classes couldn't help but say to Tuanchuan Lele, your parents are so good-looking, no wonder you are so cute. Tuanchuan Lele is super happy today, on the one hand, because it is the first time to participate in the school's parent-child activities, on the other hand, because I think my parents are all around. They can finally participate in this activity with their parents like other children. The principal looked at their family with a smile, and was surprised to find one thing. Mrs. Su, I found that your Jiao Lele and Mr. Su really look alike, while Tuan is a little more like you. These 2 children really inherit the advantages of their parents perfectly, and they will definitely be handsome and beautiful when they grow up. Parents have noticed this too. Tuanchuan and Lele have been in kindergarten for a year, and everyone knows a little bit about the situation of the 2 children. Tuanchuan Lele's father has never appeared before, and the teacher has not mentioned it. Everyone thinks that Tuanchuan Lele is the baby of a single parent family. Even if they had just heard that Tuanchuan Lele's father was coming today, they thought it was the stepfather. After all, Yan Bingxue's strength is amazing. It's still easy to find a handsome stepfather for the children. But at this time, seeing their family standing together, many parents were puzzled. This looks so real. In the crowd, some parents were still slightly sour. I can't believe that Tuanchuan Lele's family is so rich, but their father has never been here before, and the children have only appeared when they are 3 years old. Could it be that the relationship between husband and wife is not good? I heard that the marriages of rich people are very complicated. On the surface, they look glamorous. In fact, the 2 of them are like strangers when they return home. They are only together for the sake of profit. Would that be the case? Lily's father glanced at the mumbling parents next to him and couldn't help but retort, Tuanchuan and Lele have a good relationship with their father. Our husband and wife often take the children to the riverside to play and have barbecues for 2 weekends. Last time, we also met the Tuanchuan Lele family. Mr. Su is very kind to the two children, and the children have a very close relationship with him. It was because of their mother. I'm at work, so I didn't come, but I still made a video call halfway through, and the family is very good. My dad is right, Tuanchu and Leilei's dad is super good. It's also delicious to cook. I like Uncle Su's barbecue the most. It's even better than my dad's. Since the last incident, Lily and Tuanchuan have completely become good friends, so seeing others say their family, she couldn't help but speak for her best friend. The somewhat sour parents saw Su Chen and Yan Bingxue holding hands, and couldn't say anything to refute, and smiled awkwardly. The other parents had a stunned expression. Originally, the appearance of Su Chen's family was already very bad. Now I heard that their family went to the riverside for barbecue on weekends, and their relationship was so good. People are envious. Xiao Tuanchuan and Xiao Leilei's family are too happy. They are rich and beautiful, and their relationship is so close. It's really a fairy family. The principal welcomed Su Chen Yan Bingxue in, and he left quickly. Before leaving, he told the teacher that the activity must be done well. The teacher of the small class nodded and went up to the stage to speak with an excited look. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue also found their seats and sat down. Tuanchuan and Leilei happily shared the gifts their parents bought to the children. After a while, every child received a gift. The boys were blue, the girls were pink, and the patterns on each were different. The children didn't know how to play when they got the wristbands. Leilei happily demonstrated to them. The atmosphere of the scene became active all of a sudden. The sound of pop was incessant, and each child wore a wristband on his hand, which looked super harmonious. The teacher on the stage gratefully glanced at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue over there. Woohoo, can such a fairy parent give her a fight? If every parent is so understanding, then her activities will be more relaxed and happy. When the children got their desired gifts, they all said thank you to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue over there, and the surrounding parents also took the initiative to chat with them. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, you are so polite, and you have prepared gifts for the children. We all came empty-handed, so I'm a little embarrassed. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Mother Orange, my husband and I have been busy with work before, so this is our first time to participate in the park's activities. Parents have already greeted each other before, but we are still newcomers. That's why I thought of using a small gift to bring the distance closer. I hope you like it. I like it, my child likes it. You see how well she plays. Mommy, you and Dad are so attentive. By the way, have you joined our class group? We parents are all in it. In the future, if anything happens, we can get in touch in the group. Yan Bingxue added, the teacher said this at the beginning, I have always been in the group. Orange Mother said in a low voice, Mother Tuanchuan, it's not the group that the teacher pulled, it's a small group created by us parents, and here are all of us mothers. Sometimes things in school are not easy to be exposed to. The teacher said in front of you, everyone has a small discussion group. I'll pull you in? Yan Bingxue was a little surprised. I didn't expect the small gift prepared by her husband to be so useful, and all of a sudden, the parents opened their hearts to them. The meaning of this parent group is completely different. Yan Bingxue nodded, immediately took out her mobile phone, and was quickly pulled into the group. When everyone saw her coming in, they immediately lowered their heads and chatted on their mobile phones. Thank you, Mommy, for the gift to my child. Tuan Tuan Leilei's parents are so caring. In the beginning it was all thanks, but it gradually changed. Mother Tuanchuan, you look so good although I'm sitting a bit far away, but looking at it from here, your skin looks good. Can you share your skincare products? Mother Tuanchuan, your lipstick is also super nice. Can you share the shade? Yan Bingxue seems to suddenly know why the mothers want to pull a parent group alone, because the content of their chat is really not good for the children's fathers and teachers in the school to observe. After a pleasant opening remarks, the teacher on the stage began to talk about today's game session. The most important part of this kind of parent-child activity is the game link, which is an activity organized by the school for parents and children to entertain together. And babies can also fight for the little red flower in these games and win the honor with their parents. At this stage, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little serious and tense. Although the parents of the babies chatted happily, it did not affect their desire to win or lose in this link. There is a chubby parent over there who is already speaking harshly. Parents, we want to say okay, today's game is purely for entertainment. The children and parents who lose later can't cry haha. Of course, this is for the children to hear, but it is also to tell the parents that he is going to exert his strength next. Whether he wins or loses, he still hopes that it will not affect the feelings of the children. Another parent immediately followed and said, okay, friendship comes first. Competition second, but competition is competition. When we get to the arena, we are competitors. Parents, cheer up. The children were also excited by the atmosphere. Baba, come on. I want a lot of little red flowers. Leilei excitedly took Su Chen and Yan Bingshua's hands, and said in a low voice, Baba Mama, let's work hard together. Seeing that the audience was so intense, the teacher said with a smile on the stage, it seems that all parents and children are ready, so let's start our first game session. The first game, called two-person three-legged, is a very classic parent-child game in our kindergarten. I believe many parents have already understood the rules of this game, but children may not understand it very well, so let our teacher do a demonstration for the kids. The teachers of the middle and senior classes began to demonstrate the two-legged play to the children, while Tuanchuan and Leilei watched the whispers below. Leilei said, Sister, don't forget our main task today. Although Xiaohonghua is very important, the relationship between Baba and Mama is even more important. Our main goal today is to reconcile Baba and Mama. As for the win or loss of the game, it can only be ranked second. Tuanchuan nodded vigorously. I know, giggle, don't worry, I will definitely try my best to create opportunities for Baba Mama. But, lol, I think these two things can be done together. We can take the first place, and we can let Baba play and cultivate feelings. Leilei thought about it, and it seemed to be the truth, so he smiled and said, well then we have to work harder later, not only to take the first place, but also to make Baba and Mama reconciled. Yeah, come on. Suchin drew lots and got the second group of duels. There were also 4 other groups of families who were also drawn to the second group. Among them is the skinny father who just started talking. His family is a little girl. She looks very similar to her father, a little thin, with slightly higher cheekbones and a pair of phoenix eyes. This kind of face-to-face look is more eager to win or lose, so before they played, the family had already chatted. The little girl took her father's hand and acted like a spoiled child. Dad, you have to cheer up later, our family wants the first place. I want little red flowers. The little girl's father touched his daughter's head, raised his head proudly, and said, "Don't worry, Xin, my father will definitely do my best, but my father is a little taller, you and mother may not be able to keep up later." Papa's footsteps. Their voices were not low, and the surrounding parents also heard it. They couldn't help but look over there. The little girl's father was indeed not short. It's not too short, only 1.6 meters tall. But her father's pride in saying this is obviously a little worried that his wife and children will be dragged back, and he said that he is a long-legged man. A parent next to him couldn't listen to it anymore, so he said with a smile, "Dad Xin, I don't think you need to worry about your height." The father of Tuanchuan and Leilei's children is a bit taller than you, and Tuanchuan and Leilei are still two children playing together. They are in a group of 4, we are 3, we already have the advantage. Xin's father looked over with a hint of rudeness in his eyes. Their family's economic conditions were not bad. His father started his own business, and his mother was a full-time wife, so when he was at home, Xin's father was the head of the family. It's very macho, that's why I just said something like that. And he is usually busy with work, so he probably doesn't have time to participate in this kind of activity for children, but every time he comes, he also comes to show his strength and sense of superiority in front of all the children and parents. Li's parents came and drove such a good car as soon as they came, and Xin's father felt slapped in the face. In addition, Suchen is handsome and stern, and Bingxue is so beautiful. He is both angry and jealous in his heart. This time, he happened to draw a group with Suchen and the others, so he thought that he must beat Suchen in this game. Row. Therefore, what he said was also aimed at the first place. I didn't say that we don't have an advantage, but we all play with the children. 1 child and 2 children play the same way. We played this game at home, so today, I'm afraid I'm sorry everyone, this little red flower, my family Xin has decided. The other parents were unhappy and said, "It's not even a comparison yet, Dad." Xin, are you too confident? Xin's father said proudly, "Our family will definitely win the first place. Like this kind of small game, we often play with the children when we are at home. Don't you play with the children when you are at home?" With that said, the other parents were a little speechless. Suchen and Yan Bingxue were over there, discussing things to play later. "Wife, we haven't played this kind of small game before, and we won't know how. We will cooperate later. Let's play together, safety first, and competition second. Although Dad knows that you all want to get the little red flower, the most important thing is, don't get hurt during the game." Tuanchu and Leilei nodded, "Baba, we know." Yan Bingxue also nodded, "Well, after a while, let's get used to the speed. First, don't put it too fast. Tuanchuan and Leilei are still children, and they will definitely not be able to keep up with our adults. It's okay, we'll just watch the kids later," Suchen said softly. Their style of painting is completely different from that of Xin's father. They were all thinking about winning the first place, but Suchen and their family were discussing gently, and they must protect the children later. The parents present were more concerned about the safety of their children, so they clearly recognized the actions of the Suning family. When Xin's father saw this scene, his heart became more and more uncomfortable. So, he took the initiative to say to Suchen, "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, this is your first time to participate in school activities, right? I think your work seems to be very busy. Do you usually have no time to spend with your children at home?" "Actually, it doesn't matter, we are just a game for children, you will focus on participating later. The provocation of these words is full of provocation, and Suchen did not intend to ignore him. After the first group was over, it was their turn to play. Xinxin's mother was bending over to check the rope. Suchen also lowered her head and tied the ropes to the feet of his wife and children. 4 of their family participated in the competition, so it looked a little more complicated than the family next to them. The teacher is today's host. Seeing that everyone is ready, he smiled and said, "The second group is about to start. Parents, please be prepared." Across the 2 groups of families in the middle, Xinxin's father glanced at Su Chen and the others, and said with a smile, "Dad Tuan Tuan, it seems that among our group of families, the 2 of us are the tallest, and we share the same height as the children. The gap is also relatively large. This game is a bit difficult for us. But I still say that, today's first place, our family has decided. Let's cheer together later." Xinxin was probably influenced by her father, so she proudly raised her little head, as if she had already got this little red flower, and said to Tuanchuan and Lele over there, "Tuanchuan Lele, this little red flower. The flowers must be mine, you can't compare to ours." Tuanchuan pouted unhappily and made a cute face at Xian, slightly. "Xinxin, we haven't even started the competition yet, how do you know who will win? Our family is also super powerful, I'm Baba Mama, and I are both amazing." Xinxin's father said with a smile, "Tuanchuan Lele, you guys may not know much about it. Playing games is not just about looking good. He is just jealous that Su Chen is more handsome than him, The teacher over there couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed after talking so intensely before the competition, and said with a smile, "It seems that our group of families are very confident in themselves." The parents of Tuanchuan Lele, do you have anything to say? It has always been Xinxin's father's provocation. The teacher couldn't stand it either. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at each other and smiled. Su Chen didn't speak and motioned to his wife. Yan Bingxue glanced at Xinxin's father over there indifferently, and the corners of her mouth raised a slight arc of confidence. Since it's a competition, then everyone must show their strength to speak, just verbal skills. What's the use of being great? In a word, all the words that Xinxin's father just said were blocked. The teacher almost couldn't help clapping and applauding, and the parents, watching the fun below, also snickered along their mouths. Xinxin's father was about to die of anger, but it was Tuan who said this, and Tuan and Lele's mother was a beautiful woman. He couldn't quarrel with a woman in public. At this time, the teacher over there announced the start of the competition, and each group of families also took action. This book is organized and produced by the public account. Follow VX, book. Friends Base Camp, read books to receive cash red envelopes. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue stood on both sides. Tuanchuan and Lele were among the parents. The family of 4 held hands and looked down at their feet. In the beginning, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue walked very slowly, and they were accommodating the pace of the 2 children. Su Chen hardly exerted any force, and waited for Lele next to him to lift his legs before he stepped up. Look at Xinxin's father over there. Their family has already rushed out. He probably really wants to win. The wife on the right tried her best to keep up with his steps, and Xinxin in the middle was even more difficult. She couldn't use the power tool at all, but was taken away by her parents. Xinxin's mother couldn't help shouting, "Her dad, please slow down a little bit, my child, and I can't keep up." Xinxin's father stopped helplessly, glanced at his mother, frowned, and said, Don't you lose if you slow down? We also practiced this when we were at home. You two keep up with the rhythm. Su Chen has gradually mastered the rhythm of the game. He saw that Tuanchuan Lele was having a good time, so he reminded him, Tuanchuan, Lele, you two are the core of this game. We've just gotten used to it, walking with our feet tied like this. Now you two should adjust each other's pace until you feel that you won't be dragged away by the other party, then tell your parents, okay? Yan Bingxue raised her head and glanced at her husband, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Husband is doing great. For such competitions, men usually have a desire to win or lose. In addition, Xinxin's father has been provoking Su Chen all the time. Yan Bingxue was a little worried that he would just focus on winning or losing like Xinxin's father. But after playing, Yan Bingxue found that Su Chen was very patient. He didn't seem to regard this as a game, but as a small game between the two of them and the children, guiding the children to play the correct way. Tuanchuan and Lele were a little nervous at first, but when they heard their father's gentle voice, the two little guys gradually relaxed. After walking away a few steps, they didn't even need to stare at their feet anymore. Lele happily raised her head and looked at her father and said, Baba, my sister seems to know it already. Su Chen smiled and said, well, since you and your sister have already met, then father and mother will also join your pace. The four of us don't rush to adjust the pace of our pace slowly, you can walk slowly and faster. Ina and the two little guys nodded. Here, the Su Chen family cooperated more and more tacitly, and the pace gradually changed from slow at the beginning to moving forward at a constant speed, but it began to speed up later. Originally, their family was the last. But halfway through at the time, they had become number 2, with only the Xinxin family ahead. Although Xinxin's father's gameplay is a bit aggressive, but because they have practiced this game at home, and they haven't wrestled yet, they think it's pretty good. But when Xinxin's father sees Su Chen, his family has become the second place. Just behind their family, my heart suddenly became anxious. In a hurry, Xinxin's father took a bigger step, not to mention the child in the middle. Even Xinxin's mother didn't keep up, the body was crooked, and even the person took the child and fell directly, and Xinxin's father was also dragged down, fell to his knees on the ground. Once they fell in the game with the two of them, it was a fatal mistake. In addition, Xinxin's father was in a hurry. He was worried that Su Chen's family would catch up and stand up alone, regardless of the wife and children next to him. Go and pull, but the more you talk like this, the more the two of them can't stand up. On the other hand, after Su Chen and Yan Bingxue saw that the first place family fell down, they did not feel fortunate because of it, so they quickened their pace, but continued to maintain the current rhythm and move forward steadily. Tuanchuan and Lele's desire to win is stronger than that of their parents. Seeing Xinxin's family fall, Tuanchuan raised his face and said, Baba, let's go faster, so that we can win the first place. Su Chen glanced at his daughter and continued to maintain the rhythm of the slogan. Tuan Tuan, let's not worry, let's go slowly. Didn't mom and dad tell you that? Safety is the number 1 priority, we can't fall down, go according to dad's rhythm. 121. The Xinxin family was delayed for a while, because of the fall. Although they chased after them, they did not surpass the Su Chen family, and finally only took the second place. When a group of people reached the end, Xinxin's father shook his hand irritably, and Xinxin next to him seemed a little scared, and hid behind his mother carefully. On the other side, the parents surrounded Su Chen's family. Tuanchu and Lele, you just did a great job with your parents. The cooperation is very tacit, Lily, and then cooperate with parents like Tuanchuan and Lele children, so that we can finish this part. Playing this game, you still shouldn't be too concerned about winning or losing. It was originally a tacit match. You must cooperate with each other to win the game. One person's winning or losing is useless. The following two groups of families have also finished the comparison. Looking at Su Chen according to the overall time, the family took the shortest time, so of course the winners of this round are Tuanchuan and Lele. The teacher called the names of the two of them on the podium and asked them to come to the stage to receive the little red flower. Tuanchuan Lele was very happy. The cute little faces of the two of them smiled sweeter than the little red flower. When the teacher stood on the stage and gave them awards, he couldn't help but praise the performance of their family just now. Everyone has seen it just now. In fact, our two-legged game cultivates a tacit understanding between parents and children, and the most important thing is to cooperate with each other. Like Tuanchuan and Lele's family performed very well. You can see that Mr. Su and Mrs. Su seem to be playing this kind of game with their children for the first time, but their family is not chaotic. They found their own rhythm, and it was the adults who tried their best to cooperate with the children. Only parents who teach their babies so carefully can they finally get the first place victory. Do you think that's right? Kindergarten teachers are very cute when they talk, because they are generally aimed at children, but what they are saying at the moment is also very useful for parents. Reading welfare, pay attention to the public account, book friends base camp. Every day you read books and draw cash/point coins. There was a thunderous applause from the audience, and everyone was saying, Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, the way you two get along with the children is amazing, and I just saw Mr. Su on stage when I have always been super gentle in teaching Tuanchuan and Lele. I really feel that I have benefited a lot from participating in the school's parent-child activities this time. After I go back, I must learn from you and communicate with the children well. Dad, Xiao Yu said it very well. In fact, children are all influenced by our adults. Although they want Ziyahongwa, they are more concerned about the process of the game. The school organizes such parent-child activities for us. Also to let parents, growing up together with the children, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su did an amazing job today. Everyone is praising Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue is actually a little embarrassed. She has never brought her children to participate in such an activity by herself before, so she has not received so many compliments from parents. Her cheeks are slightly, some redness. Su Chen probably saw her shyness, held her hand gently, and scratched on her palm. Such an intimate little gesture was really touching. From the morning to now, although Yan Bingxue has not shown that she is still angry, she has not shown as much enthusiasm to Su Chen as before. At this time, she and Su Chen are holding hands in the crowd, sweet feeling, even more ferocious than before. It seems that pink love is reigning all around. Over there, Xinxin's father, who was not named, looked hot. Although everyone was praising Su Chen, and no one criticized their family for doing poorly, but at the moment, as long as they are not stupid, they can see that their performance just now, it's really bad. Thinking about the arrogance and ambition he said before the game, now it has turned into a loud slap in the face, and looking at Su Chen over there, he really seems to be more and more small and nothing. Xinxin's father was angry and helpless. Looking at his daughter who was afraid of him, he felt aggrieved. Could it be that he really did this wrong? What's wrong with wanting to win? A manly man, of course, he has to fight for the first place in everything, otherwise he would not have achieved such results today. And his daughter also wanted Xiao Honghua very much in her heart. He just wanted to make her wish come true, but he didn't expect it would be self-defeating and make things like this. Seeing her husband's expression, Xinxin's mother gently pulled him and said, "Husband, it's all right, this is just the first small game, there are other games to come." Xinxin still has a chance to get the little red flower. Xinxin's father said irritably, "It's more than what, it's already so humiliating. Forget it, go back." This. Xinxin's mother was a little embarrassed. "Husband, this is a parent-child activity for the children. This is held by the kindergarten. The activity is not over yet. Let's just leave." "How will you let the children live in school in the future?" When Xinxin heard this, she couldn't help crying. This voice immediately caught everyone's attention. The teacher came over quickly. "Student Xinxin, what's the matter with you?" Xinxin cried and said, "Teacher, I was wrong." "Xinxin, tell the teacher, what are you doing? You didn't do anything wrong." While rubbing her eyes, Xinxin cried and said, "It's because Xinxin is too stupid. It's all because Xinxin is too stupid and can't learn anything. Mom and Dad are going to quarrel again." After saying this, Xinxin's father's face was even more ugly. Xinxin's mother was also embarrassed, and quickly pulled the child into her arms and reprimanded in a low voice, "Xinxin, what are you talking about? Dad and Mother didn't quarrel, so don't talk nonsense. Everyone here is the parents of the children. Everyone can understand what the children say." It is estimated that the usual family atmosphere in Xinxin's home is not very good. Her father's requirements for her are 10 points high. She does not do well. Mom and Dad, there will be quarrels, so the child just lost the game and cried out in fright. Seeing her classmate crying, her little face was a little bitter. She pulled her parents' clothes and asked with some guilt, "Baba, did Xinxin cry because she didn't get the little red flower? Me and Gugu didn't mean to grab the little red flower. Receive cash red envelopes. You can get cash by reading books. Follow WeChat official account, Book Friends Base Camp, cash/point coins are waiting for you." Seeing the child think so, Suchin quickly coaxed softly, "No, Tuanchuan, this is just a small game arranged by the teacher for you." Xinxin child probably just fell down, so she cried a little in pain. Hearing this, Tuanchuan suddenly realized, after thinking about it, he walked towards Xinxin. The sudden approach of the little guy made all the parents and teachers stunned. Tuanchuan squatted down, gently reached out and touched Xinxin's knee, then Blue looked up at Xinxin and said, "Xinxin doesn't cry, did you hurt when you fell? Tuanchuan blows for you, it won't hurt anymore." The child's sweet voice immediately made the two parents beside him blushing. Xinxin's father also reacted. He quickly squatted down and hugged his daughter. "Xinxin, it's all right, let's continue to work hard later, there are other games to play." "It's all right, you just fell and hurt, didn't you? Dad will take you to buy medicine later. Ask your mother to give you a spray, okay?" Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Suchin said that to Tuanchuan just to give Xinxin's house a step, and Xinxin's father hurried down. Xinxin's mother nodded slightly towards Suchen and Yan Bingxue over there, then hugged her daughter and coaxed carefully. Mom and Dad didn't quarrel anymore, and they treated her so tenderly. Xin stopped crying soon. This little farce was resolved by Tuanchuan. The teacher hurried to the stage to continue to announce the next game session. Under the stage, Xin's father walked up to Su Chen and said, "Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I just didn't do well." Su Chen smiled and shook his head. "It's all right, Dad." Xin, "We are both fathers for the first time. Maybe we are not good enough in some aspects, but we learn from each other and improve slowly." Xin's father is really about to feel ashamed. Looking at Su Chen's generosity and thinking about what he just did, he blushed, bowed to Su Chen very solemnly, and said solemnly, "I understand, Mr. Su, thank you." Seeing that he was gone, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but glance at Su Chen and said with a smile, "Husband, what you did was very good." Su Chen is so happy now that his wife praises him. The two have been lukewarm for so many days, and his wife finally praised him. Tuanchuan and Lele are really his little treasures. He will definitely cherish this activity today, and strive to restore the sweetness with his wife. The eyes of the parents behind Su Chen were completely different from those at the beginning. Although everyone was shocked by the appearance of Su Chen's family at first, many parents actually felt that Su Chen had not appeared for such a long time. And there must be some small problems between him and the children. But from the small game between the family just now, and Su Chen's performance, to Xin's father, everyone began to recognize Su Chen. Su Chen is indeed a very good father, both as a father and as a man. He is very good. The second mini-game is also the most common in parent-child activities, which tests the strength of the team tug-of-war. All the children and parents of the small class were divided into two camps, with 15 families on each side. Tuanchuan and Lele are a pair of twins, and the other babies are basically the same person, but there are 2 children in their family, and there happens to be a pair of twin boys in the small class, so the number is completely equal. So when the teacher announced the game, he also set the captain of the game. Tuanchuan Lele is the captain of the red team, and the other pair of twin boys is the captain of the blue team. Other parents and children are free to divide, and they can choose the captain they want to follow. Lily chose to follow behind Tuanchuan and Lele. When Lily's father saw Su Chen again, he greeted him politely, "Mr. Su, long time no see. By the way, did you go to the riverside to play after that? We haven't met you a few times. My Lily and a few children over there are arguing that they want to eat your grilled skewers." Su Chen said with a smile, "Dad, Lily, I also took the children to the riverside once. Our family moved a while ago, and it was far from the riverside, so I didn't go there again when I went out to play. If Lily wants to eat skewers, then you bring Lily to our house to play, find a weekend, and let's have a barbecue together." When Lily heard this, she immediately clapped her hands happily. "Okay, Baba. Mama, I'm going to play at Tuanchuan and Lele's house. I'm going to eat the skewers grilled by Uncle Su." Lily's mother patted her daughter's head embarrassedly. "You child, how can you be so rude? Uncle invited us to play at home to be polite to us. We can't be so rude and just say we're going." Su Chen smiled and said, "Mom, Lily, it's okay, I'm not polite to say that, I mean it. Lily and Tuan are at the same table in the school, and the relationship between the two of them is already very good. It's just me and Tuan Lele. My mother is usually very busy with work, and I haven't mentioned these things before, so let's go back and find a time. We will hold a small party, and then everyone will get together." After Su Chen finished speaking, he turned to look at Yan Bingxue and asked, In a low voice, wife, what do you think of hosting a small party for the children? Yan Bingxue nodded. She didn't pay much attention to children's social activities in kindergarten before, but after attending this activity today, she found that parents and children were very enthusiastic. Not only adults need social activities, but children also need it. She ignored this in the past, and now it's time to pay attention to it. Tuanchuan and Lele were right next to them. They were very happy when they heard that their parents were going to invite the children to play at home. Baba Mama, can we invite all our friends to come? Lele asked. Lily is her sister's tablemate. He also has a tablemate, and a little friend who plays very well. Suchin nodded. Okay, I'll call all the children over then, and Dad will prepare a big cake for you, okay? Lele nodded frantically, standing beside her father, very happy. When the parents behind them heard that there was going to be a party, they came forward one after another and said that it would be time to do it together, and everyone got ready. The 15 groups of families on Su Chen's side were very lively because they were discussing the gathering at that time, while on the other side, the Big Tiger and Xiaohu family, who were the captains, were nervously discussing the countermeasures later. Dahu and Xiaohu are another pair of twins in the class. Both are boys. It is estimated that there is not much food in the family. The family of 4 is quite heavy. The 2 children are very strong at first glance. Thin. So for this tug-of-war competition, their family is very confident. After all, this thing depends on strength, unlike the 2-player 3-legged game just now, which requires mutual cooperation to win. In tug-of-war, weight is an inherent advantage. The big tiger and the small tiger don't care about such things as strength. In the kindergarten on weekdays, the 2 of them are the king of children among the children, because of their relatively high height and large weight base. The 2 brothers simply regard themselves as themselves. The big brother in the class. Baba, we can definitely win, right? Dahu said enthusiastically. Big Tiger Baba nodded. Sure, son, you see that we are so strong, tug-of-war is definitely not a problem. Thinking of the lessons from the past, Mother Tiger smiled and said, we can. I'll take it lightly. The captains on the other side are Tuanchuan and Lele's parents. Their family cooperates very well, so this time our opponent is also very strong. Will you have to go for it? When Dad who heard this, he immediately nodded and said, yes, yes, don't take it lightly. Come, let's take a look at the team. In this grouping, the teacher did not emphasize the rules. It was originally a small game in kindergarten. In order to enhance the interaction between parents and children, the grouping was very casual. After everyone decided on the captain, where do they want to go? The group just needs to stand behind the group. However, Dahu and Xiaohu's family really wanted to win this competition, and they also won 2 little red flowers for their 2 sons, so in the grouping session, they kept canvassing for themselves, choosing those who compared the weight base. For older children and parents, this will be more powerful. So after dividing the group, you can see at a glance that there is a 10-point difference in the strength of the 2 teams. On the big tiger and the little tiger side, the parents and themselves are all powerful, and the children they choose are all boys and some parents who seem to be very powerful. Looking at Su Chen and the others, they are basically little girls, and there is a family of little boys who play better with Lele, but the big ones are pulled away in advance by the big tiger and the small tiger. Slim From the perspective of body size, Su Chen and the others have no advantage at all. However, Tuanchuan and Lele, who are the team leaders, don't seem to care about this. The children are discussing happily about the party, and the parents don't care that much about winning or losing. After the group is over, the two sides begin to discuss the strategy for a while. The discussion on Dahu was very intense, and even the order of the queue was decided. Dahu's father was a heavyweight player and stood at the back to stabilize the whole situation. Dahu's mother originally wanted to take the lead but was defeated by Dahu. Dad stopped him and picked a tall boy, Dad, to stand in the first place. The most important thing in tug-of-war is the first and last person, Dad, shall see, the two of us are stable, and the game will be stable. Big Tiger's father was full of anger, and when he said this, a group of parents over Tuanchuan also became anxious. Dad Tuanchuan, look, how do we arrange this group? The big guy instinctively regarded Su Chen and Yan Bingxue as the core characters. Seeing this, Su Chen began to carefully observe the crowd. Lily's father is also a strong player. He is nearly 1.8 meters tall and weighs 180. On weekdays, he thinks he is too fat, but he didn't expect that weight might come in handy right now. Hashtag send 888 cash hongbeo. Hashtag follow the VX official account, book friends base camp. Watch popular masterpieces and draw 888 cash red packets. So, he suggested himself, Dad Tuanchuan, let me stand last. The rope will be tied around my waist. As long as I don't move, we can't lose. What do you think? In a tug-of-war, the last person is very important. As long as the last person is stable, the other side will not be able to pull them away, and then the person in front will have the opportunity to exert force. Lily's father stood at the end and had to withstand enormous pressure. However, other fathers do not have such a large weight base as him, and they dare not take care of themselves. Su Chen thought for a while and said, Dad Lily, you should be the first to stand. When I went to the barbecue with you last time, I saw that you could lift the stove with one hand. I think it was because the strength on your arm was okay. It is more appropriate to bring everyone together with a complex. Lily's father's eyes lit up. Dad Tuan, your observation skills are too good. I can't say anything else, but the strength of this arm is really good. I never said you don't look at my arm in our unit. I'm so fat, and I usually pay attention to fitness, but I can't do anything else, just lift the iron and train my arms. After he boasted, he asked Su Chen again, but if I stand first, who will stand last? I saw that you dads are keeping their bodies so well, and I am the heavier one. If I stand in the first place, who will be the last? Su Chen looked at everyone and said, if you can trust me, then I'll watch the last one. Su Chen is very confident in himself. Because on the first day of activating the system, he got the primary fighting skills from the system's spree lottery. This skill has added a lot of points to his physical fitness. Simple to say. However, only he himself knew about this matter, and other parents didn't know about it. Judging from his body shape, he really didn't look like a master, so Su Chen asked everyone for their opinions. Lily's father was the first to say, I agree. Mr. Su, I very much believe in your strength. The other parents also nodded. Okay. Mr. Su is here to fight, we are very confident. Dad Tuan, let's work hard together, don't worry, although you are the last one, we will all work hard with you. Lily's mother said from the side, Dad, Tuan Tuan is willing to put the greatest pressure on us. We must try our best to output later, but this is just a small game, and everyone does not need to care about winning or losing. Be happy. The most important thing is just like when the ferry ticket and Lele's family were playing two-legged and three-legged, this time we have to play easily. In fact, everyone knows in their hearts that in the tug-of-war competition, the opposing team obviously has more advantages than them, and they will try their best, but even if they lose, it doesn't matter. Suchin nodded and stretched out the back of his hand. Come on, let's work together. Parents and children stretched out their hands one after another, stacking big and small hands, and then waving them upwards. Come on. As soon as Suchin finished speaking, the sound of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the baby for signing in the tug-of-war competition together. The system rewards the host for upgrading the primary combat technique to intermediate combat techniques. The upgrade process takes 5 seconds. Does the host upgrade now? Suchin was heartbroken. The system is really timely. He originally thought that he had primary fighting skills, so there is definitely no big problem with this Jama step. Now that he can upgrade to advanced fighting skills, that small tug-of-war match is naturally a no-brainer. Upgrade. The moment he opened his eyes, Suchen's body underwent subtle changes. A father standing in front of Suchen had been looking at him all the time. And he couldn't help but said suspiciously, Hey, Lele father, why do I feel that you are looking at a station, and the whole person instantly feels taller and stronger? Score? Is it my illusion? When the big guy heard this, he couldn't help but look back, nodded, and said, Yes, I also think that Duan Tuan seems to be stronger than before. What's going on? Suchin smiled and said to everyone, It's estimated that I put on a pose and tightened for a while, so the momentum is a bit different, right? Everyone suddenly realized and said happily, Dad, Tuan Tuan looks very good. I originally thought that Dad who had an advantage in terms of weight, and we should have no chance of winning, but I am looking at Dad Tuan Tuan now. Can you win? Dad Tuan Tuan's figure looks like he's been trained, look at the muscles, I can feel it through the clothes. You must do your best, big guy, it's not certain who wins or loses in this tug-of-war competition. Everyone was cheering each other on. Only Suchin looked at Yan Bingxue. Their group was arranged in such a way that there were 8 fathers in the back and 7 fathers in front, and the mother and the children were in the middle. Suchin crossed the crowd, looked at Yan Bingxue in the middle, and gently gestured with his mouth, Wife, come on. So many people watched. Yan Bingxue was talking to Lily's mother after giving birth, and suddenly caught a glimpse of Suchen's movements. She suddenly felt like doing something bad in the crowd, and her ears couldn't help turning red. Seeing this, Lily's mother asked suspiciously, Mother Tuanchuan, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red all of a sudden? Are you uncomfortable? If you are feeling unwell, would you like to go to the side to rest? Yan Bingxue came back to her senses. He quickly shook his head, I'm fine, Mama Lily. It's just a little hot. Lily's mother nodded, Oh, Tuanchuan mother, it's okay if you're a little nervous, this is just a small game, it doesn't matter if you lose or win. I'm not nervous. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Lily's mother suddenly realized, oh. She stretched out her final tune, looked at Yan Bingxue ambiguous, and said, I see, Tuan Tuan's mother is worried about Tuan Tuan's dad, right? Haha, Tuan Tuan's dad is the last one. The pressure is really big, but don't worry, those people in front of us will work hard and cheer up. Even if we lose, it's fine. We will protect Tuan's father anyway, so don't worry. Lily's mother's voice was not loud, but her voice was very thin, so everyone around could hear it clearly, and Su Chen, who was standing at the end, also heard it, smiling at his wife across the crowd, revealing his mouth full of white teeth. Yan Bingxue was so ashamed that she couldn't say anything to Lily's mother. Seeing this scene, Tuan and Lei smiled at each other. Giggle, our plan seems to have succeeded. When I played the first game just now, Baba and Mama had already talked, and now Baba and Mama are still worried about each other. Baba smiled at Mama just now. I'm embarrassed to see Mama, he. Lei's heart is also sweet when she hears her sister's words. It would be great if Baba Mama can be completely reconciled this time. We can still see Baba Mama every day as before, and they will happily play with us. After the preparations were made, the teams on both sides suddenly became serious as the teacher started. Big Tiger Dad shouted loudly from behind, pull hard. Half a minute to solve the battle. We are all heavyweight players, come on. Moms and dads. His remarks were still very encouraging. The parents of the blue team suddenly pulled together and pulled the rope hard. On the red team's side, Lily's father took the lead and tried to pull back. But unfortunately, the opponent's weight was too great, and his strength was too great. Suddenly, the red team couldn't stand it at all. As soon as Lily's father lost his strength, the parents behind him rushed forward. Just when they thought that this match was really going to end in half a minute, the rope suddenly became taut, and Dad Tiger pulled back hard, but the taut rope didn't move. He couldn't help but tilted his head and stretched his neck to look over there, and found that Su Chen steadied his horse, and stood alone at the end, and pulled the rope tightly. What's the situation? With so many of us, we can't pull Lei's father alone. Come on, parents. For the children's little red flowers, for the honor of our weight, work harder. Big Tiger Dad continues to be inspiring. Reading to receive red envelopes, follow the public account, book friends. Base camp, read books to draw up to 888 cash red envelopes. The red team also reacted immediately. Lily's father, who had just taken off his strength, quickly grabbed the rope and tried his best to reverse the situation. The strength of Su Chen, the team leader, gave everyone a lot of encouragement. All the parents started to do their best. Just now, when everyone felt that they had left, Su Chen suddenly stabilized the situation. Now, for parents, Su Chen standing at the end is like an unmoving mountain. As long as there are, if he is here, they will never lose. Since there is no possibility of losing, of course they have to fight for victory. As long as they work harder, they can get little red flowers for the children. Come on, parents, Tuan's father is behind us, we will do it. Lily's father shouted from the front. The blue team was a little discouraged. What's the situation? Why is Lei's father so powerful? He looks so thin, why can't we pull him? Sure enough, no matter what kind of game, it's impossible to win by brute force alone. Although Lei's father doesn't look fat, he is really strong. I don't think I'm pulling a team at all. It's a big mountain that can't be pulled at all. Everyone, don't be discouraged, we have to continue to cheer up. The words of Big Tiger's father ended with the old man who was pulling, and the whole person rushed forward with Su Chen's sudden force. The team was in chaos for a while. The blue team all rushed over, the red team also sat on the ground, and the red rope, which was originally maintained in the middle, has now completely entered the red team's camp. Reading to receive red envelopes, follow the public account, book friends. Base camp, read books to draw up to 888 cash red envelopes. Suchin was the only one standing in the audience. He walked over to help Yin Bingxue right away, and then lifted up Tuanchuan and Lele with both hands. That strength instantly surprised the blue team on the opposite side. After a brief shock, there was a deafening cheer. Fantastic, we actually won. We won. Dad Tuanchuan, you are so amazing, you have completely reversed this situation. By yourself. Mr. Su, you really don't show your face. When you said that you were going to fight, I didn't know the truth. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Haha. Baby, we all have little red flowers. Mr. Su, have you ever practiced? Our team's weight is completely incomparable to the other side. I didn't expect to be able to turn defeat into victory. At the last moment, I felt that the rope behind me was pulled back all of a sudden, let alone the other side. The blue team, even I, a member of the red team, never thought of it. Mr. Su, you are so good. Su Chen held the two children in one hand and Yan Bingxue in the other. Their family was surrounded by the crowd and praised them well. The big tiger and the small tiger on the opposite side said angrily, "How did we lose? We are the strongest kids in the class, how can we lose the tug-of-war competition?" Wu Dahu's parents came over and smashed their heads on the heads of their two sons. Big tiger and small tiger, now you understand, Mom and Dad always tell you to lose weight, just because not everything can be solved with strength. And it's not that the bigger the weight, the stronger the strength, you can't eat so much. Come on, you can see that Tuanchuan and Lele's father is so thin. But she is still very strong, and the most important thing is to exercise. Don't look at the parents of the big tiger and the little tiger are quite heavy, but in fact this matter is the most troublesome thing for their family. The family is prone to obesity, and they gain weight after eating a little bit of food. The two adults don't want their children to be so fat. So now they found the opportunity, and they started educating their two children right away. The big tiger and the small tiger had a frustrated face, but he couldn't help but walked up to Su Chen and asked, "Uncle, why are you so powerful?" Su Chen raised his arm, revealing the strong muscles inside, "Because Uncle often exercises. If you too want to be as strong as Uncle, you must listen to your parents and exercise your body more. Muscles are better than fat. But it's much more useful. You hear it, big tiger and little tiger, when he is your parents taking you to the gym, you must not cry and shout that you are tired. If you want to be as good as your uncle, you have to work hard." The big tiger and the small tiger nodded vigorously, "Okay. We will definitely work hard to train, and we must beat Uncle next time." Su Chen smiled and said, "Come on." In the second round of competition, Tuanchuan and Lele once again won a little red flower. When the two children stood on the stage, they happily waved to the parents below, with a proud expression on their faces. Yan Bingxue was the first time see. She smiled and said, "So that's the kind of parent-child activities held by kindergartens? If I had known that Tuanchuan and Lele liked it so much, I should have come with them earlier." Su Chen took her shoulders and said softly, "Wife, it's not too late, and the parent-child activities held by the kindergarten are meaningful only when our family comes together. It's not that you're late, it's me who's late. Yan Bingxue turned her head to look at him, her heart full of happiness. She chuckled lightly and said, "That's right, even if I brought the children together before, I'm afraid there is no way for the children to get the little red flowers. Because today's little red flower is because of Su Chen's greatness, so I can get it. Her husband is really excellent in every way. Today I don't know that Tuanchuan and Lei are super happy, and Yan Bingxue is also very happy in her heart. She never knew that it was such a proud thing to be praised in kindergarten with the children. After experiencing the strength competition, such as the tug-of-war competition, the mothers of the children are a little tired, so the next little game is the mutual interaction between the father and the children. The teacher stood on the podium and said, "Children, can you tell the teacher that when you are at home, do you spend more time with your father or with your mother?" The answers below are surprisingly uniform. All the children call their mothers, even Tuanchuan and Lei. Because Suchen lived with them only recently, so if you count the time before, it is better for her mother to spend more time with them. Usually, when you are at home, your mother spends more time with you, right? So the teacher set up a small game so that you and your father can have fun together. The name of this game is called Kangaroo Run. All the children know what a kangaroo looks like. The mother kangaroo has a big pocket on her chest, and you can put the baby kangaroo in it, right? The children nodded cutely, making a group of parents laugh. So the rules of this game are also very simple. Our father will play the role of mother kangaroo today, and the babies are baby kangaroos. During the game, the babies must lie in their father's arms and hold their father's neck and feet. It is necessary to hook Dad's waist, and then Dad will run with the babies, from the starting point to the end. After getting the balloon, run back. Whoever is faster, whoever is the first, will get the reward of Zayahongwa. The children have never played such a game before, and they felt 10 points of novelty for a while. Everyone looked at their parents with great interest and looked forward to the next game. However, this game is played by a father with a child, and a father with a child. This is a good configuration, but there are 2 children in Suchen and Yan Bingshua's house, Tuanchuan and Lei. According to the rules, only one child should be able to play, so only one person in Tuanchuan and Lei can participate in this game with their father. On the other side, the big tiger and the little tiger, who are twins, are also faced with such a choice. Da Hu and Xiao Hu, who have just experienced defeat, haven't recovered much yet. Facing the new game, both of them want to play. Da Hu said to his younger brother, "Brother, I am an older brother. I was born before you, so let me play this game first, okay? Next time there is this game, I will let you play with my father." Xiao Hu was very unhappy, and said with a pouting mouth, "Brother should let younger brother, and brother, you are heavier than me, father can't hold you anymore." The fathers of Da Hu and Xiao Hu looked at their 2 sons and felt a little embarrassed for a while. In fact, he didn't want to choose either. This game is different from a tug-of-war. Weight can no longer be an advantage, but a disadvantage. He can't hold his 2 sons so heavy. Therefore, out of consideration for the safety of himself and his children, Da Hu's father resolutely said, "Okay, the 2 of you don't fight anymore. In this game, Dad brings Xiao Hu to participate in Da Hu. Your weight is too heavy. Dad really can't hold you." When Da Hu heard it, he burst into tears. Your scene was chaotic again. The teacher and the children were busy coaxing Da Hu On the other side, facing Tuanchuan and Lele, who had the same choice, they glanced at each other, and the two little guys hesitated. In the end, Lele took the lead and said, "Sister, do you want to play this game with Dad?" Tuanchuan nodded lightly, but did not speak. She knew that only one of her and her brother could participate in this game. She was embarrassed to say that. She wanted to participate, but she couldn't go against her heart. Lele glanced at her sister, then said to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, "Baba Mama. Then let my sister and Baba participate in this game together. My sister is a girl, lighter than me, and I'm a brother, I should let my sister." The surrounding parents were moved by the cleverness and sensibleness of these two children. Look at the big tiger and the little tiger over there, and then look at the Tuanchuan and Lele here, it's a stark contrast. Tuanchuan and Lele are too good, especially our big brother Lele, who is too sensible. It doesn't matter Lele, even if Lele can't play this game, when you go home, your father can still play this game with you. Lele, you are really a great brother. When Lele heard these compliments, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. But there was a hint of loss in her small eyes. After all, he was only a 3-year-old child. Although he knew that he should be well-behaved and sensible, he couldn't help but hope that he could play this game with his father. Su Chen saw his son's small expression. Hearing what everyone said again, I actually felt a little uncomfortable in my heart. The son and daughter are only 3 years old, why must they be taught to be smart and sensible? The nature of small children should not be suppressed. What kind of things should be done when adults really need to restrain their desires, but children don't? He can say whatever he wants. Su Chen walked to his son and daughter, squatted down and touched their little heads. Before he opened his mouth, Lele lowered his head and said, "Baba, it's all right, you can take your sister to participate, and you can play with me when you get home." The little guy probably became more sensible after hearing what the parents said just now. Pay attention to the official account, book friends base camp, follow to send cash and coins. Su Chen gently raised his little head, looked at his son's lost eyes, and said with a smile, "Lele, who said you can't play this game with your father?" Lele's eyes flashed with joy, and then he said, "But if I participate with Baba, my sister will not be able to participate, and my sister will be sad." Lele, you and your sister are both father's children. Since it's a game that baby and father play together, of course both of you have to play with father. The faces of Lele and Tuanchuan were full of doubts. Su Chen said with a smile, "Dad can hold the two of you to participate together." Who said that? Kangaroos only have one baby, and some kangaroo mothers have several in their bags. A baby. Yan Bingxue came over in surprise and said, "Husband, are you going to participate in the competition with your two children?" Su Chen nodded and said with a smile, "Well, wife, don't worry, I have this strength." Yan Bingxue was actually a little sad when she saw the expressions of the two children. Well, this is probably the difference between two children and one child. Sometimes it is really difficult for two children to have a bowl of water. Take herself as an example. More often, it will be because Tuanchuan is a little girl, so take more care of her and often ignore Lele's feelings. That's why Lele is only 3 years old, she already knows how to take care of her sister. Yan Bingxue just saw Lele give up this game for her sister. Yan Bingxue felt sorry for her son, but she also felt that this might be the best way. She wanted to let Su Chen play with Lele after returning home. But now that Su Chen said that she was going to play with her two children, Yan Bingxue felt a little ashamed in her heart. She did not do as well as her husband when it came to leveling a bowl of water. Tuanchuan and Lei suddenly smiled when they heard that both of them could go up to the game together. Tuanchuan said happily, "That's great, my brother can join me in this game too." Lei smiled happily, but she still couldn't help worrying about her father. "Baba, my sister and I are both participating in the game, you have to hold the two of us alone, and other fathers only need to hold a child. Are you tired?" Suchin tapped the tip of his son's nose. "Lei, in your heart, can't father even hold the two of you?" Lei immediately shook his head and said very firmly, "No, in my heart, Baba is super powerful, like a Superman." "That's all right, let's compete with the three of us." The teacher knew that Suchen was going to take Tuanchuan and Lei to participate in the competition, but he didn't say anything. Anyway, the parent-child activities held by the kindergarten were mainly for everyone to have fun. But the big tiger over there burst into tears and said loudly, "Dad, you see, both Tuanchuan and Lei's father can take them both together, why can't you take me and my brother with you? Play?" Dahu's father broke out in a cold sweat, and said helplessly and funny, "Oh, my son, it's not that my father doesn't want to take you two at home together. Look at how much you and your brother weigh, you are all alone. It's heavier than the two Tuanchuan and Lei combined, how could I possibly hug you two?" When Dahu heard this, he couldn't help but glanced at the petite and lovely Tuanchuan and Lei over there, so he cried even more with a wow. "I want to lose weight, I will lose weight from today, I will never eat fat again, I must lose weight." The parents and teachers present were amused by this remark, and Tuanchuan and Lei over there were lying in Suchen's arms, and they also fell forward and backward with laughter. After a laugh, the game officially started. In fact, in this small game, everyone didn't care that much about winning or losing. Because at the beginning of the competition, Lei's performance had taught the children a lesson, and the parents felt that the family education in Suchen's house was really good, and the children were so sensible. And everything Suchen did later was also very educational for parents. In my country, the two-child policy was opened. In fact, many families already have plans to have a second child, but the two children must have one child. The bowl of water is level, that's not easy. They were also thinking about what to do to be the best, but just after seeing what Suchen did, the fathers suddenly had an idea in their hearts to make themselves stronger and try to be fair to the children. On the field, 7 groups of families stood on different runways, and the rest were fine, except that Suchen and Dad, who looked a little different. Suchen is because he has 2 children hanging on his chest, and Dahu's father is because he can't hold his son a little, and his posture is very strange. And he is supported by his big belly. As soon as the whistle sounded, the big guy rushed out immediately. Suchen had advanced fighting skills, and his arms were amazing. He was walking on the ground with his 2 children, but considering the safety of Tuanchuan and Lei, he did not run particularly well. Quick. Among the 7 groups of families, there are also Xinshin and her father. When he played this time, Xinshin's father was not as arrogant and domineering as before. He even said politely when he saw Suchen carrying his 2 children on the field, "Dad Tuan, you have to take care of your safety with your 2 children later." This is very sincere and has no other meaning at all. In fact, after the 2 rounds of competition just now, he now admires Suchen from the bottom of his heart. Men still have to speak with strength. Suchen is not only powerful, but also has a good character. treating two children makes him, who is also a father, feel ashamed. So now, he really hopes that Suchin can play well, and at the same time pay attention to safety. Xinxin's child is very thin, not tall, a little shorter than Tuanchuan, and also very thin, so this game is a real advantage for Xinxin's family. After the start, Xinxin's father rushed out with the child in his arms. This time, he didn't focus on the first place. Their family had an advantage. He didn't just focus on running, and asked Xinxin in his arms from time to time. Xinxin, will you feel uncomfortable like this? Collect free good books, follow VX, Book Friends Base Camp, recommend your favorite novels, and receive cash red envelopes. Xinxin shook her head, looking at such a gentle father. The little girl smiled shyly. Baba, I like this game so much. Xinxin's father froze for a moment, and the corner of his mouth immediately showed a smile, and his eyes couldn't help but turn a little red. Suddenly, Xinxin said, Wow, Dad, Duan Tuan is catching up. After Suchin got used to Lele, he started to speed up. He was holding two children on his chest, but he still seemed very relaxed when running. When he was just in the tug-of-war competition, everyone had witnessed Suchin's strength. Seeing this scene at this time, the crowd is full of applause. Xinxin's father saw that Suchin surpassed him, and was about to run to the side of the balloon. He bowed his head and said to his daughter, Xinxin, you have to hug Dad tightly, Dad is going to speed up. Xinxin's father quickly caught up, but he was still a little slower than Su Chen, but when he took the balloon, Xinxin's side was obviously more advantageous. The balloons were inserted on the stools, and there was only one on each stool. The teacher didn't expect two children to play together, and just didn't notice it. When Tuanchuan squatted down to get the balloon, Lele spread out his hands. Baba, what should I do if I don't have a balloon? The teacher over there was already rushing to get the balloon, and someone in the crowd shouted, It's okay, just get a balloon, everyone else has only one. Child, getting a balloon is a win, hurry back and go back. However, Suchin did not leave immediately, but waited for the teacher to bring the balloon over, and the balloon was also in his hand before Suchin ran back with the two children. He chose to let the two children participate in the game together, so the rules and regulations of the game must be respected, which means that the babies must have a balloon in their hands before they can go back. All you have to do is get a balloon. Because the teacher's harvest was delayed for a while, Xinxin's father over there had pulled a distance from them, and everyone couldn't help but start to worry about Suchin. Yan Bingxue, who was sitting in the audience, sweated in her palms. Although she didn't value winning or losing so much, but her husband actually brought the children on the stage, then their family must go all out. As the mother in the audience, of course you have to get involved in the game. So Yan Mingxue stood up and shouted loudly, Husband, Tuanchuan Lele, come on. Hearing her voice, Su Chen and the two children looked towards the auditorium. Su Chen looked at his wife with joy. Although he didn't speak, Yan Bingxue seemed to hear his voice. He was saying, Wife, you finally forgive me. That look was so real, Yan Bingxue could see it clearly. She smiled slightly and continued to shout, Come on, husband. There is nothing more inspiring than his wife's encouragement. After Su Chen heard his wife's voice, he suddenly felt full of strength, hugging the two children and sprinting hard. Well, Baba is about to fly. Tuan Tuan is about to fly too. The little guy's voice was turned up and down. Before Xian's father could realize what was going on, he saw a figure rushing past him, bringing a fierce wind blowing both his and his daughter's faces. Confused. What speed is this? It's amazing too. Suchin was the first to cross the finish line, and even the teacher standing over there did not respond, until there was a burst of shouting in the crowd. And the teacher came back to his senses, and shouted loudly, "Congratulations to Tuanchuan and Lele. Family took first place." But her voice was completely drowned out by everyone's cheers, and the teacher could only continue to shout, 5 or 6 times in a row, until all the families had reached the point, and she stopped. It's so inspiring too. Everyone originally thought that in this game, the highlight of the Su family was that the father, Su Chen, treated the 2 children fairly and took part in the game with Tuanchu and Lele, but they did not expect that they could not only bring the 2 children to play together and win together. The last sprint was really exciting. "Dad Lele, aren't you a professional sprinter? At that speed just now, I almost thought I was dazzled." Dad Xinshin couldn't help saying. "Reading welfare, pay attention to the public account, book friends base camp. Every day you read books and draw cash/point coins." Suchin shook his head. "No, I usually can't run so fast." "Is that an extraordinary performance just now?" Xinshin's father asked. Suchin smiled and said, "It was the power of love just now, my wife cheered me on." Suchen's good dog food, the parents present were all full, and Yan Bingxue, who was busy coming to pick them up, just happened to hear it. The parents all laughed and said, "Hey Dad, Tuan's love words are simply full marks." "I'm sorry, Mommy Tuanchuan, I'm so blushing. It's good to be young, my husband and I didn't get together for a long time. When we had the boss of our family, it was the same, and we didn't care about it in front of outsiders, haha. Mother Tuanchuan, your husband is really capable and sweet. Your family is together, you look so happy." Yan Bingxue looked at Suchin in the crowd with a bit of jealousy in her eyes. Suchin couldn't help thinking that if there was no one else around at the moment, his wife would definitely say slick tongue again, haha. Tuanchuan and Lele won the game. They were super happy at first, but now I see my father say this to my mother. Everyone says their family is happy, and I see my mother's red cheeks, 2 little guys secretly behind my father. High 5. It seems that their plan was successful. At the end of the 3 mini-games, it was a short break. The kindergarten prepared fruits and cakes for parents and children. After everyone replenished their physical strength, the teacher announced that there was one last mini game left today. The name of this game is Balloon Wars. We will tie 3 balloons on each child's body, in different positions. Mom and Dad's task is to burst the balloons on the baby's body, but they can't use their hands, nor you can use your feet. You can only use other parts of your body to pop balloons. As soon as the children heard the rules of the game, many little girls were afraid. Tuanchuan was very courageous, and even walked aside to comfort Lily. "Lily, don't be afraid, it's all right, the balloon won't blow us up." Lily was about to cry, and she shrank in fear when she saw the balloons, but "I'm afraid of balloon explosions, such a loud noise." "It's okay, Lily, although I'm a little scared of balloon explosions, but Mom and Dad are by our side, they'll protect us, so it'll be all right." Yan Bingxue originally wanted to say, when did her daughter become so bold? Children should be a little afraid of the sound of balloon explosions. Especially girls, but I didn't expect that it was because she and Suchin were there, so Tuanchuan was so brave. She is really glad that she can accompany the children to participate in the kindergarten parent-child activity this time. In today's activity, she really saw a lot, learned a lot, and got to know her son and daughter better. And from Su Chen, she also learned a lot of things that a parent should do. At this moment, Yan Bingxue suddenly lost his temper at all. It was indeed because Su Chen was too busy a few days ago, so Yan Bingxue was unhappy in her heart and wanted him to coax herself well. But after these activities today, Yan Bingxue felt Su Chen's coaxing hard on the one hand, and also saw Su Chen's responsible attitude towards children and family. Husband is trying his best to fulfill his responsibilities, both to himself and to the family, and he does a good job. Some time ago, it was probably because he wanted to solve the work earlier, so he ignored them feelings, but now her husband is working hard to change, she shouldn't be angry anymore. Yan Bingxue felt that she should find a chance to reconcile with Su Chen. In fact, she couldn't hold it in her heart for a long time. When she and her husband were sleeping together last night, she really wanted to hug her husband so much. When they are reconciled, she can hold her husband to sleep wantonly, and she can. Yan Bingxue's cheeks were slightly red. When Su Chen saw this, he immediately leaned over and asked, "Wife, what are you thinking?" Yan Bingxue, who had been caught in a wild thought, raised her head and pouted her pink lips. "It's nothing." She was actually a little panicked, which made her tone seem a little indifferent. "Originally, I wanted to reconcile with my husband quickly, but I didn't expect it to become like this when I opened my mouth. Wouldn't my husband think she was still angry?" Yan Bingxue was a little annoyed. At this time, the teacher announced that the game was about to start, and the children had already tied balloons. Although she wanted to explain to her husband, she didn't have time right now. "I can only talk later." Tuanchuan and Lei came on stage, and the two little guys looked at each other quietly. "I have an idea in my mind. The rules of the games just now are fixed, but this game is different. How to break the balloon depends entirely on their own performance. This is a good opportunity to match up with parents." After Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came to power, they stood face to face like other parents, thinking in their hearts how to burst the balloons on the two children. Seeing that Mom and Dad didn't make a claim, Lei took the initiative to say, "Baba Mama, I want to burst the balloons on my sister and I can't use my hands and feet. I think you can only hold us in the middle and work hard." Popped the balloon. The little guy said solemnly, and the group next to him nodded quickly, "Yes. Baba Mama, you can leave me tomorrow, so that we can burst the balloon." When the parents over there heard what Tuanchuan and Lei said, they all started to try. Yan Bingxue seemed a little embarrassed, holding together and squeezing balloons in front of so many people was too presumptuous. Su Chen wanted to move, but his wife hadn't spoken yet, so he didn't dare to make his own decisions. His wife is so easy to be shy, if she becomes angry later, wouldn't it be worth the loss? After finally coaxing her, Su Chen was really happy when she heard her cheering him on. Now, at this juncture, he can't give up all his efforts. Seeing that Mom and Dad didn't move, Tuanchuan said quickly, "Baba Mama, you guys hurry up and start, one of the balloons on Lily's body has already burst." The oppression of the game followed. Yan Bingxue frowned slightly, and when she looked up, she saw Su Chen reaching out to her. She hesitated for a moment, and then handed it over with a blushing face. The moment her hand was placed in Su Chen's palm, Su Chen immediately pulled her hard and took her directly into his arms. The two children, Tuanchuan and Lei, who had not had time to be taken care of, looked at each other with blank faces. Yan Bingxue blushed, raised her head and hit him, and said angrily, "Husband, it's not that you hug me, it's squeezing the balloon." Su Chen had an expression of sudden realization on his face, but when he let go of Yan Bingxue, he secretly said in her ear, "I know, I just want to hug my wife." Yan Bingxue, who had completely forgiven Su Chen, was overjoyed and continued to participate in the next competition with a blushing face. The audience under the stage watched this scene and sighed. Tuan Tuan Leilei's parents are in a good relationship, right? The children are already 3 years old, and they are still in love. Look at this glue-like appearance. I am really envious of the dad. Good-looking is so good for his wife. What kind of fairy character is Tuanchuan Leilei's father? I thought I was here to participate in kindergarten activities, but I didn't expect to eat a mouthful of dog food. Is this still a parent-child game? Why do I feel that Tuanchuan and Leilei, who are caught in the middle, are completely gadget people, ha ha ha. The two children are also having fun, you see. Tuanchuan slipped down on purpose to let their parents hug each other. The discussion under the stage was in full swing, and the sound of balloons on the stage was endless. The activities of the entire park were announced in such a lively atmosphere. In the last small game, the Su family won the 3rd place. But Su Chen and Tuanchuan Leilei are very satisfied, because this game is really great for their family. Regardless of the ranking, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue hugged each other for many times during the process, but Yan Bingxue was completely unstoppable now, and blushed quickly and walked down the stage. Su Chen quickly followed, Tuanchuan and Leilei snickered behind them, and the two silently high-fived. Hee, it seems that their plan has been successful. On the stage, the teacher is summarizing today's activities. Thank you parents for taking part in the parent-child activities held by our kindergarten during their busy schedules. Today's series of games are all hoping to make parents and children play happily. Of course, as a competition, our school also has criteria for judging. Today's Game 4 events, we will eventually select a group of families who have a tacit understanding of the first place. From the point of view of the number of little red flowers, our Tuanchuan and Leilei children are the group that won the most little red flowers, so today, this tacit family, my vote is for Tuanchuan and Leilei, all the parents present. There is one vote here. Next, please show your hands to the parents who agree with the Tuanchuan Leilei family. Tuanchuan and Leilei were both happy and excited, and couldn't help standing up and looking around. When all the parents raised their hands, they cheered happily. Oi! It's great, we are the most tacit family. Originally, I just wanted to play with my parents today, hoping to help my parents reconcile, but I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest. It seems that the opinions of the parents today are surprisingly unified. Then I will announce that in the parent-child activities held by the kindergarten, the most tacit understanding of the family is the family of Tuanchuan and Leilei. The teacher stood on the podium with a smile and looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue under the stage. The kindergarten has prepared a small reward for today's tacit family. Later, our principal will take a family photo for the tacit family in person. In the next month, this family photo will be displayed in the little red flower display column. All children and parents can watch and learn. Tuanchuan and Leilei were very happy when they heard this reward. Turning his head to look at his parents, he said excitedly, "Baba Mama, we are the best, we are going to be on TV. And we will be put on TV this month." For Tuanchuan and Leilei in the kindergarten, the little red flower display column is like a TV. Children can go to the display column, just like the TV, on the big star, because all the children will be in the next month. You can see this photo. Leilei also said happily, this is the first time I put a photo in the display column when my sister and I took the first place in the test, the teacher also showed it, but the two of us only wrote our names, and only it's been 3 days, but I didn't expect it to be released for a month this time, and there are pictures of us and our parents, it's really good. Excited, Tuanchuan rushed up to hug Su Chen and Yan Bingshua's necks, and kissed them sweetly on their faces. Baba Mama, you are the best and most powerful Baba and Mama La in my heart. I feel super happy now, and very proud. Su Chen and Yan Bingshua looked at each other and smiled when they saw the reaction of their son and daughter. Su Chen was also very excited in his heart. This was the first time he participated in his son and daughter's school activities. He didn't expect to feel so good, and finally won the first place in the tacit understanding family. Getting this reward is more fun than winning the lottery. This is the best affirmation for his novice dad. To make sons and daughters feel proud because of them, Su Chen, a father, is the real pride. Other parents and children continued to chat on the playground, and one by one, some people were leaving, while Su Chen and his family were called into the classroom, ready to take family photos. The principal was preparing over there with a camera, while Tuanchuan and Lei Lei happily ran and circled around the classroom. Su Chen glanced at them, then turned to look at his smiling wife. Yan Bingshua's eyes were originally on the child, but when she heard Su Chen calling her, she turned around in a daze, looking at Su Chen with a pair of almond eyes. Huh? Su Chen said solemnly, wife, it was true that I didn't coordinate my work and family well some time ago. He also apologized before. At that time, Yan Bingshua felt that he couldn't forgive him so easily, but after today's series of games, Yan Bingshua's heart has long since been relieved. She is not a hypocritical girl, so she nodded decisively immediately. Then he also realized his mistake and said, actually, I also have something wrong. I am too childish. You are busy with work, so you have to coax me. I was wrong too. I should have greeted you when you were busy at work, and didn't bother you. It's just that I can't do it, because I love you so much, I just want you to be by my side all the time, and when I look for you, you can reply to my messages in seconds. I want to hold you to sleep at night, and I want to get up in the morning. Can see you, and then we'll have another good morning kiss. Yan Bingshua also knew that her anger was a bit wrong, but she really couldn't control herself. If she didn't love Su Chen, she would definitely not care what Su Chen did, or whether Su Chen would be free to accompany her. It was because she loved him that she cared about him more. I want to make myself the N01 in Su Chen's heart. But she also realized her mistake, so when Su Chen told her about it, she made up with him. After hearing Yan Bingshua's words, Su Chen immediately smiled, took her into his arms dotingly, and said, wife, I love you too, don't worry, I will definitely take care of both family and work in the future. The family is in a super good mood, so this family photo is also very beautiful. When the principal got it, he couldn't put it down, saying that this is the most proud piece of work she has taken since she learned photography. Su Chen also thinks it's good. He asked the principal for one more, and planned to take it home and put it in a photo frame and put it on the bedside. In the next few days, the Su family returned to its previous state. Su Chen and Yan Bingshua send their children to kindergarten every morning, and then go to work together. During the day, Su Chen would go to get off work at the Dragon Academy of Sciences, but when it was time to get off work, Yan Bingshua went to pick him up after get off work, and he went home with his wife for dinner. The family can get together and have a lively dinner every day. After the end, Suchin will go to the study for a while, and return to the bedroom at 90 o'clock to sleep with his wife. The extraordinary group breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Tezu was the first to find out. The president's mood seemed to be getting better again. The most obvious manifestation was that the extraordinary group ended the week-long overtime and returned to normal work and rest. On Thursday, Yan Bingshui had just finished a meeting. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. He took out his phone and sent Suchin a WeChat message. "Husband, it's almost noon, remember to finish lunch before continuing to work." With the previous lessons, even if Suchin entered the work cabin, his mobile phone was still ringing. As soon as he heard WeChat, he immediately put down his work and picked up his mobile phone to see. Seeing his wife's words of concern for him, Suchin smiled happily, and quickly replied with a message, "Thank you wife for your concern, I can't have lunch with my wife today, let's take a photo and share a meal later." This is a good solution that their husband and wife have figured out in recent days. Although Suchin couldn't go back to Chow Fan Group at noon, the two couldn't sit and eat together, but they sent messages to each other every day at noon. And sometimes they started videos, and they could have lunch together even if they weren't in the same place. Yan Bingshui happily put down the phone and continued to work with a smile on her face. After a while, the phone rang again. She thought it was a WeChat message from Suchin, and she picked it up and looked at it immediately. But this time, it was a WeChat message from Gu Yusin. "Gu Yusin, Schwer, guess where I am?" When Yan Bingshui saw this news, her heart suddenly became excited. She knew that Gu Yusin was abroad, and she knew where she was. The location of the two was not a secret, so Gu Yusin asked her to guess her location, and she must have returned to China. "Yan Bingshui, Yusin, have you returned to China?" Seeing this sentence, Gu Yusin replied happily, "N. Are you happy?" "Schwer. I'm back." Yan Bingshui, "Of course I'm happy. When did you come back? Are you there? I'll pick you up at the airport now." Gu Yusin, "No need, Shui Air, I'm not at the airport, I came back 3 days ago." Seeing this sentence, Yan Bingshui couldn't help but be a little puzzled on her pretty face. Gu Yusin returned to China 3 days ago? So why did you just tell her now? With the relationship between the two of them, Gu Yusin should have come to find her the first time she returned to China. "Yan Bingshui, you returned to China 3 days ago? Why haven't you told me? Are you home yet?" Gu Yusin replied with red cheeks, "No, I live in a hotel, I haven't told my parents about my return to China yet, Shui Air. It's not that I didn't mean to find you in the first place, it's just, Yan Bingshui felt that Gu Yusin's words seemed very meaningful. She and Gu Yusin had always chatted frequently. She was quite busy with work. But Gu Yusin is different, she likes to chat very much. If there is anything to do, send her a message. The two chat for a while during the daily work break, but Gu Yusin seems to have not sent her a message in the past few days. Yan Bingshui was immersed in the joy of just reconciling with her husband, and she didn't even notice this. "Yan Bingshui, Ms. Gu, your tone doesn't seem right. What's going on? Tell me about it." Gu Yusin, "Baby Schwer, I think I'm really going to fall in love this time." Seeing this sentence, Yan Bingshui couldn't help but feel happy for her girlfriend, but at the same time, she felt a little strange in her heart. Gu Yusin went abroad all these years to avoid falling in love and getting married. She has always had a high eye for men, perhaps because she has read a lot of novels since she was a child, and Ms. Gu still has the most beautiful fantasy about love. After so many years, I haven't met the right person, and I've never been in a relationship. She just likes to talk shit. It's only been a few days, in such a short time, Gu Yusun actually said that she was going to fall in love? As her good friend, Yan Bingxue was a little more vigilant. Yan Bingxue, Yusun, what happened in the past few days? Gu Yusun, Shui this is a long story, but I think I have met my own Superman. Are you happy for me too? Didn't you keep telling me you were going to get married some time ago? Is it time to think about dating? Now. Everything is going the way you want. Yan Bingxue, of course I'm happy for you. It's just that the time is too short. Tell me what's going on. Gu Yusun, baby, I've said it a long time ago, you are my big lucky star. Every time I encounter you, I will be very lucky, and this time is the same. You see, I am here to join you. I just came back to China after the wedding, but on the plane back to China, I met a man, a super good man. He looks very handsome, and he talks very gentlemanly. It's like the hero in the novels I read. Walked out of the book. Shui you don't know, the first time I saw him, I was fascinated by him. And after we chatted all the way on the plane, I liked him more and more in my heart. He is really a super excellent man, although I have never met your Mr. Su, but I think he must be the same as Mr. Su, a person worthy of entrustment for life. Like Su Chen? Yan Bingxue frowned slightly. Yan Bingxue was naturally happy that Gu Yusun could meet the man she liked. But after listening to it for a while, she always felt that it was not that simple. It's like when she met Su Chen, she went through a lot of things before the two finally came together, and Su Chen's excellence was slowly discovered by Yan Bingxue in the process of getting along. Appearance is difficult to see at a glance. Gu Yusun had just met the male god for 3 days, but she was completely conquered by the other party, and she still established such a tall image for the other party in her heart. How can a truly outstanding man be seen through at a glance? Yan Bingxue wanted to hear more, but Gu Yusun suddenly didn't send a message. And there was no word being entered on the dialogue box. Yan Bingxue suppressed the doubts in her heart. This is the first time her best friend has found a man she likes. Of course, she will not pour cold water on him. Yan Bingxue, really? That's great. Yusun, since you've returned to China, let's meet up, and you're Superman, would you like to have a meal together and get to know each other? It took a long time for this message to be sent, and there was no response. Knowing that Yan Bingxue was a little worried and was about to call to ask, Gu Yusun suddenly replied. Sorry Shui, the male god sent me a message just now, and I cut it out to reply to him, Shui, the male god asked me to meet just now. Haha, I feel that my love is coming soon, Shui, I can really feel it this time, and the other party also likes me very much. Maybe tonight, he is going to confess to me, Through the phone screen, Yan Bingxue can feel that Gu Yusun is really happy now. Seeing that her good friends can also find someone she likes, Yan Bingxue is very happy for her in her heart. Before, Yan Bingxue felt that love was not that important to life, and work was the first priority, but now that she has Su Chen, she understands how happy it is to live together for two people. I also hope that Gu Yusun can find her true son and enter the palace of marriage happily. But the premise of happiness is to meet the right person. Yan Bingxue was not overwhelmed by the joy of her best friend. As a mature woman and a past person, she still has to help her best friend check. Yan Bingxue, Yusin, it's so good to hear what you said. I'm really happy for you. How about we have a meal together after get off work tonight? I'll call Su Chen, and you can call that gentleman too. Gu Yusin, okay then I can push my confession a little bit, ha ha ha, I'll ask the male god. After a while, Gu Yusin came back. Swear, I discussed it with the male god, and I think it's better to find a chance to meet next time after all, he wants to date me alone tonight, hee hee. Swear, do you want to confess that he asked me out alone? Yan Bingxue always felt that something was wrong. She didn't say much, she just ate with Gu Yusin at noon, and wanted to meet and learn more about the situation, lest her friends be deceived or something. Gu Yusin readily agreed. Because she was going to have dinner with Gu Yusin at noon, Yan Bingxue couldn't dine with Su Chen. She sent a message to tell Su Chen about the situation. On Su Chen's side, an emergency happened. Elder Yuan's proud disciple, Lin Fifan, came over in person and happily told Su Chen a happy event. Brother Su, a new returnee has come to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. I heard that he is engaged in mecha research abroad. He is very capable. Our Dragon Academy of Sciences has added a new boss. Lin Fifan is now Su Chen's diehard fan. Since he heard Su Chen's words last time, he regards Su Chen as the second god in his heart, and the first is naturally his master Yuan Lao. Although Yuan Lao's attainments in mecha are not as high as Su Chen's, but as a teacher for one day and a father for life, he must put his master first no matter what. Now in the Dragon Academy, besides the master, the person he admires most is Su Chen. So when he had this news, he immediately came to tell Su Chen. Brother Su, didn't you say before that your mecha will make a breakthrough recently? I think the time is too tight before the wedding, but now there is another returnee from the Dragon Academy, and the two of you are united. Maybe it can be done. Lin Fifan said excitedly. Brother Su, I heard that the returnee has arrived. He is in Lao Yuan's office at this time. Let's go to the cafeteria for dinner at noon later. We will definitely meet. At that time, we will also explore the reality of this returnee. Okay. Su Chen said with a smile. His mecha doesn't need to use fake hands, but since he is a talent who wants to repay the Dragon Kingdom after returning from studying abroad, Su Chen naturally cherishes it. Just when he saw the news from Yan Bingxue, he also told Yan Bingxue about his situation, and went to the cafeteria downstairs with Lin Fifan. The cafeteria was very lively today. I guess I heard the news. Those who go out to eat on weekdays also gathered in the cafeteria today. When Su Chen and the others arrived, everyone stood up to greet Su Chen. Although Su Chen is the youngest among this group of people, everyone admires his ability very much, so people like Lin Fifan should call him Brother Su. Brother Su is here. Our Dragon Academy is going to be lively at noon today. Brother Su, have you heard about the returnee? Su Chen nodded, sat down in the seat vacated by the crowd, surrounded by the crowd, watching from a distance. It was like a star holding the moon. Brother Su, the name of this returnee is not small. I heard that a real combat armor was made in a foreign mecha research center, but I don't know what is wrong, and finally failed to pass the audit, but for the entire research institute. It's also a big breakthrough. Hey, tell me, what stage is the current research in foreign countries now? Who will be better than our brother Su, this returnee? Lin Fifan glanced at the man and said, that must be Brother Su's greatness. What Brother Su told us is completely beyond the modern world's understanding of mechas. Even if the foreign technology is reserved, it is definitely not at the level of our Brother Su. This returnee player came back to meet our Brother Su, will definitely be like us, willing to worship. Haha, I think so too, Brother Su. How's your mecha progress? You've been in the working cabin all day recently, so it must be progressing very quickly. Right? Mr. Yuan won't let us bother you, let's go to the observation center first. No chance. Suchen smiled and said, it's going well. If you want to see it, you should be able to see it soon. Wow, Brother Su is a cow. Brother Su, the returnee will come over later. Let's eat together. I kind of feel like seeing two masters together. What kind of sparks will they rub? Lin Fifan said excitedly. Suchen didn't speak, just nodded slightly. He is not too curious about the researchers who have returned from overseas. His mecha is progressing very smoothly. After completion, he can retire and prepare for the wedding. If there is really an excellent returnee in the Dragon Academy, it would be not bad. In the later stage of the Dragon Kingdom's mecha development career, it can be regarded as someone who helped him share a part. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was hot, but the back kitchen over there had a malicious gaze that stabbed Suchen fiercely. This person is Suchen's high school classmate Qianqing. He was peeling onions in the back kitchen at the moment, making a snot and tears, and his already chubby face, now his facial features were even more ugly. Suchen, bastard. It's because of you that I ended up like this. Originally, Qianqing's father wanted to get him into the Dragon Academy of Sciences, but he offended Suchen at the door last time. Yuan Lao made a message, and Qianqing's father didn't dare to do anything anymore. But Qianqing still didn't give up. He refused to find other jobs, and insisted on entering the Dragon Academy of Sciences. In the end, Qian Lao had no choice but to use his connections, and tried his best to get him into the cafeteria. Although Qianqing was angry, there was nothing he could do. I started out as a small worker in the cafeteria. After all, I entered the Dragon Academy of Sciences. I can study eavesdropping when I have nothing to do, and maybe I can enter the research department upstairs in the future. This is the curve to save the country. But without Suchen, he wouldn't have to take this detour at all. So now seeing Suchen being praised by everyone around him, Qianqing was so angry that the onion in his hand was going to smash. It can't be like that. I must make Suchen look good. Qianqing stood up abruptly, and seeing that everyone was busy, he sneaked out. Li Jianhao came out of Yuan Lao's office, and as soon as he turned around, the smile on his face disappeared immediately. He walked quickly to the elevator, his heart was about to explode. But it was still under the surveillance range, and Li Jianhao didn't have any trouble. When he was in the elevator, he endured his anger and made a polite appearance, but when he reached the safety passage on the first floor, he couldn't help it. A punch hit the wall hard. What a genius. Dragon Academy's vision is too low. Depend on. He originally thought that based on his resume, he should receive the best treatment when he returned to the Dragon Academy of Long Kingdom from abroad. He came here today wearing the most expensive suit, thinking that he would be placed in the best office. But Yuan Lao just said that the best office and private work cabin have been given to others. He also said that the other party is a genius in mecha. What shit genius? Can he be more powerful than a returnee like him? Sure enough, the domestic vision of science and technology is still too bad. Anyone can make the president of the Dragon Academy an eye-opener. If it wasn't for... Depends. I didn't expect that the first day I just returned to work in China would be so bad. Dong dong dong. The sudden sound made Li Jianhao, who had just gotten angry at will, startled. Who? He shouted warily. Qianqing walked in from the door with a dog-legged smile. Hello, are you Mr. Li, the new returnee researcher from the Dragon Academy of Sciences today? Qianqing asked with adoration in his eyes, bending over. Li Jianhao immediately tidied up his clothes. He put on a sane look again. I'm Li Jianhao, who are you? Hello Mr. Li, I am also a staff member of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. My name is Qianqing, and my father is academician Qian Lao. Qianqing introduced. Li Jianhao immediately changed his face, smiled, and took the hand handed by Qianqing. Hello, Mr. Qian, I am reporting on the first day today. I am not very familiar with the colleagues of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. I did not recognize it, sorry. He thought that Qianqing and his son were both staff of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. He was a little worried that Qianqing had heard about his anger. When Qianqing heard the words, he immediately said, Don't worry, Mr. Li, I didn't hear anything just now. Li Jianhao nodded with a smile, and took the initiative to hand Qianqing a cigarette. Between the clouds and the mist, Qianqing chatted with him. Mr. Li, I heard that you are a talented person who has returned from overseas. I have always been curious about you before. Now that I see you in person, I am astonished. I heard that you almost made a real fighter mecha when you were abroad. That a person like you can come to our Dragon Academy is really the light of the Dragon Kingdom. It's a pity. Li Jianhao was elated when he was praised, but suddenly he heard a turning point and couldn't help asking, what a pity. Qianqing slapped his mouth twice and said, It's a pity that you came too late, and now our Dragon Academy has made a mess. Not long ago, a young man came to our Dragon Academy. Speaking of which, this person is still my classmate, but I really can't compliment him on his level of ability. I just don't know why Mr. Yuan likes him so much, and arranged the best for him. There is actually a single-person working cabin in the studio, which is the only one in the Dragon Academy of Sciences. But now that Mr. Li is here, these should all be given to Mr. Li. Qianqing kept looking at Li Jianhao's face when he said this. Seeing that he didn't look very good, he immediately knew that he had guessed right. Just after hearing Li Jianhao's anger and talking about a genius, he guessed that it must be Su Chen's business. He has no chance to fight Su Chen now, but Li Jianhao is different, he is a returnee. Maybe, Li Jianhao can get Su Chen out of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. When his dad works harder, he will be able to enter the Dragon Academy of Sciences and become a researcher. Li Jianhao was unhappy in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, after all, he came first, and Yuan also said that he is a genius, so he deserves all these things. What do you deserve? Others don't know. Su Chen and I are classmates, don't they know? This Su Chen is the same age as me, just graduated from college this year, and you know? When he was in college I studied car design, and it has nothing to do with mecha. The most important thing is that he went to a university with a broken third degree. How can such a person be a genius in mecha? I don't know what kind of ecstasy soup he gave Yuan Lao. every day at the Dragon Academy of Sciences. I can't even watch the food and drink in it. Qianqing said with a look of contempt. He carefully observed Li Jianhao's expression, and continued, Mr. Li, just come here, maybe you can become a great hero to save our Dragon Academy. Our Dragon Kingdoms, the technology is definitely not as good as abroad, and I have done a lot of research on mechas in recent years, but there is no major breakthrough. Su Chen just knows a little bit of fur, and he has fooled the Dragon Academy. But I believe that when you come, everyone will find that you are the most powerful. Su Chen knows that, and he is definitely incomparable to you. After listening to Qianqing's words, Li Jianhao became more and more unconvinced in his heart. The best things were given to this man named Su Chen. He was originally dissatisfied, but now he heard that this Su Chen was a young boy who graduated from 3 universities. How could he be convinced? Li Jianhao's arrogance, coupled with Qianqing's incitement, the two soon hit it off. Li Jianhao said excitedly, can people like this be able to thrive in the Dragon Academy of Sciences? It seems that our domestic mecha technology is really worrying. Who said no? Mr. Li, you must save our people. That Su Chen is a half-assed person, he only knows some theoretical knowledge, and I don't know where he heard it, but Mr. Li, after you came, he definitely won't be able to hold it anymore. Won't he reveal his secrets when he encounters a real master? Now he's sitting in the cafeteria of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. The people around him are praising him, making him look like something. I just couldn't stand it anymore in the cafeteria. I wanted to take a breath, but I didn't expect to meet him. Mr. Li, you. Is he in the cafeteria now? Well, I'm going to meet him. Li Jianhao said aggressively. Qianqing hurriedly followed him, saying all the way, Mr. Li, you are a real strength, and you must drive the liar Su Chen out of the Dragon Academy later. No matter it is the best, the studio is still a separate working cabin, which should be prepared for Mr. Li. In the cafeteria, Su Chen and the big guys were all waiting for the returnee researcher, thinking that it was the first time they came here, and everyone had a meal together, which was a simple way to wash away the dust. After all, this is the Dragon Academy of Sciences, not an ordinary private enterprise. It is inappropriate to go out for a dinner party. The big guys were talking and laughing, and Li Jianhao walked over in such a fierce manner. Qianqing didn't dare to go forward. Yuan Lao personally ordered that the idle people should not wait to enter the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. His father managed to get him into the cafeteria and told him to be careful not to be seen by others. So he could only hide in the back kitchen and watch what happened in the cafeteria. When Li Jianhao went up, he walked up to Su Chen imposingly. Qianqing said that he was the youngest and more handsome, so he recognized it at a glance. Are you Su Chen? Everyone turned to look at Li Jianhao. Su Chen also turned to look at him, nodded and said, well, I'm Su Chen, may I ask you? I'm Li Jianhao, an external researcher of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, who just returned from abroad. Hello. He said hello, but he didn't take the initiative to extend his hand to be friendly. Su Chen saw this posture, and his handsome brows were slightly raised. Lin Fifan next to him couldn't help frowning. This returnee has no manners at all. Li Jianhao's next sentence was even more rude. I heard that Mr. Su is from the Dragon Academy of Sciences and has high attainments in mecha. It happens that my main focus is also on mecha research. Why don't we discuss it? These words are obviously provocative, and the people around them are immediately unhappy. But thinking that Su Chen's technology is super awesome, and they also want to see the technical situation of foreign mechas, they can just take a look at this turtle. Immediately, they were excited again. After all, someone came to the door to compete with Mr. Su. This is not the right time. Everyone can watch the fun and learn a lot. Lin Fifan knew that Su Chen was really powerful. So he judged that this turtle must be better than Su Chen. Seeing that the turtle was so rude to Su Chen, he also wanted to see the turtle look embarrassed. Immediately, he bumped into Su Chen's arm and said cooingly, "Brother Su. Compare with him and let him know what real technology is." Others followed suit, "Brother Su, compare with him. All of us just want to see, what is the difference between this foreign mecha technology and our current level of mecha in Long Kingdom? Brother Su, we believe in your strength. Mr. Li is a returnee from studying abroad who has just returned from abroad. If the two of you have a match, it will definitely be very exciting." Su Chen obviously felt that Li Jianhao was a bad visitor, so he didn't want to talk to such people. But Li Jianhao didn't think so. Seeing that Su Chen didn't speak, he sneered. "What? Mr. Su just doesn't dare to fight? I heard Mr. Yuan say that Mr. Su is a talented player in our Dragon Academy of Sciences. I didn't expect it to be at this level. It didn't let you actually do mechas, it's just a comparison of some theoretical masters. Mr. Su is terrified?" After he said this, not only Su Chen, but even the staff of the Dragon Academy who were present showed obvious displeased expressions on their faces. Before Li Jianhao was only provocative, they could understand that Li Jianhao was arrogant. But now, everyone feels that Li Jianhao looks down on Su Chen and the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and even looks down on the current mecha level of Long Gua. How can you endure this kind of thing? Lin Fifan was about to get angry on the spot. Su Chen patted it gently, raised his arm to look at Li Jianhao, and said, "How do you want to compare?" "Simple, let's talk about our current understanding of mecha, what a real mecha looks like," Li Jianhao said confidently. Su Chen nodded lightly. "Okay, you go first." Li Jianhao sneered, "It's better for you to go first, lest someone learn from the parrot later." "Mr. Li, isn't it too much for you to say that? Brother Su is very accomplished in mecha, do I need to learn from you?" Lin Fifan said bluntly. Li Jianhao rolled his eyes at him and snorted coldly, "Brain powder. You. Fifan, forget it, we are all colleagues. Isn't making a fuss a joke? It's a man, so just speak with strength. Mr. Li, I'll ask you again if you want to speak first. If I speak first, then I'm afraid you will have nothing to say later." Li Jianhao looked at Su Chen angrily, and for a moment, he felt a faint fear from the confidence in Su Chen's eyes. Is this person really a half-hearted person, like what Qianqing said? Why does it feel a little scary? If he said it later, it would be a real disadvantage, and he seemed to be imitating him like Su Chen. If what he said was really smarter than himself, wouldn't he not be able to say anything? Or to say that it is more advantageous? Li Jianhao regarded winning and losing as more important than face, so he immediately said, "Okay, since Mr. Su is so confident, then I will do my part. Please." Su Chen raised his hand gently. Li Jianhao stood confidently in front of the crowd, with his hands behind his back, his head raised, like a peacock. "As for me, I have been doing mecha research in the top private research institutions abroad before, and I have also made a fighter armor. The so called fighter armor, is the most powerful weapon of war that has been researched with the top technology. Foreign technology is quite first class, both in terms of resources, materials and capital operations, and they have great advantages. The Research Institute provides us with the most advanced mecha material, titanium alloy. You should not understand this, but it doesn't matter, I can explain it to you, this titanium alloy. Lin Fifan interrupted him. Li Jianhao, why don't you go ahead with foreign research institutes? Isn't it just a titanium alloy? Now our entire Dragon Academy uses titanium alloy materials, and this thing is Mr. Su proposed. Can you stop talking about things that everyone knows? Waste of time. He was quite optimistic about this researcher who returned from overseas, and thought that he might be able to help Su Chen and make Longwa's combat armor come out ahead of schedule, but he didn't expect him to be a foreigner. Li Jianhao was suddenly interrupted, but he didn't get angry. He was a little shocked. The Dragon Academy of Sciences already knows that titanium alloy is the best material for the appearance of mechas now? How is this possible? This is the first-hand news of the foreign military. He learned it only by eavesdropping on the researcher. Before that, his own combat armor did not use titanium alloy material, but Su Chen has already promoted this material to the Dragon Academy of Sciences? He was a little anxious, but he still pretended to be calm. It seems that the technological level of our Dragon Kingdom is still developing better than I thought before, so it seems that my return to China is a fairly correct decision. Don't worry, I will give all the things I learned abroad to the country. This time I am back to serve the motherland and bring all the advanced knowledge I have learned to you. It's too late for him to say that he is patriotic, and the researchers in the Dragon Academy have already offended him just now. Hurry up and say what else, everyone is waiting for dinner. Our brother Su is still hungry, and brother Su will have to work in the afternoon. That is, can you pick up something useful and say, is the current level of technology abroad only to this point? It's really not even worthy to give us Suga shoes. Li Jianhao is rude, and the big guy is even more rude when he speaks. Li Jianhao, who was standing in front, couldn't get off the stage. He clenched his fists tightly with his hands behind him, and glared fiercely at Su Chen. Over there, before continuing, everyone should know that I am doing business abroad. A real combat armor came out, but there was a small problem later, so it was not put into use. As long as I improve it a little, I can develop a real combat armor. Su Chen didn't want to waste any more time with him, so he simply said, why don't you just tell me what problems you have encountered? Listening to you, I think it's a waste of everyone time. Li Jianhao raised his head and asked, can you solve it if I say it? Go ahead. Su Chen said. Okay. All the mobile phones of the mecha I made before can be shown to you now. I'm not afraid to disclose my research results. Anyway, this is just one of my previous works, Su Chen. If you want to see if you understand my work and can point out my problems, then today's game is considered a winner. Someone immediately provided a computer, which was directly connected to the big screen over there, so that everyone could see what Li Jianhao put out. Li Jianhao is very confident in his research results. This is the result of all his work there. I believe it will definitely shock these people in the Dragon Academy in one fell swoop. After revealing the information he was proud of, he stood there proudly, holding his arms. This is the combat armor I made abroad before. I know that some of these things may be a bit difficult for you to understand, If any of your colleagues have any questions, you can ask me individually. Right now is the game between me and Mr. Su. Mr. Su, I can give you half. Ha ha. Before Li Jianhao's words were finished, Su Chen had already laughed out loud. Li Jianhao suddenly became angry. What are you laughing at? Su Chen raised his head, looked at the things on the screen and said, Mr. Li? This is the real combat armor you said? Li Jianhao was so angry that he blushed and had a thick neck, but he didn't dare to answer casually. Today is his first day at work. If he says something wrong, he won't be able to look back later. He can't figure out what Su Chen's level is now, and he hastily answered, if he makes a joke, how can he still be in the Dragon Academy? Li Jianhao wanted to ask, and then replied, this is my work some time ago. Of course, my understanding of mecha is more profound now, but I think it should be enough for defeating Mr. Su. Haha. Not only Su Chen laughed this time, but even those researchers from the Dragon Academy couldn't help laughing. Li Jianhao was a little angry, pointed at Su Chen and said, Su Chen, since you understand so well, then tell me, where is my problem? Do you think you can fool me with a smile? Su Chen stopped his laughter and pointed to the data on it. Mr. Li, your combat armor is at most a large transformer, right? With so many deformable parts, Mr. Li wants to does work make up for childhood? On the battlefield, the most important thing is to be strong, and flexibility is only the pursuit. Mr. Li has designed deformable feet, weapons, and cannons on the head. These things look fancy, but in fact, they will only become a burden on the battlefield. Such a large mecha was originally a living target on the battlefield. You also designed so many tasteless things. Are you performing a bumblebee transformation for the enemy when you are preparing to go to the battlefield? The design of your head cannon is completely unreasonable. You set the mecha's external vision scan at the eye position, and this height can be used to see the whole scene, but after turning into a cannon, do you plan to make the mecha and the operator inside become blind? And also, Su Chen asked a few questions casually, but Li Jianhao was unable to refute them. Su Chen finally said, Mr. Li's mecha was rejected abroad, probably because it was not practical, right? Li Jianhao's face turned red, and when he saw everyone's eyes, he felt even more ashamed. This mecha was summed up after he peeked at a lot of information. He just wanted to include all the latest foreign technologies that could be used. What's the problem? Although Transformers is a movie, it is a powerful mecha. Originally, Li Jianhao's mecha was rejected. He himself felt very unwilling. He designed such a good design, but he felt that it was not practical in foreign countries. He resigned and returned to China in a fit of anger. After entering the Dragon Academy of Sciences, I originally wanted to continue to study the mecha I just had. If it wasn't for being provoked by Su Chen today, he wouldn't show it at all. But he didn't expect that Su Chen would point out so many problems, and he said it well. He opened his mouth, gritted his teeth and said, Su Chen, you won. After that, he ran away without eating. The people in the cafeteria burst into laughter, and Lin Fifan directly raised Su Chen's hand and cheered. Brother Su is mighty. It really gave us the Dragon Academy and the Dragon Kingdom. Brother Su, what you said just now is really beautiful. His mecha was really bluffing when I saw it. I didn't even think of what to say at the time. Get it out. I really can't believe that the researcher of this sea turtle is actually a foreigner who loves foreigners. How about a few words without leaving my research institute abroad? How advanced foreign research technology is, since foreign countries are so powerful, why do you want to go back to China? I thought he was a great talent. Thinking that our Dragon Academy could add another general, it turned out to be just an embroidered pillow. It seems that the future of our Dragon Academy and the Dragon Country Mecca depends on our Susu brother. That's right. I just heard that person talking and I was so angry, but fortunately, our brother Su is so good, he is so proud of our people. The people watching this scene at noon today are really happy. The older generation of research fellows also looked at Su Chen excitedly. Xiao Su, you are really excellent, you can see the problem with this mecha at a glance. To be honest, this young man surnamed Li is here. A lot of effort must have been spent on the mecha, and the data in all aspects are also well done. I was a little surprised when I first saw it, but when I heard you say it, I felt that it was nothing. It seems that foreign mecha research is indeed more advanced than our current research technology in some aspects, but we now have a talent like Xiao Su in our Dragon Academy. I believe we will soon surpass the level of foreign research. The first country to make combat armor will definitely be our Dragon Kingdom. Yes, Brother Su is mighty, and the Dragon Kingdom is mighty. In a small authentic local restaurant near the CBD, Gu Yusun is enjoying himself. Would that's too good. It's been a long time since I've eaten such authentic Chinese seafood. Baby Schwer, you don't even know that the standards for judging food abroad are too low. I went to those famous restaurants to check in, but I have never eaten a delicious one. There are also restaurants in foreign countries that claim to be opened by people from Longwa. In order to cater to the tastes of foreigners, the dishes they make are also different. It's really hard for my stomach. When Yan Bingxue heard what she said, she smiled and said, since the family is so good, then you should stay longer when you come back this time, or else just don't leave and stay in the country. While eating, Gu Yusun said, Shui this time I really may stay in China. If I can solve my lifelong affairs, when I get married, my parents will be able to deal with my work. I don't care anymore, then I can stay in the country at ease. Yan Bingxue said somewhat unexpectedly, you are thinking of getting married so soon? It seems that the male god you met this time is really a dragon and phoenix. Well, he is really excellent, and his speech is also very elegant. I heard that he has studied abroad for many years, and he is still engaged in the high-tech industry. The most important thing is that I kept a careful eye when dealing with him this time. Son, didn't I meet him on the plane? The two of us met in the first-class cabin. You know the conditions of my family. When I was in China before, there were a lot of people around me, and I know they didn't like it. I am myself, but the conditions of my family, so this time I will say that I am just an ordinary international student. The reason why I can take the first-class cabin. I got an upgrade because I won the airline's reward. But even if he knew this, he didn't change his attitude towards me, and he still had a good time chatting with me. I think he treated me well because of who I am. I specifically said that I was a homeless person finding a good job. The conditions are not very good in all aspects, but he is still very good to me, and he even asked me to meet today, Gu Yusun said super happily. But when Yan Bingxue heard these words, a word came up in her heart. Dimensionality reduction blow. A truly outstanding man cannot be judged by his appearance. Gu Yusun is very beautiful, but if he is a person to marry, he must consider all aspects. The man she mentioned only understands Gu Yusun's appearance. It's a bit strange to be so attentive to her. Yan Bingxue thought for a while, and said, Yusun, of course I'm happy for you. That you can find a male god you like, but we are girls after all, so you have to be careful when you go out. Look at you, and this guy. You haven't known God for a long time, so you have to go out alone at night, so keep an eye on it. And call me anytime if you have anything. Gu Yusun nodded quickly, squinted her eyes and smiled. Okay baby Schwer, you are so kind to me, but I think your worry is a little unnecessary this time. And a man as good as him will definitely not do anything. Things that hurt me. After tonight, maybe I'll be able to get off the list smoothly. When the time comes, I'll be your bridesmaid and receive your bouquet. Maybe the next person to get married will be me. Thinking of this scene, Yan Bingxue said happily, okay, I will definitely leave you the bouquet at the wedding. After Li Jianhao left, Su Chen and his colleagues finished the meal talking and laughing, but when he came out of the cafeteria, he happened to catch a glimpse of Li Jianhao rushing into the bathroom over there. Su Chen just wanted to go there too. He could have gone upstairs. There is a separate bathroom in the office, but he thought this Li Jianhao was a bit strange, so he followed. It stands to reason that Li Jianhao should not be so hostile to him when he came on the first day today, but when he was in the cafeteria just now, he was obviously here for himself. Unless someone provoked him to tell him something about himself in advance, or a researcher who returned from studying abroad on the first day here, he should be familiar with the environment first, keep a low profile, wait until he understands, before attacking. When Su Chen arrived at the door of the bathroom, he immediately heard Li Jianhao's angry voice inside. Didn't you say that Su Chen is a half-hearted person who graduated from 3 colleges and doesn't understand anything? But I see how he knows so much about mechas. Do you know that I was about to die of shame just now? Coming to work one day and making such a big ups and downs, did you do it on purpose? Sure enough, someone said something to him in advance. Who would this person be? Su Chen felt that he and his colleagues at the Dragon Academy got along pretty well, and no one should want to harass him behind his back. Then, Su Chen heard a familiar voice. Mr. Li, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Qianqing? Su Chen immediately heard that it was Qianqing's voice. Unexpectedly, he actually came to the Dragon Academy again. Mr. Li, how could I harm you? The reason why I've fallen to this day is because of that Su Chen. My dad said he wanted to get me into the Dragon Academy for research, but he framed me. I can only work in the cafeteria. I hate him so much. How can I help him fix you together? Li Jianhao glanced at Qianqing. What? Are you a canteen worker? Qianqing was a little angry, but still said in a low voice, although I am a canteen worker now, I will definitely be admitted to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. My father is Master Qian. You will know after you enter the Dragon Academy of Sciences. I can enter the Dragon Academy of Sciences. If it weren't for Su Chen, I would definitely be your colleague now. Don't worry, Mr. Li, I will definitely be on your side. Today's incident is just a small accident. And I will definitely be on your side in the future. I will help you. Let's kick Su Chen out together. Li Jianhao didn't believe what an ordinary canteen staff member could do for him, but considering that his father was an academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, Li Jianhao did not offend him. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. Just saw a WeChat message, and he smiled proudly. Forget it, even if I'm unlucky about this today, don't talk about it, I'm going to work, and I have an appointment after get off work. Dating? Mr. Lee, I didn't expect you to be so young. You already have a girlfriend. For someone as handsome as you, your girlfriend must be very pretty, Qianqing said complimentably. Li Jianhao sneered, girlfriend? How could that kind of vase be worthy of me? It's just a pretty little girl, she's easy to deceive at first glance. It's just for fun, how could I choose such a person as my girlfriend? I received such a vent at the Dragon Academy today, and I was worried that I had nowhere to vent. This woman took the initiative to send it to the door. I will have a good vent tonight. Ah? This is... Qianqing didn't understand. Li Jianhao said very arrogantly, it's just a little girl with a bit of beauty, and there should be no contact after tonight. Hearing this, Suchen shook his head slightly and went upstairs, by himself. This Li Jianhao is not only incompetent, but his character is also not very good. Suchen returned to the office and wanted to rest for a while at noon. It was only 12:40, so he squinted for a while, and then went into the workshop at 1:30. The progress of the mecha is not bad, and the time is not in a hurry. He wants to listen to his wife and combine work and rest. Thinking of his wife, Suchen's mouth slightly raised, and he sent a WeChat message to Yan Bingxue. Wife, no matter how busy you are at work, remember to eat lunch. Yan Bingxue just took out her phone and was about to send Suchen a message. Seeing this WeChat message, she immediately called Suchen. I am delighted. Hey, wife, call me so soon, can't wait to miss me? Husband, are you okay? As soon as Yan Bingxue opened her mouth, she asked something that Suchen didn't understand. Of course I'm fine, what's wrong with my wife? Suchen asked in confusion. I just returned to the company after dinner with Yusin. I heard assistant Zhang say that there seems to be some trouble at the Long Academy of Sciences. There is a new returnee from your side. I heard that he will be in trouble with you as soon as he arrives. Is it okay? She just heard the news, and she was worried about Suchen. Wife, shouldn't you have installed your little valet to supervise me in the Long Academy of Sciences? You already know about this matter? Suchen said jokingly. Yan Bingxue immediately explained, of course not anymore. Husband, you are going to work, how could I send someone to supervise you? But this is a big deal, and there are videos posted on the internet, which were intercepted not long after they were posted. It's down. I guess the people above did it. After all, it's something in the Dragon Academy. But Assistant Zhang happened to see it, so he told me. Posted it online? Suchen was slightly puzzled. Most of the people in the cafeteria just now were colleagues from the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and everyone knew the rules. The things they discussed were classified as confidential content, and it was impossible for anyone to record a video and upload it to the internet. Suchen's light flashed, and suddenly he thought of a person. Qianqing. Since Li Jianhao was provoked by Qianqing, he went to challenge himself. Then this video must have been recorded by Qianqing. He is a staff member of the cafeteria, and he should have been hiding in the back kitchen at that time. Suchen temporarily wrote down this matter, and did not talk to his wife for the time being. Husband, why didn't you talk? I didn't have time to watch the video just now. So you sent me a message and I called you directly. Are you okay? Yan Bingxue asked anxiously. Suchen smiled and said, Of course I'm fine, wife, don't you believe in your husband's strength? Isn't he a mecha researcher who came back from studying abroad? Your husband's mecha research level is that good. But the world's first class, his little things brought in front of me, it's just an axe, and it has been perfectly slapped back by your husband, now he should be digging a hole in the ground, trying to bury himself. When Yan Bingxue heard this, she breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a chuckle, Husband, do you know how arrogant you just said? If someone listens to this, I'm afraid it will be used again. Write an essay. It doesn't matter, wife, your husband, I am a man who speaks with strength. And I am not afraid of shadows. If anyone dares to slap me, just come. Su Chen leaned on the chair and said. Yan Bingxue was smiling like a flower, and her eyes were filled with happiness and admiration. Husband, I believe in your strength. I was watching the video that was taken down just now. The content in it is so exciting. No wonder it was blocked. After a few minutes of posting. If this thing is posted, it is estimated that it will cause uproar. I didn't expect that the returnee who just came back is completely in embroidered pillow. Husband, you are really amazing. A few words will block him speechless. I guess he has begun to doubt his life, and he feels that he has done so well abroad's work. When it comes to you, it's only pediatrics. Husband, I really trust you more and more now. You are the one who can really make combat armor, so you have to continue to work hard. If you encounter such a thing at the Dragon Academy, you will leave it to me to handle it. You are only responsible for making the mecha, and I will handle the rest for you. I would like to be the woman behind my husband. Invitation. Suchen worked at the Dragon Academy for an afternoon. When he got off work in the evening, he saw his car as soon as he got downstairs. After getting in the car, Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue in surprise and asked, Wife, you actually came to pick me up today? What's your tone? Didn't I come to pick you up every day these past few days? Nothing unexpected happened today. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Suchen put his arms around her shoulder and said softly, Am I not happy? My wife's good friend is back today. I thought you guys had lunch at noon and would play together after get off work in the evening. I thought I would be myself today. I went home, but I didn't expect that in my wife's heart, I would still be the number one thing. Suchen and Yan Bingxue were tired and crooked in the back seat, and Zhang Tai, assistant, who was driving in front, looked straight ahead without squinting. In the past few days, she has eaten enough dog food in this car, and now she can achieve peace of mind. She hopes that this kind of life can continue forever. She hopes that the President and Mr. Su will stop quarreling, so as not to bring disaster to Chiyu. As long as they can love and live in harmony, even if they sprinkle dog food in front of her every day, she is happy. Yan Bingxue blushed, and Xia Fengquan lightly hit Suchen on the shoulder. Don't be serious all day, Yusen, she has a date tonight, even if I want to be with her, she still doesn't want to come with me. I guess she and her male god have already met at the top by now, and I have long since thrown my friend out of the sky. Suchen asked suspiciously, Male god? Wife, didn't you say that Miss Su is single before? And he has been abroad all these years, because there is no progress in his work and relationship, so he went abroad to avoid his parents. Why is there an extra male god now? Suchen doesn't care about Gu Yusen's affairs, but just sits with his wife. He always has to find a topic to talk about. His wife's friend and wife should be more interested. Yan Bingxue said, "It's a long story, but I only found out today that Yusin actually returned to China 3 days ago, and it was because she met this male god that she never came to see me. I want to ask them to have dinner together, and let's meet together. I also said before that I want to introduce the two of you, but today it seems that Yusin, who was asked by the other party, wanted to be alone with the two of them, so I didn't agree. Let's do it next time. Let's have a meal together." Su Chen nodded. "Okay, anyway, Miss Gu has returned to China now, we will have the opportunity to meet in the future. The two of you have such a good relationship. I also wanted to meet your good friend at the time. After all, I will be us at that time." Bridesmaids. The two continued to chat, but they didn't say anything about Gu Yusin. They chatted about work and other things along the way, and then they arrived home. Tuanchuan and Lele have been picked up by Su's father and Su's mother. As soon as they entered the house, they ran over happily. Su's mother was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Yan Bingxue changed her clothes and went into the kitchen to help because she wanted to steal her teacher and also to make her mother-in-law happy. Dad Su and Chen Chen accompanied the two children to watch TV in the living room. Dad Su said to Su Chen, "Son, I have something to discuss with you. I thought about it with your mother. You and your daughter-in-law will have a wedding in 20 days or so. I don't have any relatives on your mother's side, but our friends have been taking good care of our family over the years. We have been here for so long and it is time to go back, so we thought of posting a wedding invitation this time, so we went back and called in person." Su Chen listened and nodded immediately. "Okay, Mom and Dad, although we don't have any relatives in our family, your friends, my uncles and aunts, have been good to me since I was a child. I must give them to this marriage. Please come here. I can't get away from work here. You can help me tell my uncles and aunts when the time comes, and I will treat them well when the wedding is over." "Haha, no problem, Chin Chin, you are getting married. Those uncles and aunts are very happy. My mother and I have been in Shanghai recently. They always call and send videos to ask. They are happy to know about your marriage. It's amazing. It said that it's time to come to your wedding. Don't worry, when your mother and I go back, I'll definitely bring your words to you. But if your mother and I leave, will it be a little inconvenient for both of you? You and Bingxue have been busy with work recently, and you don't have time to pick up the children from school. Will Lele be sent to Grandpa and Grandma's house? Your mother and I shouldn't be going back for too long. We'll be back in a week. We'll just pick up the two children when we get back." After listening to his father's words, Su Chen thought about it and said, "I have no opinion on this matter, but I still have to discuss it with Bingxue. After all, although there is nothing wrong with my father-in-law and mother-in-law, I don't know if they have any other plans. I'll ask about Bingxue later, and I'll tell you after I've discussed it." After dinner, Su Chen told Yan Bingxue about it. Yan Bingxue said immediately, "Yes, my dad has been fine since he resigned from the company, and my mother has always been a full-time wife. The two of them were fine at home. If they sent Tuanchuan and Lele over, they will definitely be happy." "Okay, then let's settle it like this. Later, you can call your father-in-law and mother-in-law and tell them about it. After we get the parents in the car tomorrow, we will send the two children to the father-in-law and mother-in-law. Go over there." And Yan Bingxue nodded. The next morning, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took leave, and Tuanchuan and Lei Lei did not go to the kindergarten. Su Chen's hometown is Crescent Town in Zhonghai. This is a town with a long cultural history. It used to be a prosperous salt field. However, because of its remote location, not many people know about it. In recent years, there has been a film there. Movies have been popular for a while, but they have also developed slowly. Now it is a small town. Last year, the motor train was passed, and it is much more convenient to go from Zhonghai now. When Su's father and Su's mother came, they were on the train, but when they went back, Su Chen bought them a business seat for the train. Mouth. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei were crying reluctantly, pulling their grandparents' clothes and not wanting them to leave. With Tuanchuan doesn't want to be separated from my grandparents. Baba Mama, our family is so big, can't my grandparents live in our house? Although the little girl didn't get along with her grandparents for a long time, they really liked her grandparents very much recently. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei were very sad when they heard that their grandparents were going back to their hometown. Su's father and mother, who were originally happy, saw that the grandson and granddaughter were about to cry, and the two of them also had red eyes, and squatted down to comfort the child. Tuan Lei Lei, Grandpa and Grandma will only go back for a week this time. You go to school for a few days, and then take 2 days off. Grandpa and Grandma will come back. Maybe it will be faster. Yeah, Tuanchuan Lei Lei, Grandpa and Grandma are going back this time to hold the wedding for Mom and Dad. Don't you want to go to Mom and Dad's wedding as soon as possible? You can hold the wedding soon after Grandpa and Grandma come back. Can you play at your grandparents' house for a few days? Grandpa and Grandma will be back soon, and we will bring you a lot of delicious food when we come back. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei were still sad, but the car had arrived, and the ticket gates over there were open. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue could only pick up the two children. Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, Grandpa and Grandma are only going home for a few days, and they will come in a few days, and Grandpa and Grandma have to work just like Mom and Dad. Although they are on vacation recently, they will still have to come later. Going to work, I can't accompany you all the time. Do Grandpa and Grandma want to make money too? But Mom and Dad are making money. Can Grandpa and Grandma stay with us at home without earning money? Su Chen has also thought about this matter. With his current financial ability, his parents do not need to work as hard as before. However, sometimes work is not only for economic income, but also an important part of life. Su Dad, Su Ma, has been working for so many years, so she must be used to this way of life. So Su Chen didn't mention this to his parents. Now that the child asked, Su Chen asked his parents, Mom and Dad, what is your opinion on what the child said? Bingxue and I are taking the child with me. No problem, but it would definitely be happier if we were together as a family. If you two elders have to wait until the retirement age, it should take about 10 years. Now you have stopped teaching and are all working in the education bureau. If you want, you can also move in and live with us in Zhonghai. Yan Bingxue also said, yes, Mom and Dad, if you come here, not only will Tuanchuan and Lei Lei be happy, but my husband and I will also be very happy. With you at home these days, we really feel relieved. Many. Dad Su and Mama Su glanced at each other, and they were happy in their hearts. Especially Mama Su. Now many daughters-in-law are reluctant to live with their mother-in-law, but she and Yan Bingxue get along very well. It's just that the matter of leaving work and retire early is not something that can be solved in one sentence. Dad Su said, Chin, Bingxue, your mother and I understand what you two mean, so let's go back and discuss it carefully this time, take a look at the situation, and let's talk about it when we come back. Okay, Mom and Dad, Bingxue and I respect the opinions of the two of you. Watching Su's father and Su's mother enter the ticket gate, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went to Yan's house with two tearful little guys. Tu Anchuan and Lele reluctant to part with their grandparents. Both of them were a little disappointed. In this situation, even if you go to kindergarten, you probably don't have the heart to go to school, so Su Chen and Yan Bingxue discussed it, and decided to send the two of them to Yan's house first. Whether you want to go to kindergarten this afternoon will see the situation. Because he took a morning off and happened to come to Yan's house again, Su Chen simply told Yan Bingxue to stay for lunch and accompany his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Knowing that they were going to send their children over, Yan Jinwei and Tang Shuyun were very happy. The house had been cleaned last night, and they went out to buy a bunch of dolls and toys. The living room was full of surprises. When Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went back, they almost didn't recognize that this was the Yan family. Su Chen came here not long ago, and I still have an impression of this place. At this time I saw the big gift tree, as well as the small blankets spread on the ground, piles of gifts and plush toys. The most exaggerated is the house. There's even a big slide. It seems to have become a children's playground. As soon as Yan Bingxue entered the door, she couldn't help but say, Mom and Dad, are you exaggerating? The children are here to go to kindergarten, not for vacation. Tang Shuyun said with a smile, Of course I know the children are going to school, don't worry, we will send 2 children to kindergarten during the day. But isn't there time to rest at night? The children have finally come home. These days. Stay, don't come to pick them up at night. Yan Jinwei said from the side, Your mother is right, you two have to go to work every day, and come to pick up the children in the evening. The distance between our two families is not close, so it's not a waste of time to make an extra trip. If you want me to say small, in the few days when Su's parents are not here, you can just move into the house, my mother and I, and there are many servants in the house, so we can take care of them. When Yan Bingxue heard this, she couldn't help but look up at Su Chen over there. According to their original idea, they just sent the children over here during the day, and in the evening they came over after work to bring the children back, but according to their parents, it seemed that they hoped that they could come and stay for a few days. Yan Bingxue is of course willing. After the last time she came back, she actually wanted to come back to spend more time with her parents, but she wondered if her husband would not be used to it. Yan Bingxue was a little troubled, but Su Chen smiled and said, This will indeed be a lot more convenient, but it will only disturb uncles and aunts a bit. What did you say, child? It's too late for you to come and live with your father, so why bother? Our family is so big, and you will have whatever private space you want by then. Your father and I were already there last night. The room has been tidied up, a lot of things have been added to Bingxue's bedroom. You can go up and have a look later, come and stay tonight. Tang Shuyun said happily. Su Chen nodded, Okay, then thank you uncles and aunts, but we may have to go home to pick up some luggage after get off work at night, and come back later. Yan Jinwei pursed his lips and smiled, looked at Su Chen with satisfaction. and said, Xiao Su, since you and Bing Xue have both obtained certificates. Don't call them uncles and aunts, just like Bing Xue. Is this telling him to change his mouth? Yan Bingxue and Suchen looked at each other and smiled. Suchen immediately said, okay, thank you, Mom and Dad. Tang Shuyun replied with a smile, hey. After get off work in the evening, I went back to pick up my luggage. There was nothing to do at the moment. Yan Bingxue and Suchen went to the bedroom. Upstairs. When they entered the door, they found a lot of things in the room, many of which were made for two people, such as toothbrushes and toothbrush, cups in the bathroom, and towels and bath towels on the shelf. There are also a lot of men's clothes and shoes in the cloakroom, and there is an extra pair of slippers in the room, and the one I learned from Yan Bing is a couple style. Seeing this, Suchen couldn't help but say, parents are really interested. Yan Bingxue looked at him happily, husband, thank you. No need thank me? Thank you for your willingness to live at your parents' house. I know that. You are doing all this for me, Yan Bingxue said with moving eyes. Suchen hugged her gently, silly, we are husband and wife, whether it's my parents or yours, they are our elders and parents. Although we are married, it does not mean that we will be married in the future. We can only live in our own little home, and the home of our father-in-law and mother-in-law is also our home. Didn't I say before that we can come back often in the future? Yan Bingxue nodded. The two were standing in the cloakroom at the moment. There were no other people or voices around, they stood face to face. Su Chen's hand was still around Yan Bingxue's waist, the two were very close, and the atmosphere was just right. Suchen lowered his head and kissed Yan Bingxue's face. Yan Bingxue glanced at him shyly, then turned and walked out. I'll go see if there is anything missing in the room. Suchen looked at his wife's shy back, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and after finishing his clothes, he walked out of the cloakroom. As soon as Suchen went out, Yan Bingxue's cell phone rang. Yan Bingxue picked it up and glanced at it. It was Gu Yusen's call, she said to Suchen who came out. Husband, Yusen called me, this guy, I didn't even contact me last night, and I don't know what happened with that male god, so I'll go and answer the phone first. Suchen nodded, go. Yan Bingxue walked towards the balcony over there, while Suchen went straight back to the house to do her own thing. Yan Bingxue went to the balcony to answer the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Gu Yusen's loud voice came from the other end. Woo woo. Shui, why did it take you so long to answer my call? Baby, I'm so sad, I'm broken in love. Woo woo woo. Yan Bingxue was confused and asked suspiciously, Lovelorn, didn't you just go to dinner with the male god last night, and said that he should confess to you? Why did you suddenly lose love after just one night? Is it? Bah. Don't mention that man. I'll take back all the praise I've told you before. He's not a god at all, he's just a scumbag. Yan Bingxue frowned slightly and asked nervously, Yusen, where are you now? Why don't I go look for you? What happened? Are you okay? I'm fine, Shui, don't worry about me, I'm fine in the hotel. If I really had something to do, I wouldn't have called you this morning. Hey. I was blind and saw the wrong person this time. Didn't I go out to dinner with that scumbag last night? It was good at first. We went to a very high-end restaurant, and he chose the place. Yes, at that time he probably just wanted to show me his economic strength. When he eats, he begins to be dishonest. By pouring wine and picking vegetables, I felt something was wrong at the time, and my face was a little unsightly. Later, after a while, he probably couldn't hold it anymore, and said that we would go to a private cinema together at night. The first date to do this kind of thing, it looks like a bad intention. So I didn't like it right away. I was going to leave on the spot, but this bastard saw that he couldn't succeed, so he tore his face immediately, saying that I was putting it on and pretending to be with him, and also said, "Oh, I'm really mad at me." Well, I can't say the disgusting words he said, but I finally recognized it. This bastard just wants to fuck me. He thinks me as a fool to be deceived. After listening to the whole process, Yan Bingxue said worriedly, "How can there be such a person? Yusin, fortunately you are smart. It's fine if you're okay. If you meet this kind of person, you should be unlucky to step on shit. Next time you encounter this kind of thing, you still need to be more careful. I know you are very serious about your relationship, but sometimes the people we meet are not necessarily the right ones. Think about everything. And don't be too quick. I fell into it, but this time, it's fortunate that you found out early and didn't sink too deep." Gu Yusin nodded. "Yes, Shui Er, thanks to you yesterday for reminding me that I am a lover. If I hadn't thought of what you said, maybe I would have gone to the movies with him after dinner last night, without hesitation. Think about it and get angry." "Okay, don't be angry with Ms. Gu, you can see his true face in such a short time. My Ms. Gu is really eye-catching," Yan Bingxue coaxed. Gu Yusin immediately burst into laughter. "That's it. Humph, oops, I have to quickly delete the moments I posted last night. At the time, I didn't know he was a scumbag, and he even posted a moments. Now that I think about it, I really regret it, but fortunately this circle of friends is only visible to friends. My parents didn't see it." "What circle of friends?" Yan Bingxue asked. "It's the photo I took when I went to the restaurant last night. Didn't you see it?" Yan Bingxue thought that she had been with her husband last night, so she didn't pay attention to other things, and suddenly stuck out her tongue with a guilty conscience. I didn't pay attention. I'll go take a look now." "Go and see. I'll give you a minute. I'll delete this circle of friends." Later, Yan Bingxue immediately went to see her circle of friends. The photo was taken in the restaurant, and the man's face was also photographed. As soon as she saw this face, she frowned. "Yusin, this person, is he working at the Dragon Academy?" "Ah? Dragon Academy? I don't know. He didn't tell me. He just said that he was engaged in high tech, which was very mysterious. He also said that his work had been arranged after he returned to China. He was a very powerful person. I don't know if it's true or not." "Schwer, how do you say he works at the Dragon Academy? Do you know him?" Yan Bingxue thought about it, and immediately sent Gu Yusin the video sent by Special Assistant Zhang in the mailbox. "Look at the person in the video. Is it the same person who ate with you last night?" As soon as Gu Yusin opened the video, she immediately said, "Yes. The guy in the black suit is that scumbag. When he came to eat with me last night, he didn't even change his clothes." "What kind of video is this?" "Schwer?" Gu Yusin asked, while watching. Yan Bingxue said with a cold face, "This is what happened to my husband at the Dragon Academy of Sciences yesterday. I heard that this man is a returnee, and he went to provoke my husband as soon as he arrived at the Dragon Academy, so there is this video." "What? That scum is actually from the Dragon Academy of Sciences? He dares to provoke your Mr. Su. Damn it. Gu Yusin was furious. Yesterday, she was not so angry when she knew that the other party was a scum. But now that she knew that this bastard dared to provoke her husband, Yue Ye, she really wanted to go back to last night and smash him with her small leather bag. Yan Bingxue said, well, but you should watch the video first. He didn't end well in the end. Gu Yusin finished watching the video quickly and couldn't help laughing on the other end of the phone. Ha 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 ha. Cool, it's really cool. Schwer, your Mr. Su is too handsome. How good is this sarcasm, ha ha ha. This garbage scum not only has a bad character, but also has poor working ability. He dares to take this thing in front of Mr. Su and come to the class to get an X. He deserves to be ashamed. Shui Er, I'm so relieved watching this video. You really are my good baby. I'm not angry at all now. When I think about the situation the scum is facing now, I feel very happy in my heart. After being told by your Mr. Su, it will definitely be difficult to get along in the Dragon Academy in the future. Seeing that she was happy, Yan Bingxue also smiled and said, it's good if you are happy in the future. If you encounter this kind of thing, you need to discuss it with me more. You see if I have any emotional problems, don't you? Do it right away? Can I tell you? The combined brains of two people must be more useful than one person. Gu Yusin smiled, okay, I'll definitely tell our family Schwer as soon as I have anything in the future. I love you, baby. Yan Bingxue hung up the phone and went back to the house. Suchen was sitting on the sofa over there looking at the phone, as if he was looking at the data. He looked very serious, and his facial features seemed a little serious, but still very handsome. She walked over to Su Chen and rested her head on his shoulder. Su Chen tilted his head and glanced at her, then gently raised his hand to touch her hair. Finished calling? Yan Bingxue nodded. Well, something happened to Yusin, so we chatted for a while. Speaking of which, this has something to do with your husband, too. Su Chen was slightly puzzled. It has something to do with me? How can the affairs of the two of you girls have anything to do with me? Didn't I tell you yesterday that Yusin met a nice man on the plane? I went on a date last night, and found out that he was just a scumbag who wanted to date her. Originally, this matter has nothing to do with you, but you have a little bit of involvement with that scumbag and your husband. Yan Bingxue pinched her fingers and made a little gesture. Su Chen smiled and said, oh? Is it someone I know? Yan Bingxue nodded. You should know the person who troubled you at the Dragon Academy yesterday. You mean Li Jianhao? Su Chen asked. It should be called this name, right? Anyway, it's the one who came back from studying abroad. He seems to be on the same day as Yusin. The two met on the plane. If I hadn't seen Yusin's circle of friends just now, I still don't know that the scumbag he is talking about is Li Jianhao. Su Chen thought it was a bit miraculous. He didn't expect that Li Jianhao and his wife's best friend would have such a thing. Yan Bingxue told what happened to Gu Yusin just now. Su Chen listened silently. He was not interested in this kind of gossip, but he was willing to listen carefully to what his wife said. He didn't express his opinion either, and he really had no opinion on this kind of thing, so he silently became a wife's listener. After Yan Bingxue finished speaking, she couldn't help sighing. Husband. Fortunately, I am lucky. The person I met is you now. This society really knows people and faces, but not hearts. People who look bright and beautiful on the surface are not secretive. You know what the bad idea is? While talking, his wife suddenly confessed to him. Su Chen was so happy in his heart, he hugged his wife and said, "Wife, both of us are very lucky to meet each other." Yan Bingxue nodded shyly, looked up at Su Chen, and said sweetly, "Husband, I can't wait to see our wedding now. That day and tomorrow will be a very lively and grand scene. I've been busy with work in recent years. I haven't had such a big happy event for a long time, but there are still more than 20 days." Su Chen saw her look of anticipation, and his heart moved slightly. He thought about it and said, "Wife, we have already set the wedding date. It is a good day and auspicious day chosen by father, and it can't be changed. But if my wife wants to be lively in advance, it is not impossible. Wife, when we accompany Tuanchuan and Lele to the kindergarten's parent-child activities, didn't we discuss it with the parents? We are going to hold a family party for the children, which should also be a very lively thing, or we will put this time in advance, before the wedding to prepare." When Yan Bingxue heard this, she immediately nodded excitedly, "Okay, husband. If you don't tell me, I'll almost forget about this. It's the first time I've prepared such a family gathering for my children. When I think of so many parents with the children coming to our house, I feel that the day must be super lively." "Well, for sure. Wife, this is the first time we have held an event for Tuanchuan and Lele after we got married. It must be done better, and there were a lot of people that day, just the two of us. It's definitely not enough, so let's wait for my parents to come back from their hometown. We will hold this party, and now we can prepare in advance. Enan husband, then I'll call Special Assistant Zhang now, and ask her to make a plan. Yan Bingxue is the boss. Usually, if there is anything that needs to be planned, Assistant Zhang prepares the plan in advance, and then she nod in agreement, and start preparing. This time Yan Bingxue had planned the same, but Su Chen said, "Wife, I think it is better for the two of us to plan the children's first family reunion in person. This is also a big event for our family. Discussing together cannot only enhance the relationship, but also perform better on the day. What do you think?" Yan Bingxue was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Su Chen to come in person. "Husband, of course I hope we can plan this family gathering together, but aren't you busy with your work?" Su Chen smiled and said, "No matter how hard you are, you can't be hard on your children, and no matter how busy you are, you can't ignore your family. Wife, don't worry, I will definitely coordinate the time. This time the baby's party is for our family to come by ourselves. Plan it." "Okay." Yan Bingxue nodded happily. After lunch, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went to the Dragon Academy of Sciences and the Chaofan group. Yan Bingxue was thinking about the children's family gatherings. After entering the office, she began to search variously on the computer to see if there were any good plans. On weekdays, these things were prepared by Special Assistant Zhang. Today is the first time that I have planned an activity with my own heart. It is also a children's activity. Opening the web page is full of childlike things. Yan Bingxue looked at those pictures and narrowed her eyes happily. She waited until the lunch break was over, and when it was time to work, she went to read the documents that she needed for the meeting later. At the 2 o'clock meeting, everyone saw that the president came in with a folder and sat in the middle with a pen in his hand. The whole group has been paying attention to the president's personal mood recently. Today is the meeting of the advertising department. Although there were several girls who did not attend the meeting last time, they also felt the pressure of working overtime later. I also heard the project manager who went back There were a lot of things about Yan Bingshui getting angry, so they couldn't help but be a little nervous at the meeting today. But today, Yan Bingshui seems to be in a good mood. Everyone came to the stage to make reports carefully. They have checked these reports many times, but they are still very serious when they say it. The staff reporting on the stage glanced at Yan Bingshui below from time to time, and it was strange for a while to see her writing and drawing in the folder with a pen. President, is this taking notes? This time the advertisement is just to discuss the company's advertising plan for the second half of the year. I didn't expect the president to be so serious. Yan Bingshui, who was given a serious hat by everyone, was drawing a family party plan on A4 paper. She just looked at a lot of planning plans on the computer, and she already had a rough prototype in her heart. While listening to the report of the advertising department, I drew the layout plan of the home. Children's parties, it is good to add some cute factors. She was greatly inspired when she saw the living room prepared by her parents for Tuanchuan Lele today. All come here are classmates from Tuanchuan and Lele school. The children should like toys and snacks very much. Pack these things and put them at home as mysterious gifts. When the party is over, the children can also bring some things. Leave. This idea seems very good, and the layout of the room should also be more colorful. At that time I will buy some balloons, preferably hydrogen balloons, which can float, hang colorful ribbons, and float in the air. The children will definitely be very special. I also have to prepare food since it is a family gathering. The children and parents will definitely stay for lunch at that time. The husband is too busy by himself, so he can also call the chef at home. You have to prepare a cute big cake for the children. The children should like the cake very much. Yan Bingshui thought of this, and her face immediately showed a look of joy. She smiled charmingly, and the advertising manager who made the report on the stage couldn't help being stunned. It's so pretty. The CEO's smile was like a fairy descending from the earth, and the entire conference room seemed to be instantly filled with fairy spirit. There was a sudden silence in the conference room. Everyone looked at Yan Bingshui over there. Zhang Tasuk, who had been accustomed to watching the boss sprinkle sugar, was the first to react. Seeing that the manager on the stage was stunned, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Yan Bingshui, who was busy drawing the cake pattern, didn't raise her head, and her hands didn't stop. She maintained this posture and said softly, "What's wrong? Is there any problem with the spokesperson who worked with me before? Why did it stop suddenly?" "Ah? No. No." The advertising manager who was making the report on the stage finally reacted and said in a panic, then looked up carefully at Yan Bingshui. "Over there. Since there is no problem, let's continue to report," Yan Bingshui said. The employees of the advertising department who were just frightened were relieved at the moment. The meeting went well, and nothing happened that worried them. When the meeting was over, Yan Bingshui and assistant Zhang left first. The employees of the advertising department sat there packing their things, and talked in a low voice. "Huh? I think our president is quite approachable. Why did those project managers say so terrible when they came back last time? I also think the president is very good. During the meeting just now, our manager was accidentally stunned by the president. After being on stage for a long time, I thought the president was going to get angry, but I didn't expect the president to say anything. Speaking of which, our president looks so good-looking, like a fairy. Descending into the world. She smiled like that just now, not to mention man, even a girl like me was dumbfounded. They all said that the president seemed to be in love, and he didn't, knowing what kind of man can conquer such a beautiful and capable beauty as our president. I don't know, hey, anyway, I think our president is very good. The manager of the advertising department said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open again. Assistant Zhang stood at the door and said to the manager of the advertising department, Manager Su, come with me to the president's office. The president is looking for you. As soon as they heard this, everyone in the advertising department suddenly changed their expressions. When the manager followed Tasuk Zhang to leave, the big guy whispered, "What's the situation? The meeting has already ended. Why did the president still call our manager over? Could it be because the manager was a little too small at the meeting just now? Small mistake? My God, it's not really like the project manager said. The president is very scary. Hey, I don't know if our manager will be scolded later." The manager of the advertising department, who was called away, was very nervous. When he was standing on the elevator, he hesitated several times. He wanted to ask Zhang Tasuk if he did something wrong, but the distance from the downstairs was too short. Now, before she had the courage to speak, she had already arrived at the door of Yan Bingshua's office. Manager Su panicked in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly with both hands, and his palms were almost wet with cold sweat. She knocked gently on the door of the office, and Yan Bingshua's voice came from inside, "Come in." Manager Su listened carefully. The CEO's voice was very nice, but she couldn't hear her emotions from these 3 words. Could it be because I just stared at her at the meeting and paused for a while, so now I have to calm myself to criticize her? Or more seriously, she won't be fired. Thinking that after the project manager returned that day, he vividly described the scene of Yan Bingshua's anger, Manager Su's whole person was about to shake into a sieve. "President, are you looking for me?" Manager Su lowered his head cautiously, and his whole body was about to shrink into a ball. Yan Bingshue still held the folder and asked without looking up, "Xiao Su, I remember that there seems to be a child in your family who just started first grade?" Manager Su nodded, "Yes." She was a little puzzled. Why did the president suddenly ask her about the situation at home? Do you really want to fire her? Manager Su was so scared that he knelt down, his eyes were red, and he looked up at Yan Bingshue cautiously, sobbing, and said, "President, I know I'm wrong, I was really careless at the meeting just now, but I have been working very seriously in the company for the past few years, and this advertising planning is all about myself and everyone." The meeting was completed. "I am really familiar with that report. I stopped at that time. But, I just saw you smiling, I thought it was too beautiful, so I was stunned for a while. I'm sorry, President, I'm writing was not intentionally wrong." As she spoke, her knees suddenly softened, and Yan Bingshue hurriedly said, "What are you doing? You President, don't you fire me, okay? My child just started elementary school this year, and my husband's job is very average. I really can't be unemployed at this time. President, I have no plans to have a second child. And I won't do it again. I'm on maternity leave, and I'll keep doing my best in the company." Yan Bingshue was stunned for a moment, then laughed suddenly, looked at Manager Su and said, "Xiao Su, in your eyes, I am a very inhumane president?" Manager Su shook his head, "No, President, in fact, although you have a rather cold image in our hearts on weekdays, we all admire you very much. You are such a young girl who can only manage the company. There is one thing we all admire and convince you very much. It's just that you didn't seem to be in a good mood some time ago. The whole company is working overtime and… Is it because I lost my temper at the last meeting that scared you? Yan Bingxue asked. Manager Su lowered his head and dared not speak, but the answer was already obvious. Yan Bingxue recalled her performance at that time and couldn't help but lowered her head and smiled. It seems that Ms. Gu is right, people in love are big fools. She actually angered the entire group company because of a quarrel with her husband. Yan Bingxue took back her thoughts, looked at Manager Su, and said, Xiao Su, take some paper to wipe your tears. I called you here, not to fire you, I just want to ask you about something. It's completely personal. The problem has nothing to do with work. Hearing what Yan Bingxue said, Manager Su raised his head in a daze, quickly rolled up his sleeves, wiped his tears, and looked at Yan Bingxue opposite, with his eyes open. President, is there anything you want to ask me? It's about the children. I remember that there was a girl in your family who just started elementary school, right? I seem to have heard Jean Tasuk accidentally mention that you hold a birthday party for your children every year, and you also invite the company if there are parents of children to participate. You should have a lot of experience in this area, I mean family gatherings for children. Manager Su was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted. President, do you want to hold a family party for the two little babies? Tuanchuan and Lele? That's right. I went to participate in the parent-child activity held by Tuanchuan and Lele kindergarten last week. This is the first time I accompany them to participate in such an activity, and it is also the first time to play with those parents and children. I think Tuanchuan and Lele are very supportive. I like this kind of activity, so I want to hold a family party, call the children and parents in the kindergarten, and let everyone have a lively together. But I haven't held such an event before, so I'd like to hear your advice. After listening to all the words, Manager Su was completely relieved. She didn't need to be fired. And she didn't expect that the president would actually ask her about the experience of hosting family gatherings for children, which is too rare. In the hearts of these people, the CEO is a god who lives in the sky, and he usually does not descend to earth, but when the CEO talks about the children, at this time, Manager Su instantly feels that the distance between them has narrowed a lot. President, I don't dare to suggest anything, but I do hold a birthday party for my child every year, and when my child was in kindergarten, I also held 2 family parties a year, which is similar to the one you want to hold now. It is to invite children and parents to play at home, so there should be some experience in this area I can share with you. Yan Bingxue nodded immediately. Okay, let's sit on the sofa over there and talk. Manager Su stayed in the office for nearly an hour. As a mother, talking about the children was more positive than ever. Yan Bingxue didn't pay much attention to these before, but now she wants to be a good wife and a good mother, so she thinks these words sound very interesting. Not only listening, but also taking notes, this made Manager Su stunned. Manager Su went out from Yan Bingxue's office, and the two were very happy. Yan Bingxue gained so much experience and gained a new understanding of the family gathering that he wanted to plan. It is said that practice brings true knowledge. Sure enough, it is not enough to search for those planning activities on the internet. Only by listening to The sharing of truly experienced people, can you get more inspiration? When Manager Sue returned to the advertising department, colleagues from the advertising department rushed over and looked at her worriedly. Manager, are you okay? Everyone saw that Manager Sue's eyes were red, and they were even more afraid. In their hearts, Manager Sue smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. Manager, we have been working together for several years. You don't have to hide anything from us. You are crying. Did the president scold you? Because you were in a daze during the meeting? Actually, I can't blame you for that. Don't we all stare at it? Who calls the president so good-looking? You have misunderstood. When Manager Sue heard everyone's words, he couldn't help thinking of himself who had just entered the president's office, and couldn't help but lower his head and chuckle. You really misunderstood the president. The president is not so stingy, and I found out today that our president is really very approachable. She called me into the office, just wanted to ask me how to hold a family party for the children. I think our president is not only a beautiful person, but also a very good mother. She seriously asked me about the things I need to pay attention to when hosting a family party, and she also asked me if I had any good ideas. I told her she has memorized all those words. Don't misunderstand the president again, big guy. As a good boss like her, we have to work harder. Go back to work now, come on. Mecha. After Suchin went to the Dragon Academy, he plunged into the work cabin. The progress of the mecha has reached a critical stage, and Suchin himself is also very excited. Although these mecha technologies given by the system are all in his mind, but these are theoretical knowledge after all, and the real practice is another matter. Suchin felt that it was an exciting thing to be able to witness the launch of the first combat armor in the world. Dong dong dong. In the middle of the afternoon, Suchin was working hard. But there was a knock on the door of the work cabin. In the current Dragon Academy, only Suchin has his own private working cabin. Usually, when he enters the working cabin, everyone knows that he is busy, and no one will disturb him unless there is something important. So when he heard the knock on the door, Suchin immediately went over to open the door. The person who came was Yuan Lao. Suchin invited him in. After Yuan Lao came in, he first glanced at the progress in the work cabin. Seeing the rapidly scrolling system data, Yuan Lao nodded excitedly and gratified. Xiao Su, it seems that things are going very smoothly on your side. Suchin nodded with a smile. Not bad, Mr. Yuan, you come to me, what's the matter? Mentioning this, Yuan Lao frowned slightly and looked at Suchin apologetically. Xiao Su, I heard about what happened in the cafeteria yesterday. I really didn't expect that Li Jianhao would actually trouble you. Blame me. I forgot to remind him when I was in the office. When Suchin heard this, he smiled and said, It's okay, Mr. Yuan, this matter has passed, and I didn't suffer any loss. There are others who suffer. Although Suchin smiled and said it was all right, Yuan still said, Xiao Su, it is an honor for our Dragon Academy to come to our Dragon Academy with your talent. What happened this time is because my management was not thoughtful enough. But don't worry, I will definitely not let that Li Jianhao come to bother you again. Hey, I don't know why the dean suddenly called such a person over. I originally looked at his profile and thought that this person might be your assistant, but after what happened yesterday, I don't think he deserves it at all, so I transferred him to another department, and he shouldn't have a chance to see you now. Thank you, Mr. Yuan. Suchin just wanted to take advantage of this time to Concentrate on completing the mecha. He didn't want to worry about other things. Mr. Yuan's decision saved him a lot of trouble. Old Yuan, is there anything else you need to do here? Su Chen asked. Yuan Lao nodded, there is one more important thing. If it's just for that matter, I wouldn't bother you during working hours. Go ahead. It's about the life bag you mentioned. Yuan Lao became serious. The drugs and millimeter emergency repair system you proposed before, there are currently no corresponding resources on the side of Long Kingdom. I want to ask, do you have an alternative plan for this life sack? Su Chen frowned slightly, shook his head and said, drugs can be substituted. But the materials and systems used for millimeter repair. This is irreplaceable. If the mecha encounters an unexpected situation during the battle, the repair system is particularly important. Millimeter level repair materials are necessary. Yuan Lao nodded, I understand, Xiao Su, I have already reported this matter to the above. In fact, we have also prepared for a while, but this material is really not available in China now, but the people above gave it to me today. I have a piece of news. I heard that the millimeter level repair material you need is available in Haigua recently. But you also know that although Haigua is a small country, because of its unique resource conditions and environment, it also has a place in the world. The exchanges between Longhua and Haigua are not bad, but if this resource is provided by Longhua, if you come forward, it may not be easy to handle. Yuan Lao said with some embarrassment. Su Chen immediately understood what he meant. I understand, Mr. Yuan, this repair material is not usually common. For Haigua, it is a scarce resource. If Longhua comes forward to ask for it, it is estimated that the other party will be suspicious. That's right, Xiao Su, you're a smart person, I won't give a shit. The concept of life sack and emergency repair system you put forward has never been put forward by anyone in the world. This is your research result. If it is made public, I am afraid it will inspire other countries a lot, and now our combat armor has not been completed, all your research results must be kept secret until then. Su Chen thought for a while and said, Old Yuan, since the state can't come forward, then leave this matter to me. I'll go to Haigua to see if I can find a way to get the repairs we need. Material. Before Mr. Yuan could speak, the phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately said in a serious tone, Xiao Su, I'll answer the call from the military. Su Chen nodded, and Yuan Lao took the phone and went out. After a while, Yuan Lao walked back excitedly, pulled Su Chen's arm and said, Xiao Su, good news. Just called me above and said that there is an international auction in Haiyu recently. According to reliable information, the repair materials you need are also within the scope of the auction, and they will appear in the auction in the form of auction items. So, we have a chance to get it. When Su Chen heard this, he was also very excited. This repair material is very important for his combat armor. It seems that even God favors our Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Yuan, since it is an auction, we can participate as private buyers and get the materials. We don't have to worry about other countries being suspicious at all. Yuan Lao nodded excitedly, yes, the permission has been given just now. This time, we have to photograph the materials anyway. Su Chen said, Old Yuan, then leave this matter to me. I am an external employee of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and I am also a stranger. I will take photos of the materials, so that no one will doubt it. Yuan Lao glanced at Su Chen, took out an unlimited credit card from his wallet, and handed it to Su Chen. Xiao Su, that's good, I'll leave this task to you. This bank card has no upper limit. You can pay by swiping this card. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Don't worry, this time you are here on behalf of Longhua. It doesn't matter how much you sell, we just need to get the materials you need. Xiao Su, the country has high expectations for you and the Mecca you are studying. The entire Dragon Kingdom is your backing, so this time, just let it go. Su Chen took the task, and Yuan Lao immediately arranged for him the materials needed for this trip abroad. The decision on this business trip was urgent, and Su Chen planned to speak to Yan Bingxue first. He originally wanted to send WeChat, but after thinking about it, he decided to call directly. It will definitely take a few days to go abroad this time. I won't be able to see my wife for several days, and I may not have time to see my wife later. Let's make a phone call and listen to each other's voices. Yan Bingxue is planning the party and has received a lot of valuable advice from Manager Su. She now writes like a ghost. Zhang Tasuk knocked on the door and came in with a very ornate invitation in his hand. President, I just received the International Express Haigua's large-scale auction this year is about to start. Haigua's Tel Company has sent you an invitation letter. Do you want to arrange the itinerary for the next few days? Come on, we can leave almost today and tomorrow. Yan Bingxue raised her head, glanced at the invitation letter, and said, without thinking, this year's auction will not go. Zhang Tasuk was slightly taken aback. President, Haigua's auction has always been the focus of the international business community. At that time, world-renowned companies will participate. Not to mention the rare treasures in it, but this opportunity is particularly important. In previous years, our extraordinary group will go there, and the cooperation project with Tel Corporation was also negotiated at the auction. The previous year, why don't we go to this year's auction? This is a very good opportunity to seek international cooperation. Domestic companies want to go even after they've broken their heads. Now that the president has received the invitation letter, why doesn't he want to go? Yan Bingxue's current focus is mainly on family. In the past, she would definitely attend such a large-scale international business event, no matter how busy she was, but now it was different. If she went to participate in this auction, it would take several days and she would have to go abroad. She didn't want to leave for so long, and now she had to hold a family reunion for her 2 children, so she had a lot of things at hand, so going to the auction would definitely be delayed. I don't want to go, anyway, the extraordinary group doesn't need anything at the auction. There is indeed no shortage of those extraordinary resource groups, but can you find partners? Zhang Tasuk looked puzzled. But the president had already shook his head and refused, and she couldn't say more, so she nodded and left. Looking at the gorgeous invitation letter in his hand, Zhang Tasuk frowned slightly. It seems that the focus of the CEO's life is really different now, and he doesn't even want such a rare opportunity. Yan Bingxue didn't feel sorry at all, she lowered her head and continued to plan with a smile. The phone on the table suddenly rang. She tilted her head and saw that it was Su Chen's call. She immediately happily put down the pen and paper in her hand and answered the call. Husband? Isn't it working time now? Why did you suddenly call me? Yan Bingxue asked sweetly. Su Chen heard his wife's happy voice, and his mood also improved. He said, Wife, I have a sudden situation here. I want to tell you in advance, I may go on a business trip in the next few days. On a business trip? Yan Bingxue wondered, husband, isn't your job at the Dragon Academy researching mechas? Why do you still have to go on a business trip? Suchen didn't say much, and explained briefly, yes, my job is indeed to design mechas, but now there is one material that Longhua does not have. I have to go abroad to get back the materials I need. Oh, where are you going? How many days? Yan Bingxue was slightly reluctant. But this was her husband's job after all, and she couldn't be emotional. Going to Haigua, but how many days to go, it has not been determined yet. See country? Isn't the auction just now also in Haigua? If you go to the auction by yourself, can you go on a business trip with your husband? Yan Bingxue's mood instantly improved, and she asked, husband, when are you leaving? Suchen looked at the door, and Yuan Lao, who went to prepare, hadn't come back yet, so he said, I should leave later. I guess there is no time to go home today, but I don't know when the flight is. Yuan is here. Arrangements, I will let me know when the ticket is booked. Yan Bingxue said, okay, I get it, husband, let's do it, then you will tell me your schedule later, so I don't worry. Well, no problem, but my wife, I have to say sorry to you. I originally promised you that you must coordinate your work and family, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen suddenly, and I had to go on a business trip abroad. It is estimated that it will take a few days to leave, and I am afraid that I will not be able to accompany you and the child in these days. Su Chen's tone was also a little reluctant. Since he and Yan Bingxue got their marriage certificate, their family moved in directly. When I was busy with work some time ago, I could still sneak into my room every day when I got home. Son, daughter, and wife. But this time I'm going on a business trip abroad, and I won't be able to come back for a while. At that time, I can only watch them in the video, and I can't accompany them. Suchen is also reluctant. Yan Bingxue is okay, because she knows that she can meet her husband in Haigua. It's okay, husband, it's work, sometimes it's necessary to travel on business. I believe that Tuanchuan and Lei will understand us. Suchen faintly felt that there was something wrong with this sentence, but did not delve into it, and felt that Yan Bingxue probably meant that she also traveled a lot on business, so Tuanchuan and Lei should also accept her business trip this time. And wife, you are so kind. He really thinks that Yan Bingxue is super considerate and gentle. The last time the two of them quarreled and had a cold war, it was entirely because of a problem with the way he handled the problem. If he could tell his wife clearly earlier, even if he was too busy to go home, his wife would definitely forgive him, just like this time. Then wife, I might have to do some work first, pack some things, and send me the flight information later, and I'll give you the first time, okay? Okay husband, go get busy. By Yan Bingxue hung up the phone very decisively. It made Suchen on the other end of the phone a little confused. He looked at his mobile phone and smiled helplessly, and couldn't help but whisper, this little girl, I said that I want to go abroad, and I have to go for a few days. Does she not want me at all? Hang up the phone. But that's fine. If my wife is really reluctant, maybe I don't even want to go abroad. Come on, Suchen, get this job done as soon as possible, come back early to reunite with your wife and children. After Yan Bingxue hung up the phone, Zhang Tasuk was called in immediately. Zhang Tasuk didn't know what was going on at all. In short, when the president called her, he was in a hurry, so she didn't dare to delay for a moment, and immediately put down the work at hand and entered the office. What about the invitation letter just now? Yan Bingxue asked immediately, when she saw her walk in. Ah? President, what invitation letter? Zhang Tasuk looked blank. It's the invitation letter from Haigua. You didn't smash it, did you? Yan Bingxue asked with a frown. The documents and materials that are generally not used in the company are prevented from being taken away and used by people with intentions. They are usually put into the shredder. Yan Bingxue is worried about the efficiency of Zhang Tezu's work. Zhang Tasuk shook his head. No, President, I think that the invitation letter is very beautiful, so I put it in my drawer and haven't smashed it. Yan Bingxue breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, you can bring the invitation letter. Let's get ready and leave for Haigua later. Ah? President, didn't you say that the auction will not go this time? Special Assistant Zhang asked suspiciously. Isn't that what I said before? I called you in now to change my mind. Hurry up and don't look at me with big ignorant eyes. Zhang Tasuk is completely in a state of confusion. His own president has always been very decisive, and he will not change what he has decided. Why did he regret his decision so quickly today? She now feels that she just doesn't understand the president more and more. Originally, she had been by the president's side for several years. She thought she should be the person who knew the president best, but the changes in the president have been too great recently. Not to mention the ups and downs of the mood, the mind has become difficult to figure out. Woohoo, why does she feel like she can't understand the president's heart more and more? But going to participate in this auction is a good opportunity for Chaofan Group and the president himself, so in the face of the sudden change of the president's decision, Special Assistant Zhang took action immediately. President, I see. I'll bring the invitation letter later. I'm booking a ticket now. When are we leaving? Should we leave this afternoon, or wait until tomorrow morning? The auction time marked on the invitation letter is 2 days from now. It takes 16 hours for the international flight from us to Haigua. The night before the auction, there is usually a reception and other activities, so we will be there early tomorrow morning at the latest. Gotta go. Zhang Tezu calculated the time well. She knew that the president now has a family, and every time he goes on business, he tries to go back on the same day as possible, because he wants to live with Mr. Su at night. Even the last time she didn't bring her keys at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, she was thinking about going over the wall and going home. This time, she was going to Haigua, and it would take several days. It is estimated that the president would have to go back and say goodbye to Mr. Su. Yan Bingxue said, the flight has not been confirmed yet, you should send someone to my house first. I have just called the housekeeping auntie, she will pack the suitcase. You can have someone wait and pick it up directly when the time comes. Come to the company. In such a hurry? Does that mean you're leaving in the afternoon? Zhang Tezu didn't dare to linger, and immediately said, okay, President. I'll arrange it now. Wait, don't go out. Just call here to arrange these things. People are waiting here. I may have flight information to you at any time later. When Yan Bingxue spoke, she kept looking at her phone. Zhang Tezu stood there dumbfounded, really not knowing what they were waiting for. Why is the president's current behavior more and more incomprehensible? There are so many flights to China, so why not just book a flight? As long as you can decide when to go, why wait? Special Assistant Zhang could only follow her arrangement and use her mobile phone to arrange everything in the office. She waited for more than half an hour. During this time, Special Assistant Zhang arranged the luggage, and then took Yan Bingxue next. Several days of itinerary have been pushed back a week. After she had arranged everything, when she looked up, she saw that the president was still writing and drawing there, and he checked his phone every once in a while, as if he was waiting for some news. It's so weird. As soon as Su Chen finished talking to Mr. Yuan, he immediately sent a message to his wife. He immediately sent the flight information to his wife. Su Chen, wife, I just got the flight information, which was booked by Mr. Yuan. Depending on the time, I will be leaving soon. If I still want to have time, I will go to Chaofan Group. I want to see before I leave. Look at my wife, but now it seems that time is not enough. Yan Bingxue read the news quickly, then raised her head and said to the confused Zhang Te, who was already waiting over there, I will book the Dragon Air flight at 4:45 p.m., and I want the B6 seat of the first-class cabin, your own seat. Just look at it and order it. Although Zhang Tezu was still a little confused, he did not delay his actions at all. He immediately called the airline to book a flight, and emphasized the location of the first-class cabin. When she reported that the president had done it, Yan Bingxue immediately lowered her head to send a message. Yan Bingxue, I see husband, you have a smooth journey. Does this wish him the best of luck? Is it a bit perfunctory? Su Chen looked at the phone suspiciously, and sent a message to his wife while preparing things. Wife, I'm here this time, and the flight back has not yet been scheduled. It's estimated that it will take 4 or 5 days to come back. You won't get angry, will you? Yan Bingxue, of course not husband, it's all for work, it's normal to go abroad for business, and it's normal for a longer time. Don't worry, I won't be so stingy. Su Chen, wife, you are so considerate, I'm going to go to the airport when I'm ready. Mr. Yuan has arranged everything for me. The plane is also first class, and all the expenses are reimbursed by the Dragon Academy of Sciences. So you don't have to worry about me, there's still time on the way, we can chat all the time if you're not busy. Yan Bingxue, okay, I'm fine now, husband, have you taken all your luggage? Su Chen, no, it's too late, the plan for a business trip is abrupt, but Mr. Yuan said that when he arrives there, he will let someone prepare the clothes. And so on. If I need the rest, I can buy it with my card. All right. Seeing this sentence, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth when she thought of what she had just prepared. Fortunately, she is smart and prepared everything in advance. When I asked my aunt to pack my luggage, I also took my husband's things with me, and I bought them temporarily at that time. It is definitely not as comfortable as my own things. Her husband will definitely compliment her. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen chatted all the way, and the two set off from the company to the airport at almost the same time. Su Chen didn't know that Yan Bingxue was also going to Haigua. As he got farther and farther from the Dragon Academy of Sciences and the Transcendent Group, his reluctance in his heart gradually increased. Su Chen, wife, I'm not at home these few days, why don't you, and your babies, stay at your father-in-law's and mother-in-law's house? We originally agreed to accompany you back to our father-in-law's and mother-in-law's house, but I didn't expect to go on a business trip all of a sudden. You should live there according to the original plan, and I can rest assured that my father-in-law and mother-in-law are taking care of you. Wife, I can't bear you, and to Antoine Lele. I may have to spend the night on the plane tonight. My phone can't be turned on, and I can't make a video call with you. I'll send you a message when I arrive in Haigua tomorrow. Okay? You have to rest early tonight. If I can't sleep without me, let someone go and get my pillow at home. With something familiar by your side, you should be able to sleep better. Yan Bingxue sat in the car and felt sweet in her heart when she saw the news from Su Chen. It's my husband's first business trip, he's so reluctant. If he saw her on the plane later and knew that the two could go on a business trip to Haigua together, he would be super happy, right? Yan Bingxue thought of her husband's surprised and happy expression later, and couldn't help but feel good. Zhang Tezu was driving in front, and when he saw the CEO's expression in the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but be puzzled by the 2'2" monks. What's the situation? This is going on a business trip abroad. After a few days, why is the president so happy? As well as the series of situations just now, Special Assistant Zhang felt that things were not that simple. The current president's reaction can only make her think of one possibility. That is, Mr. Su will also go on a business trip with the president. After all, with the recent sweetness of the president and Mr. Su, the two definitely do not want to be separated from each other. When the president refused to go to the auction, she thought as soon as she walked out of the office door, the president must be, because he did not want to be separated from Mr. Su. Just don't go. But then the president changed his mind, and now he is so happy, and he has designated the location of the plane. Is it because the person sitting next to him will be Mr. Su? This possibility is really very high, but hasn't Mr. Su been busy making mechas at the Dragon Academy recently? Why do you have time to accompany the president on a business trip? TSK, the little tricks of these couples are really hard to see. They arrived at the airport at 3:10. When they got in, they could go through the security check and wait. Su Chen was on a business trip by himself, and there was nothing to wait, so he went directly to the security check. When he was at the security checkpoint, Yan Bingxue and Zhang Special Assistant also arrived. Originally, he wanted to take the ticket and go directly to the security check, but Yan Bingxue stopped her. Let's go in later. Yan Bingxue kept her eyes on the security gate over there. As she spoke, Zhang Tesuk followed her gaze, and immediately saw a familiar figure. It's really Mr. Su. Wow. Does Mr. Su really take time out of his busy schedule to accompany the president on a business trip so far away from Haigua? The love between the two of them going in both directions is too beautiful. Hey. I have to make light bulbs for a few more days, and I have been eating dog food recently. President, will Mr. Su also go to Haigua with us? Zhang Special Assistant asked. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Well, he is also going to Haigua. Then why don't we go up and go with Mr. Su? You didn't let me book Mr. Su's ticket when you just booked the ticket. It doesn't matter, he is on a business trip to Haigua. The Dragon Academy of Sciences has already arranged for him. Let's go in later. Don't run into him head on. I want to give him a surprise after going in. Zhang Tesuk suddenly realized. I see. Originally thought that Mr. Su was willing to accompany the president on a business trip, so the president changed his mind and decided to go to the auction in Haigua. But now it seems that the CEO changed his mind temporarily because he knew that Mr. Su was going to Haigua on a business trip, and decided to go to the auction just to be able to go to Haigua with Mr. Su. TSK, it's really terrible when the president of his own is in love. Yan Bingxue and Special Assistant Zhang watched Suchin go in for about 10 minutes. They both passed the security check and arrived at the waiting area for the flight inside. Yan Bingxue saw Suchin sitting in the VIP waiting area. At a glance, a cup of green tea, just served, is still steaming hot. At the same time, Suchin's WeChat was also sent. Wife, I've already arrived at the airport and I'm waiting for the plane. What are you doing? Why didn't you respond positively to my news just now? He has been sending messages to his wife just now, but her reply is not timely enough. Xiaonizi might not be so reluctant to him. Yan Bingxue was sitting in the corner a few rows behind Suchin at this time. There was a screen blocking half of her sight. Suchin didn't look back. Carefully, she should not be able to see her. Yan Bingxue, sorry husband, I just had a little work to do, but now it's alright, I can concentrate on chatting with my husband. From Suchin's words, she could feel his reluctance at this time. She felt more and more sweet in her heart, and she suddenly thought of a ghost idea. Yan Bingxue, husband, you are going on a business trip abroad this time. I won't see you for several days, and I will definitely miss what you think. If only I could have supernatural powers. This way, even if my husband is not by my side, I can also see my husband anytime, anywhere. Suchin was amused by her nonsensical remarks. How could there be any special function? Although he activated the system, it was impossible for the system to allow him to see Yan Bingxue anytime and anywhere when he wanted to see her. Although he knew that what his wife said could never happen, Suchin still thought that what his wife said was cute. Wife, although it's impossible for special abilities to happen, I don't think it's very difficult if my wife wants to see me. We can make video calls at any time. No matter what I'm doing, my wife can come at any time. Harass me. Yan Bingxue, that's not very good, after all, my husband is on a business trip this time and he must have a lot of work to do. Even if I miss my husband, it's not easy to make a video call to you at any time, so I still hope to have a special function. Yan Bingxue, oh, husband, my eyes hurt so much. Suchin was chatting happily with his wife, but when he suddenly caught a glimpse of such a sentence, he couldn't help but get nervous. He immediately called Yan Bingxue's phone, but the phone rang for a long time and no one answered. Suchin made 3 consecutive calls, all of which were unanswered. He was anxious and immediately returned to the chat interface. Suchin, wife? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with your eyes? What happened? Answer my call. There was no reply to the message sent in the past. Just when Suchin was anxious to get up and go back immediately, the phone suddenly rang. Yan Bingxue called back. As soon as it rang for a while, Suchin immediately answered the phone and asked excitedly, wife, what happened? What's wrong with your eyes? Why didn't you answer my call just now? Yan Bingxue's small voice came from the other end of the phone, and there seemed to be a bit of fear in her voice. Husband, I'm fine. But there seems to be something else. My eyes just suddenly felt very uncomfortable and very painful. I couldn't open my eyes for a long time and I couldn't answer the phone when I heard the ringing of my mobile phone, but it's better now. How could this be? Has this happened before? Wife, why don't you go to the hospital now? My situation is more urgent, and I may not be able to go back. But no matter what, go to the hospital first. Take a look at your eyes and tell me anything at any time. Suchen said with a worried look on his face, and he was also experiencing a fierce struggle in his heart. Going to Haigua this time is very important to the entire Longhua. Yuan Lao has already arranged everything. He can't lose the chain at this time, but if his wife really has something to do, then he doesn't care how to come back. Although the mecha thing is important, it is not as important as the wife's body. Yan Bingxue was also worried that Suchen would suddenly not leave, so she quickly said, "It's okay, husband, my eyes seem to be fine, but now I can suddenly see something different." Well? Suchen wondered. "My left eye seems to be able to see you, husband." "Husband, are you sitting in the VIP waiting room at the airport right now, sitting on a black and red leather sofa with a small white round table in front of you? Is there a cup of brewed green tea on it?" "Husband, do you think my wish has come true? Do I really have the ability to see you at any time?" On the other end of the phone, Yan Bingxue said very excitedly. Suchen froze for a moment, then laughed. He doesn't believe in any supernatural powers. Although he activated his own system, Suchen still doesn't believe that there are any special functions in this world. He stood up immediately, looked around, and quickly found Yan Bingxue in the corner over there. The two looked at each other. Yan Bingxue stuck out her tongue shyly while holding the phone. Suchen smiled at her from a distance, his eyes full of doting. This silly girl actually sneaked to the airport to see him off. Suchen didn't hang up the phone, and strode towards Yan Bingxue. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tezu consciously retreated to the back. She has now developed the self-consciousness to turn herself into a qualified background board. Suchen came over. He directly took Yan Bingxue into his arms. "Wife, when did you learn badly and actually make fun of me?" Yan Bingxue giggled on his shoulder, shaking Suchen's chest. "Husband, do you like this surprise?" Suchen nodded. "Of course I like it, but wife, isn't this surprise a bit of a waste of money? If you really want to drop off the plane, you can tell me earlier, so that I can wait for you outside the security checkpoint. You don't have to buy a plane ticket to get in." He looked at Yan Bingxue tenderly, and the happiness in his eyes was overflowing. When the two of them were chatting just now, Suchen thought that his wife didn't show any reluctance. It turned out that this little girl had already planned to come to the airport to see him off. The two of them could say goodbye in person, which is much more effective than chatting on the phone. Yan Bingxue raised her head and said with a smile, "Husband, who said I'm here to drop you off? I didn't waste money buying a plane ticket to send you here. I'm going to Haigua with you." She took out her ticket and shook it in front of Suchen. Suchen took a serious look and found that the ticket was next to him. Suchen smiled and reached out to hug Yan Bingxue tighter in his arms. "Wife, you are so kind to me, but is it really okay? You are the president of Chaofan Group, and you are usually very busy with your work. It will take me several days to go to Haigua this time. You are with me like this. Going on a business trip, will work be delayed?" Yan Bingxue shook her head and said with a big smile, "Husband, you are too narcissistic. How do you know that I'm here to accompany you on a business trip? Maybe, I also have work to do and just go to Haigua." "Really? Is it such a coincidence?" Suchen smiled. Yan Bingxue nodded, took out the invitation letter from her bag and handed it to Suchen. "Husband, I found out that the two of us are really destined. I just received the invitation letter for the large-scale auction in Haigua today, and I didn't intend to go. after all, it will take several days to leave, and the two of us are discussing about holding a family party for the children, so I thought about not going. However, I got a call from you just after I finished talking. I heard that you were going to Haigua, so I must go to this auction, because the two of us can go on a business trip together. When Suchen heard his wife's words, he looked at the familiar invitation letter in her hand again, and suddenly laughed. Yan Bingxue was a little puzzled when she saw him laughing all of a sudden. "Husband, why are you so happy?" She blushed shyly. Suchen looked at her with a smile, and took out an identical invitation letter from his briefcase. "Wife, it seems that we are really destined by God. I went to Haigua this time to participate in this auction. There is a material in it that I need to make mecha, but the current mecha process of Longua is, the content is confidential, so it is inconvenient for the country and the Dragon Academy to come forward to the auction, so Mr. Yuan sent me there." Yan Bingshua's eyes lit up with joy. "Really?" She took the invitation letter in Suchen's hand, carefully compared it with her own, and found that it was really the same, but Suchen's invitation letter was written in his own name. Yan Bingxue said happily, "This is too coincidental. Husband, it seems that we can not only go to Haigua together, but also participate in this auction together." Suchen also nodded happily. "Originally, there was a little bit of reluctance in my heart, but now it has disappeared without a trace, because he can go on a business trip to Haigua with his wife." The two happily sat in the VIP waiting room waiting for the plane. Because of each other's company, the waiting time seemed to become interesting. Zhang Tasuk sat alone in the back seat, watching the young couple sprinkle sweetly with sugar. The corners of his mouth twitched a little. "Woohoo, she's getting better now." Although it is very happy to be able to get close to the CEO and Mr. Su, a pair of high-value CPs, but no one can stand it every day. It made her want to quickly find a boyfriend to have a sweet love affair. On the plane, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sat in the same row. The first class of international airlines has separate cabins. Each position has a lot of space. You can sit during the day, and the position can be folded into a comfortable single bed at night, and there is a separate cabin next to each position. The door, when closed, is a closed space. Of course, the hatch between Su Chen and Yan Bingxue does not need to be closed. Su Chen just closed the hatch outside. In this way, he and Yan Bingxue are in the same small space, and the privacy is very good. There is a separate TV in front of each seat. Although it cannot be connected to the internet, there are many film and television resources in it. The long 16 hours was originally a bit boring, but now because the person you love is with you, this time is more than enough. Precious. Su Chen asked Yan Bingxue to find a movie. The two were lying together, watching a movie and chatting, with their hands in the middle and their fingers clasped together. "Husband, you just said at the airport that this time you went there for an auction?" Yan Bingxue chatted with him about work. There was a foreign love movie playing on the TV, and the warm and beautiful plot and music became the background sound. Su Chen nodded. "Well, my mecha is progressing very smoothly now, but there is one material that is not available in Longua, only Haigua can get it, and there is not much needed. In order to keep confidentiality, I will come forward. Go to an auction to get something. Wife, it's just right. I have to tell you in advance that everything I went to the auction this time was arranged by Yuan Lao and the upper management of Longua. Because of the confidentiality, I have to reset my identity. I am Participated in this auction as an ordinary business person. Yan Bingxue nodded. I understand, husband, this auction is for the whole world. The research content of Mecha cannot be discovered by other countries. It is necessary to conceal the identity. It is good to attend as a businessman, because this auction, the meeting, is actually a large-scale business gathering, and business people will come to choose partners, so if you come forward as a businessman, you will definitely not arouse suspicion. That's right, this is also what I suggested. The identity that Yuan Lao set for me is a rich second generation in the imperial capital. The information was set up in advance, and the name is my own. I have read the other things, but the background information is nothing. It's special, so when the time comes, the two of us are together, and we just need to pay attention a little bit. Then can't we expose the relationship between husband and wife? Yan Bingxue asked. Su Chen smiled. Of course, I read the background information that Yuan Lao gave me, and it didn't mention too many things, only said that I was a son of the Su family in the imperial capital, and they should have arranged the specific information. Well, as for my wife, I don't think the auction organizer will pay too much attention to it. Then no problem. Husband, this is our first business trip together. And it's such a coincidence that we can go to this auction together. I didn't want to pretend to be strangers with my husband at the scene. As long as we can attend Dad's other affairs as husband and wife, it doesn't matter. Anyway, she just wants to fall in love with her husband sweetly. As for the identity of her husband this time, it doesn't matter. Su Chen was also full of joy. This time on business trip, because of the company of his wife, it seemed to become more interesting. The two watched the movie for a while, and Su Chen suddenly said, Wife, did you tell your father-in-law and mother-in-law that we are going on a business trip? I just thought about the decision in the afternoon. I was in a hurry. I just told you. It seems that I haven't called my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Tuanchuan and Lei should not know about my business trip. Su Chen felt a little guilty, thinking that he would be away for a few days. But in the end, he only thought about his wife and ignored the situation on the children's side. Su Chen suddenly felt that his father was really incompetent. Now that they have boarded the plane and their mobile phones have been turned off, they will be able to reach Haigua after 16 hours. At that time, they are calling home. It is probably too late. Yan Bingxue smiled and said with a bit of smugness in her eyes, Husband, don't you worry about my work? Knowing that you are going on a business trip to Haigua, and I also decided to go to the auction, I already called. I told them on the phone. They had no opinion, and told us to just go to work with confidence. They will take good care of the children at home. After Tuanchuan and Lei come home from school in the evening, they will tell Tuanchuan Lei about it. Now, moreover, I also asked the housekeeping aunt at home to help the two of us collect our luggage. The suitcase I just brought also contains some of your personal clothes. Although these things can be bought over there, the clothes must be washed before they can be worn. It is more troublesome. I will help you from the house. Hearing these words, Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with moving eyes. Wife, you are really good. You have already arranged everything in such a short time. Yan Bingxue raised her head proudly, and said happily, Of course I travel a lot on business, and these things will be arranged. Husband, just don't worry. Su Chen nodded and said happily, It's really a pleasure to travel with my wife. My wife can arrange everything for me. Being able to help her husband makes Yan Bingxue very sweet. The two continued to watch the movie. The flight attendant outside knocked on the cabin door lightly, and stood at the door with a smile and said, "Hello. Two respected passengers, Longhang has prepared dinner for the two of you. Including Chinese food and Western food, may I ask you? What do you two need?" Suchin looked at the time. It turned out that it was already 5:30. Unknowingly, and they had been on the plane for an hour. Sure enough, with his wife, the long journey seemed to be getting faster. "Wife, what do you want to eat?" Suchin asked. "Let's eat Chinese food. I think I have to eat Western food there in the past few days. I still prefer Chinese food," Yan Bingxue said. Suchin also prefers Chinese food, so he turned his head and said, "We want two Chinese food, thank you." "Okay, so what do you need?" "There are red wine, champagne, and various drinks here." Suchin looked at his wife, smiled and said, "Wife, would you like some red wine? Drinking a little will help you sleep better at night." Yan Bingxue nodded, with a smile on the corners of her eyes and brows. Traveling with two people is really different from one person. The 16-hour flight journey seems to have become a romantic couple travel because of the company of people around you. The first-class dinner was very rich. 6 side dishes were served with rice and a bowl of soup. Although the portion was not particularly large, the meat and vegetables were matched and the nutrition was balanced. There was a small table in front. Suchin put down his and Yan Bingxue's, and in front of them was a glass of red wine and 2 sumptuous dinners, watching a movie while eating a romantic dinner for the two of them. Yan Bingxue didn't like to eat meat. Looking at the brightly colored dongpa meat, she picked it up and put it in Suchin's bowl. She pouted and said coquettishly, "Husband, I don't like this." Suchin understands her taste and knows that she is not very receptive to fat meat, but she really likes this kind of pork belly. Fatty, greasy. He looked at the dinner plate in front of him, then took a big chicken leg and put it in Yan Bingxue's bowl. "Reciprocity, wife." Yan Bingxue smiled sweetly, and Zhang's special assistant, who had just walked to the door and was about to ask his CEO and Mr. Su if they needed to arrange dinner, saw this scene and backed away silently. She has done too much. With Mr. Su here, she will definitely take good care of the president. Woohoo, she should go back to eat her own dinner silently. After having dinner and drinking some red wine, Yan Bingxue's cheeks were flushed, and she was lying down watching another movie, and she felt a little sleepy after a while. Suchin watched as her big beautiful eyes slowly closed and then suddenly opened again. After a while, she began to doze off again. He couldn't help but smiled, stretched out his hand and gently embraced it. Took Yan Bingxue into his arms, and pressed her head on his shoulder. "Wife, go to bed when you're sleepy, what's there to support?" Yan Bingxue was slapped by him, but suddenly sobered up a bit, and said with a blushing face, "Husband, I'm really sleepy, I just drank, and now I'm watching TV again, my eyes are tired." Suchin gently kissed her on the forehead. The two of them were in the closed cabin door, so they didn't have to worry about privacy at all. "Go to bed when you're sleepy. I'll turn off the TV and leave a small light. Let's go to bed." Yan Bingxue nodded, and Xian rested her head on Suchin's shoulder, and leaned half of her body in his arms. When Suchin finished everything and there was only a small light left in the whole cabin, Suchin looking down, Yan Bingxue was already asleep. Looking at his wife's sleeping face, Suchin smiled slightly. Yan family. After Tuanchuan and Lei returned to their grandmother's house, they happily went to the living room to play. But when they were having dinner, Grandpa and Grandma suddenly told them a piece of news: Baba and Mama have gone on a business trip. Tuanchuan Lele suddenly felt that the food in front of him was no longer fragrant. Tuanchuan cried and said, "Why are Baba and Mama going on business trips? Isn't it usually Mama who goes on business trips? Did they go out to play? Don't take me in." Giggle. Lele murmured in his heart, "What my sister said is very reasonable. Baba and Mama often secretly have lunch together." When he and his sister were in school, Baba and Mama could also meet. "I feel that they love each other more than he and his sister." Tang Shiyun coaxed the two little treasures. "Tuanchuan Lele, Baba Mama is going to work. Besides, before they went, they called me and Grandpa on purpose to let us take good care of you. These few days, you will be playing at Grandma's house. Okay? You can tell Grandpa and Grandma what you want to play and eat. We'll buy it for you." Thinking of the freedom of snacks and toys, Tuanchuan and Lele finally feel better. While eating the sweet pot-wrapped meat that Grandma gave her, Tuanchuan raised her head and asked, "Grandma, when will Baba Mama be back?" "I don't know yet. Your mother said that this time it may take several days. Because they are going abroad." "Overseas? It's far, far away," Tuanchuan said seriously. Tang Shiyun was amused by the cute little face of the child and smiled, and said, "Yes, Mom and Dad are going to a place far, far abroad this time, and they have to stay on the plane for 16 hours in the past. So Mom and Dad should still be on the plane now." Lele pouted, "But you can't play with your mobile phone when you're on the plane, so can't we have a video with Baba Mama?" Yan Jinwei said, "Well, our family Lele knows a lot. You can't open your mobile phone when you are on the plane. Mom and Dad will not arrive at the destination until more than 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and you can open it at that time. The phone is on, and when Mom and Dad get there, let's start a video with Mom and Dad right away, okay?" Tuanchuan said, "But we all went to kindergarten at 8 o'clock, and we still can't see Mom and Dad, woo woo woo." The little girl began to cry in distress. Yan Jinwei said quickly, "It's okay, let's ask for leave tomorrow and not go to kindergarten. We will be at home in the morning and go to kindergarten in the afternoon, just like today. Then we can start a video with our parents." "Yeah," Tang Shiyun said from the side. "Old Yan, isn't this not a good idea? After all, the two children are going to school, so it's not appropriate to always ask for leave." Yan Jinwei said, "Just ask for a morning off, it doesn't matter." The head of the group and Lele have such good academic performance, it should be no problem to delay for a while. The two children finally came to our house. Don't you want to spend more time with them?" After he finished speaking, he looked at the two little guys and said, "Tuanchuan Lele, will Grandpa and Grandma take you out to play tomorrow? After we finish the video with parents, let's go out to play together and go to the playground, okay?" Tuanchuan nodded happily, but Lele said, "Grandpa, this is not good. Tomorrow is not the time to rest. My sister and I should go to kindergarten to study. Let's go out to play on weekends." He taught his younger sister seriously, "Tuan, we are over 3 years old, we can't just think about playing, we must study hard, so that we can be as good as Baba Mama in the future." Although Baba Mama is away on a business trip and is not at home, we still have to be good. I'm studying in school, so when Baba and Mama come back, I'll be happy to see us. We can't sneak out to play. When Tuanchuan heard it, he immediately felt that what he said was very Reasonable, well, Tuan Tuan is not playing anymore, Tuan Tuan is going to school. Tang Shuyun laughed and said, Old Yen, did you see that the two children are more sensible than you, haha. It was after 6 o'clock the next morning that Yan Bingxue woke up. She opened her eyes and wanted to stretch herself, but at a glance she saw that Su Chen had woken up and was looking at her. She couldn't help blushing. She quickly raised her hand and touched the corner of her mouth, but luckily she didn't drool. She slept in a plane that was not as comfortable as a bed. She slept in this position all night, and she didn't even wake up. In the past, when she was on a long-distance plane, she basically couldn't sleep well. This time, it is estimated that she slept very soundly because her husband was by her side. Husband, when did you wake up? Why didn't you call me? I've been pressing your arm like this, you shouldn't be able to move. Seeing her getting up, Su Chen retracted her numb arm and moved it a little. He smiled and said, My wife is sleeping so soundly in my arms, how can I have the heart to disturb you? Seeing his actions, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but feel a little distressed. She reached out and gently massaged his arm. It doesn't matter if you wake me up, I've been sleeping for a long time anyway, so I've been pressing your arm. You must be suffering, right? It's not uncomfortable. Providing a warm embrace for my wife is what my husband should do. Hearing such sweet love words early in the morning, Yan Bingxue was in a great mood. Su Chen opened the curtains next to him. It was already bright outside. They were at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Outside the window was a sea of white clouds, like a big soft cotton candy. The scenery was wonderful. Look, wife, the scenery outside the plane is so beautiful. When Yan Bingxue heard the words, she turned her head to look, and when she saw the white sea of clouds, she couldn't help but take out her phone to take a picture. Su Chen said from the side, Let's get off the plane at 8:40. I guess we can see the sunrise later. When the sun rises in the morning, the top of the clouds must be very beautiful. Yan Bingxue nodded, Well, I'll use my mobile phone to record the beauty of the sunrise later. While waiting for the sunrise, the flight attendants brought breakfast, which was hot shrimp and vegetable porridge, steamed buns, and simmered wheat, as well as Yan Bingxue's favorite crystal shrimp dumplings. The two were eating breakfast while waiting for the beautiful sunrise. The time passed quickly, and the plane landed at Haigua's airport at 8:40. As soon as you get here, you can clearly feel the difference in climate. In island countries, the air seems to have a salty taste. Yan Bingxue held Su Chen's arm. Assistant Zhang was in charge of pushing the luggage of the two of them behind, watching them walk out of the airport happily and sweetly. Husband, after you get out of the airport, are you going to go directly to the hotel? Is there anyone here to pick you up? Su Chen said, Old Yuan sent me a message, saying that everything here has been arranged. Someone will pick me up at the airport later, and the hotel was also arranged by Mr. Yuan. I don't know where it is now. But since my wife came with me, we will definitely not live separately. Let's look at the hotel addresses of the two of us later. If they are different, I will live with you. Yan Bingxue nodded happily. In the waiting hall outside the airport, many people were standing there, waiting to be picked up. Haigua's airport has been busy these 2 days. The people who come and go are the powerful groups of businessmen all over the world, and these people are usually picked up and dropped off by someone. Everywhere in the airport, there are name tags of a certain company or someone's name, which are held high, for fear that others will not see it. Lucas stood in the middle of the crowd. The person next to him was holding the nameplate, and he stood there by himself, craned his neck and looked around. His name tag is exactly the name of Yan Bingxue of the Extraordinary Group. But he knew Yan Bingxue, and he didn't need to rely on the nameplate to identify her. Yan Bingxue was so beautiful, Lucas felt that as long as Yan Bingxue appeared, he would definitely recognize her as soon as possible. Standing next to Lucas and the others is the largest alloy group in Haigua. And their female president, Emily, came in person. Lucas has been working in his own company for 7 or 8 years, and has met Emily in business. He asked the assistant next to him, strangely, "What's the matter?" Emily actually came to pick up the plane in person? Is there any mysterious guest we don't know about this auction? The assistant shook his head. "I don't know, President, didn't you read the list of invited guests before?" Lucas frowned slightly. "Forget it, no matter what, my main target this time is Yan Bingxue." The assistant next to him said with a smile, "President, Mr. Yan is here this time and he must wait until the auction is over before leaving. You can spend more time with Mr. Yan in a few days." Since the two companies cooperated the previous year, the chairman has always been very optimistic about President Yan. If the president can take this opportunity to tie the knot with President Yan, it would be a great thing. Lucas looked happily at the exit over there, thinking the same thing in his heart. Since the end of the cooperation last year, he has contacted Yan Bingxue many times, but every time Yan Bingxue is not very interested, except for work. He basically does not reply to personal questions. This time, after finally waiting for Haigua's auction, he immediately prepared invitations for Yan Bingxue. In the past 2 years, he has matured a lot. Not only has he made some achievements in his career, but he is also better at dressing up myself. So this time, he was fully prepared and wanted to pursue Yan Bingxue. A familiar figure appeared in the field of vision, and Lucas immediately became excited. He was gearing up to prepare, but the next second, he suddenly found that there was a man standing beside Yan Bingxue. And Yan Bingxue held each other's hand. The two of them were talking and laughing, and their gestures were very intimate. What is the situation? Why is it different from what he expected? Miss Yan. Although Lucas was full of doubts, he still smiled and waved at Yan Bingxue. The invitation letter that Yan Bingxue got in his hand was sent by Lucas's teller company, so this time they were also responsible for receiving Yan Bingxue. When Yan Bingxue heard Lucas' voice, she still didn't let go of Su Chen's hand, but walked with her to Lucas. "Miss Yan, long time no see." Lucas extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. According to the etiquette of their Sikh country, Yan Bingxue should extend his back to him at this time too. Give him a personal salute. However, Yan Bingxue did not do this, and refused directly. Her expression was as cold as usual, and her voice was light. "Hello, Mr. Lucas. This is my husband, Mr. Su Chen Su." When introducing Su Chen, Yan Bingxue's cold look had a hint of warmth. After hearing Yan Bingxue's introduction to Su Chen, Lucas was completely stunned. Yan Bingxue is already married. When exactly did this happen? Why doesn't he know at all? Lucas was very angry and shocked in his heart, especially when he saw Su Chen. But now that Yan Bingxue is married, even if he gets angry with Su Chen, it won't help. So on the surface, Lucas still kept a proper smile, and even politely extended his right hand towards Su Chen. "Hello, Mr. Su." "Hello, are you Mr. Su Chen Su?" Emily's voice suddenly came from the side. looking at Su Chen with a little doubt. Only then did Su Chen notice that his name was written on the nameplate next to it. Yes, I'm Su Chen. Emily stepped forward excitedly. Hello Mr. Su, we have been waiting for a long time. All your accommodation and itinerary in Haicheng have been arranged, but I didn't seem to know before that you want to bring your wife with you. We have reserved a presidential suite for you, and your wife can go with you. Lucas glanced at Emily, then looked at Su Chen next to him. Inner doubt, what is the identity of this person? Emily actually came to pick him up. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue and said, Wife, I have probably already made arrangements here. You see, why don't we go to the hotel here together? Lucas quickly said to Yan Bingxue, Miss Yan, I also arranged the presidential suite for you. The car is already waiting outside the airport. When Yan Bingxue heard this, she didn't even look at Lucas, and said directly to Su Chen, Husband, let me go with you. After she finished speaking, she smiled and said to Lucas, Mr. Lucas, my husband and I are both here to participate in this auction. It is enough to agree on the itinerary. Thank you for your preparation in advance. See you at the auction. After that, she left with Su Chen and Emily. Lucas went to the airport to pick up people with great fanfare, but unexpectedly, he was thrown into the air. Looking at the backs of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue leaving, the smile on his face completely disappeared. The assistant next to him also said with some doubts, I didn't expect Miss Yan to be married. It's such a pity. Lucas raised his eyebrows and said with a sneer, What a pity. What a pity. What if you get married? There are so many divorced people in this society. Why does Yan Bingxue get married, so I don't have a chance? When the assistant heard this, he glanced at the president in surprise, and said worriedly, President, this is not a good idea. Just now Mr. Su came to pick up the plane in person, and she must have a very special identity, so let's not feel free to provoke him. Lucas glared at him, longing for others, destroys your prestige. Is this your ability to work? Now that you know it's someone Emily came to pick up, what are you doing standing here? Why don't you hurry up and check this person? What kind of identity is it? The assistant lowered his head, not daring to say anything, and quickly completed the task that the president gave him. Lucas turned around and got back into his car angrily. Looking at the flowers and red wine prepared in the RV, he frowned irritably, reached out and loosened his tie, resisting the urge not to wave these things out. These are all carefully prepared by him for Yan Bingxue, hoping that the two of them will have a pleasant journey when they are on the road. But unexpectedly, Yan Bingxue left with Su Chen. After a while, the assistant came to report. President, regarding the information about Mr. Su, we have found the sponsor of this auction to inquire. Say the point. I heard that Mr. Su is a rich boy from the Dragon Kingdom, but he has never appeared in the business circle before. The background behind him seems to be very mysterious, and even the organizer can't find any information. But the organizer said that his seat that day was in the VIP seat, and his status was very noble. Dragon Kingdom Imperial City? Su. Could it be the Su family in the Imperial City? Lucas said to himself. If it is really from the Su family, then this person must have a very deep background. I didn't expect that Yan Bingxue would actually marry someone from the Su family. The assistant carefully glanced at the president's expression, and couldn't help but say, President, the chairman has instructed that this time, as one of the assisting organizers of this large-scale auction, we must act Carefully, this is a relationship. After arriving at our company's position in Haigua, if something goes wrong, I am afraid that the chairman's side will not be easy to deal with. Lucas glared at him. Do I need you to remind me? Do I still need you to teach me how to do things? My subordinates don't dare. President, I just think that Mr. Su's background is very mysterious. We can't find anything, so it's better not to have a head-on conflict with the other party. Lucas's eyes were full of disdain. So what if it's mysterious? What if it's really a monk in the imperial capital? This is the territory of the sea kingdom. President. Shut up. I don't need you to teach me what to do, I know how to do it. Seeing his appearance, the assistant really didn't dare to persuade him any more, so he could only follow Lucas carefully, hoping that he wouldn't cause any trouble. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went directly back to the hotel. Emily sent them to the door of the room and left. Before leaving, she gave Su Chen a business card and told him that if he needed anything, he could call her at any time. Yan Bingxue waited until she entered the room before asking, "Husband, that was Emily, the president of Haigua Alloy just now. Was this also arranged by Mr. Yuan?" Su Chen didn't know Emily's identity, so he just said, "Yeah, after I decided to come, everything was arranged by Yuan Lao. If you don't tell me the identity of the other party, I don't even know what happened just now." "Who is that?" Haigua Alloy is Haigua's strongest export industry. Over the years, the cooperation with our Dragon Kingdom has been very friendly. If it was officially arranged by the Dragon Kingdom, it would be normal for Emily to come forward. After Yan Bingxue finished speaking, she suddenly looked up at Su Chen. "Husband, what do you think Miss Emily looks like?" While checking the luggage Yan Bingxue prepared for him, Su Chen replied casually, "It's pretty. I don't know if all Haigua people look like this, but in my opinion, her appearance should be able to 8 or 9 points. Yan Bingxue pouted angrily, "Really? Then husband, do you like Miss Emily?" When Su Chen heard this sentence, he realized that something was wrong. Did the wife dig a hole for him? Su Chen quickly put down what he was doing, ran over to hug Yan Bingxue, and said with a smile, "Wife, I don't take you like this, I was just chatting with you. How could you dig a hole for me?" Yan Bingxue tilted her head and pouted, and said unhappily, "Where did I dig a hole for you? I'm not asking you. Look at this, Miss Emily is very beautiful, and she is the president of a big company. She is wearing a professional attire today, and she looks like a beauty. This should be the same as my image in your eyes, right? Husband, you don't you like this one?" Su Chen looked at his wife's jealous appearance, and felt that she was very cute in her heart. "Wife, why do you think I just like this one?" Yan Bingxue turned around and looked at him even more surprised when she heard this. "Don't you like this type? That's what I looked like when I first appeared in front of you. Are you stupid? I like you, not this one. The person I like is you, no matter what you look like, I like you." Another sudden confession, coupled with Su Chen's deep eyes, Yan Bingxue felt that she was about to fall into it. She pursed her pink lips hard, but still couldn't hold back the raised corners of her mouth. "Then if I didn't come, wouldn't you want to come to the hotel alone with this Emily? It seems that I came here on a business trip with you. It was the right decision, boo." Su Chen lightly flicked her head, "Silly wife, even if you didn't come, it wouldn't be any different. Your husband and I are a man with a very firm heart." Yan Bingxue looked at him with joy, and she actually trusted Suchen in her heart. Although the two of them didn't spend a long time together, Yan Bingxue saw everything Suchen did. Husband is a great man. Yan Bingxue threw herself into Suchen's arms and hugged him happily. Well, Ruoxue Sanqian, I only take one scoop, and I only like you one. The auction is tomorrow night, and there is a reception tonight, so there are no other arrangements during the day. Suchen and Yan Bingxue took the plane all night. Yan Bingxue had a good rest last night, but she knew that her husband's rest must not be very good. I slept in my husband's arms like that. It is estimated that in the middle of the night, my husband woke up with a numb arm. Therefore, during the day, Yan Bingxue didn't call Suchen to go out to play together. To see the scenery, there are many beautiful places in Longhua, and there is no shortage of such beautiful seaside scenery. So when you arrive at Haigua, there is no need to go out for a trip. The two of them rested in the hotel during the day. Yan Bingxue was not sleepy at all at first, but after being hugged by Suchen and lying on the bed for a while, she fell asleep again. It was noon when the two woke up. They ordered lunch hungry, and waited for the service staff downstairs to bring them up in the presidential suite. Suchen took out his mobile phone and said, "Wife, why don't we call our father-in-law and mother-in-law? Didn't you say this morning that the children are going back to their father-in-law's house for dinner at noon? They should have gone home by now. Let's make a video, kids." When she got off the plane, Yan Bingxue had already reported to her parents that she was safe. But in the morning, the children have gone to school. So I didn't see it at the time. The distance between Yan's family and the kindergarten is relatively close. In order to see the precious grandson and granddaughter, the old couple worked hard to bring them back at noon. Yan Bingxue nodded and sat on the sofa with her husband, waiting for the video call to be connected. After the call was connected, two small heads close together immediately appeared on the screen. And the sweet voice. "Baba Mama, you guys are so bad. You secretly ran out to play on your honeymoon. You didn't take me and Goku with you." Suchen was amused by his daughter's words, and said very fondly, to Anchuan, "Who told you that Mom and Dad came out for their honeymoon, and Mom and Dad came on a business trip for work? If your parents come out for their honeymoon, they will definitely bring the two of you with them, but Mom and Dad will be very busy with work, so if they bring you here, they won't be able to accompany you to play. And you and your brother still have to go to school now. It's not a holiday. Did you listen to the class well this morning?" Hearing this, Tuanchuan glanced at his brother next to him with joy. "Fortunately, I didn't listen to my grandfather yesterday. I asked for leave this morning and didn't go to school. Otherwise, my parents would definitely tell her and my brother if they knew about it." Tuanchuan said sweetly to the screen, "Baba Mama, I went to school with Goku in the morning. We were super serious in class, and the teacher also arranged an exam this morning, and I and Goku both won the first place and won again. A little red flower." "Really? Why are our Tuanchuan and Lele so good?" Suchen said with a smile. Although Lele didn't talk much beside him, he kept looking at his parents on the screen and missed them in his heart. "Hearing my sister talking about the morning exam, my parents also praised them, and the little guy happily took the exam paper out of the bag. I was a little embarrassed to show it to my parents, so I handed it to Tuan. Tuan next to me, motioning for Tuan to show it to my parents. After getting the test paper, Tuanchuan immediately put it in front of the phone. "Baba Mama, look at it, this is the test paper for our morning exam. I and Goku both got 100%. Although the two little guys can play video, they are still children after all. They probably don't know that if everything is too close to the camera, they can't see clearly at all. Suchin recognized it for a long time before realizing that it was a mathematics paper. In the morning, Tuanchuan and Lele took the math test, right? Yeah. The two little guys nodded sweetly. Math is difficult. Our family Tuanchuan and Lele were able to take the 100% exam, which is really smart. Suchin did not hesitate to praise the children. Children need to be affirmed and praised for doing well, so that they will do better in the future. Yan Bingxue didn't talk much all the time, watching her husband and two children chatting beside her. She felt very happy just watching. The teacher also said that me and Giggles are very smart, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Lele next to him couldn't help but said, Tuanchuan, when others praise us for being smart, that's really smart. We can't say that we are smart. That's too immodest. Be humble, kids. Tuanchuan tilted his head and looked at his brother suspiciously. Giggle, what is modesty? Lele scratched his head. For a while he didn't know how to explain the word to his sister. He doesn't really understand. Suchin looked at his lovely son and daughter, smiled, and said on the phone, Tuanchuan, brother is right, we should be humble, but our families Tuanchuan and Lele can take a 100% test, which is super. It's a great thing, so you don't have to be humble in front of your parents, you can say it boldly, and your parents will praise you. Hearing his father's words, Tuanchuan regained his lovely smile. Hee Baba, Goku, and I have put a lot of effort into mathematics. I know a lot of questions, and I can count from 1 to 100. Baba, do you want to test me? Kindergarten children should only learn simple addition and subtraction, right? I don't know if I have contacted it before. Suchan's own kindergarten. Days have passed for many years, and he can't remember it. Moreover, the current education is much better than before. Suchin could only look at the paper and found that the addition and subtraction methods above already included two-digit numbers and mature ones, but multiplication and division were all one-digit numbers. This level should be pretty good for kindergarten children, and Tuanchuan and Lele actually got 100%. His two little babies are really smart. Okay, then Dad will test you out with questions. Tuanchuan, Lele, you two have to listen carefully. Dad asks a simple question first. What is 6 plus 7? 13. Tuanchuan and Lele answered almost in unison. That's right, Tuanchuan and Lele are really great. Then Dad will come up with some difficult questions next. When Suchin gave the children a question, the sound of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host and the children for completing the math check-in and rewarding the host's digital brain. Would you like to activate this skill now? The process only takes 5 seconds. Digital brain? Shouldn't it be that super powerful computing function? Suchin was a little excited, but he did not expect that discussing math homework with the children would actually activate the skills of the digital brain. This skill is very awesome. Every time the system appears, it will bring him a huge surprise. Activation. In the blink of an eye, Suchin instantly felt that his brain had undergone earth-shaking changes. Every nerve seemed to have been developed. The moment he opened his eyes, Suchin felt refreshed. And when he saw some numbers on the phone screen, such as time, a lot of formulas would immediately appear in his mind. From ordinary addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, to complex Functions and calculation methods in advanced mathematics, he has gone through it all over and over again in his brain. In just a few seconds, Su Chen has obtained countless numbers and answers. This skill is also amazing. Baba, why did you stop talking all of a sudden? My brother and I both got it. Right. Su Chen came back to his senses and immediately smiled and said to his son and daughter at the other end of the video, well, both you and your brother are right. Tuanchuan and Lele are really great, they can do so many calculations at the age of 3. It will definitely be better in the future. Hee Baba, when did you and Mama go home? You weren't at home yesterday, and I couldn't sleep at night with Goku. Wait for Mom and Dad to finish the work here and then go back there should only be 4 or 5 days. The two of you must be obedient at Grandma and Grandpa's house these few days, and you can't make Grandpa and Grandma angry. Did you hear that? Tuanchuan and Lele nodded immediately. Don't worry, Baba, me and Giggle are super good. Lele also said solemnly to Su Chen, Baba, I won't make my grandparents angry. And I will take good care of my sister. Yeah, Lele is really good. Tuanchuan is also great. You two will stay at home obediently for the past few days and wait for Mom and Dad. We can start videos every day, but after school wait for my mom and I to get home. I'll bring you a present. Okay Baba Mama, you want to bring us some more gifts, both me and Giggle want a lot of gifts. Yan Bingxue couldn't help saying beside her, little Tuanchuan, you must have received a lot of gifts at your grandma's house these days. Grandpa and Grandma have prepared so many toys and delicious food for you. What else do you want? A present? That's different. The gifts that grandfather and grandmother prepared for us are different from the gifts that Baba Mama prepared for us. We also want the gifts that Baba Mama prepared for us. Okay, Mama and Baba will buy you a lot of delicious food when they go back. Okay. The family continued to chat for a while, and finally Su Chen asked the children to hand over the phone to their father-in-law and mother-in-law. Mom and Dad, I'm afraid it's going to be hard for you these days. My wife and I didn't expect to have a business trip all of a sudden. We originally thought that the whole family would go back to live, but we could only leave our 2 children there. Su Chen said apologetically. Tang Xiyan smiled and waved her hand on the other end of the phone, Xiao Su. We are all a family, why are you being polite? 2 children are in our house. And your father and I are too happy to be happy. It's a pity that the 2 of you can't come and do it together this time, but it doesn't matter, there will be more opportunities in the future. Now you can solve the work at hand. Well, Mom and Dad, we live so close, I'll definitely bring Bingxue home to do it in the future. It's better that you and Dad don't dislike it. Yan Zhenwei also did not appear in the video, but the voice came from behind. And it seemed that he had been eavesdropping. What's so disgusting about this? Can't the 2 of you live in such a big family? Even if you come to live and move into the house every day, my mother and I have no problem. After chatting for a while, Su Chen and the others had their lunch, and the Yan family had lunch too. They glanced at each other's lunch at noon, and then hung up the phone. After sleeping all morning and having lunch, Su Chen was full of energy. Not to mention Yan Bingxue, she slept for more than 10 hours from last night to this morning, and she must not be able to fall asleep now. The 2 talked about the party tonight. This is not the first time Yan Bingxue has come to participate in the auction of Haigua, and she has more experience in these matters. Husband, a major auction like this is actually another form of business. gathering, and it's global, so the most important thing is not tomorrow's auction, but this evening's reception. The Lucas you saw at the airport this morning, Chow Fan Group and his company were the cooperation that was reached at the reception at the Haigua auction the year before. Everyone who goes to the auction tonight should appear at the reception, but Mr. Yuan prepared your information for you, husband. When you appear as a stranger, it is estimated that many people will come up to chat. Are you ready, husband? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Su Chen was not guilty at all, and said with a smile, what is there to prepare for? I don't plan to cooperate with anyone, just chat casually then. Looking at her husband's expression, Yan Bingxue felt a little proud in her heart. This is her man, full of confidence. And he looks handsome too. Husband, didn't Mr. Yuan prepare clothes for you? Let's pick out what to wear. At night, Yan Bingxue took him to the cloakroom. There is a large cloakroom in the presidential suite, and Mr. Yuan is well prepared. Suits, ties, watches, leather shoes, cuffs, etc. are all available. However, the cloakroom was full, many of which were ladies' dresses and accessories sent by Assistant Zhang. The two lived in the same hotel, so Assistant Zhang delivered everything prepared here. The two chose their own clothes to wear at night. Su Chen's choice was relatively simple. He casually took a royal blue suit with a white shirt with tie and cuffs, and within 10 minutes, he solved the problem of his evening clothes. Yan Bingxue is different. She needs to wash her hair, do hairstyle, makeup, and change her clothes. It takes 2 to 3 hours for a whole process. Su Chen went to the living room and waited. Zhang's special assistant brought a stylist in halfway, and several people came in and out. In the cloakroom, the female stylist looked at Yan Bingxue in the mirror and said with a smile, Miss Yan, you are so beautiful. Yan Bingxue smiled slightly, thank you. The handsome man in the living room just now, is that your husband? Yan Bingxue nodded. Miss Yan and Mr. Yan must have a good relationship, right? When I first came in, the husband was sitting in the living room reading a magazine, but occasionally he would look up at Miss Yan's side, his eyes full of tenderness. When Yan Bingxue heard this, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but lift. Miss Yan, will you tie your hair up for you? Your neck is very slender and beautiful. It should be exposed. It will look very good, the stylist said. She loosely pulled up Yan Bingxue's wavy long curly hair behind her, revealing her fair and slender neck and right-angled shoulders below. Coupled with the delicate makeup on Yan Bingxue's face today, she is simply unbelievably beautiful in the mirror. When Yan Bingxue usually attends a party, she will directly hand over everything to the stylist, whether it is makeup, hairstyle or dress, let the stylist arrange everything. She can also take a simple rest or familiarize herself with the evening dress during the preparation time process. But today, she is going to attend the evening reception with her husband. Although the two may not be able to stay together all the time at the reception, her image must be the first to be seen by her husband. Therefore, Yan Bingxue paid more attention to her image tonight. She looked carefully in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction, okay, please. Help me tie up my hair. The stylist immediately acted, and put Yan Bingxue's long hair loosely behind her head, revealing her fair neck, and then used a styling spray to shape it. Looks playful and cute. The hairstyle on the backside is loose and stylish, adding a bit of mature charm. This hairstyle is really good, and Yan Bingxue is very satisfied. Then choose the dress. The stylist looked at the dress Zhang Tasuk prepared for Yan Bingxue, and his eyes lit up. Miss Yan, your dresses are too beautiful. Do you have a dress you like? Do you need my advice? Yan Bingxue smiled and shook her head. Look at the match, you have a good eye. The stylist said with a smile, Miss Yan is so beautiful, she really looks good in everything she wears. The dresses here are all suitable, but I think Miss Yan has a very good figure. Wearing a slim dress will be even more beautiful, Miss Yan. Her collarbone and right-angled shoulders are so beautiful. Why don't we just use this off-the-shoulder fishtail dress, which can perfectly highlight Miss Yan's advantages? The stylist took a black dress from the dress, the perfect cut and bright trimmings looked very beautiful. However, the off-the-shoulder design and the V-shaped back look a little thin. Yan Bingxue has never worn this kind of dress to attend an event before. This time, the stylist was selected in Haigua. Foreign stylists are generally more daring, so this dress is recommended. Special Assistant Zhang knew Yan Bingxue's style, so when she saw Yan Bingxue frown slightly, she immediately said, let's change it, this dress is not suitable. The stylist didn't understand, and asked in confusion, is there any problem with this dress? Miss Yan, you are really very beautiful. I have styled many celebrities, but this is the first time I have met such an amazing figure and beauty. If Miss Yan wears this dress, it will definitely be very eye-catching. Miss Yan, you can try this dress, I'm sure your husband will like it very much. Yan Bingxue originally wanted to refuse, but when she heard the last sentence, she suddenly hesitated. Will my husband like it? This stylist has really good vision. Today, she is very satisfied with her makeup and hairstyle. Today is also a big change and breakthrough for her previous style. This is her first time traveling abroad with her husband. Does she want to try different styles boldly? Will my husband like it? Yan Bingxue felt a little anxious, and the stylist whispered beside Yan Bingxue at this time, Miss Yan, it's okay, there are only us and your husband. Here, no outsiders, you can try it boldly, I promise, you will wear this skirt, your husband will be amazed. This sentence is really too attractive to Yan Bingxue. She pursed her pink lips and said decisively, okay, let's try on this skirt. Zhang Tezu, who was behind him, was stunned when he heard this. The president actually agreed to wear this skirt. Why? Hasn't the president always disliked revealing too much clothes? Even if you are attending a cocktail party, you will choose a more conservative long dress. Why did you suddenly choose this one today? She felt that she was getting more and more unable to understand the president's heart. You guys go out first, I'll take care of the rest myself. Yan Bingxue said to the stylist and special assistant Zhang while looking at her skirt. The stylist said regretfully, okay, I respect Miss Yan's decision. Although it's a pity that I can't see Miss Yan wearing this dress, but I think my eyesight is good. I hope Miss Yan and Mr. Yan have a wonderful memory. Thank you, Xiao Zhang, take the stylist out and give her a big red envelope. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. When Suchin saw Special Assistant Zhang coming out with the stylist, he put down the magazine in his hand, stood up and asked, Professor Zhang, is your wife's look ready? Zhang Tezu nodded, well, the president is changing his dress inside, and he should be out soon, Mr. Su, don't have to worry. Suchin nodded, and Zhang Tezu quickly took the stylist out. Just thinking about the skirt just now, she was about to get a nosebleed, but She can be considered to have reacted, the president must want to wear it too. Mr. Su. Therefore, these idle people have to leave quickly, and if they stay as light bulbs, they may be turned off by the president or Mr. Su on the spot. Knowing that Yan Bingxue was about to come out, Su Chen did not continue to sit down and read the magazine, but walked to the door of the cloakroom and waited for his wife. The moment the door opened, Su Chen only felt his eyes light up. So beautiful. The image of my wife today is really beautiful. Su Chen finally realized that in those idle dramas, seeing the other party come out after changing clothes, the whole person is completely new. He and his wife have been together for so long. He has seen his wife wearing a decent business suit, and he has also seen his wife wearing everyday casual clothes, as well as the little skirt that his wife liked to wear when she was young. But this is the first time he has seen it. The wife is wearing such a grand dress. At that moment, Su Chen's throat couldn't help but tighten, and his atoms apple rolled twice subconsciously. Yan Bingxue probably didn't expect Su Chen to wait at the door. Seeing her husband's straight eyes, she lowered her head slightly shyly and pinched her skirt a little awkwardly. "Husband, am I so good-looking?" she asked softly. Su Chen stepped forward and stood in front of Yan Bingxue. When he opened his mouth, his voice was slightly hoarse. "Good-looking. I've always known that my wife is a great beauty, but I didn't expect my wife to look even better after dressing up. I was stunned just now." Yan Bingxue pursed her pink lips, her eyes filled with a smile. In fact, just after changing the dress, she also looked in the mirror herself. And after just one glance, she was almost stunned by her beauty. Foreign stylists are really bold. This is the first time she has tried this style, but the effect is very good. Su Chen climbed up on the waist of his wife Yingying with both hands, and looked down at her white face. "Wife, can we not go to the reception tonight?" Yan Bingxue raised her head and asked suspiciously, "Well? Why didn't you go? Aren't they all set up and ready to go?" Su Chen looked at his wife, his eyes deep as if he wanted to suck her whole body in. "Suddenly I don't want to go. I think there is one thing that is more important than going to the evening wine party." Yan Bingxue was still a little confused, and before she could react, she was hugged by Su Chen. When his arm touched the soft and smooth skin, Su Chen couldn't help being stunned. He carried his wife into the bedroom and looked at the floor-to-ceiling mirror in front of him. "Wife, you are so courageous." Su Chen stroked her back and said softly. Yan Bingxue bowed her head shyly and said, "This dress was chosen by the stylist. But if you put it on, you must agree, right?" Su Chen raised his brows slightly. Yan Bingxue was too shy to say it. Su Chen gently surrounded her, and looked at her in the mirror. "Wife, I'll give you two choices. First, you continue to wear this dress. For tonight's cocktail party, neither of us will want to go there. We'll just stay in the bedroom. Second, change the skirt immediately and let me choose a dress for you to wear to the evening reception." Yan Bingxue tilted her head slightly, looked at Su Chen and asked, "Husband, why do you have to change this dress when you go to the reception? Is the dress I'm wearing not good-looking?" Su Chen put his chin lightly on Yan Bingxue's shoulder and rubbed it slowly. The man's stubble was slightly scratched. Yan Bingxue's skin was white and tender and sensitive. "No, it's just because this dress is so beautiful. My wife wears this dress. I'm afraid that the eyes of those stinky men at the reception tonight will be inseparable from you, so if I wear this dress, my wife can't go to the party. Today's party is over." Wife, I'm stingy. With such a good-looking wife, I am the only one who can enjoy it behind closed doors. If other men dare to look at it, I will dig out their eyes. Such a domineering declaration made Yan Bingxue excited. She pursed her lips and couldn't hold back her smile, and her beautiful almond eyes completed a bright crescent moon. Okay then, I'll choose the second. Anyway, she didn't really want to wear this dress to tonight's reception. Just what the stylist said, only one sentence touched her, that is, her husband will definitely like her look. That's why she agreed to wear this dress, not for tonight's reception, but simply to show her husband. Now that my goal has been achieved, Yan Bingxue is satisfied when she sees her husband's eyes and this domineering declaration of sovereignty. She had already made a choice, but Su Chen still stood in front of the mirror, holding her, without any intention of moving. Yan Bingxue tilted her head and said actively, "Husband, I have already chosen it, let's go, you help me choose today's dress." Su Chen raised the wrist of his left hand, looked at the time on the watch, and suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry, wife, it's still early." 2 hours later, Yan Bingxue rushed into the bathroom to take a shower as if fighting a war. When he came out, Su Chen had already called Tez Hangzhong and the stylist back. Almost everyone's stylist was suddenly called back in an emergency, standing in the living room with a confused look. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom of the bedroom, and seeing Su Chen's contented smile, Zhang Tasuk immediately understood what was going on, smiled awkwardly, and whispered to the stylist next to him, "You let's go to the cloakroom and wait, maybe help the president to make up his clothes and redo his hairstyle." She looked at the time, it would start at 7 o'clock, and it was 6:30 now. Although the address of the reception was downstairs, the time was still a bit rushed. "Mr. Su, there is something to eat at the reception, but it's all desserts and snacks. I'll go downstairs now to help you and the president prepare some dinner." Su Chen nodded, "You have to work." Zhang Tasuk ran out in a hurry, and when he reached the door, he couldn't help but sighed slightly. Today's young people are so unrestrained. Su Chen also went into the cloakroom, picked it from the shelf of the dress for a long time, and then took out a blue lady's suit with a chiffon shirt inside, wrapping it all the way to the neck. He smiled with satisfaction, and showed the dress to the stylist, "Please help Miss Yan change this dress later." When the stylist saw this conservative business suit, he immediately understood, and quickly said with a smile, "Okay, sir." At 6:50, Yan Bingxue finally changed her clothes, remodeled her style, and walked out of the cloakroom. Special Assistant Zhang prepared a simple dinner. Su Chen didn't eat it first, and sat there waiting for Yan Bingxue. Seeing her come out, he immediately walked over and pulled her to sit on the sofa. "Wife, we're going to drink at the reception. Let's eat something before we go down." Yan Bingxue pouted slightly, looked at the tightly stitched suit wrapped around her body and said, "Husband, isn't it a bit too much to wear a suit for this kind of wine party?" Su Chen glanced at her lightly, and said meaningfully, "Wife, it seems that you don't want to go to the reception tonight?" Yan Bingxue was stunned for a moment, then blushed instantly, bowed her head, and said, "Okay, just wear this." Su Chen smiled with satisfaction, squeezed her cheek lightly and said, "Good. Wife, I deliberately chose a suit of the same color. We two are a couple tonight, don't you like it?" Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen and then at herself, only to discover this little mystery. She immediately laughed, nodded, and said, "I like it. You and Su Chen are wearing a couple's outfit, that's great." At 7 o'clock, Yan Bingxue held Su Chen's arm, and the two appeared at the reception together. When walking in from the door, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women immediately attracted everyone's attention. This time, there are businessmen from all over the world, many of whom do not know each other. Someone said in surprise, "Wow, are these two people from the Dragon Kingdom? They look too good-looking." My God, it turns out that girls can look so good in suits at the reception. Among so many competing dresses, the couple suits of this lady and her male partner are really beautiful, and sassy. Which boss of the Dragon Country is this? I don't think I have seen it before. I should never forget such a handsome man and such a beautiful lady. Lucas saw Yan Bingxue and Su Chen at a glance, they were so bright today. Although he was very unhappy, he had to admit that Su Chen, who was standing beside Yan Bingxue, was really handsome. The two of them stood together, they were really golden boys and girls, and they were a perfect match. However, he will not admit defeat easily. He has liked Yan Bingxue for 3 years, and his emotions have already piled up, and he will never give up so easily because of Su Chen's appearance. Tonight, he wants Su Chen to understand at this reception what is meant by strong dragons not suppressing local snakes. This is Haigua, his territory. And he wants Su Chen to take advantage of the good and return. Many people gathered around and greeted Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue was already familiar with this kind of scene, and at first she was a little worried that her husband would not be able to handle it, but Su Chen was obviously better than she thought. It took them half a day to get out of the crowd. After everyone knew Yan Bingxue's identity, many people came forward to chat, wanting to create opportunities for cooperation, but Su Chen said very little about his identity and seemed very mysterious, and everyone did not dare to come forward rashly. Seeing this, Lucas hurriedly winked at the woman next to him, who immediately took a wine glass and led a group of people to find Yan Bingxue. Su Chen was quickly pushed to the periphery, glanced at Yan Bingxue, who was surrounded by the crowd. He smiled lightly, and planned to find a place to sit and wait for his wife. Originally, the purpose of his visit this time was only for the auction tomorrow night. Tonight's reception was not attractive to him. He came with his wife completely. When his wife is done, she should come to him. Su Chen found a sofa and sat down, took a glass of champagne and drank slowly, looking at Yan Bingxue over there from time to time. The wife is so popular, there are so many people around that Su Chen can't see her anymore. At this moment, someone suddenly sat down beside him. Su Chen turned to look, but it was an acquaintance. Lucas came over with a glass of wine, looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, "Mr. Su, it's a coincidence that we have met." Su Chen smiled and said, "Unfortunately, Mr. Lucas, we must all come to the reception tonight." When he was at the airport today, Su Chen noticed that this man's eyes towards Yan Bingxue were very impure. Although he was polite to himself on the surface, he even took the initiative to reach out to shake his hand, but one's eyes could not deceive anyone. This Lucas is very hostile to him. As for the reason, Su Chen is of course very clear. The wife is too good, and sometimes it is also a trouble. There are too many people who take the initiative to send it to the door to ask for trouble. Mr. Su, there will be a lot of fun places in today's wine, otherwise, I will take Mr. Su to go shopping? Lucas said. Su Chen twitched the corners of his mouth and said, "Thank you Mr. Lucas for your kindness, but I'm not interested in those, I'll just wait for my wife here." Mr. Su, Mr. Yan's extraordinary group has a lot of cooperation with our Haigua She is a popular task tonight. It is estimated that Mr. Su will have to wait for a long time. Instead of sitting here and waiting, it is better to find some other fun, so, for a big reception, don't Mr. Su want to have a long experience? Su Chen sneered, Mr. Lucas, have you been to Dragon Country? Regarding Su Chen's sudden question, Lucas seemed a little puzzled, and nodded. In confusion, of course I have been there. Miss Yan and I have cooperated before. Then you must only be talking about cooperation at the time? Next time you have the opportunity, Mr. Lucas can go to the Dragon Kingdom to take a look. After all, the Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital and Zhonghai, any place is larger than the High Kingdom's land area. It's even bigger, for a reception of this scale, there are more long kingdoms. Su Chen said with the corners of his mouth hooked. This kind of small scene, does he still need to gain insight? People who say this are really ignorant. Lucas reacted, his face froze for a moment, but considering his purpose this evening, he still maintained a stiff smile. Mr. Su, you can't talk too much, right? Don't you Longwa have a saying that there are people outside the mountains, and there are people outside the mountains? The reception in Haigua naturally has the characteristics of Haigua. Since Mr. Su is here, why not dare to come and see it with me? Miss Yan performed very well at our reception. Mr. Su, as Miss Yan's husband, should not lose Miss Yan's face outside. Su Chen didn't want to use this kind of aggressive tactics, but seeing Yan Bingshui over there couldn't come out for a while, he just happened to feel a little bored. Since this, Lucas took the initiative to send it to the door, he would accompany him to play and find some entertainment by the way. Okay, since you are so active, then lead the way and let me see what is so special about Haigua's reception. Lucas has already decided where to go, and he has arranged everything tonight just to keep Su Chen from coming to Taiwan. In his view, his greatest advantage now is the power and wealth in his hands. He asked his assistant to check Su Chen's information, but he found very little. He only knew that this Su Chen came from the imperial capital and might have something to do with the Su family. But this auction also invited the Su family of the Dragon Kingdom, an old man and a young man, who were also invited as VIPs. If Su Chen really belonged to the Su family, why didn't he come with them? There is probably only one reason, that is, although this Su Chen bears the surname Su, he does not have any rights in the Su family. He can only come to this auction with this surname. It is estimated that it is because he is with Yan Bingshui. Do you have this chance? He checked Su Chen's flight information, and he came from Zhonghai and Yan Bingshui together. Since he is the son-in-law of the imperial capital, why would he live in Zhonghai after getting married? So, he was married to Yan Bingshui's house, right? A truly rich and powerful son would never be able to join the family to eat soft rice, so Lucas concluded that this Su Chen was simply a paper tiger. He is going to stab this paper tiger with his own hands tonight, and let Yan Bingshui know that only a rich and powerful man like him can be worthy of her. Lucas took Su Chen away from the front hall all the way, through a long corridor, and there was a large party hall at the back. Su Chen noticed the clue when he was on the road. The cocktail party is a business exchange. Generally, there are activities in the front hall. What kind of activities should we find such a remote party hall? Su Chen knew a little about the activities of the rich, and guessed in his heart that most of what Lucas was going to take him to was a gaming party hall. Because everyone likes to gamble, especially men, prefer exciting gambling. It was just walking here when he heard shouting from the party Hall. Come on, Mr. Su, the people here are all world-renowned wealthy businessmen. And there are many interesting gambling activities. However, I have to ask in advance, does Mr. Su have any money? Lucas asked provocatively. It's definitely gambling. Suchin smiled at him, did not answer the question, but took the initiative to open the door and walked in first. The corridor was quiet, but after the door was opened, it was very lively. Inside, a door seems to separate two different worlds. This party hall is actually more magnificent than the front hall. There are super large crystal lamps overhead, and there are countless small crystal lamps around. The whole party hall was illuminated magnificently. There are many large tables in the hall, with different activities on them. Lucas took Suchin around inside, and Suchin glanced casually. Haigua is indeed a country where gambling is legal, and the activities here are relatively complete. Baccarat, dice, blackjack, roulette, poker, and slot machines are all available. Lucas took Suchin around for a while. With a smile, he said, Mr. Su, how is it? Since we have all arrived in Haigua, shouldn't we follow the local customs and have fun? Suchin was not interested in gambling and other things, shook his head and said, not interested. Are you not interested, or are you afraid to play? Lucas laughed. Mr. Su, I heard that you are from the imperial capital, and your identity is very mysterious. I think those who can come to participate in this auction are more powerful people. On the surface, tonight's reception is just an early relaxation, but in fact, here, there, and there are all under the watch of the auction staff, and the organizer must know the strength of the buyers in advance. What do you think? Mr. Su took the VIP seat, so he can't come empty-handed and return empty-handed tonight? Lucas intended to stimulate Suchin and let him stay and play. However, after Suchin heard these words, he looked around seriously. Most of the rich businessmen who were having fun were in the venue, but there were indeed many staff around to keep records. There is some truth to what Lucas said. After all, it is a large-scale auction, not a joke. As for the real strength of each buyer, the organizer must also want to check the truth before the auction. Now that I have entered this hall, if I go out without doing anything, I am afraid that tomorrow, at the auction, there will be some troubles. If that's the case, let's play for a while. Suchin went straight to the chip exchange area, at the door. Seeing this, Lucas sneered and followed. Tonight, he would have to take a good look at how much this Suchin has. But even if he is really rich, it doesn't matter. He hasn't lost much in the gambling arena. There are ways to win Suchin. Mr. Su, how many chips do you want to change? Do you need my help? Suchin ignored Lucas, took out the card in his wallet and handed it to the staff. Help me exchange for 1 million chips. Haha. Lucas laughed. 1 million? Mr. Su, are you in a pinch, or don't you know the strength of these people today? With 1 million chips, I'm afraid it will take 1 or 2 rounds. Mr. Su will step down. After he finished laughing, he took out the card to the staff, and said in a loud voice, help me exchange 20 million. 1 million. Suchin is too embarrassed to say it. Sure enough, he is an unloved guy. It is estimated that this million was deceived from Yan Bingxue by this little white face. Suchin ignored Lucas' ridicule and only took his own 1 million chips. Lucas exchanged 20 million chips, and he couldn't get it by himself. The assistant behind him sent someone to pack this box and follow them. What does Mr. Su want to play? With all due respect, I am afraid that Mr. Su will not be able to make it to the table," Lucas said mockingly. Suchin chuckled lightly, and the corners of his mouth raised with confidence. "Mr. Lucas, even if you have the ability, you can still come to the table with no hands. I exchanged 1,000,000 chips, just because I walked with you. Don't take some in your hand, I'm afraid you will lose face." "You, Mr. Su, you are so loud." "In that case, let's have a good time tonight," Lucas said angrily. "What does Mr. Su want to play?" "I'll accompany you." Suchin didn't even think about it, and went directly to the dice table. The number of people here is the smallest, and Suchin doesn't want to waste too much time here. Showing your face in front of the organizer's staff, it is more important to end the affairs here early and go to Yanbingxue. Seeing that he was standing by the table, Lucas followed him. The crowd, watching the excitement, all looked at them. At this time, the chips in the hands of the two players had bottomed out, so he held his head down and held the only remaining chips left the table. Lucas asked the other two to leave, leaving the entire table empty. "Mr. Su, please." Lucas took the lead and sat down in the seat. Suchin then sat down, and the people around gathered around again, waiting to continue watching the fun. Suchin and Lucas sat face to face, and a sexy girl next to him came to serve. Suchin raised his hand lightly, pointed to the male waiter over there, and said, "Come here." Lucas couldn't help but smiled and said, "Mr. Su is too cautious, isn't it?" "What? You're afraid of me making a fool of yourself before you even start?" "Mr. Su's pattern is too small." Suchin glanced at him and said with a sneer, "Does Mr. Lucas know an old saying in our dragon country? It's called treating a gentleman's belly with the heart of a villain. If that's the case, why does Mr. Su need to replace the beauty beside him? Look how sad the beauty is." As he said, he winked at the beauty beside him. Seeing his appearance, Suchin felt contempt in his heart, and said solemnly, "I'm different from Mr. Lucas, my family has a beautiful wife, it's really inconvenient to go out, find a man to shuffle the cards, is there any problem?" Lucas's lungs almost exploded when he heard this. He is showing it off to him. He is Yan Bingshua's husband, and he has such a beautiful wife by his side, so naturally he despises the beauties here. But Yan Bingshua could have been his. If there is no Su Chen, maybe now he is standing by Yan Bingshua's side. "Mr. Su looks really good, but Miss Yan is not here at the moment, no one will watch Mr. Su's performance, no matter how good he is." Lucas was so angry that he couldn't even maintain his basic politeness. Seeing his angry look, Suchin smiled and said, "Don't talk nonsense, let's start quickly. When you lose all the chips in your hand, I should go and pick up my wife. Don't be ashamed. Suchin, today I will let you take a good look at what is the strength of a man. Let me give you a good lesson for this little white face who eats soft rice." Lucas is full of self-confidence. Haigua's gambling has always been legal, but Longhua is different. Longhua can only play in certain places. He has played games from childhood to big ones, how can he still lose to Suchin? The game officially started. The dice play is very simple. One person rolls the dice, and the others only need to bet. Suchin has intermediate fighting skills, and his hearing is more sensitive than ordinary people. Even in this lively and noisy hall, he can accurately distinguish the sound of rolling dice. Lucas is also a good player, he just played too much and played with experience. The people around watched that the game was about to start, and a few more people sat down to play together. When Su Chen started shaking the dice, his face became serious. He kept the sitting position just now, his ears moved slightly, and when the sieve over, there was just over, he immediately bet all his 1,000,000 chips. Lucas and his move almost simultaneously, and he also took out 1,000,000 chips and placed it in the big grid. Others saw that the two of them were so determined, a few followed suit, and some were unconvinced and chose to be small. With the opening of the procuratorate over there, the waiter here opened the dice cup, and the numbers of the 3 dice were 5, 5, and 6, which were the big points. Su Chen and Lucas both bet right. According to the situation on the field, Su Chen's 1,000,000 chips has successfully turned into 3,000,000. In the second round, the time for rolling the dice was much longer, and Su Chen and Lucas still bet at the same time. After 3 times, the chips in Su Chen's hand have successfully turned into 7,000,000, and Lucas has also changed from the basic 20,000,000 to 30,000,000. In the next round, the waiter's technique suddenly changed, and the whole process of rolling the dice took longer and the period changed a lot. Lucas could hear it at first, but after that, he gradually felt powerless. The sound was too loud, he was only distracted for a second, and then he couldn't catch the rhythm. Su Chen still had a calm expression, and made a bet immediately after the end. He dropped the leopard. But Lucas wasn't sure at this point. Judging from the previous rounds, Su Chen's ability is very strong, and he has never lost. It stands to reason that he should bet on the leopard behind Su Chen now, because many people are betting with Su Chen. But this time he was a step late, and he was a little passive. If all the chips are used to bet on the leopard now, even if he wins after opening, he will lose because Su Chen moves faster than him. And he didn't believe that it was such a coincidence that a situation like the leopard would appear. This is a big gamble, the chance of a leopard is so small, he doesn't believe that Su Chen can hear it. Since he couldn't be sure, Lucas would rather save face. After all, it was so messy just now, he didn't believe that Su Chen's ears were really that good. He took out 5,000,000 and bet small. With a gesture from the inspector, the waiter immediately opened the dice cup. 3-6, it really is a leopard. This time, many people made the wrong bet. Su Chen's principal, suddenly, changed from 7,000,000 to 26,000,000, and Lucas lost 5,000,000, and instantly became 25,000,000. It was actually 1,000,000 less than Su Chen. This difference was the chips that Su Chen exchanged at the beginning. His mockery of Su Chen at that time seemed a bit ridiculous now. Lucas was unwilling, and sneered, "Mr. Su's luck today is really good, but it's not interesting for the teacher to play dice. Why don't you go to the table at 21 o'clock and have a look? It's fun to play gambling, you still have to use your brain. It's boring to rely on luck alone. Is that right, Mr. Su?" He was reluctant to admit Su Chen's strength and attributed it all to luck. Su Chen was too lazy to refute, and gave the waiter a tip of 1,000,000. The other party immediately brought the box, filled Su Chen's chips, and followed behind Su Chen to serve him. The two arrived at the table at 21 o'clock, and there were many people behind them. They were all players who had just followed Su Chen to win money. There was a bit of admiration in Su Chen's eyes, so they came over to see the excitement and wanted to continue to follow Su Chen's back to make a fortune. Lucas looked at the group of people with a slight anger in his heart. But those who can enter here are all rich, and he doesn't want to offend anyone. Tonight, the only person he wants to fix is Su Chen. At the table at 2100 hours, Lucas was still the first to clear the scene, which inevitably caused some dissatisfaction, and the assistant next to him had to pay for it. Lucas sat right in the middle, where the dealer was. Suchen sat down at the idle place, and when the people around saw Suchen sitting down, someone sat down immediately. These were the people who just followed Suchen and won money. "Sir, may I ask your surname?" asked the person sitting next to Suchen. "My surname is Su." "Hello, Mr. Su, I think you seem to be from the Dragon Kingdom." "Your surname is Su." "Mr. Su is not from the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, right?" According to the information Yuan Lao gave him, he really came from the imperial capital. Suchen nodded slightly. The man had an expression of sudden realization. "I see, it's no wonder that Mr. Su performed so well just now. It turns out that he is the son of the Su family." Suchen doesn't understand very well. Are all the people in the Su family good at gambling? His identity was also forged, so Suchen did not continue to talk about this topic. But the man was very enthusiastic and continued, "Mr. Su, I have the honor to see the genius of your family. Can you follow Mr. Su to make a fortune tonight?" "Don't worry, Mr. Su, all of my income tonight can be used afterwards. Give half of it to Mr. Su. Anyone else want to share their money?" Suchen laughed a little. "Sir, no need, I'm just playing casually. If it wasn't for Mr. Lucas's kind invitation, I wouldn't be here." The man glanced at Lucas and continued to look at Suchen with a smile. "It doesn't matter, since Mr. Su said so, then I won't say more. It's good for Mr. Su to have fun, and I'll play with Mr. Su for a while." Lucas heard their conversation clearly, and couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Is Suchen good at gambling? Impossible, how could he be a master who only dared to come out with 1 million? 4 chips? Could this man be blind? "Let's get started," Lucas said displeased. In the first round, as the dealer, he dealt the cards to everyone. Suchen's 2 whole cards are an ace and a 4 respectively. As the dealer, Lucas showed a card of K, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Putting the 2 cards together, carefully placed them on the table, backed them gently, and glanced at their land row. Then, he put the card back, stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Suchen said, "Take the card." The remaining 4 players also called for cards. Lucas dealt them in turn. Suchen's card was 4, he looked up at the other 4 players' whole cards, which were J and 5, 9 and 6, 8 and 2, 3 and 2, respectively. The big cards on the field accounted for more, and Lucas also had a T card in his hand. Since he didn't explode blackjack, there was still a lot of fun in this game. Suchen's digital brain came into play at this time, and in just a few seconds, countless calculations were performed in his mind. Now I have 2 4s and an ace in my hand. If the A card is 11, it will be 19. This point is very close to 21, and it is large enough. Now it seems a good choice to suspend. However, I suspended the card in the second round. If the other players can suspend with me, the pressure can be transferred to the dealer Lucas, but one player's cards are 3 and 2, this whole card is too small, unless he just got a T or ace, he'll definitely keep asking for cards. If you regard your point as 1 point, you can continue to ask for cards, but if you get a card below T, then the card face will definitely not be as good as your current point. Probability of getting T or more. In Suchen's mind, the probabilities of various card faces were quickly passed. After everyone read the cards of this round, he opened the mouth and said, "I want a card." The man beside him breathed a sigh of relief, and he continued to ask for cards. Su Chen's fourth card was dealt. He picked it up and wiped a corner lightly. And then he sat still. After this round of asking cards is over, Su Chen saw that the cards of the other players were almost the same, raised his hand and said, "Stop." The other four were also suspended at the same time. Lucas frowned when he saw this scene. He took a hard puff on his cigar and started dealing cards to himself. His dark card is a 3, the 2 cards add up to 13 points, and the first card dealt is opened. It was a 2, and Lucas's heart lifted. Garbage points. Now his overall card is 15, should this card be dealt in the end? The current 15 is too small, but if there is a card with more than 6, then his overall card will burst. In this situation, he can only choose to gamble. Lucas dealt himself another card. He slowly turned over the card, and then threw it heavily on the table. It was a 4. Ha ha. Everyone, it's time to open the cards. Lucas opened up all his cards and ended up with 19. Several players looked at each other, and their faces were not very good looking. They turned over the cards, and the overall cards did not add up to 19. In the end, only Su Chen was left. Lucas looked at Su Chen and said, "Mr. Su, please." Su Chen's whole cards were A and 4. He then turned over another 4, which was already 19 points, but Su Chen still had a card. The corners of Lucas' mouth raised slowly. Su Chen's hand was very slow, and he flipped the last card over lightly. It's an A. A +4 +4 +A. In the case of not busting, it is 20 points. A little more than Lucas. In this round of the game, the player wins, and the banker pays 1.5 times. The referee announced. Lucas slumped on the ground, watching his chips go from 25 million to 10 million in an instant. He couldn't help gulping down his saliva. In tonight's game, he just wanted to make Su Chen a crushing defeat, so he made a big bet. This time the principal was reduced by half. Even as the young master, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Lucas's face changed slightly, and the assistant next to him hurried over and said, "President, your luck doesn't seem to be very good today, otherwise let's forget it." "Forget it? What's the matter?" "Go on. Su Chen, let's go on." Lucas' eyes were already red. Su Chen doesn't care, because his chips are almost 40 million. In this round, Su Chen is the banker and Lucas is the player. Seeing this, the man who had just spoken to Su Chen immediately stood up with his own chips and no longer participated in this round. He didn't want to bet against Su Chen, and this scene even stimulated Lucas. This person just believed in Su Chen so much, but now he doesn't want to believe him. Lucas blushed and put all his chips on it. "Mr. Su, take a big bet, Alan, do you dare?" Su Chen glanced at him, gestured to the waiter next to him without hesitation, and put all his chips in. Su Chen said, "I have nothing to be afraid of, but I want to remind Mr. Lucas that if you lose this game, you will have nothing." Lucas looked at Su Chen's principal. If he wins this round, Su Chen will still have 10 million chips left, and the bet can still continue. So he called his assistant, "Go and exchange 10 million chips for me. In this round, Mr. Su, and I will block everything." "President." The assistant wanted to remind him that it was too risky, but before he could say the words, Lucas' eyes blocked him. "Hurry up. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Su Chen raised his brows, looked at Lucas and said, "Mr. Lucas, play a little Fun, play a big game, you are just showing me today, why are you so excited? Lucas said with red eyes, excited? Su Chen, which eye did you see that I was? Excited? I just don't want to continue playing with you, it's the outcome of this game, I won, all you have the chips are all mine. He was probably finished. Su Chen actually only had 1 million chips at the beginning. Even if he won all the chips on the table, Su Chen actually only lost 1 million. But if Su Chen wins this round, and if he takes the 10 million he is changing now, then he will lose 30 million to Su Chen tonight. And the most important thing is that Su Chen's 1 million principal has actually been rewarded to the waiter next to him as a consumption. So Lucas' red-eyed rivalry was actually just a joke in Su Chen's eyes. But since the other party wants to play, Su Chen doesn't mind letting him lose more thoroughly. There were more and more people around, and there were a lot of people who came to play today, but I had never seen anyone so anxious like Lucas, so this table was more exciting than other tables. Everyone wants to see who the final winner is. The assistant soon came with another 10 million chips, and Lucas put the box upside down on the table, where all the chips were placed. At the beginning of the game, there were only 4 players playing in this round, and 2 players voluntarily quit the game because Su Chen was the dealer this round. As the dealer, Su Chen dealt the cards. Lucas's 2 cards were an ace and a 2, respectively. The cards were not bad. Su Chen's bright card is A, and the dark card is unknown. Lucas looked at Su Chen and said confidently, Mr. Su, look at the cards. Su Chen put the 2 cards together, and after taking a look, he suddenly smiled. With this smile, everyone around was stunned. The dealer's smile at this time, what does it mean, is it? Lucas looked at Su Chen with a surprised face, and said angrily, Su Chen, don't play tricks there and talk. Su Chen looked at him, and slowly pressed his hidden card with his hand, with the intention of opening it in the next second. The 3 players around were immediately stunned, and some people exclaimed, no. The dealer got the blackjack? Now the cards of the 4 players on the field have been revealed, and it is obvious that there is no blackjack. If Su Chen's card is blackjack, then he will win the game directly. Lucas yelled, shut up, it's impossible. How could he get the blackjack? As soon as his voice fell, Su Chen's slender fingers directly lifted the hidden card and placed it on the table, a Q and T card. Add the ace up, and that's blackjack. The dealer got the blackjack. There is no player, the banker wins, and all the chips on the field belong to the banker. Lucas' face turned completely pale, he fell on the stool and looked at the cards in Su Chen's hand in disbelief. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Lucas exclaimed. But no one around him cared what he was shouting. Everyone was congratulating Su Chen. This sentence ended the game too quickly. Although the dealer got the blackjack when he played, it did not affect the result of the previous game. Su Chen's performance in the last game of Xinjiao was very exciting, and everyone could see that he was a master. Mr. Su is really amazing. Not only is he very smart, but he is also very lucky. It seems that tonight is Mr. Su's home court. Mr. Su, it's great to be an idler with you. I wonder what Mr. Su wants to play later? Can you take us with you? Follow Mr. Su, and there's some meat to eat. Mr. Su, you can just let go of the game today, we'll have enough chips for you here. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Su Chen waved his hands gently and said, thank you all, but it's getting late. I have to go to the front hall to pick up my wife. Tonight, let's end here. Although the big guy was a little disappointed, he still looked at Su Chen with admiration. The waiter had sorted out all the chips, and after hearing Su Chen said that he would not play, he immediately volunteered to exchange money for him. Su Chen saw that he worked so hard and gave him a tip of 2 million. When Su Chen got back the bank card that he had won more than 80 million over there, Lucas suddenly rushed over, pointed at Su Chen's nose, and said, "Su Chen, you're actually out of money." Su Chen looked back at him with a bit of coldness in his eyes. "Mr. Lucas, don't spit, you said I'm an old man, do you have any evidence?" "Evidence? It's not easy for you to ask for evidence. In the last hand, you were the blackjack that you won only after you beat the old man. If you didn't play the old man, how could you possibly get the blackjack?" Lucas said with oath. Su Chen sneered and said, "The probability of blackjack at 21 o'clock is 1 in 28, and the probability is not low, but Lucas is sure that I can't get it, is it because you did something on that deck of cards? Hands and feet?" Lucas's face changed greatly, and the people around him began to talk. Su Chen didn't say anything, just looked at him and sneered. In the last hand, Lucas did his tricks. He gestured with the shuffler to make sure that there was no problem at all before choosing all in. Otherwise, how could he be joking with the 30 million yuan? But the shuffler just told him that his hand is fine. Why did Su Chen get blackjack? There is only one reason, that is, Su Chen is a ghost. Su Chen had a panoramic view of Lucas's actions at the time, so the second he got the card, he quietly made a small movement in his hand. In the end, he won the game. But so what? The players on the field had very little chips, and almost all of them had just been won with Su Chen, and Su Chen didn't have to feel guilty about taking it. As for Lucas's money, he sent it to the door to find abuse. If he wants to play the old man with him, then he will let him know what it means to be a plan, and to treat others with the way of others. Lucas didn't expect Su Chen to know what he was doing with the shuffler, so he didn't dare to speak for a while. The people who were watching the excitement really thought that Su Chen was out of Lao Qian, but when they saw Lucas's expression, they realized that it was someone else who was out of Lao Qian. "Tisk, it's true to see your character at the poker table, don't play if you can't afford to lose, what's the point of being an old man?" "That's right, this is from a Haigua? Is this how Haigua treats guests? We want to make money from our non-local businessmen by making money on our own territory? Haigua's approach is too much." Lucas didn't expect things to turn out like this. Su Chen retreated completely, but he was stealing the chicken without losing the rice. The non-local businessmen in the venue were filled with righteous indignation, especially those who lost money. At this moment, they had started to make a big noise, questioning the problem of the entire gaming venue. Haigua and the venue staff teamed up to make money. This is simply cheating. Lucas was also arrested by the organizer, and he was responsible for figuring it out. Su Chen looked at the chaotic venue, took his bank card and went to the front hall leisurely. Yan Bingxue had just been free at the moment. She walked around the venue, but didn't see Su Chen. She was a little puzzled and planned to call her husband. But it was too noisy in the venue, so she wanted to go there. "Call my husband." On the terrace. As a result, just as he opened the door, he found that Su Chen was drinking by the railing. With joy in Yan Bingxue's eyes, she walked over and shouted, "Husband, why did you come out alone?" Su Chen raised the wine glass in his hand. "It's a bit noisy inside, I'll come out to get some air." "Wife, are you done?" Yan Bingxue nodded and hugged Su Chen's waist apologetically. Husband, I'm sorry, I didn't expect so many people to come up to talk to me. After chatting for more than an hour, there were too many people. I can't get out of my body at all, and I don't know what's going on today. Several famous ladies from Haigua also came to look for me, and they asked me about it, and I couldn't leave at all. Su Chen immediately guessed that all this must have been arranged by Lucas. He wanted to leave Yan Bingxue away, and then took himself to the back to play gambling. Probably wanted him to lose money, but he didn't expect to dig a hole and bury it for himself in the end. Instead, he made a lot of money. Husband, what were you doing just now? Shouldn't you be standing here for more than an hour to blow your hair? Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen and asked, a little distressed. Su Chen shook his head and said gently, how is it possible? Wife, don't worry about me, I just came out for a while, I left for a while, and I just came back to the venue to see that you were still busy, so I wanted to come out and find you again. Well? You left for a while? Where have you been? Don't you like this kind of occasion? Yan Bingxue is a businessman and is used to this kind of scene, but Su Chen shouldn't be used to it, and his identity was originally faked. Yes. There is nothing to chat with other people. It is estimated that he must have felt very bored in the past hour or so. Yan Bingxue couldn't help feeling a little guilty. She should have ended the affairs over there earlier and came to find her husband. Unexpectedly, Su Chen said at this time, it's not boring, wife, when you were busy for just over an hour, I was not idle, and I made more than 8 million. After going to the back, Yan Bingxue looked up at him in surprise. Earn more than 8 million? Husband, what are you doing? Su Chen explained what happened just now, that Lucas took him to the gaming hall in the back, and also explained what Lucas cheated at the end and he was going to count it. After hearing this, Yan Bingxue couldn't help laughing, and at the same time, she said with a bit of anger, I really didn't expect this Lucas to be so abominable. Humph. I knew that the Transcendent Group should not have cooperated with them. Su Chen looked at his wife's protective look, and was very happy. But as a big man, he is not so stingy. Wife, what you said is wrong, we still have to earn money. You didn't cooperate with Lucas before, but with him behind the company intel. Besides, Lucas didn't get the slightest benefit from me today. I guess he couldn't sleep well tonight. If he did something like this in his own country, the organizer should have a good talk with him. Talk. Yan Bingxue felt a little more comfortable when she heard this. She raised her head and looked at Su Chen curiously. Husband, why didn't I know that you still play gambling, and you play so well? You shouldn't play often before, right? Gambling is illegal in the Dragon Kingdom, and this kind of thing is very addictive, so it's not a good thing. Su Chen smiled and said, fool, if I'm really a fun-loving person, can't you notice that I've been with you for so long? Actually, I also learned these rules in the movie. As for the performance on the spot, it is entirely dependent on your husband's witty brain to win, Su Chen said confidently. Yan Bingxue was amused by him, squinting his eyes and said, Husband, I found that you really seem to be able to do everything. Is there anything you can't do? Look at your advantages, I can't count them. You know a lot about mechas. And you drive a supercar, your shooting skills are top-notch, and you can teach children how to do handwork. Now you can even be so good at gambling. I never knew one person could do it all. At this point, her words are really not mixed with water at all. Yan Bingxue has a straightforward temperament, and she is also a very good woman. She never has to compliment anyone, but her husband. She really worships him from the bottom of her heart. In Yan Bingshue's view, Su Chen is simply omnipotent. Su Chen listened to his wife's compliment, and felt very happy. All of this is of course the credit of the system. After activating the baby sign-in system, he got a lot of rewards. The system is really powerful. The beautiful 21 o'clock tonight was entirely thanks to the mathematical calculation with Tuanchuan Lele yesterday that activated the digital brain. But he doesn't need to tell his wife too clearly about these details. He just needs to let his wife know that he is a super powerful man, and he will definitely protect her and the children well. Wife, do you feel very happy now? With such a powerful husband as me, you and your babies will live happily ever after. Yan Bingxue threw herself into Su Chen's arms with a smile, gently pressed against his chest and said, I feel super happy now that I have my husband in the future, and traveling with my husband is also a super happy thing. Just now a lot of people ask me who you are. I say you are my husband. They say my eyesight is really good, and they say we are a special match. There are still a lot of people who have praised my choice of clothes today. It's even more beautiful than the evening dresses worn by those women. It's beautiful and sassy. This dress was chosen by my husband. My husband's vision is really good. Yan Bingxue feels very sweet. As long as she stays with Su Chen, she also feels very happy to stand quietly like this. The reception was to be held at night, but Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went back around 10 o'clock. Nothing is more important than the sweet time of husband and wife. At 12 o'clock in the night, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue in the hotel had already slept with each other and had a wonderful dream. But on Lucas' side, they just came out of the hotel. He didn't see the splendor of the night at all, and his clothes were wrinkled, especially at the collar. It seemed that he had been pulled for a long time. His tie was crooked, and his carefully groomed hairstyle was messed up into a chicken coop. He was caught backstage by the organizer from the evening, and many staff members came forward to appease him, which calmed the public anger, and he who caused public anger was naturally criticized. This time, Tell was able to assist the organizer, but the old chairman did a lot behind the scenes, but all of this had nothing to do with Lucas. Facing this troublesome second-generation ancestor, the organizer was not polite at all. After a good meal of criticism, he almost moved his hands on the spot, but luckily the assistant stopped him, otherwise Lucas would probably have come out with a dazzling color at this time. But it's not over yet. Lucas didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief when he came out, and the assistant said, President, let's go home right now. The old chairman is still at home waiting for you to go back. At this time, the old man was waiting for him to go back, and what he was going to do, even with his toes, he could figure it out. Unexpectedly, I was scolded by the organizer just now, and I guess I will have a family meal when I go home later. Fuck. Lucas shouted angrily, smashing the phone in his hand on the ground. And it shattered into pieces. This Su Chen is simply hateful. President, don't get mad. Let's go back quickly. It's not too early. The chairman has been waiting for a long time, and I'm afraid I will be even more angry. Shut up for me, okay? You've been whispering in my ear since yesterday. Who are you? I paid you to help me do things by my side, not for the old man to watch. Follow me. The assistant dared not speak anymore. Lucas stamped his feet angrily. This damn Su Chen, I don't care what his Origins are, but this time I've settled with his Liangzi. Tonight I'm unlucky, but tomorrow night's auction, I absolutely can't let him get his wish. You go and prepare all the company's funds for me, as well as the money in my personal account. Give me all the money, come on, I don't care what Suchin needs to shoot tomorrow, I absolutely can't let him get it. This. President, do you want to ask the chairman for instructions on this matter? You can use your own funds at will, but the company's working capital is a major event related to the company's operations. If you want to use this money, do you have to use it? Ask the chairman for instructions? Have you forgotten what I just told you? I told you that you are mine. If you don't want to see it, just pack my things and get out of here, and see if the old man will leave after leaving me. I'll give you a bite to eat. Lucas is completely angry now. He gritted his teeth fiercely, thinking in his heart, this time it is impossible to make Suchin proud. After losing his temper, Lucas got into the car and rushed to the old house overnight for training. Their car just drove out of the hotel, and suddenly came out again. A group of people walked in front of an old man, and a young man stood beside him. Support his arm. Second Grandpa, it's getting late, should we go back to the hotel to rest? The young man said. The elder called Second Grandpa looked at the black car that Juichin was leaving, and suddenly turned around and said, Xiaozhe, I saw it very clearly. Just now, did the man who appeared at the poker table with Lucas be with him? Does your uncle look alike? The young man recalled it seriously, nodded and said, yes, Second Grandpa. Although I haven't seen the uncle himself, there are still some pictures of the uncle when he was young. The young man just now really looks like the uncle. Very similar, but uncle has been gone for so many years after all, and now I don't know if I'm dead or alive. These two are the two from the Su family in the imperial capital. They were in the front hall before, but after hearing about what happened later, they went to watch the fun. As a result, when I was looking at the surveillance camera, I saw Suchin sitting opposite Lucas. The old man was stunned immediately, and the young man next to him also took a deep breath. The two looked at each other and seemed to know what the other was trying to say. They didn't leave until this matter was over and came out with Lucas. The old man said, I asked you to send someone to check the information of that young man. Is there any news now? Suja nodded, yes, I found it, but there may not be any information that the second uncle wants to know. The information of this young man is very mysterious. Officials say that he is from the Su family in the imperial capital, but he did not come with us. Yeah, I asked someone to go to Long Country to check, and found that he was sent by the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and this information should also be forged, probably to facilitate his identity here. The Su family. Is there really such a coincidence in this world, Xiaozhe? If your uncle is still here, he married a wife and had a son back then, and his son should be just this big now, right? The old man said. Suja didn't know how to answer, but still said, Second Grandpa, the Su family can't find out about this Mr. Su. I know you want to find the uncle. But ask if Mr. Su is the uncle's child. Not necessarily, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until we return to the Dragon Kingdom, and then we'll check it out in person. The second grandfather nodded and sighed, Xiaozhe, you are really getting more and more sensible as a child, and your words are very measured, you are right, your uncle has been missing for so many years, we can't just rely on similarities. Acting recklessly. But if the young man just now is really your uncle's child, then he must be a very good young man. I just watched his performance on the monitor. He really has the style of our Su family. The second grandfather smiled said. Suja also smiled and said, second grandpa, if he is really a cousin, then our Su family will have another young talent. Yeah, when your uncle was in the imperial capital, he was one of the best. If he really had a son, he would definitely be as good as the young man just now. Let's go back today. We should still see Mr. Su at the auction tomorrow night. Let's take a look in person at that time, maybe we can take a closer look. Suja nodded, and helped the old man into an extended luxury car. The black car quickly disappeared into the night. The next morning, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue woke up at 7 o'clock. They slept early last night and felt full of energy when they opened their eyes today. The auction will only start in the evening. Yan Bingshue's purpose of this business trip has been achieved last night. She has left contact information with several foreign companies. As for cooperation, I will discuss it in detail when I go back. For tonight's auction, Yan Bingxue focused on the idea of participating, and the most important thing was to accompany her husband there. It's fine during the day, Yan Bingxue proposes to go to the beach to play, and make an appointment for photography by the way. Husband, the wedding date for the two of us is just over 10 days away, and the wedding photos have not been taken yet. Although the domestic wedding photos can be done only a week in advance, it is rare for us to go abroad and it happens to be at the seaside. You can take some outdoor scenes, and let them post the photos they have taken on the internet, and go to a domestic studio to wash them out. What do you think? Hearing his wife's idea, Suchin nodded immediately. Of course you can, wife. You are more thoughtful. We got married in a hurry. I've been too busy with my work recently, and the wedding photos have been delayed again and again. I originally thought that we would simply take a wedding photo first, and wait until the wedding is over before going on our honeymoon. You can also continue to take some additional photos when you are in. But now my wife has come up with this idea. I think it's better for my wife. Now that I have taken these pictures of the exterior, I can put them on our wedding at that time. Yan Bingxue nodded, and immediately took out her mobile phone and said, Husband, call assistant Zhang now, and ask him to arrange this matter. Let's have breakfast and prepare a little bit before leaving. Seeing his wife's enthusiasm, Suchin raised his hand and gently touched her hair. Wife, will this make you feel a little wrong? We are here on a business trip, and you will accompany me to the auction tonight. There is only one day time now. I should have played with you well, and now I have to deal with the wedding photo. Yan Bingxue smiled gracefully, and her teeth glowed white. Husband, how could I feel wronged? Besides, let's go to the beach to take wedding photos and play together. As long as we are with my husband, no matter what I do, I will feel very happy. Suchin looked at his wife and couldn't help but stretched out his arms and took her into his arms. Wife, you are so considerate, I feel so happy. When Yan Bingxue heard this, her heart was extremely sweet. After the two had breakfast, the photographer and stylist Zhang Te helped the better also arrived. The stylist was still the same one from yesterday, which Yan Bingxue requested. Yesterday, the stylist designed the image for Yan Bingxue, although it was useless at the reception, but my husband still saw it, and my husband liked it very much, showing his love with practical actions. So today is such an important moment for taking wedding photos. Of course Yan Bingxue has to find a favorite stylist. Suchin recognized at a glance that this stylist was the one from yesterday. He smiled with great satisfaction, and said to the stylist in person, "I'm sorry to trouble you today, this is the wedding photo of me and my wife. When the time comes, might have to zoom in on our wedding, and you're looking at free play." The ability of this female stylist is unquestionable, but her style is somewhat bold. So Suchin still reminded. After all, it is a wedding photo to show for everyone. Suchin didn't want his wife to be too attractive. As attractive as his wife was yesterday, only he can see it behind closed doors, and he doesn't want anyone else to see it. The female stylist understood and immediately gave Suchin an okay gesture. "I understand, Mr. Su, don't worry." Special Assistant Zhang recruited the best photography team in Haigua. All of them were women. They were usually responsible for shooting posters and magazine covers for celebrities. This was their first wedding photography. Of course, this is also because Su Chen and Yan Bingxue gave them enough money that they were willing to come. The professional team is more professional. After the female stylist designed the looks for Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, a group of people went to the beach. The scenery of Haigua is very good. There are some buildings by the sea, all of which are colored houses with a unified style. They are probably designed in a unified way. There are many colors but not messy. To match this background, Yan Bingxue and Su Chen's costumes are also special. The wedding dress on Yan Bingxue's body is very distinctive. The upper body is a traditional wedding dress design, and the lower body is a gradient rainbow dress, which echoes the buildings behind it. The makeup on her face also matches well. Also used eyeshadow to draw a delicate rainbow. Su Chen was wearing a white suit. He didn't make up, he just trimmed his eyebrows a little, and the whole facial features looked more three-dimensional and handsome. The two of them stood together, and it was as beautiful as a painting. Even the photographer couldn't help but praise, "The images of the two of you are really good. After this photo was taken, I don't think I can use it in post-production. Any capture is so natural and harmonious, the two of you are really excellent." Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at each other and smiled, and the photographer over there quickly captured this scene, and they really liked it more and more. The whole wedding photo shooting process was very smooth, because Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were standing together. The feeling of happiness and naturalness was simply born spontaneously. In addition, the two of them are very good looking, and their appearance is also 100 points. The state presented under the camera is simply perfect. The photographer and post-production were super happy, and the crew on site felt it was a fairly relaxing shoot. Because Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked so sweet, and their smiles came from the heart. When looking at each other, all kinds of intimate gestures came as they said, and they didn't need to interfere too much. "I originally thought I would take a whole morning of photos, but it was finished in an hour. Now it's only 10 o'clock in the morning, and the photographer directly said that I can take another set." Originally, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue discussed with the photographer today. They should be able to shoot 2 sets, although it is a bit small, but when they return to China, they can make more. But now that the shooting is so smooth, it is estimated that we can shoot a few more sets. When changing clothes to rest, Su Chen asked Yan Bingxue, "Wife, are you tired? If you are too tired, today we will shoot 2 sets according to the original plan, and go back to rest for a while after the afternoon." Yan Bingxue shook her head excitedly. "Not tired, husband, I think taking wedding photos is a very happy thing. I don't feel tired at all. There are too Many beautiful places here, let's take a few more sets. Suchen looked at her dotingly, nodded and said, okay. The second set was taken on the beach. Suchen changed into a suit with short trousers underneath. Yan Bingshua's wedding dress was also a tutu skirt that only reached above the knees, with a pair of small white shoes on her feet and her hair combed. 2 braids. This completely subverts her usual image of a royal sister, but the amazing thing is that with such a match, the cold facial features seem to become cute. In an instant, Suchen felt that his wife was now a few years younger, and she became a 17 or 18-year-old little loli. The whole body exudes the innocence and romance of a girl. The machine over there is still being debugged. Suchen and Yan Bingxua are resting on the reclining chairs. Assistant Zhang bought them 2 fresh iced coconuts with colorful habit on them and a toy umbrella. It really does feel like a vacation by the sea. Suchen's cell phone rang suddenly. He took it out and saw that it was a video call from Tuanchuan and Lei. Well, are the 2 little guys leaving school so soon? Yan Bingxua nodded. It's almost there. There is a 2-hour time difference between China and here, so they should have gone home for lunch now. Suchen connected the video, and Tuanchuan saw the super handsome father dressed up at a glance. Suchen wears a small straw hat on his head, which looks very different from normal. Well, Baba, are you playing outside? Why are you so good-looking today? The daughter's mouth was as if smeared with honey, and the word sweetened Su Chen's old father's heart. Yes, Dad is at the beach now, Suchen said to her daughter. Tuanchuan saw a beautiful voice flashing beside Suchen, and the big black and white eyes instantly became a little bigger. Baba, you. Well? What's the matter, Tuanchuan? Baba, did you do something bad outside? Why didn't you stay with Mama, but with other beautiful sisters instead? Suchen looked at the daughter in the video at a loss, not knowing why she said this, but the group on the other end didn't have time to listen to Baba's explanation, and quickly took his brother's hand and said, hey, give it to you quickly. Mama calls and asks where Mama is and why she's not with Baba. She's already with other beautiful sisters. The little guy shouted so loudly that they passed Tang Shuyun and Yan Jinwei in the kitchen. The old couple, when they heard this, screamed badly in their hearts and ran out quickly. But I was afraid it was a misunderstanding, so I didn't dare to say anything. So I could only ask Tuanchuan, what's going on, what happened, why? Are you yelling at the phone? Tuanchuan was about to cry in a hurry. Grandpa and Grandma, Mama is gone, Baba is with a very beautiful sister. Tang Shuyun and Yan Jinwei looked at each other. Yan Jinwei frowned on the spot. The son-in-law is not with his daughter, and he has another woman by his side. That's okay. Tang Shuyun hurriedly pulled him and whispered, Lao Yan, don't worry, how can a child understand? Our son-in-law is not such a person. Yan Jinwei calmed down a little, nodded and said, that's right, Xiaosu is not such a child, but what's going on over there, Tuanchuan? You go and see. Lei used her mobile phone to call her mother's number and approached her sister, but now there was only Suchen on the screen. Mom's phone has not been answered yet, woohoo, shouldn't there be a quarrel? Suchen looked at the shouting daughter and the nervous son who came over, and smiled helplessly. Tuanchuan, you read it wrong. Tuan, you read that right, there is a very beautiful sister, beside Baba. And Tuan has seen it. Tuan shouted aggrieved. Suchen smiled and looked at Yan Bingxua next to him. His wife was also smiling and blushed slightly. Unexpectedly, in her image, even her daughter did not recognize her, and she regarded her as a beautiful sister, beside her father. Haha, this is too interesting. Wife, stop snickering next to you, come and see your daughter and son, the two little ones are about to cry. After Suchin finished speaking, he looked at his son and daughter in the video and said, Tuanchuan Lele, the beautiful sister, who was just beside my father is your mother. Today, my mother and I are taking wedding photos here. So my mother changed. After putting on makeup and changing into different clothes, did Tuanchuan not recognize it just now? Tuanchuan frowned slightly. Although she told herself in her heart that her father would definitely not lie to her, she just glanced at the image of the beautiful sister and the mother in her heart. There is really no way to confuse it. Also too big. Tang Shuyun and Yan Jinwei had been listening with their ears pricked up from the back. After hearing Su Chen's explanation, the old couple breathed a sigh of relief and went behind the two little guys with confidence. I want to see how my daughter and son-in-law take wedding photos. Yan Bingxue hid on the other end of the phone, blushing and said, I don't want it, husband. Tuanchuan Lele, it's mom and dad are together. The beautiful sister I just saw is not someone else, but mom herself, but mom is going to take a wedding photo now. As she spoke, she pushed away the hand that Suchin was about to turn around. He whispered, husband, I don't want Tuanchuan Lele and my parents to see it. It's too strange. Suchin smiled and said, wife, what are you so shy in front of our two children and parents, and I think you are wearing very beautiful clothes, you look like a beautiful sister, Tuanchuan said. That's right. And these photos will be put on our wedding when we go back. They will see it. Sooner or later. It doesn't matter if we start a video now. Tang Shuyun on the other end of the phone became even more curious when she heard these words, and said later, Bingxue, aren't you on a business trip? Why did you suddenly think of taking a wedding photo? Why do you still have such an important thing as a wedding photo? Don't hide it from mom and dad. Don't mom and dad know what you look like? Let mom take a look and see what my daughter looks like when she wears a wedding dress. The wife was still a little embarrassed, but Suchin didn't force her, and said to her mother-in-law with a smile, Mom, we also decided to take wedding photos here on a temporary basis this morning. It happens that there is the sea here, and the scenery is not bad, so I want to shoot 2 sets of exterior scenes here first, and then I will shoot other sets when I go back. That's it, that's pretty good too, in case the time is too rushed. Bingxue. Don't be embarrassed, you, and I want to see you and Tuanchuan Lele. Everyone was waiting for her. Yan Bingxue bit her teeth, squeezed her fist with her little hand, and put her head on Su Chen's side, and the two appeared in the video together. Tuanchuan shouted out in surprise for the first time. Yeah, it's really Mama. Well, Mama has never been dressed like this. She even combed 2 braids. Mama looks like a beautiful older sister. It was also the first time that Tang Shuyun saw her daughter dress up like this when she was an adult. Her eyes were red with excitement, and she took Yan Jinwei's arm and said, It's been a long time since I saw our daughter dress up like this. I remember when I was a child. She is only a few years old, and I also combed her 2 braids like this, and now she looks like she really looks like when she was a child. With a smile on his face, Yan Jinwei looked at his daughter and son-in-law on the screen, and said happily, Xiao Su, Bingxue, both of you have a good look today, and the wedding photos you took must be beautiful. Mama is so beautiful, brother, will you take it down? Lele was completely stunned. Hearing her sister's words, she raised her head. In confusion, How do you get it off? Tang Shiyun said, Tuan Tuan probably wants to save this photo, right? Grandma knows how to get it, so bring your phone and Grandma will teach you. On the other end of the phone, she was busy teaching her children to take screenshots, but here Yan Bingxue was embarrassed and clasped Su Chen's hands. Red. Yan Bingxue really liked this look, but she didn't expect that before the wedding photos came out. She was surrounded by her parents and 2 children, which made her feel 10 points ashamed now. Tuanchuan took a screenshot and smiled with satisfaction. Mama is so beautiful, but, Baba Mama, why do you secretly go to take pictures? You don't bring Tuanchuan and Lele with you. Isn't our family going to take pictures together? I clearly agreed to take a family photo at the beginning. The little girl pouted angrily, and her little face instantly became more cute. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue both laughed. Su Chen said, Shoot, when we return to the country, we will go to take pictures together as a family, take a family photo, and call my grandparents, and grandparents together. Is it okay to take pictures? Okay, Baba, this time you have to promise us that you must take us to take pictures. I also want to dress up as beautiful as my mother and draw a little red flower on my face. Tuanchuan was full of longing. Talking. Okay, Dad promises you. Baba Mama, you put the video somewhere else and let us see if you are having fun abroad. My brother and I also want to go abroad to play with you, but my brother said that we are still in school and can't go out. Wait for us. I can go out to play with you after the holiday. Baba Mama, can you bring us gifts over there when you come back? Is there any delicious food that I don't have at home? I want to eat delicious food from other places. Of course you can. After Mom and Dad are done with work tonight, they can almost be ready to go back tomorrow. They should be home the day after. Tomorrow during the daytime tomorrow, my mom and I will go buy you gifts. Okay? Okay, the 2 little guys said sweetly. Tuanchuan said that he wanted a lot of delicious food and pretty dolls. Okay, what Tuanchuan said, my parents have written it down. Does Lele have any gifts you want? Hearing this, Lele said happily, Lele doesn't have any special gifts. Lele just hopes Baba Mama can go home early. Lele wants to see Baba Mama. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue felt warm in their hearts when they heard what their son said. Yan Bingxue took the mobile phone and said, Lula darling, you and your sister will play at your grandma's house for 2 more days. Mom and Dad can go back to have dinner with you the night after tomorrow. Hearing this exact news, the 2 children were very happy and the family chatted a few more words. The photographer over there said that everything was ready. Su Chen said goodbye to the children, hung up the video call, and continued to went for a wedding photo shoot with my wife. They took a total of 4 sets of wedding photos in Haigua, and they were busy until more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. However, the process was quite relaxed and happy, and they did not encounter any problems. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue performed 10 points naturally. Therefore, although the photo was taken without post-processing, from the camera point of view, the effect is already a perfect 10 points. The rest of the matter, Yan Bingxue, will be handed over to Assistant Zhang. At that time, these photos will be sent to them from the internet, and then they will be washed out from domestic photography shops. After changing clothes and removing makeup, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue returned to the hotel, planning to rest for a while before going to the auction at Night. After a short rest, Suchin received a call from Yuan Lao. He went to the balcony to pick it up. Hey, Mr. Yuan. Xiao Su, everything went well for you in Haigua? Is it okay to arrange for you? Yuan Lao asked with concern on the other end of the phone. Very good, Mr. Yuan. My wife and I came here this time. She also received an invitation letter from the auction. We were together, and everything was fine. Mr. Yan also went? That's a lot more convenient, Xiao Su. I'm calling you because I just received some important news. I might want to tell you in advance. You said. Suchin was a little serious. I just received the above news. This time, the Twitter group of the Great Eagle Country has also been dispatched. It seems that their goal is also the material we need. Although I don't know what they want this material for, but it is estimated that the people sent by the Twitter group are bound to win. Suchin frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, Old Yuan, don't worry, I will do my best for that material tonight. Brought it back. Xiao Su, I believe in your ability, but the behavior of the Twitter group has always been difficult to judge. As long as we prepare enough funds for the auction at night, it will not be a problem. You can just swipe that card. After speaking, as long as you can get the materials, the cost is not counted. So you don't have to worry about it. Okay, Elder Yuan. Suchin said. Xiao Su, I have to remind you that the addition of the Twitter group may bring some changes in the situation, all of which we did not expect before, so I only arranged your accommodation over there, and did not send anyone over there to protect you. Now that the armed personnel from the Dragon Academy have been dispatched, you may not be able to catch up with tonight's auction on time, so you may have to be more careful when the time comes. Yuan Lao didn't say it too directly, but Suchin realized that this auction would be very intense. And the Twitter group of the Great Eagle Country has always been strong and domineering, and it is not ethical at all. They participate in the auction competition tonight. I am afraid it is not just a simple matter of spending more money. After Suchin hung up the phone with Elder Yuan, he returned to the room with a dignified expression. Husband, what's wrong with you? Yan Bingxue, who was wiping her hair after taking off her makeup, looked at him curiously. Suchin evoked a gentle smile, shook his head and said, It's okay, wife. There is a hairdryer in the hotel, go and dry your hair, be careful of catching a cold. He said that he entered the bathroom, brought the hairdryer, and waved at Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue was stunned for a moment, then walked to the stool in front of him with a blushing face and sat down. Suchin's movements were very gentle, his slender fingers shuttled between the blue silk, and the hairdryer turned on a warm wind. Wherever he went, it was like a spring breeze, intertwined with his lover's fingers. Yan Bingxue sat there quietly, enjoying this beautiful and warm moment. When her hair was half dry, Yan Bingxue turned her head and gently held Su Chen's hand. Okay, hubby, just wait for the end of the hair to dry naturally, so that it can protect the hair. Suchin nodded, put away the hairdryer, and when he came out, Yan Bingxue was standing at the door waiting for him. Husband, did Mr. Yuan call you just now? Did he say something? She and Suchin have been together for such a long time, and she naturally understands Suchin. Although her husband just said that he was fine, his mood was obviously not right. Suchin lowered his head and thought for a while, and when he raised his head, he looked at Yan Bingxue and said, Wife, otherwise you won't go to the Auction tonight, you don't mean that you have seen all the auction items, and you are not interested in anything. Something? Yan Bingxue looked at him slightly in astonishment. I don't have anything I want to shoot, but haven't we already discussed the matter tonight? I'll accompany you to the auction tonight. Why did you suddenly ask me not to go? Husband, what happened? Yan Bingxue is very smart, and Su Chen knew that if he really wanted to protect her, he couldn't hide it from her. Old Yuan just called me and said that people from the Great Eagle country Twitter group have also arrived and temporarily joined tonight's auction, and their goals are the same as ours. They are all buying out the mining rights for new materials. Twitter group? Yan Bingxue couldn't help frowning. Tonight is the auction, why did they come in at this time? Su Chen shook his head, I don't know, let's go back and talk about this matter. What matters now is the auction tonight, I must get it. Getting this material is not only for Dragon Kingdom's combat armor, but also for giving his wife a world-renowned wedding. But the most important thing is your wife's safety. Wife, Mr. Yuan just told me that the Dragon Academy of Science also only learned the news. The Dragon Academy of Sciences has already sent fighters, but they may not be able to arrive before the auction ends. Therefore, we must pay attention to our own safety. The Twitter group's behavior has always been immoral. Wife, I don't want you to go on an adventure with me at night. Otherwise, you should go back to China now. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen in surprise. He frowned and said with some displeasure, Su Chen, how could I leave you alone at this time and go back to China? Su Chen put his hands on his wife's shoulders and hugged her gently. Wife, don't be angry, I know you definitely don't want to leave at this time, but as your husband, as a man, I can't let you follow me and take risks. Only when you and the children are healthy can I have no worries. What do you want to do without worrying about the future? Su Chen, the Dragon Academy of Sciences just asked you to come on a business trip. Is it possible to risk your life? I don't agree. Yan Bingxue said angrily. Su Chen smiled lightly, hugged his wife and said, Wife, don't be angry yet. You have to trust the Dragon Academy of Sciences, this time I am representing the Dragon Academy of Sciences, they will definitely protect me, just we are now in a race against time. I just said there is a little risk, I don't want you to take risks with me, not to say that there will be danger. Yan Bingxue was held in Su Chen's arms, listening to his sonorous heartbeat. Her heart gradually calmed down. Husband, I know that the materials this time are very important to your mecha and the Dragon Kingdom. I won't advise you to give up at this time, but you don't want to drive me away at this time. We two individuals are husband and wife, no matter what happens, I am willing to face it with you. Yan Bingxue raised her head and said firmly. Su Chen's heartbeat suddenly became a little faster, and at this moment, his heart was full of emotion. His wife is a woman with 3 positive views. Even at such a moment, she was angry, but she still maintained her sense. She didn't persuade him to go with her quickly, because at the moment of national honor, they, as people of the Dragon Kingdom, will never back down. But she didn't want to go alone. Everyone said that the husband and wife were originally from the same forest, and they would fly away from each other when the disaster was imminent, but Yan Bingxue was unwilling to leave, she wanted to stay and face him together. Su Chen looked at his wife with a little more relief and admiration in his eyes. With such a woman, his heart became more and more firm and strong. Okay, wife, I understand what you mean. No matter what happens tonight, we, husband and wife, will face it together. Yan Bingxue nodded with bright eyes. and firmly held Su Chen's hand. The two looked at each other sweetly for a while, and Su Chen regained his seriousness. Wife, since you're staying, we can't fight an unprepared battle. With his wife by his side, he has to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Su Chen took Yan Bingshua's hand and walked to the living room. You call Zhang Te's hangover now. When you came over, did you bring bodyguards with you? Yan Bingshua said, there are 3 people, this time it's just a normal business trip, and Special Assistant Zhang, and I did not expect any unexpected situation, but after all, we are going abroad. Special Assistant Zhang still arranged 3 security personnel in advance, all of them Long Gua, a veteran of the Special Forces. Su Chen nodded, okay, you ask Zhang's special assistant to call the 3 bodyguards. They are on call at any time tonight, and you must protect your integrity. When Yan Bingshue heard this, she could not help frowning. What about you? Husband, do you have any plans? Su Chen smiled, rubbed her hair gently, and said gently, wife, don't worry. Since I let you stay, I will definitely not make you worry about me. There are still 3 days before the auction at night. In an hour, I'm going to see Emily, and whether or not there will be an accident tonight, I will ensure our safety in advance before help arrives. Okay. Yan Bingshua nodded earnestly, then I'll ask Special Assistant Zhang to arrange the bodyguards, and I'll accompany you to see Emily. Su Chen smiled slightly, wife, are you still worried about what happened to me and that Miss Emily? Yan Bingshue glared at him sullenly, husband, what time is this? You are still joking with me. I just said it casually that day. Of course I believe you in my heart. It's just that I don't have anything else right now. Whatever I do, I want to go with you. Just kidding, wife, don't worry, I still have an important thing to arrange for you, and there is not much time left. I'm afraid we will have to split up. Yan Bingshue turned serious, husband, what do you need me to do? Haigua's possession of firearms is legal, let alone the Great Eagle country. This is not the Dragon country, we are too disadvantaged with our bare hands. But I can't let Emily do it for me, although she is the reception arranged for me by the Long country personnel, but I don't feel relieved to leave the purchase of firearms to her, a Haitian, so we have to prepare ourselves. Later, I will ask Emily to help me find some bodyguards. The reason is that we need to shoot the collection at night to protect the safety of the funds and ourselves. These people may not work hard to protect us, but it doesn't matter. Some people are needed to confuse the line of sight, and the most important thing is the 3 bodyguards you brought. We are ensuring good weapons, so as to ensure our own safety. After Yan Bingshue heard Su Chen's arrangement, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, looking at her husband's eyes, full of admiration. Husband, I really didn't expect you to have the talent of a general. Su Chen smiled lightly, blinked and said, wife, there are still many surprises on me. You can explore slowly in the future. Now that the time is running out, let's act quickly, and gather in the hotel room at 5:30. Okay. Yan Bingshue became serious. The two changed their clothes and went to work separately. According to Su Chen's plan, Yan Bingshue took Zhang Te to the black market in Haigua. Haigua's guns and weapons are legal, but if they want to buy it, they can only come to the black market. On the other side, Su Chen had already met Emily. Mr. Su? Why did you come suddenly? Is there something that wasn't arranged properly? Emily seemed a little surprised by Su Chen's arrival. Seeing her expression, Su Chen knew that his guess was right. The reason why Emily will receive him is probably because her alloy company Has a close cooperation with the Dragon Academy of Sciences, so Yuan Lao and the Dragon Academy of Sciences will ask her to help receive him, and it is also to let Haigua Xingwan enter the auction. There is no doubt about Su Chen's identity here. But the connection between Emily and the Dragon Academy of Sciences is probably only at the level of business cooperation. That's why he didn't rashly explain the situation to Emily directly, because he knew that their opponent might be the Twitter group of the Great Eagle Country, and Emily might not be willing to help. Su Chen smiled politely, sat on the soft leather sofa for the reception, raised Erlang's legs, and made the gesture of a rich boy. Miss Emily, everything you arranged is very suitable. My wife and I have been very happy in Haigua these 2 days, but tonight is the auction. I will bring a lot of money to enter the venue, and when I come out, maybe I'm a little guilty of taking a few precious pieces and taking my wife by myself. When Emily heard it, she smiled and said, Mr. Su can rest assured. The Yingwanjin auction is a large-scale auction and an international event. The organizer will definitely ensure the safety of Mr. Su's funds and auction items. Of course you don't have to worry about it in the venue, but if you go out of the venue, then maybe, Miss Emily, are you right? Emily looked at Su Chen in front of her, the smile on her face could not see the slightest flaw, but there was some consideration in her eyes. What does Mr. Su need? The partner of the Dragon Academy of Sciences personally called me and asked me to receive Mr. Su. However, Mr. Su, I am from Haigua, and normal economic exchanges are of course welcome, but if Mr. Su wants if I do something in Haigua, I'm afraid I can't be an accomplice. Miss Emily, you misunderstood, I don't mean anything else, it's just my first time to Haigua, I'm not familiar with this place, I want you to help me find a bodyguard group, just to protect me with my wife and our property security. Su Chen said with a smile. Emily seemed a little hesitant, and said after a while, does Mr. Su just need an ordinary bodyguard group? Yes. Miss Emily, you can rest assured. If I really have any plans, I will not come to you to help me find a bodyguard team. It is not my own person, and it is not easy to use. Do you think so? Emily resumed her proper smile. I understand, Mr. Su, I will help you arrange all this now. How many bodyguards do you want? 50 people. So much? Emily asked suspiciously. Mr. Su, tonight is a formal auction. It seems a little inappropriate to bring so many bodyguards. It will also cause some psychological pressure on other guests. Su Chen raised his hand lightly. Miss Emily, after listening to me, I will only bring 10 of the 50 bodyguards to the venue, and the remaining 40 will stay on the periphery of the venue, waiting for, just come out with my wife. I came here on behalf of Long this time, and naturally I came well prepared. Whether it's the funds or the final auction, the value must be very large, so in order to ensure the personal safety of myself and my wife, and the safety of these goods, if I find more people to protect me, should there be no problem? Emily couldn't find any problems, so she nodded and said, okay, I can help Mr. Su make arrangements. Mr. Su will go back to the hotel and wait for the news. Before 5 o'clock, everyone will be downstairs in the hotel. I will ask the assistant to contact Mr. Su to come downstairs for inspection. Su Chen got up with a smile, and the acquaintance dropped a check. This is the fee for the bodyguards. Miss Emily, please help me find some good ones, or I will be afraid. Su Chen smiled slightly, such a smile matched with those handsome facial features. Emily was stunned for a moment. The first time she saw Su Chen at the airport that day, she felt that this man was very handsome, but it was a pity that Su Chen was already married, and this time it was an important collaborator from the Dragon Academy who called her personally. This Su Chen's identity is definitely not ordinary, so Emily has not disturbed the couple these days. Now that she was so swayed by the handsome man and got a check for 10 million yuan, Emily slightly avoided her eyes and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will arrange our best security team." Su Chen came out of the alloy group, and his face immediately became serious. He returned to the hotel in a black car, but Yan Bingxue had not returned. However, Su Chen was not worried. His wife was smart and alert, and with the 3 bodyguards and special assistant Zhang there, the 2 of them wouldn't be too conspicuous. It would not be a problem to go to the black market. Right now, it's time to wait for the auction at night. Yan Bingxue only returned to the hotel at 4:50. When he came back, he brought 5 pistols, 3 submachine guns, and some trivial items. Su Chen looked at it, and it turned out to be a flash grenade, smoke bomb and tear gas grenade. He looked at his wife in surprise. "Wife, you are amazing. With these things, even if we encounter unexpected situations, we can get away for a short time." Yan Bingxue received the compliment, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. And she said with a smile, "My husband, the general, has made a proper formation, so of course I can't lose the chain as a striker." "Husband, this is my first time going to a foreign black market, it's really exciting." Yan Bingxue was very excited, obviously surprised by her wonderful journey just now. "Although I know that foreign guns and equipment are legally owned, I didn't expect that there are actually everything on the black market. Look at this pistol, this is Beretta 92F. I also bought a silencer, although it was in abroad, but we still have to consider the international influence. Husband, am I very wise?" Su Chen couldn't help laughing when she saw her smug and cute appearance. It was a very nervous thing, but now the 2 of them are joking here so easily. Both of them knew in their hearts that what they might face tonight might be something they had never thought of before. Yan Bingxue is the daughter of the Yan family. Although she accepted the Transcendent Group early, she has only grown from a rich lady to a businessman. She must have never experienced such a chaotic shootout. But she remained optimistic, probably because she didn't want Su Chen to worry about her. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help hugging his wife gently. He loaded the pistol, and carefully placed spare bullets on Yan Bingxue's body, as well as flash grenades and smoke grenades. Yan Bingxue looked at her bulging clothes, and said with a smile, "Husband, wouldn't this be too exaggerated? There should be an inspection in the venue at that time, right? Well, so these things are placed on the inside of the jacket before entering the venue. Special Assistant Zhang will stay outside. We take off our jackets and let her take good care of them. After coming out, they must be worn on the body." Yan Bingxue pouted, "Husband, can't I bring a pistol for self-defense? These flash grenades and tear gas grenades are so big, they are inconvenient to put on your body, they are heavy, you can't keep them with you." Su Chen flicked her head and said with a serious smile, "Of course not. Wife. Although the 2 of us are working together tonight, if there is an emergency and we are scattered, you have to protect yourself, so you have to take a copy of these things with you." Seeing him so serious, Yan Bingxue didn't dare to joke anymore. "Okay, I know my husband, don't worry, you don't have to worry about my safety, I'm very good, and I have a black belt in Taekwondo." Suchin burst out laughing. Really, my wife has also learned taekwondo, but tonight is not a fight with bare hands. Weapons are very important, so these things must be kept well, do you hear? N. Yan Bingxue nodded. At 6 o'clock, Suchin took Yan Bingxue to the auction venue. Emily is very punctual. Her assistant called Suchin at 5 o'clock on time and asked him to go downstairs to check the security personnel. Suchin is a trainer himself, so he can naturally tell that these people are indeed professionally trained security personnel, and Emily did not deceive him on this matter. It's not in vain that he played a play of a playboy in front of Emily, and finally used a little handsome man's trick. Suchin arranged these bodyguards and asked them to follow the car to the vicinity of the venue. When they got to the venue, they only brought 10 people in and waited at the entrance of the venue. Tonight is the highlight of Haigua's auction. The people at the reception yesterday were all dressed in formal attire and brought their subordinates. Here, Lucas, who was assisting the organizer, arrived at the venue ahead of schedule. He stood at the door to greet the guests and looked outside from time to time. Suchin and Yan Bingxue hadn't come yet, and he was waiting for Suchin. Tonight. As soon as he thought of Suchin, he felt a faint pain in his butt. He returned to the old house in the middle of the night. Sure enough, he lost 30 million in a family law and went out. The old man beat him 3 times with a stick. If it wasn't for the fact that he would come to the auction today, it is estimated that the old man would be more ruthless. He is almost 30 years old now, and he hasn't been subjected to family law for many years. He didn't expect that because Suchin had been subjected to family law again. Lucas felt so angry that his chest hurt when he thought of this. So tonight, he must see Suchin's deflated appearance. Tonight, he prepared a full 1 billion in order to compete with Suchin at the auction. No matter what Suchin wants, he can't let Suchin get it. He wants to let Suchin get it this time. Returning empty-handed. It was such a pity last night that Suchin didn't get it, but instead gave him 80 million yuan, but this money is only a drop in the bucket for 1 billion yuan. Even if Suchin got the money, it would still be worth it today. It can never be his opponent. From a distance, Lucas saw Suchin getting out of the car, along with Yan Bingxue. Suchin got out of the car first, opened the door, carefully guarded Yan Bingxue's head, and took her hand to get out of the car. The two of them held hands and smiled lovingly at each other. Seeing this scene, Lucas rolled his eyes. "Miss Yan, are you here? I prepared a VIP seat for you. I'll take you there. In person now." When Lucas faced Yan Bingxue, he looked like a gentleman. But Yan Bingxue had already heard about what happened last night, and now she doesn't have the slightest affection for this Lucas. Instead, she still feels a little disgusted. Therefore, Yan Bingxue said with a cold face, "No need, I came with my husband today, since I want to sit next to my husband." The smile on Lucas' face almost didn't hold, but in front of Yan Bingxue, he said gently, "That's fine, I'll let the staff take you in." After Suchin and Yan Bingxue entered, Lucas called his assistant and asked, with a frown, "Have you checked it out? What does this Suchin want to shoot tonight?" The assistant shrank his neck and whispered, "President, I can't find it. The identity of this Mr. Su is too mysterious. Our people have been sent to Long Kingdom, but we still can't find anything. Moreover, these 2 days, our people have been staring at it. Mr. Su doesn't seem to be interested in anything." Lucas almost got angry on the spot, glared at him and said, "Useless thing. Get out." Sure enough, I still have to rely on myself. Anyway, I prepared enough money. Today. No matter what Suchin wants to shoot, I will not let her get it. Just as Lucas finished speaking, he saw a few blonde young men coming over. There. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he returned to the door, very dog-legged. "Are you here, distinguished guests? Your VIP seats have been arranged. This is the number plate at the scene. I will take you in person now." Lucas received people from the Great Eagle Country Twitter group. There were 5 people in total, 4 men and 1 woman, all young people, and at first glance, they were such ruthless characters. The original quota for Dang Nation had already been set this time, but this morning, they suddenly called the organizer to say that they still have a group of people coming, and they had to arrange the seats in advance. The incident happened so suddenly, and the organizer was a little caught off guard. Lucas was at the scene at the time. As soon as he heard that he was from the Great Eagle Country Twitter group, he immediately became active and took the initiative to arrange all this. The attitude of those 5 people towards Lucas was completely ignored, and they didn't even say a word to him, but Lucas still led them in with a smile. After coming out, Lucas rolled his eyes and twitched the corners of his mouth. "If it wasn't for the fact that you were sent by the Twitter group, I wouldn't be so angry." In the venue, the VIP seats are on the 2nd floor, each is a separate box. There is a partition in the middle to block, and the people next to it cannot be seen. After Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sat down, Su Chen immediately peeled oranges for his wife. At this moment, in the opposite room, the old man thought that he was looking at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue from behind the gauze curtain. Like, it's so similar. I thought it was very similar in the video yesterday. But I didn't expect to see him today, and I think this young man looks exactly like your uncle. The second master said happily. Suja was also surprised. "Second grandfather, this is amazing. The photos of this Mr. Su and the uncle when they were young are exactly the same. It is hard to believe that he is not the uncle's biological son. I invite you to dinner." The second master smiled and said, "I didn't expect that our Ingwanjin auction in Haigua this time would have unexpected results. After returning to China, I will immediately check the situation of this Mr. Su. This time he came here for the information. It is estimated to be a fake, but the faker behind it may be the official one, so we can't find any information now, and we should get something when we return to the Dragon Kingdom." "Okay, second master." Suja nodded and said, "Second master, because Mr. Su may be the uncle's son, in tonight's auction. Shall we?" The old man raised his hand to interrupt him. "Don't worry, take a look. First." Yan Bingxue happily eats oranges. He looked at Suchen with a smile, but the words that came out of his mouth were not so warm and pleasant. "Husband, I feel like the people in the opposite room seem to be watching us all the time, have you noticed? The sound insulation effect of the partition of the box is still good, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue are chatting in low voices, and the people next to them will definitely not hear. I met him just now, but the other party hung up the curtain, so I couldn't tell who it was, but I saw that the servant standing behind seemed to be from the Dragon Kingdom, and people from my own country should be fine, probably. Just seeing my compatriots, take a closer look." Su Chen had a gentle smile on their faces, and the movements in their hands did not stop at all. The two seemed to be a loving couple, and the husband was peeling oranges for his wife thoughtfully. Who would have thought that they were talking about these things? When Yan Bingxue heard her husband's words, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was still a little nervous tonight. Thinking of those guns and weapons, Yan Bingxue felt that her spirit was tense. It's okay, wife, don't be nervous, we are still in the auction now. Everything is safe in the venue, Ing Wanjin as the organizer, even if the outside things can't be controlled, they will be responsible for everything. That happens in the auction venue. Responsible. No matter how arrogant the Twitter group is, they wouldn't dare to make trouble at the auction. So, we're safe now, relax. Yan Bingxue heard the words, I know, husband, don't worry, I'm in acting school. By the way, husband, what are you going to shoot today? You only said that you were on a business trip for the materials of the mecha, but I still don't know what you want. I have read all the materials of the auctions. Unexpected. What I'm going to shoot today is the penultimate lot. After listening to Su Chen's words, Yan Bingxue still had no impression at all, so she picked up the booklet on the table to check to see what the second-to-last lot was. After seeing the information in the brochure, Yan Bingxue finally knew why she had no impression. Because this thing is really nothing special to her. This is a new type of metal ore discovered in Haigua. Although it was discovered for the first time, compared with other minerals, this new type of metal ore does not seem to have any outstanding advantages. It is estimated that the seller himself knows this, so in this large-scale auction, he is not buying ore, but the lifetime mining right of a new type of metal mine. All mining rights belong to them. This is somewhat attractive, but the introduction of this ore is too ordinary. Its function and value are completely inferior to metal ores and gems. In Yan Bingshue's view, it does not seem to have much value. Husband, is there anything special about this new type of metal ore? From my investment perspective as a businessman, the value of this ore is far less than other metal ores. Su Chen smiled slightly, glanced at his wife, and said, this metal frame is really nothing special, but the metal that can be extracted from the ore can be made into an alloy, and it can become a millimeter-level repair material for the mecha, but this technology is only available now. It exists in my mind, so this new type of ore is very valuable to me.